Chapter 451 Outsiders and Natives. There are three major bases. One is religion, and the other is scattered people. The current 5 major forces in Tianhai City has such a pattern. After receiving the email from the Jiangnan Region Investigation Team, each family sent people to meet with them. On Zhang Yi's side, he brought his daily fighting team, which was still their 4 main forces plus a Hua. After all, there is no danger around the shelter now. Even if they encounter danger, the shelter's defense capabilities are fully capable of supporting them until they come back for rescue. There was therefore no need to leave combatants behind for defense. But other companies cannot be as cool as Zhang Yi. They always need to be on guard against the attacks of zombies and giant rats. So they have to leave a large number of combat troops behind. The leaders of each force rushed to the central building with part of their combat power to meet with the investigation team. The first to arrive were the people from Yangsheng base. Xiao Honglian arrived here with a group of men, a chariot, 4 alien captains, and 10 elite soldiers. As for the main camp, Zhuge Qiting led his people to stay behind. After arriving at the central building, she saw the distinctive snowmobile. Only one car? It seems that there are not many people sent by the region. Xiao Honglian felt a little heavy. She knew very well how high the threat from the zombie tide was. If we don't send a large army to solve it, it will be difficult to deal with it completely. But how many people can this car bring? Although he felt a little disappointed, Xiao Honglian still planned to go and meet the investigation team for a while. She thought that maybe this was just the vanguard, and a large number of combatants would arrive later. Xiao Honglian led people towards the central building. When she arrived in front of the building, she clearly saw the ice and snow passage that was hundreds of meters long and more than 10 meters deep. Well, this is it. Xiao Honglian squatted down and stretched out his hand to feel the shape of the ice and snow tunnel. The regular curved surface was not made by a machine, but looked like a channel punched out by someone. And it was very smooth and flat. Obviously, this is an alien method. Xiao Honglian, who is an expert in the art and is the top alien in Tianhai City, naturally understands how powerful this move is. Involuntarily, she put away her inner contempt. There are masters among those who come, she whispered. Then Xiao Honglian led the people towards the central building. Just as they were approaching the door, a man in black uniform suddenly came out and looked at them with a half smile. Which force are you from? There was a condescending look on Wu Di's feminine face. Such an arrogant face immediately made everyone in Yangsheng base very dissatisfied and wanted to rush over and beat him up. Xiao Honglian frowned. We are from Yangsheng base. And I am Xiao Honglian, the leader of the base. Wu Di's eyes were always on Xiao Honglian. Xiao Honglian, former captain of the Tianhai Criminal Police Brigade. Welcome. Xiao Honglian frowned slightly. There is a subtext in the other party's words. I know your information well, she secretly thought. Is this considered a show of force? Wu Di turned aside and said to Xiao Honglian, please come in. But you can only come in alone. The others can stay outside for now. Xiao Honglian did not refuse. She said to the men behind her, wait for me outside. A captain-level stranger whispered to her, Captain, is this a lie? Xiao Honglian raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Even if it's a scam and I want to leave, no one can keep me. The faces of his men showed reverence. That's right. In their eyes, Xiao Hong's training power is unparalleled. So far, no one knows how many people have tried to challenge her status. But no one has been able to survive 30 seconds under Xiao Honglian. Yes, we are right outside, waiting for your orders. The soldiers at Yangsheng base stepped aside and watched Xiao Honglian enter the central building step by step. But they didn't see that when Xiao Honglian said those words. Wu Di had a look of contempt on his lips. Not long after the people from Yangsheng base arrived, the second batch arrived were people from Chaoyu base. Wei Dinghai was more cautious and even brought his strongest deputy, Chen Jingguan, with him. After all, during this period, Wei Dinghai was a little uneasy due to his successive defeats and zombie attacks. Wu Di also blocked the door, allowing only Wei Dinghai to enter. Chen Jingguan was not happy at that time. Why are you so shameless? Are you afraid that we will eat too many of you? Wu Di always had a condescending expression on his face, and no one felt happy after seeing it. Chen Jingguan is also considered the #1 person in Tianhai City, so naturally he won't look at his face. Although the other party is in the name of Jiangnan region. But this is Tianhai City. If a few people come and treat themselves as high-ranking figures, isn't it like a strong dragon trying to overpower the local cowards? After hearing Chen Jingguan's words, Wu Di's face became even more mocking. We only talk to the leaders of each force. What? Is it possible that you are the boss of Chaoyu base? Qin Jingwan's expression suddenly changed. His boss Wei Dinghai was right next to him. At this moment, Wei Dinghai suddenly laughed and said, "Haha. Let's forget about this trick of sowing discord." His laughter broke the tension. "We came here with sincerity. Since you just want to talk to me, why not go there alone? In the ice and snow." Wei Dinghai's Ice Lord. The ability is very powerful. Attack and defense are integrated, with almost no blind spots. So he doesn't worry about anyone doing anything against him. What's more, Xiao Honglian at Yangsheng base has already passed, so he can't show weakness. Wei Dinghai patted Qin Jingwan on the shoulder. "Just wait for me outside." He gave Qin Jingwan a warning look. This guy is a master. Don't conflict with him. Qin Jingwan stiffened and could only nod his head. Yes. Wei Dinghai walked into the central building with a calm expression. But in his heart, he was secretly careful and secretly observed everything around him. At this time, Wu Di sighed boredly. He stared at Qin Jingwan with a sinister look on his face. And sneered, "I originally wanted to practice with you. Why? Now that your boss is gone, do you want to give it a try?" Qin Jingwan's face looked a little ugly. But thinking of Wei Dinghai's instructions, he didn't dare to take action. So he could only pretend not to hear and stood aside. This move caused a burst of ridicule from the soldiers at the nearby Yangsheng base. Shortly after the people from the two forces arrived, Zhang Yi and the others arrived next. When several people saw the vehicles and soldiers here from a distance, they knew that people from Yangsheng base and Chaoyu base had arrived first. It's not that enemies don't get together. Hope these guys can settle down a bit, Zhang Yi said as he opened the insurance on the Golden Sand Eagle. In the previous battle between the five armies, Chaoyu base and Yangsheng base suffered heavy losses. I'm afraid that until now, they all hate Zhang Yi. In this negotiation, the relationship between the five companies is very delicate, and they may start fighting if they disagree. Zhang Yi was prepared to fight with them. Chapter 452 First Meeting. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Yi and the others got out of the car, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. The soldiers at Chaoyu base and Yangsheng base looked at them, their eyes almost burning. But at the same time, they were also deeply fearful, because after the battle of the five armies, everyone has reached a consensus that Zhang Yi's team is very powerful and should not be provoked easily. Zhang Yi put his hand in his pocket, holding the Golden Sand Eagle, always alert. His appearance made Wu Di couldn't help but take a second look. He had also heard some rumors about Zhang Yi, although they only temporarily searched for information about Zhang Yi after learning that they were coming to Tianhai City. But no matter how you look at it, this person who started out as a warehouse manager, used an elite team to fight against several large-scale forces, and finally became one of the five super powerful forces in Tianhai City, is definitely worthy of people's attention. Zhang Yi and others came to the front of the central building and also saw the passage cleared by Wu Di. Zhang Yi immediately realized that this method was just a warning to let everyone who came here understand how powerful the Jiangnan region's special envoy was. When Wu Di's voice sounds, "Are you Zhang Yi? Come in yourself. Others must stay outside." Zhang Yi heard Wu Di's voice and showed a harmless smile on his face. "Okay, as you wish." When he saw the soldiers from the two major bases displayed outside, Zhang Yi knew that this would be the result. After all, it was an interview with the leaders of major forces, so it was impossible for a bunch of people to rush in without making a fuss. Zhang Yi asked Uncle Yu and others to stay outside and wait for a while. If you feel too cold, you can stay in the car. He walked into the central building unhurriedly. Wu Di's eyes were always on him and almost never left. Zhang Yi felt a little uncomfortable being looked at. After all, no normal male likes to be stared at by men. He even suspected that Wu Di was a crook. "May I ask what I have on me?" Zhang Yi asked Wu Di with a smile. Wu Di crossed his arms and smiled lightly. "I heard you are very strong." Zhang Yi subconsciously wanted to ask him, "Which aspect are you referring to? If it's between men, I'm sorry, but I don't have a hobby of fencing, and I'm not proficient in philosophy." So. Zhang Yi is modest. "If you have time, let's discuss it together." Wu Di was reluctant. He looked at Zhang Yi with fiery eyes. Zhang Yi trembled. "I wonder, does this guy really have a problem with his orientation?" No, I don't have this kind of hobby. By the way, which room is it in?" Wu Di's face was full of regret. As a foreigner ranked high in strength in the Jiangnan region, it was his first time to go on a mission in a surrounding city. Therefore, it is natural to have a comparison mentality and want to compete with the top local aliens. On the left-hand side of the 5th floor, there is the third conference room. "Oh, thank you." Zhang Yi left with a smile. He didn't look imposing at all. Like a harmless young man next door. Zhang Yi walked upstairs according to the path directed by Wu Di. On the way, he met several other people from the investigation team. Everyone stands in the open area of the building to easily observe the surrounding movements, and can provide timely support if a conflict occurs. From their bodies, Zhang Yi could sense an elite aura. A look or a simple movement is completely different from ordinary people. Without years of professional training, you wouldn't be able to have this momentum. Zhang Yi thought that indeed, all the people sent from Jiangnan region were elite. However, Zhang Yi didn't know how much help such a small team could bring to them. With this thought in his mind, he had already arrived at the conference room directed by Wu Di. The door was open, and he walked right in. The conference room was spacious, with a huge red table in the middle. When Zhang Yi walked in, everyone looked over. Two old acquaintances, Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai, were both there. When they saw Zhang Yi, they frowned subconsciously, with fear and annoyance in their eyes. But what Zhang Yi cares most about is the middle-aged man sitting in the first place, wrapped in a black coat and wearing big-toed glasses. Could it be that he is a blind man? Zhang Yi thought funny in his heart. Wearing sunglasses at this time feels a bit pretentious. But it cannot be ruled out that people have special preferences. Zhang Yi smiled and introduced himself. I'm Zhang Yi. Haven't you asked me yet? As the saying goes, don't hit the smiling person. Zhang Yi was so polite when he came up, without any airs, and Bian Junwu was too embarrassed to hold it. He put down his arm and said in a cold tone, My name is Bian Junwu. I am the person in charge sent by Jiangnan region to investigate the zombie situation. It turns out to be Mr. Bian, whom I have admired for a long time. After Zhang Yi finished being polite, he found a place to sit down and said nothing more. When meeting for the first time, politeness is on point. Before you know what the other party's intentions are, you still need to be cautious. Zhang Yi didn't even move to shake hands with him. In the huge conference room, the four people were far apart from each other. Obviously, Zhang Yi, Xiao Honglian, and Wei Dinghai were wary of others. Only Bian Junwu looked calm. Even while waiting for others to come over, he leisurely took out a pack of Heilican from his pocket and started smoking by himself. None of them spoke anymore. They didn't come here just to chat. They all had a purpose. However, they need to wait until people from the other two families arrive one after another before they can start talking. I don't know how long it took, but Xing Tian from Qingwei Base also arrived in the conference room. He smiled and said hello to Bian Junwu first, and then sat down not far from Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi noticed that Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai looked at Xing Tian as if they wanted to eat people. In the last battle between the five armies, if it weren't for the rebellion of the Qingpei base, they might not have lost. The most hateful thing is that after the battle, Xing Tian went to rob them of a large amount of supplies. The two of them hated Xing Tian. But Xing Tian didn't care about their looks and started chatting with Zhang Yi as soon as he came up. Lao Zong, how have you been doing there lately? Those unkillable zombies and rats can cause us a lot of trouble. Zhang Yi frowned and his voice became deeper. Forget it. I have to clean up those things every day. It's annoying me to death. As he spoke, he leaned on the sofa seat and let out a long sigh. If this continues, I'm afraid my shelter won't last long. Hearing that Zhang Yi was also having a miserable life, a flash of joy flashed in the eyes of the leaders of the three bases. Although they are also miserable, as long as everyone is the same, then they are balanced. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Zhang Yi felt that after he finished saying this, Bian Junwu's eyes glanced this way. However, Bian Junwu wore sunglasses so that no one could see his eyes. This may just be an illusion. Chapter 453, Taking Away Command Power. Among the five major forces, those from the Snow Worship sect were the last to arrive. But the person who came was not the leader Yuan Kongya, but the high priest Zheng Yixian. No one felt anything strange about this. After all, Yuan Kongya usually does not manage any affairs in the Snow Worship sect. This little girl in her 20s is not as good at management as the experienced Zheng Yixian. Therefore, it was naturally Zheng Yixian who came to attend the meeting on behalf of the Snow sect this time. Zheng Yixian politely greeted Bian Junwu, then found a seat to sit down. When Bian Junwu saw that everyone from the five forces had arrived, he silently rolled up his sleeves and glanced at his watch. Great. No one is late. His voice was very cold, as if it came from an ice cave, which made people feel a little tingly in their hearts. Then, Bian Junwu placed his arms heavily on the table. His eyes scanned the people present. The zombie crisis breaks out in Tianhai City. As the largest force in Tianhai City, you guys have an unshirkable responsibility. One sentence made the expressions on everyone's faces become serious. Zhang Yi frowned, with a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Honglian folded his arms, looked at Bian Junwu and said, "Why? Did the envoy from Jiangnan region shirk responsibility from us as soon as they came?" Bian Jun was sneered. "Shirk responsibility? Do you know what the significance of establishing a shelter is? I will not mention the Baishu sect for now. They are a non-governmental organization. But the four of you have either directly occupied the officially built shelter, or you have inherited most of the shelter's resources. In various cities, the meaning of the existence of shelters is to maintain local stability when a crisis occurs in the city." The sarcasm on Bian Jun's lips became even stronger. "You occupy the most advantageous resources, but you are unwilling to bear the responsibility of protecting the stability of one party. What is this if not incompetence?" Xiao Honglian's face turned green and red, and he was unable to refute Bian Jun's words. Naturally, she also understands the significance of the existence of the shelter, which is to allow more people to survive. But as time went by, they had long forgotten the original intention of establishing the shelter, and only thought about seeking more benefits for themselves. "But waiting high, the old well man," said Mr. Bian's words were light and easy. "Why don't we want to maintain the stability of Tianhai City? But the scale of this zombie wave is too great. It suddenly appears, and there are already countless zombies causing chaos everywhere. There is no way to solve this crisis simply by relying on these forces in our hands. After all, we don't have a lot of powerful weapons like Jiangnan region." He was most elite legion, who knew that after he said these words, Bian Jun's smile would become even stronger. He even crossed his arms and laughed unbridled. "Ha ha ha ha." So, he stopped smiling and his tone became colder. "Since you don't have the ability to deal with this crisis, from now on, just obey my orders. I will take on the command of this zombie crisis, and all your forces must obey my orders unconditionally." Everyone's expressions changed again and again, and a sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Let him obey other people's orders unconditionally. Impossible. Even if the other party is Jiangnan region, he cannot accept it, because you are mobilized by others. There is a possibility of being sacrificed. We may not be able to accept this, even if the Jiangnan region is at the top. If you just want to command all of us, you are looking down on us. It's only possible unless you send a large force. The leaders of several forces spoke out one after another. They could not accept their power being taken away by others. What's more, it's just a team that doesn't know the depth. If a large army came, they would endure it. Bian Jun was sneered and said, "Oh, you mean you think I don't have this qualification, right?" Xiao Honglian snorted coldly. Although the others did not speak, the meaning in their eyes was obvious. "Even though your team is strong, you are not qualified to be the commander-in-chief of our 5 forces," Bian Jun was said. "So, can you solve this crisis with your own strength?" Everyone was silent for a while. The outbreak of zombies and attacks by rats in the past few days have made them miserable, and no one dares to take this guarantee. After all, no one understands how large the zombie tide and rat swarm are. Bian Jun were ridiculed that he was unable to protect Tianhai City, and it also caused zombies to spread towards surrounding cities, affecting residents of other cities. He is greedy for the meager power in his hands and is reluctant to let it go. But don't forget it. Bian Jun was slammed the table, startling everyone. Tianhai City is not your property. The Kingdom of China is still there, and the Jiangnan region is the highest power command center in the Jiangnan region, Bian Jun was said, standing up from the chair. Although he was thin, he was unusually tall and mighty. There was a fierce military aura about him, a feeling that Zhang Yi had only experienced from Ling Feng in the past. Bian Jun condescendingly told everyone that I am here on behalf of the Jiangnan region, and what I say is the will of the Jiangnan region. If you are unwilling to obey my orders, then the consequences are not something you can bear. Zhang Yi frowned and remained silent. He only has a few people in his power, so even if he hands over the so-called command power, the loss will be minimal. Unlike the other major forces, they all have a large population or resources. But even so, he was unwilling to lose all initiative. That would put him and those around him in danger. Xiao Honglian sneered. "If we disobey, are you going to send troops to destroy us?" She was also scared in her heart. But now that everyone was negotiating, she had to be brave enough to fight for her own interests. After all, once power is given out, it is difficult to take it back. Xiao Honglian and others are worried that if power is delegated, they will become vassals of Jiangnan region in the future and lose their independent power. Bien Jun's sunglasses faced Xiao Honglian's direction, and he stared at her quietly for more than 10 seconds. Xiao Honglian said coldly, "Are you trying to scare me?" Bien Jun opened his lips and said slowly, "Do you think the current situation is not serious enough? Do you think this incident is only related to your Tianhai city? Let me tell you the truth. This time we came to investigate. The top management gave us 2 orders. First, work with local forces as much as possible to solve the zombie crisis, and not allow the situation to worsen and spread to other cities. Second, once it is discovered that things are out of control, and there is no way to solve the zombie problem through manpower, then Bien Jun was stopped abruptly here, and then slowly sat back on the chair. The entire Tianhai city can be given up. Chapter 454 Tianhai city is full of waste. Except me. Bien Jun's voice was calm and cold. But the leaders of the 5 forces were not as cold-hearted as this moment. Is that really the case? Zhang Yi couldn't help but swallowed. His eyes extremely serious. It's not like he hasn't considered this situation. Once the zombie crisis in Tianhai city becomes too serious, it will tend to spread to surrounding cities. So for Jiangnan region, stopping losses in time is undoubtedly the best choice. It's like an abscess in the human body. If there is no way to cure it with medicine, surgery can only be used to remove it. In this way, Bien Junwu and his investigation team are actually equivalent to medicine. But once the drug fails, the next step is surgery. Zhang Yi's heart was shaking violently. In that case, the entire Tianhai city will cease to exist. He is absolutely unwilling to face such consequences. Zhang Yi thought clearly, and others also understood what Bien Junwu meant. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. Even the fiery Xiao Honglian couldn't refute. The Jiangnan region's destruction of him is just a matter of moving a little finger and pressing a button. Bien Junwu was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He said coldly, "Then, the armed forces of all local forces in Tianhai city must unconditionally obey our command." Xiao Honglian, Wei Dinghai and Xing Tian looked at each other with complicated expressions. But at the moment, they really did not have the qualifications to challenge the Jiangnan region. But at this moment, Zhang Yi slowly spoke. "I am willing to support your actions. But as you said, the reason why the investigation team came is because the local forces have no way to solve the crisis of zombies and rats. So you have to step in and direct them. But what if we could solve problems within our sphere of influence ourselves?" Zhang Yi had a playful smile on his face. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes in the entire conference room fell on him. "Zhang Yi, what do you mean by this? Don't tell me that just a few people in your shelter can deal with such a large number of zombies and rats." Xiao Honglian asked with a sneer, without a trace of belief on his face. Wei Dinghai also leaned on the chair and mocked leisurely. "Sure enough, a hero comes from a boy. Zhang Yi, you are very capable. But this matter is of great importance. Don't let everyone suffer along with you just because of your own selfish desires." Even Xing Tian said to Zhang Yi, "Didn't you say that your life is quite miserable now? Stop holding on and listen to them." The smile on Zhang Yi's lips became even stronger. He said lazily, "Do you think I am joking with you? No. I'm really sorry. In fact, in the area surrounding our shelter, the zombie problem and the mutant giant rat problem have both been solved." Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. This is not a child's playhouse. Zhang Yi said it with confidence. Not as a joke. But if what Zhang Yi said was true, wouldn't it mean that while they were all fighting desperately against the zombie hordes of rats, Zhang Yi had been leisurely watching the show? The expressions on the faces of the leaders of several major forces were uglier than eating shit. "I do not believe. How did you guys do it?" Xiao Hong smashed the table with strength and stared at Zhang Yi with gritted teeth. How much she hoped to hear from Zhang Yi that I was joking. In fact, I suffered heavy losses. After all, her base really suffered heavy losses. Why can you live a cool life? Bien Junwu also looked at Zhang Yi curiously. With a calm smile on Zhang Yi's face, he said lightly that what I said was true. If you don't believe it, you can go and investigate for yourself. Bien Junwu asked, "How did you do it?" "I'm very curious about this." Everyone stared at Zhang Yi. Although they were angry, they urgently needed a solution to the problem of corpses and rats. It would be great if we could learn from Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi suppressed the smile on his face and crossed his hands on the table. He said in a deep and serious voice that this was actually the case. Corpses feed on humans, so they will gather in crowded places. As for Tianhai City, which place has the most people, there is no doubt that this is where you guys gather. There were the fewest people there, less than 10 people in total. In addition, the place is relatively remote and located in the suburbs. so it does not attract many zombies. Zhang Yi frowned. But even so, the battle with them was extremely brutal. After a long period of contact, I discovered that there was a corpse king commanding among them. The zombie king has wisdom, and can create new zombies. Therefore, only by killing it can a zombie nest be completely destroyed. The giant rats and zombies have a symbiotic relationship. Once the corpse group is destroyed, the giant rats will lose their purpose and will not actively attack humans. So, we ventured into the underground tunnels, used all the weapons obtained from Shishan base. After many days of hard fighting, the zombie king was killed, and the zombie crisis in that area was finally put down. Zhang Yi's words are true and false. Most of it is true, but his real method of dealing with the corpses is hidden. After all, he is the only one in the entire Tianhai city who has a huge alien space that can draw a large amount of seawater from the East China Sea to freeze the subway tunnels. Once he reveals his methods, I am afraid that other companies, including Bian Zhenwu, the envoy of the Jiangnan region, will put pressure on him and ask him to help other companies solve the zombie problem. Let's not talk about whether this will work or not. At least now, Zhang Yi doesn't intend to do it. He doesn't think that flooding the subway with seawater can completely solve the zombie problem. At least those powerful bronze-armored corpses would be difficult to drown in water. Not to mention that there is a more mysterious and terrifying corpse king in the dark. Zhang Yi used means to force them away, and perhaps they went to other spheres of influence. If the subway lines are irrigated on a large scale, let's not talk about how huge the subway lines in the entire Tianhai city are. Even if Zhang Yi works day and night to fill the underground tunnels, if all the zombies hidden underground escape, will they be able to solve it? It's better for Zhang Yi's family to be at ease and let other families fight the zombies for a while. After everyone listened to Zhang Yi's explanation, they felt envious and jealous. Indeed, Shishan district and Lujiang district are relatively remote. Especially the shelter where Zhang Yi lives is close to the countryside. It is difficult for that kind of place to attract a large number of zombies. And there are also few railway lines passing through. However, they cannot learn from this innate advantage. Bian Zhenwu looked at Zhang Yi with strange eyes. He secretly thought that Zhang Yi, who seemed to have the smallest power, was actually the first to solve the zombie problem. It's really hidden. Chapter 455 Testing Strength. Zhang Yi smiled and said to Bian Zhenwu, "Currently, I am maintaining the status quo in Shishan district and Lujiang district. According to what you said, if our local forces can maintain local stability, can they be given a certain degree of freedom?" Speaking of which, Zhang Yi said very well. "Of course, we are very happy to cooperate with the investigation team's work. If you need any help from us, just ask. As long as we can do something, we will never hide our secrets. However, at this stage, we still hope to focus more on our own sphere of influence. After all, everyone knows that our family has the smallest number, so it is really difficult to allocate troops to operate elsewhere." Zhang Yi's words were neither humble nor arrogant. He saved face for Bian Zhenwu. "If your Jiangnan region investigation team needs help, we can help. Remember, it's not me asking you, but you coming here to ask me for help. The reason for doing this is to give face to the Jiangnan region behind you, instead of solving the problem ourselves." Bian Zhenwu stared at Zhang Yi for a long time, and then said in a deep voice, "You have done a great job, which also shows that your team has extraordinary wisdom and strength. We will need your strength in future operations." With a smile on his face, Zhang Yi thought for 2 seconds, then smiled and said to Bian Zhenwu, "If you need anything, please just give me your instructions." He still has to give Jiangnan region some face. Moreover, Zhang Yi did not want Tianhai city to be razed to the ground. On the premise of not losing his own interests, he can help Bian Zhenwu deal with the zombie tide and rats. Bian Zhenwu nodded. "Then I'll thank you in advance." From this moment on, everyone understood that Zhang Yi had become a special being in Tianhai city. Other forces were unable to solve the trouble on their own, so they had to ask for help from Bian Zhenwu and the Jiangnan region behind him. Only Zhang Yi came as a facilitator to help the border troops in their military operations. The status gap between the two is huge. Then, Bian Zhenwu pressed his hands on the table. "Everyone, from now on, I need you to cooperate with our actions unconditionally. Just share all the information you have in your hands first. In addition, at this time, no matter what grudges you have had before, you must put them down first. Even if you want to fight, you have to wait until the immediate problem is solved before fighting." Zhang Yi had a relaxed smile on his face. Now he is the most laid-back one. His own strength has not suffered any loss. and he has solved the zombie problem within his sphere of influence. Even if he wants to be beaten, he is not afraid of anyone. But others are not so leisurely. They are so busy with their own problems. How can they have time to deal with others? So everyone acquiesced to this matter. They will temporarily work together until the zombie problem is solved. Next, let's talk about how to solve the crisis of zombies and mutant giant rats. Zheng Yixian said with a frown. In this crisis, their snow worship cult undoubtedly suffered the most serious losses. As of today, at least 4,000 to 5,000 of their followers have died, either being eaten or infected. They can only be sent back to the kingdom of God. If they continue like this, the foundation of their snow worship sect will be knocked back to its original shape. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside. Everyone looked over subconsciously. Wei Dinghai frowned deeply because he heard Qin Jingwan's voice. He walked to the window and flicked his fingers, and the ice flowers on the entire glass instantly dissipated. Then he saw clearly the situation outside. I don't know what happened, but Qin Jingwan and the people from the investigation team had a confrontation, and the atmosphere seemed a bit tense. What the hell is going on with this kid? Wei Dinghai's expression changed, and he subconsciously looked at Bian Junwu, who was sitting not far away. Bian Junwu noticed Wei Dinghai's gaze, turned his head, and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. It's just a little conflict among the people under my command," Shang Tian suddenly said with a smile. Anyway, he was just watching the excitement and didn't mind it. Oh, little contradiction? Bian Junwu looked unconcerned and let them take care of their own affairs. We still have important things to talk about. Bian Junwu had no intention of getting up. Zhang Yi secretly thought that it seemed that he was very confident in the strength of his men. Everyone had no choice but to return to the table and continue talking. At this time, just outside the central building, Qin Jingwan said to Wu Di and Kong Sheng with a gloomy face. What about people from Jiangnan region? What's so great? Back then, I also served in the Navy. If you have the ability, come over and have a fight with me. If anyone loses, don't cry and complain. Qin Jingwan has been holding in his anger for a long time. He has a distinguished fortune, and was a member of the upper class in Tianhai City before the end of the world. After joining the military, promotions were rapid. When the end of the world came, he awakened his powers and became the number 2 figure in Chaoyu base. But this group of investigation teams from the Jiangnan region looked at him like a nobody. Qin Jingwan couldn't stand others' contempt for him. Wu Di and Kong Sheng stood on the steps at the door, looking down at Qin Jingwan, who looked angry. The smiles on the two people's faces became even stronger, and they didn't take him seriously at all. Wu Di put his hands in his pockets, smiled and said to Kong Sheng, "Look, he's even angry." Kong Sheng sneered disdainfully and said, "What else can a useless person do besides being incompetent and furious?" Wu Di said, "But they have already asked for a fight. If we don't fight, wouldn't it mean that we are afraid of them?" Kong Sheng nodded. "I don't like to be looked down upon by others either. I don't have much of anything myself. But I can't let people in these small places really think that Jiangnan region is just like them. With no background." The two of them sang and laughed, belittling all the forces in Tianhai City to nothing. Not to mention that Qin Jingwan, the second in command of Chaoyu base, was not taken seriously by them. "You are too arrogant. We are all strangers. So you may not be as strong as you are?" Qin Jingwan pointed at the two of them with his right hand and scolded. Kong Sheng squinted his eyes and slowly walked down the steps. "Well, I will let you take a look at the strength of the aliens in Jiangnan region. And what kind of strength do strangers from a small place like you have?" Seeing that the battle was about to begin, the people from the major forces gathered around stared at the two people on the field. They all wanted to see how powerful these people from the Jiangnan region were. Qin Jing saw Kong Sheng walking towards him, and smiled secretly in his heart. The reason why he chose to provoke Kong Sheng was because he had already judged from Kong Sheng's actions that he was an enhanced ability user. The enhancement system is the most common and simplest system among the 6 major systems of superpowers. All enhanced aliens are mutations based on physical abilities. Therefore, they are extremely powerful in close combat. And Qin Jingwan's ability is of the trait type Rubber. Unless it is an attack that exceeds his defense threshold, all physical attacks are ineffective against him. And this threshold intensity may require direct artillery fire to reach it. Chapter 456, A Battle of Moves. The battle between Kong Sheng and Qin Jingwan is inevitable. After all, both sides intend to give the other party a blow. Others around him had no intention of stopping him, although Kong Sheng's tone was full of contempt. His eyes were extremely serious, and he did not mean to underestimate the enemy at all. This battle is related to the face of the people from their Jiangnan region. and they must win. However, Kong Sheng and Qin Jingwan knew what was going on. This battle cannot harm the opponent's life. Otherwise, it will lead to tension between the two forces, which will not be conducive to cooperation between the two parties. Kong Sheng raised his hands and assumed a free fighting posture. At the same time, his body suddenly glowed with a silvery gray light. The skin around him seemed to have turned into steel. Kong Sheng, a person with enhanced abilities, superpowers, forged steel, can turn his body into something as solid as steel, and is extremely powerful in terms of both defense and attack power. Qin Jing immediately raised the corner of his mouth when he saw that Kong Sheng's ability was indeed as strong as he thought. Uncle Yu watched this scene from a distance and couldn't help but say, "That kid from Jiangnan region is going to suffer." Qin's ability is very strange, and he is very restrained in close combat. He suffered a loss at the hands of Qin Jingwan back then. If there weren't helpers by his side, he might have been strangled alive by Qin Jingwan. So he still has lingering fears about Qin Jingwan. Liang Yu glanced at Kong Sheng's starting position and said, "But the opponent is also a master. You can see it from his breathing and movements. No one knows what the outcome will be. There is no absolute strength or weakness in a battle between strangers. It also depends on the ability to adapt to the enemy on the spot." Qin Jingwan held his breath and concentrated, waving towards Kong Sheng. "That means let Kong Sheng go first." Kong Sheng sneered. Even though he knew that the person who struck first was most likely to reveal his flaws, he was still fearless. The next moment, he rushed towards Qin Jingwan like a whirlwind. "Call out." Everyone's eyes were dazzled. Kong Sheng did not rush towards Qin Jingwan from the front, but appeared behind Qin Jingwan in a flash. It was so fast that many people didn't even see how he did it. A whip kick hit Qin Jingwan's back hard. Kong Sheng's speed was so fast that Qin Jingwan couldn't guard him. But Kong Sheng also kept his hand, and did not aim at the back of his head. Otherwise, if this kick is strong, it can blow his head off. However, when Kong Sheng's whip hit Qin Jingwan's body, he could not feel the firm touch. Qin Jingwan's body sunk in as if he had no bones. Kong Sheng frowned, with a look of surprise in his eyes. The next moment, Qin Jingwan's body twisted and wrapped directly around his right leg. Without giving Kong Sheng a chance to pull away, Qin Jingwan wrapped around his thigh like a tarsal maggot. After a while, Qin Jingwan tied up Kong Sheng tightly. He looked like a huge human snake. His twisted body wrapped around Kong Sheng 5 or 6 times. It was impossible to imagine that it was a human body. Upon seeing this, Kong Sheng immediately began to exert all his strength to break free from Qin Jingwan's restraints. But no matter how hard he exerted, the force he exerted on Qin Jingwan was quickly resolved. And every time he struggled, Qin Jingwan contracted tighter. Creaking, the steel body was crushed by the tight restraints, making a tooth-breaking sound. "Stop struggling. If you continue like this, I'm afraid I might accidentally crush your bones." Qin Jingwan's head moved around Kong Sheng and said with a smile, "No matter how strong you are, as long as you are entangled with me, it is impossible to escape. You'd better admit defeat obediently." Kong Sheng sneered. His right hands came together and turned into an indestructible sword, cutting towards Qin Jingwan's torso. However, even if the hand knife is comparable to steel, it will have no effect on the sticky and slippery Qin Jingwan, apart from cutting his clothes to pieces and exposing his slippery body underneath. It had no effect. I already said that. People of the strengthening type can only fight with ease when they encounter me. If you continue to be dishonest, then I will break your bones. Qin Jingwan laughed loudly. What about the strangers from Jiangnan region? Don't underestimate us. Kong Sheng's whole body was tied tightly, and he couldn't move his hands and feet. Facing such a difficult opponent, almost everyone onlookers believed that he was unable to fight back. Uncle Yu couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. He recalled his personal experience, shook his head, and said that the outcome was decided. But at this moment, Kong Sheng, who was tightly bound, suddenly turned his head, pointed at Qin Jingwan's head, and opened his mouth. A sharp dagger spit out from his mouth and accurately hit Qin Jingwan's left eye. Puff! Blood splattered. Ah! Qin Jingwan wailed in pain. Due to the severe pain, his restraint force on Kong Sheng could not be maintained. Kong Sheng suddenly increased his strength and launched Qin Jingwan away. Qin Jingwan endured the severe pain and stood firm on the ground, looking at Kong Sheng with his other eye filled with resentment. Kong Sheng laughed loudly. I thought your eyeballs could also turn into rubber. He licked his lips as he spoke, only to see a trace of blood on the tip of his tongue. But Kong Sheng did not spit it out, but swallowed it. It turned out that the dagger just spit out of his mouth was actually his tongue. Uncle Yu couldn't help but said in surprise that he could even strengthen his own tongue, turning it into a dagger and piercing Qin Jingwan's eyeball. The changes in the situation on the battlefield surprised everyone. Originally they thought Qin Jingwan would win, but no one expected such a reversal. Qin Jingwan covered his injured right eye and gritted his teeth with unwillingness and asked, "How do you know where my weaknesses are?" Kong Sheng smiled and said that your body can become rubber. But if your eyes also change, wouldn't you become blind? The reason why the eyes can see things is that they can receive light sources and then transmit them to the optic nerve. But once Qin Jingwan's eyes are deformed, the light will be distorted, and he will naturally become like a blind man. Therefore, Kong Sheng judged that Qin Jingwan's weakness was his eyes. This time, he guessed correctly. Go and heal. If it's too late, your life will be gone. Kong Sheng laughed and said to Qin Jingwan, in such a cold environment, getting injured is no small matter. Although Qin Jingwan was a little unwilling to lose, he felt that he would be more careful next time and not expose his weaknesses in front of Kong Sheng. He would definitely win. But right now, if you lose, you lose. It can even be said that if Kong Sheng hadn't been merciful, he could have been killed easily at this time. With a gloomy look on his face, Qin Jingwan quickly returned to the car and used medicine to stop the bleeding and bandage himself. This battle ended quickly, and the investigation team won cleanly and beautifully, without any sloppiness. Chapter 457 on the negotiation table. Kong Sheng took less than a minute to kill Qin Jingwan instantly. Such strength made everyone present look solemn. Qin Jingwan is the deputy of Qiao Yu base, and many people know his combat capabilities. Especially for an enhanced stranger like Uncle Yu. They have to ask themselves, if they meet Qin Jingwan, can they win? Uncle Yu didn't have much confidence in his heart. Liang Yu felt that he had a chance to win. But it wasn't that easy. This is not a gap in personal strength, but a gap in mind. The combat teams dispatched from the Jiangnan region were all crawling out of the dead, and had extremely high combat qualities. After Kong Sheng defeated Qin Jingwan, he still had some unfinished thoughts, and said to the people watching the excitement around him, if anyone thinks he has the ability, you can come over and play with me now. Everyone understood that Kong Sheng and others were trying to establish their authority. But seeing how easily Qin Jingwan was killed, the others were certainly not willing to take the lead. If you accidentally leave your own tricks here, your life will be in danger. Seeing that no one responded, Kong Sheng shrugged boredly, then lazily turned around and walked back. In the conference room on the second floor, Wei Dinghai heard Qin Jingwan's screams from outside, and his face looked a little ugly. But at the moment, it was not easy for him to go over to check the situation, because Bian Junwu and the leaders of several major forces were discussing the next battle plan. Each family told what they knew about the zombie swarm of rats. In this way, the information of each family has been replaced, except for Zhang Yi's concealment of how he eliminated the zombie swarm of rats. Everyone had almost no reservations about other information. After all, everyone has the same interest when it comes to eliminating zombies. Only by eliminating the rats can Tianhai City be saved. Otherwise, if Jinling presses a button, the death of love will completely disappear Tianhai City from the map. No one can bear this price. After exchanging information, Bian Junwu put his hands on the table and began to issue combat instructions. Very good. I have listened to the information provided by each of you. Combined with the information we have obtained, I already know in my heart what to do next. Everyone's eyes flickered, and they were quite expectant. The intelligence system possessed by Jiangnan region is definitely far beyond what they can match. But they were very curious as to how much information the regional headquarters in Jinling had on Tianhai City. Bian Junwu glanced at the crowd through the big-toed mirror and spoke in a serious manner. According to our investigation, zombies like to attack crowded places. The more people there are, the more zombies will be attracted. The rat swarm and the corpse swarm are in a companion relationship, and they always follow the corpse swarm. So as long as the corpse swarm can be eliminated, the rat swarm problem will not be difficult to solve. According to the intelligence, the zombies showed a certain pattern of movements, and it was almost certain that the corpse king was commanding them behind the scenes. Of course, the zombie king is just a code name. It may be a powerful zombie, or it may be a stranger. Moreover, the number of corpses is extremely terrifying and can be maintained in many places in Tianhai City for fighting. Bian Junwu's voice rose a few decibels. So, based on this information, we can basically conclude that just destroying the zombies on the surface is useless. Only by eliminating the thing called the Corpse King can the zombie turmoil in Tianhai City be eliminated from the source. So from now on, I ask all your major forces to move most of the population underground. Avoid being passively beaten all the time. Then concentrate the elite troops in your hands and focus on destroying the Corpse King. What Bien Junwu means is that major bases should not be greedy for their own 3-acre land. We want Qipei Base to give up its steelmaking plant, Yansheng Base to give up its oil refinery, and Chaoyu Base to give up its port. The leaders of the three forces looked at each other. Although there was some hesitation in their eyes, they finally thought about it and nodded in agreement. In the past, they were unwilling to give up surface resources because they were worried that their future living space would be affected. And even if they gave up surface resources, they still couldn't get rid of the zombie tide. But now that people from the Jiangnan region have come to endorse them and give them unified command, they feel confident. Anyway, each family has too much time to take care of themselves and cannot take the opportunity to take action against other forces. And as long as they can eliminate the zombie tide, those territories and resources will still be theirs in the future. It's impossible for those zombies to be interested in resources. All they are interested in is human flesh. When the major forces sit together and present a united front, many problems can be easily solved. At this time, the high priest of the snow worship cult, sitting in a corner, spoke. So what do we do? Zheng Yixian frowned, obviously unhappy. They all have their own underground shelters and high-level shelters. But our snow worship cult has nothing. Mr. Bien, you can't be too unfavorable in this matter. Hearing this, Bien Junwu turned to look at Zheng Yixian. But he just said coldly that your snow-worshipping sect has thousands of members. They join your sect. It is your snow-worshipping sect's responsibility to protect them. Is it possible that you still expect us to help you protect your disciples? Zheng Yixian's face turned ugly. Before he could refute, Bien Junwu said again that we can only formulate a tactical plan based on your current conditions. If you don't even have this awareness, you can only be wiped out by the zombie tide. Bien Junwu didn't care about anyone's life or death. What he cares about is whether he can eliminate the zombie crisis in Tianhai City and prevent the zombie virus from spreading to the surrounding areas. Zheng Yixian gritted his teeth and clenched the chair with his right hand. In other words, you are going to watch our people die? Moreover, if other forces go underground, the snow worship cult will undoubtedly become the biggest target of the zombie horde. How will our believers survive then? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, with a hint of amusement in the corner of his mouth. Xiao Hong, Wei Dinghai and Xing Tian all looked disapproving. They really don't care about the life or death of the snow worship cult. Xiao Honglian even said with a sneer, you have so many followers in the snow worship sect, and most of them are people without the ability to fight. If you don't have that much power, don't attract so many disciples. If something goes wrong now, you should take responsibility yourself. She had long been dissatisfied with the snow worship cult. So naturally, she would not let go of this opportunity to ridicule him. Zheng Yixian stared at Xiao Honglian, with a deep murderous intention in his eyes. At this moment, Bien Junwu opened his mouth to break the deadlock. The existence of snow worship cult also has its significance. If you can't hide it well, then you can also play another role. Chapter 458, Go sit at your home. Bien Junwu's words gave Zheng Yixian a glimmer of hope. Oh, what are your plans? Bien Junwu just gave him a cold look. I can't tell you yet. It's confidential. But I will tell you the answer in 3 days at most. Now, each of you go back and arrange your manpower according to my orders. I will inform you of any further actions. Bien Junwu was so mysterious that when everyone wanted to ask, he just waved his hand and asked everyone to leave. There is nothing anyone can do. After all, they are the special commissioners of the Jiangnan region. They are afraid of the strength of the Jiangnan region. So they have no choice but to obey orders. The group of people got up and left the conference room. Zhang Yi put his hands in his pockets and was about to leave when he was stopped by Bien Junwu. Zhang Yi, wait a moment. Everyone had different expressions on their faces, and they didn't know what Bien Junwu wanted to talk to Zhang Yi alone. But considering that Zhang Yi is the only person who has solved the zombie problem within his sphere of influence, everyone understands why Bien Junwu wants to find him. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Mr. Bien, do you have any advice? Bien Junwu walked next to Zhang Yi, and his pale and thin face showed a smile for the first time. Can I come and sit at your place? Zhang Yi did not expect Bien Junwu to make such a request. He frowned and subconsciously wanted to refuse. Although he knew that Bien Junwu was from the Jiangnan area, his consistent vigilance made him resist any strangers entering his shelter. Zhang Yi smiled and asked me what good things there are. The environment in several major bases is much better than my home, and the conditions there are quite average. Bien Junwu looked at him playfully and said slowly, Why? Don't you welcome me? Zhang Yi quickly raised his hands and said with a smile, How could it be possible? That's not the case. Yin Junwu said, you don't need to be too nervous. I have no ill intentions towards you. And we have no grudges in the past. Are you so defensive of me? Zhang Yi just smiled and said nothing. Caution is the boat. He has never been afraid to judge people's hearts with the deepest malice. He is wary and suspicious of anyone he doesn't understand. Yin Junwu smiled. I just want to have a good chat with you about the specific process of how you eliminated those corpses. As he spoke, he leaned into Zhang Yi's ear. Moreover, I also have a lot of information that you don't know. This sentence made Zhang Yi feel a little moved. Jiangnan region must have countless times more information than he does. After the end of the world, Zhang Yi realized the importance of intelligence for survival and war. Therefore, he is also sparing no effort to collect all kinds of information. He glanced at Yin Junwu, thought for a moment, and nodded with a smile. Well, since you are so enthusiastic about going there as a guest, I can't refuse you thousands of miles away. After all, he is from Jiangnan region. If it is not necessary, it is better not to make the relationship too tense. Yin Junwu followed Zhang Yi out, and the two walked side by side. It is obvious from here that Yin Junwu's attitude towards Zhang Yi is different from others. However, Xiao Hong practiced several people, and was not convinced at all. They and Zhang Yi are enemies. And it is certainly true that they are hostile to Zhang Yi in their hearts. But to be fair, they also admire Zhang Yi. Starting from humble beginnings, relying on a shelter and a few teammates, he can occupy a corner of Tianhai City in the end of the world and become a hero who can compete with them. This zombie crisis is so difficult that only Zhang Yi's family is safe and sound. What is this if not strength? A group of people came out, and the atmosphere outside was still tense. Qin Jingwan was blinded in one eye and could only wrap half of his head with a bandage, which looked a bit funny. After the group came out, they naturally saw the scene. Wei Dinghai's expression changed slightly. Although he had guessed that this would be the case, he still couldn't help but feel resentful that his deputy was injured. Qin Jingwan, what's wrong with your eyes? Wei Dinghai asked in a deep voice. Qin Jingwan raised his head and glanced at Wu Di and Kong Sheng, who had playful smiles on their faces. Qin Jingwan said in a muffled voice, Chief, there is nothing wrong with me. It's just that I just had some skin injuries from a sparring session with my friends from the investigation team. It's okay if he loses. It would be a bit embarrassing if he complained to the boss in front of so many powerful people. What's more, Qin Jingwan knew in his heart that he could not conflict with people from Jiangnan region at this time. Wei Dinghai glanced at Wu Di and Kong Sheng, but said nothing. He just patted Qin Jingwan on the shoulder and prepared to lead him back to arrange things at Chaoyu base. Yin Junwu glanced at Wu Di and Kong Sheng next to him. Didn't I tell you not to conflict with them? Although his tone was as cold as ever, there was no anger. Wu Di said with a smile. These people are not convinced by us. We have to let them know how powerful we are. This way, you won't be held back by others in your future actions. Yin Junwu pushed his toad mirror and said lightly, Don't do this next time. Wu Di and Kong Sheng smiled and said, I understand. They know their captain. He only talks about it. But in fact this kind of action to establish his authority is essential. If you have no strength, why should others obey you? Zhang Yi remained silent. Anyway, he was the one least affected by this incident from beginning to end. Therefore, there is no need for him to be anxious, and there is no need to deliberately prove anything to others. As for Xiao Hong training Wei Dinghai and Xing Tian, she naturally had some concerns in her heart. As Wei Dinghai's deputy, Qin Jingwan's strength should not be underestimated. Even he was easily defeated by the members of the investigation team. One can imagine how powerful the investigation team is. In the future, you should be more cautious when dealing with them. And don't be too reckless. Just when everyone from the various factions was about to leave, suddenly, a voice came from the window on the second floor. There are corpses approaching. Zhang Yi looked up and saw a man in his 30s with a strong and slender figure wearing a black combat uniform. He held a large black sniper in his hand. It was a sniper rifle that Zhang Yi had never seen before. The shape was a bit weird, but it gave people the feeling that all light would be absorbed by it. He is the sharpshooter of the investigation team. Qi Guangming. When they heard Qi Guangming's words, everyone realized that something was wrong around them. From a distance, large numbers of zombies emerged one after another. At a glance, there must be at least thousands of them. Xing Tian said in a deep voice that with so many of us gathered here, such a big movement really attracted these damn things. The group of corpses climbed over from the ruins. After seeing a large number of living people in front of them, bloodthirsty light burst out in their eyes. Roar! They let out extremely weird roars from their throats, and suddenly began to run wildly from a distance, targeting everyone in the field. Chapter 459 Nirvana. Seeing the corpses coming, although there was a hint of disgust in everyone's eyes, no one was afraid, because those gathered here are the most elite combat forces in Tianhai City. Such a small number of zombies cannot pose a threat to them at all. It's just that now everyone is busy dealing with matters at their respective bases, and don't want to waste time here. What a shame. You can see them everywhere. Is it possible that Tianhai City has become a zombie nest? Xiao Hong's sword-raising eyebrows raised, and he cursed angrily. Everyone was ready to fight, and planned to spend a certain amount of time killing all the zombies here. Wei Dinghai did not forget to remind Bian Junwu and others. All these zombies must be killed. Otherwise, they will come back with information about us. They'll be even harder to deal with next time. Oh, so that's it? Bian Junwu said calmly. He suddenly walked down the steps, reaching out and taking off his sunglasses as he walked. When he took off his sunglasses, everyone suddenly realized that his eyes were not the normal black, nor the sky blue of foreigners. It was a strange gray-white color. But there was a strange and sickly light in the gray-white color. It's not the dullness of cataracts. But after one glance, people feel a strong shock deep in their hearts. Bian Junwu walked to the front of everyone. Everyone immediately understood that the captain of the Jiangnan region investigation team was going to take action personally. Zhang Yi's eyes flickered, and he also wanted to see how strong the captain was. The group of corpses in front of them roared and rushed over, already less than 500 meters away from everyone. Everyone can clearly see their blood-red pupils, and the frozen rotten flesh on their bodies. Bian Junwu looked ahead, and suddenly whispered, "Nirvana." The next moment, everyone saw that the space in front of them was enveloped in a blazing white light. The light was so dazzling that all the scenery in the surrounding space disappeared, leaving only Bian Junwu's tall and straight back. Zhang Yi couldn't help but stretched out his hand to cover the light, and subconsciously looked around. At this time, all he could see were a few people around him, and his own shadow. All the surrounding scenes just disappeared, and the tide of thousands of zombies in front of everyone dissipated like dust in the blink of an eye. After a long time, the light in Zhang Yi's eyes slowly dissipated, and he saw the surrounding scene again. Not only him, but Xiao Honglian, Wei Dinghai and others around him also looked confused and looked around at a loss. Just now, everyone was the same, almost deprived of the ability to see. At this moment, Wei Dinghai suddenly raised his right hand in shock and pointed forward. "You? Look!" Everyone followed his hand and saw the shadow of a group of corpses in front of them. Only broken dust was left on the ground, which disappeared when the wind blew it. Zhang Yi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't believe what his eyes saw. Those thousands of zombies just now. Had they all been wiped out? The ability to destroy thousands of zombies with just one strike can be described as incredible. Zhang Yi has seen many powerful strangers. For example, Ling Feng. For example, Xiao Hong practices Wei Dinghai. Although they are powerful, their abilities are still within the range that humans can understand. But what about Bian Junwu? His ability can no longer be described by logic. With just one look, thousands of zombies were wiped out in ashes. What a terrifying ability. Once upon a time, Zhang Yi thought that he had devoured the powers of many aliens. He couldn't say that he was at the top of the alien circle, but he was at least one of the top ones. But today, Bian Junwu taught him a good lesson. If he fights Bian Junwu, can the dimensional gate block this terrifying power? The scene was completely silent. No one spoke, and no one even dared to breathe too hard. For a long time, everyone was unable to recover from the shock just now. Wu Di said to Kong Sheng, "The captain also told us to restrain ourselves, but he ended up having a big one himself." Kong Sheng said, "Maybe the captain thinks you are right. Only by showing strong enough strength can people be willing to listen to your command." "They're right. If we say that before, Wei Dinghai, Xiao Hong, Lian Xingtian and others were willing to listen to Bian Junwu's command because they were afraid of the Jiangnan region. So now, after they have seen Bian Junwu's strength, they no longer dare to have any dissatisfaction in their hearts." Bian Junwu slowly put on the wide-toed glasses. But not long after, he suddenly covered his mouth and coughed violently. Vice Captain Bailey Chongqing came over and said worriedly, "Captain, you can just let us deal with these bastards. There is no need to do it yourself." Bian Junwu stood up straight and said coldly, "Everyone is very busy, and there is no time to waste here." Zhang Yi noticed that he clenched his right fist and stuffed it into the pocket of his black coat. It seemed like he was in some physical condition. Zhang Yi made a judgment immediately. It's just that with the strength of Jiangnan region, It's impossible to cure ordinary injuries. Therefore, Bien Junwu's injuries cannot be cured. Is it a terminal illness? Or maybe this injury is related to his superpower? Zhang Yi had many speculations in his mind. Bien Junwu turned his head and said to everyone who looked shocked. Okay everyone. You can go back. Remember, always stay in touch. When I contact you, you must cooperate with our actions immediately. Wei Dinghai and others hurriedly nodded in agreement. This time, everyone's eyes were convinced. And even their words became much gentler. Everyone bid farewell to Bien Junwu and then left the central building. Zhang Yi could feel that everyone still had not recovered from Bien Junwu's shock. His powers are not on the same level as everyone else in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi walked up to Bien Junwu with a smile and asked with concern. Mr. Bien, are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? I have a doctor at home who can help you. Bien Junwu smiled lightly and said it's okay. It's an old problem. Just take a rest. Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Don't need to see a doctor? It looks similar to what I thought. It should be an incurable disease. Or an unchangeable hidden injury caused by a superpower. He did not pursue the topic further. It's quite cold here. Come and sit at my house. Bien Junwu smiled and nodded. That's fine. I just have a lot to talk to you about. Only when talking to Zhang Yi. Bien Junwu had a smile on his face. Not only Fatty Su, Liang Yu and Uncle Yu were surprised by the scene. Even other people in the investigation team felt strange. However, everyone still got in the car, with Zhang Yi and the others leading the way and driving towards the shelter. The investigation team's car. After getting in the car, Woody couldn't wait to ask Bien Jun about martial arts. Captain, why are you so kind to that Zhang Yi? Is he your long-lost illegitimate son? There was a burst of laughter in the car. The corner of Bien Junwu's mouth also raised slightly. But it was not easy to notice. He was used to Woody's funny way of speaking. So I didn't care too much. He told Woody and others that Zhang Yi is not simple. I can feel that his strength is very powerful. Not comparable to the leaders of several other forces. This might be a good idea. Chapter 460 Showdown. Others in the investigation team were also a little surprised to hear Bien Junwu speak so highly of Zhang Yi. The seedlings mentioned by Bien Junwu also meant foreigners who had the potential to join them. Xiao Honglian, Wei Dinghai and Xingtian Zhengyixian are the subjects of observation. However, Jiangnan region is extremely strict in recruiting people. And both ability, loyalty and brains are very important. Only meeting the requirement of strong abilities does not meet their recruitment standards. Of course, this does not mean that every member of the investigation team is better than Xiao Honglian and others. However, they themselves are members of the Jiangnan region, know the ins and outs, and their loyalty is guaranteed. When recruiting members from peripheral areas, the conditions are naturally much stricter. Is he that powerful? But I haven't seen him take action. How to judge this? Explosives expert Yi Jikong curiously put his head over and asked. First, it's my gut feeling. Second, it is a judgment made through experience. Although their team is small, they can become one of the top 5 forces in Tianhai City, which shows that they are even more powerful at the alien level. As the boss of the team, Zhang Yi is definitely the strongest in terms of overall strength. Moreover, they are the only ones who have solved the zombie problem around the base. This is a good judgment condition. Bien Junwu had a playful smile on his lips. Discovering Zhang Yi made his trip a little more fun. After all, for an elite like him, there is limited room for improvement after reaching a certain level. Discovering new people has become one of his joys. Bailey Chongqing laughed loudly and said, That's it! He lowered his head, his strong body like a bear, and his eyes were deep. Captain, you are indeed thinking long-term. The atmosphere in the carriage suddenly became a little quiet, and everyone seemed to have thought of something bad. After a few seconds, Wu Di broke the atmosphere with a smile. It's interesting. I want to fight him twice. Bien Junwu raised his eyebrows. Wu Di, don't be too careless. As far as I know, his ability is to restrain you. Oh! There was an expression of dissatisfaction on Wu Di's face. Restrain me? That would be more interesting. Captain, what is his ability? Bien Junwu said that it was an extremely rare space power, even in the trait system. Inside the carriage, a burst of exclamations broke out. Space powers. Bailey Chongqing's eyes widened, and he murmured that even in the Jiangnan area, there are only a few owners of space powers. The strategic value of this ability is very high. The space ability may not be the most powerful, but it must be what every team wants most. If nothing else, even just the ability to store items can bring great convenience to the team's actions. No wonder, Captain, you want him to join our team. Bailey Chongqing laughed. Bien Junwu said that I just had this idea and could try his quality. And whether he is willing to leave Tianhai City and go to Jiangnan region depends on his own decision. Discovering Zhang Yi was an unexpected bonus. However, the main purpose of his trip is to solve the zombie crisis. At this time, the car in front. Zhang Yi used autonomous driving to drive the car to the shelter. He was also discussing with Liang Yu and others the pros and cons of coming from Jiangnan region. The strength of these people is too strong. And they are not at the same level as the forces we faced before. Be more careful and polite to them in the future. People in the Grand Military Region are people in the Grand Military Region and need to maintain a certain degree of awe. Bien Junwu's move of annihilation had completely suppressed Zhang Yi. It also made Zhang Yi understand how powerful the legendary ruler of the Jiangnan region was. There is definitely more than one stranger of Bien Junwu's level. Now, he doesn't mind currying favor with people from big forces. As a human being, you often need to learn from your younger brother's spirit and be able to bend and stretch. And Zhang Yi could also feel that Bien Junwu had such a slight affection for him. Although I don't know where this good feeling comes from. At least it is good news. A few hours later, Zhang Yi brought Bien Junwu and others to his shelter. Bien Junwu and the others couldn't help but sigh when they saw the huge luxurious villa. I thought his shelter was underground. I didn't expect it to be a big villa. Kong Sheng couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This is too luxurious. Even in the Jiangnan region, there is no such luxurious shelter. Right? Ming Xiu said to several people. Don't forget. This place was once the residence of the richest man in China. It's no surprise that there is this level. Several people got out of the car and looked at the appearance of the shelter curiously, and were amazed by its magnificence. Zhang Yi came over, smiled and invited them to come in and sit down. Everyone entered the shelter, where Zhou Qi and others were waiting to greet them. They got the news early, and knew that guests from the Jiangnan region would come. But out of curiosity, they quickly looked at the people Zhang Yi brought with him. Zhang Yi, are they the people sent from Jiangnan region? It really feels like a regular army. Zhang Yi will not take people to the shelter easily. Even if these people come from the Jiangnan region, Zhang Yi will not allow them to enter his restricted area without a certain identity and status. Zhang Yi said that they were all envoys from Jiangnan region, coming to help Tianhai City deal with the zombie problem. You guys go prepare some food and drinks. After saying that, Zhang Yi turned to look at Bien Junwu and the others. By the way, I wonder what you want to drink. The conditions at our home are relatively simple. We only have some wine, coffee and drinks. So please don't dislike it. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, even Bien Junwu's eyelids jumped. Several other people had distorted expressions on their faces, especially wanting to grab Zhang Yi, the Versailles man, by the neck and ask him if he had any intentions. However, they were all professional army soldiers, so they were not too surprised because the environment in the villa was too comfortable. Bien Junwu said lightly, just boiled water is enough. Several people sat down on the sofa in the living room. Since they didn't want to act like country bumpkins coming into town, they could only quietly look at everything in the house. Luxurious furniture and a warm and comfortable environment are things they can't enjoy in Blizzard City. Zhang Yi and Liang Yu were with them. Bien Junwu suddenly asked Zhang Yi, can we talk alone? Zhang Yi nodded and said with a smile, of course. Please come here with me. When the leader gives orders, Zhang Yi naturally tries his best to satisfy them. So Zhang Yi asked others to entertain Wu Di and the others, while he and Bien Junwu went to the small reception room next door. This room is located in the southeast corner of the shelter, with a wide view and walls made of thick bulletproof glass. Conversations here can easily make people feel comfortable, and it is a very suitable place for people to drink tea and chat. Zhang Yi held 2 glasses of boiled water, placing one on the opposite side and one in front of him. Bien Junwu came to the reception room, looked at the snowy scene outside with his hands behind his back, and then sat down on the sofa opposite Zhang Yi. It's just the two of us now. Can you tell me how you dealt with those zombies? Zhang Yi opened his mouth and was about to add more fuel to his previous statement. Bien Junwu stared at him and said slowly, I have some reservations about the method you mentioned before. It's okay to deceive them, so don't play tricks with me. In fact, Jiangnan region has more information than you think. Zhang Yi paused and laughed dumbly. Sure enough, the person from above was not easy to deceive. If he was more vague, he might leave a bad impression on Bien Junwu. That's not what he wants. Chapter 461 Superpower Level. Zhang Yi no longer concealed anything and told Bien Junwu how he solved the group of corpses. In fact, my method of dealing with those zombies is flooding. I dare not say that all zombies in Xishan District and Lujiang District have been dealt with. However, within a radius of 50 kilometers. Neither zombies nor giant rats appeared on a large scale. After listening to Zhang Yi's explanation, Dian Junwu picked up the water glass at hand and took a sip of hot water. Why didn't you tell the truth just now? Do you want them to die more? Because they have attacked you together before? Or do you want to become the king of Tianhai City? Facing Dian Junwu's inquiry, Zhang Yi was neither humble nor overbearing. He said slowly that he might have had some thoughts of revenge on them at first. After all, you can tell without me telling you that the relationship between our 5 forces is not harmonious. One is ebbing and the other is ebbing. And every time they are weaker, I am stronger. However, the most important reason is not this. But I really can't do much to help them. Zhang Yi put down the teacup in his hand and crossed his hands on his knees. You should know how big Tianhai City's subway network is. I don't have the ability to help all their forces. And I don't think this approach solves the underlying problem either. If the zombie king cannot be eliminated, zombies will keep appearing. Dian Junwu was non-committal and just asked, "Have you seen the Corpse King?" Zhang Yi shook his head. "No. But I believe that the Corpse King must exist. To put it nicely, zombies attack where there are many people. However, there are only 9 people in our shelter, and we rarely go out on weekdays. And why did it attract corpses?" A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. He stared at Dian Junwu and said slowly, "Zombies will choose their targets. That is, someone is deliberately targeting our 5 forces." Dian Junwu looked at Zhang Yi and then smiled and said, "You are really smart." Zhang Yi shook his head. "It's not a great wisdom. Just a little clever. It can barely save your life in this apocalyptic world." Dian Junwu already had some opinions of his own. Although Zhang Yi's method cannot fundamentally solve the problem, it can still maintain the stability of some areas. Just use it with restraint. Otherwise, if all the zombies are forced out, the situation in Tianhai City will completely break out. If you are not fully prepared, you will not be able to cope with it. And they still need to collect more intelligence. Only by understanding what the so-called Corpse King is, and where he is hiding, can we carry out beheading operations. You have a lot of potential. I guess you could be a Delta level Inhuman. Should you consider leaving this small place and heading to the Gangnam region? Dian Junwu extended an olive branch to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was very interested in the concept of superpower levels proposed by Dian Junwu. Wait a minute. What did you just say? What does Delta mean? Only then did Dian Junwu realize that Zhang Yi did not know these professional knowledge about foreigners. He burst into laughter. "This is not a secret. I can tell you about it." He asked Zhang Yi, "When do you think strangers started to appear?" Zhang Yi answered without any hesitation. "Gamma rays passed by the blue star. After the Ice Age came." "Wrong." Dian Junwu directly rejected Zhang Yi's words. He said that human variation has existed since ancient times. From an evolutionary perspective, it is inevitable that all living things will mutate all the time. Good mutations allow biological individuals to gain stronger survivability, and then have a greater chance of mating, and then leaving offspring to inherit this mutation. Just talking about us humans. Today's humans and our ancestors millions of years ago are almost 2 different species. During this process, there will always be some individuals among the hundreds of millions of people who develop special abilities. The powerful generals and heroes. The capable men and strangers who swallowed clouds and smoke. And the deformed monsters with 3 heads and 6 arms. They are all strangers. Dian Junwu took a sip of hot water and said to Zhang Yi with a serious expression, "Strangers have existed since ancient times. But there has never been such a large-scale mutation as it is today. Stimulated by external factors, the genetic sequence of the entire group was changed. Thus countless strange people were born. However, research on human variation has been ongoing in various countries around the world since a long time ago. Therefore, the hierarchy and classification of aliens have also existed for a long time." Zhang Yi crossed his arms. "I know the 6 major categories of strangers. But, how are the levels of aliens divided?" Dian Junwu explained. "Currently, the world has a unified standard for classifying aliens. Initially, it was Alpha level, also called LV1. The mutant ability of this level of aliens is not strong, and there is no growth potential. It can only reflect part of the extraordinary power. This kind of alien is just more powerful than ordinary people. Then there is the Beta level, LV2. It is stronger than the Alpha level, and has the strength of the top elite warriors in mankind, but still does not have much room for growth. Next is the Gamma level, LV3. At this level, aliens already have relatively powerful extraordinary powers, or a superpower that can withstand hundreds of people, or some kind of extremely powerful auxiliary ability. When talking about this, Zhang Yi thought of the people around him. Uncle Yu and Fatty Sue were probably Gamma-level aliens. Because of their abilities, one person can be worth hundreds of warriors. Anything else? Zhang Yi asked curiously. Yan Junwu continued. And after that, it would be truly extraordinary. Delta level. LV4. The most obvious sign of this level is that you can absorb the energy of other aliens to evolve yourself. Zhang Yi was shocked. A question that had always puzzled him was finally explained. No wonder Hua Hua and Liang Yu can absorb other people's powers. But Uncle Yu and Fatty Sue can't. Yan Junwu said that a Delta-level alien may not be able to show strength that is stronger than the previous levels. But he can continue to evolve, and will not stop until he reaches a certain peak. Therefore, it can be understood that the potential is extremely high. At present, it is preliminary judged that you and the leaders of each force are at this level. Zhang Yi secretly recited the word, Delta, in his mind. The level of superpower given to him by Yan Junwu is LV4 among strangers, which is already a very high rating. Then, there is currently the highest level Epsilon, a LV5 alien. When he said this, Yan Junwu's tone became serious. This is currently the strongest combat power in all countries in the world. The national treasure among the national treasures. In addition to the supernatural energy that can devour other strangers, also possesses extremely terrifying supernatural strength. Each and every one of this level of aliens is a valuable weapon to the country. Zhang Yi stared at Yan Junwu and couldn't help but ask, "Are you an Epsilon level alien?" Yan Junwu's ability to kill thousands of zombies in one blow still shocks Zhang Yi when he thinks about it now. Yan Junwu smiled faintly, but slowly shook his head. "No, I'm just Delta level." Zhang Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Even you are only at Delta level. It's hard for me to imagine how strong an Epsilon level alien is." Chapter 462 LV4. After listening to Zhang Yi's words, Yan Junwu suddenly laughed. "Oh, what? Is my understanding wrong?" Zhang Yi asked. Yan Junwu shook his head, and there was indeed some discrepancy between what you understood. In fact, the so-called classification of abilities has no absolute relationship with combat effectiveness. What it represents is more of an upper limit of ability. There are many types of abilities, including not only combat attributes, but also auxiliary abilities, or other special categories. If the ability is restrained, or the environment is not conducive to the performance of the ability, it is not surprising that high-level aliens are counterkilled by lower-level aliens. Zhang Yi nodded, deeply agreeing with this. If superpower is a kind of weapon, then whether it can exert its power depends on the user of the weapon. He pointed to his nose. "So you judged me as a Delta-level alien. That is, LV4. Right?" Zhang Yi suddenly laughed. "In other words, you and I are strangers on the same level. You really think highly of me." Zhang Yi picked up the teacup at hand and took a sip. But he was making calculations in his heart. There is no need to deliberately conceal information from Yan Junwu's remarks. So, there are only two possibilities for him to define himself as a stranger of the same level as Zhang Yi. First, although his ability is extremely powerful, it also has huge flaws. Otherwise, the possible lethality is definitely not comparable to Zhang Yi's ability at present. Of course, when it comes to defense, that's another story. Second, Yan Junwu saw the potential of Zhang Yi's space-based abilities. Although the alien space is not an absolute combat attribute, its comprehensive ability is very abnormal. It not only integrates offense and defense, but also has convenient auxiliary functions. From this point of view, it is more reasonable to be rated as Delta level. Yan Junwu said that this is just a judgment based on my understanding of you. In fact, the grade evaluation of foreigners needs to be divided by professionals in the region. This rating may not be absolutely accurate, and can only be evaluated based on the abilities displayed by the alien. I just gave my empirical judgment based on your current performance, thinking that you are at Delta level. Therefore, it is very possible for the alien to complete the power level jump. Delta is a tipping point. Though, if there is not phagocytosis ability, then it can be concluded that he is a stranger below LV3. After listening to Yan Junwu's introduction, Zhang Yi had a basic concept of the classification of supernatural powers. At least for now. According to Yan Junwu's judgment, his supernatural potential is at the Delta level. That is the potential of LV4 level. Although this does not mean absolute combat effectiveness, it also means unlimited potential. Zhang Yi is quite satisfied with his abilities. But then, he became very interested in the mysterious LV5 Epsilon level alien. How strong is a foreigner at that level? Has that kind of character already appeared in this world? Zhang Yi had some doubts in his heart. So he took this opportunity to ask, Mr. Bien, have you ever seen an Epsilon-level alien? Bien Junwu slowly shook his head. I haven't seen it. Zhang Yi was about to say that it was a pity. But Bien Junwu immediately said, but I know that there is indeed an Epsilon-level stranger in the Shenjing region. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with light. Does such a character really exist? As a foreigner, it was impossible for Zhang Yi not to be curious about this kind of existence. Bien Junwu smiled and said that this was not a secret. After all, each major region needs to manage the surrounding large areas after the end of the world, in order to deal with various mutated creatures and groups that take the opportunity to cause chaos in the apocalypse. We must rely on absolute power to suppress them. Speaking of Epsilon, Bien Junwu also had a bit of admiration and envy in his eyes. That person's ability is so powerful that it cannot be explained by common sense. It is said that anyone he targets, even if they are thousands of miles apart, will be killed by a thought. That is truly a miracle. Zhang Yi almost dropped the water glass in his hand to the ground. He widened his eyes and looked at Bien Junwu in disbelief. You? Are you kidding me? Can you kill someone from thousands of miles away? Could his ability be satellite-based missiles? Bien Junwu raised the corners of his mouth and looked at the snowy scene outside the window. It's much more convenient than that. All I know is that anyone he targets will definitely die, and running away to the ends of the earth has no effect. Zhang Yi put his hand on his forehead. He felt that his head was a little messy. This thing can only be explained by metaphysics. Right? Bien Junwu said lightly that God himself likes to throw dice. So it is not surprising what the world will become. Theoretically speaking, there is a final level of alien power, which is the legendary LV6, Omega-level alien. This level exists only in theory, and has never been seen in past eras. It's just that someone has proposed a strange form with unlimited room for growth and no upper limit on power. Once you reach that level, you are probably a god in the true sense. Cough. 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 As he was speaking, he suddenly supported the table with one hand, covered his mouth with the other hand, and coughed violently. The movement was so loud that even the table in front of him shook violently. Zhang Yi saw the water in the cup splashing, and silently took half a step back with his chair. Captain Bien, are you okay? Do you want me to call a doctor for you? Bien Junwu coughed for a while before he stopped. He let go of his hand, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, which he wiped away calmly. This scene did not escape Zhang Yi's sharp eyes. No need. It's just an old problem, Bien Junwu said calmly. Seeing Zhang Yi's strange eyes, Bien Junwu just said disapprovingly, I am terminally ill, and have only a few days to live. He spoke too calmly, as if he was evaluating an insignificant person's body. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have had to take the initiative to apply to lead a team to deal with such a troublesome problem. Zhang Yi's heart moved. It was exactly what he thought. The old man in front of me has major health problems. But, is he a natural disease or a sequelae caused by his superpower? Or maybe he, like those modified people at Shishan base, is actually an artificially created alien. So he has major physical defects? All kinds of speculations filled Zhang Yi's mind. However, it was not convenient for him to ask directly, because it must be a secret of Jiangnan region. He could only say in a comforting tone, now that medicine is so advanced and cancer can be cured. What terminal diseases are there that cannot be cured? My doctor is the attending doctor at Tianhai First People's Hospital. Let her check your body. Maybe it will be effective. Bien Junwu had a straight face and listened silently to Zhang Yi's words. Then he spoke and said, you don't need to test me. I am a dying person, and I came here just hoping to make more contributions to Jiangnan region before I die, in exchange for my wife and children having a better living environment after my death. As he spoke, he actually took off the pair of toed glasses he had been wearing on his eyes in front of Zhang Yi. His face was unusually pale, but his pupils were even whiter. It was a sickly gray-white color, and the pupils could no longer be seen. There was a dead gray color permeating the entire eyeball. My abilities came at the expense of vision and health. This is why it can only be rated as a Delta level. Otherwise, if you give me some more time, I may not be able to advance to become Epsilon. Its fatal flaw makes me a super killer with a limited number of uses. Do you understand it? Zhang Yi's suspicion was confirmed. Sure enough, Bien Junwu's superpower caused great harm to the body. It may even consume his life. Zhang Yi was silent for a moment and sighed softly. So that's it. But I didn't expect that you would tell me your powers so straightforwardly. Chapter 463 Recruitment. Bien Junwu's face didn't have much expression. He just said in his usual calm and indifferent tone, we need your cooperation in the next operation to face the zombie tide in Tianhai City. So it's critical that we understand each other's capabilities. This is also to let you know that it is impossible to use my abilities without limit, which will hasten my death. Zhang Yi nodded. He also understood that Bian Junwu had not said a word. As the captain of the Jiangnan region dispatch team, he was not worried about Zhang Yi using his powers to deal with him. First of all, Zhang Yi did not dare to be an enemy of Jiangnan region. Secondly, in his current state, he is no longer afraid of death. Bian Junwu said while putting on the toad glasses. Now I am almost blind, relying on this auxiliary visual device to see things. Now I see you as a blurry figure emitting red light. Zhang Yi nodded. Bian Junwu put his hands on the table, and once again mentioned the topic he had mentioned before. Are you interested in trying your luck in Jiangnan region? Your abilities are promising, and you may be able to advance to the Epsilon level in the future. The small Tianhai city will only limit your future. Zhang Yi was not very interested in Bian Junwu's wooing. He smiled and replied that I don't have any ambitions, and I don't want to become famous and do something in my career. I just want to live well with the people around me in the apocalypse, and then wait for the world to restart. He secretly thought to himself that he went to Jiangnan region to be like you. Go out to run missions every day, and fight for life and death. I won't make trouble for myself. Don't refuse in a hurry, Bian Junwu said. The living environment in Blizzard City is much happier than yours. In Blizzard City, people can live as they did before the end of the world. There are cities, streets, and bustling night markets, and cozy apartments. You can't experience these things in Tianhai City anyway. A scene emerged in Zhang Yi's mind. A prosperous city shrouded in steel and concrete walls, with vendors and stalls connected on the streets, and many people happily shopping. Parents hold their children's hands. Couples talk and laugh. And even the snow falling from the sky becomes a Christmas decoration. For a moment, Zhang Yi really looked forward to seeing such a scene again. But he smiled at Bian Junwu and looked out the window at the dead snowfield. Then he asked if it would be comfortable to have the shelter I was living in now. Zhang Yi wouldn't believe Bian Junwu's tricks of coaxing children. The end of the world is coming. If Blizzard City, the center of the Jiangnan region, really accommodates many people, then it will be impossible to maintain a higher standard of living environment. Several major bases also have comfortable living environments, but they are only for a small number of people to enjoy. Seeing that Zhang Yi was unmoved, Bian Junwu said again, Tianhai City is not a safe zone. This place is right on the edge of the East China Sea. If the ice and snow melt in the future, this place may be flooded immediately. Moreover, there may be enemies coming from the other side of the sea. Only the Central Plains is the safest. Have you ever considered this? The 2 points mentioned by Bian Junwu made Zhang Yi frown slightly, and fell into silence for a while. Yes, he can ignore human factors, but he cannot ignore nature. Ice ages were caused by cosmic fluctuations. Maybe one day Blue Star will return to normal temperatures. Then the coastal Tianhai City will definitely be flooded by seawater. But let's talk about this kind of thing later. Always looking forward and backward. Who could have thought of what would happen so long ago? If you really want to say it, the last ice age lasted tens of millions of years. Zhang Yi frowned and replied, Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Let's talk about it then. When Bian Junwu saw Zhang Yi's mood, he just raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and did not continue the topic. Solving the zombie crisis in Tianhai City is a big deal right now. He only needs to plant a seed in Zhang Yi's heart. And when the time is right in the future, Zhang Yi may be able to go to Jiangnan region. After all, he was already dying. It was finally easy to find a good prospect at the Delta level. It would be great if we could fill the vacancy in the investigation team after his death. Then, the two chatted about the zombie tide. Zhang Yi had no reservations in front of Bian Junwu. He told all the information about zombies and rats. Again, they are here to help them solve the problem. If the zombie tide is eliminated as soon as possible, Zhang Yi will be the beneficiary. Bian Junwu finished a glass of hot water and stood up slowly. What needs to be said has been said, so we won't bother you anymore. I will contact you if necessary. After saying that, he turned around and walked outside the house. Zhang Yi stood up and followed him. Why don't we have a meal together? Come all come. He was really worried about these people asking to live. However, it can be seen from their attitudes that although they are envious of Zhang Yi's shelter, they are not overly coveted. Apparently their living environment in Blizzard City is also very good. After all, they are all very high-level ability users. There is no need to eat. We brought our own military rations. And we still have things to do next. Bian Junwu rejected Zhang Yi's kindness. The two people came to the living room, which was very quiet. The people in the investigation team had little communication with the indigenous people in the sanctuary, and the atmosphere was even a bit stiff. Seeing the two people walking out of the hut, both groups of people seemed to be relieved. Bien Junwo said to his team members, "Enough rest. It's time for us to set off." Several team members put down the tea in their hands and stood up without hesitation. "Thanks for the treat." Several people thanked Zhang Yi and Zhou Qi. When Wu Di walked up to Zhang Yi, there was obvious fighting intent in his eyes. "Zhang Yi, if we have a chance next time, how about we compare notes?" Bien Junwo's regard for Zhang Yi aroused Wu Di's attention, and according to what Bien Junwo expressed, Zhang Yi is likely to become a member of their team in the future. Wu Di naturally wanted to test Zhang Yi's level. Zhang Yi smiled faintly and did not answer. Bien Junwo shouted to him, "What time is it now? Don't mess around." Wu Di smiled and scratched his head, then walked out immediately. Zhang Yi and others watched them leave. Bien Junwo and others got into the car. When the car left the shelter, everyone in the shelter started talking about it. There is so much murderous intent in these people. Yes, you can feel it from a distance. It was completely different from the people I had met before. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and muttered to himself that luckily he was not an enemy. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble. Among these 7 people, it goes without saying that Bien Junwo's strength is unparalleled in the entire Tianhai city with his terrifying superpowers. Even Zhang Yi will be killed instantly if he encounters him without preparation. However, if he is prepared, Dimension Gate's current defense will definitely be able to block Bien Junwo's attack, judging from the power of his attack today. Everyone has seen the strength of the others. Kong Sheng, who does not have a high status in the team, easily killed Chen Jingwan, the second in command of Chaoyu Base. No one can imagine how terrifying the strength of such a team is. However, Zhang Yi believed that it would not be difficult for the 7 of them to destroy a base, because there is a behemoth standing behind them, Jiang'an region. At this moment, Yang Xinxin's cold voice came into Zhang Yi's ears. But with only 7 people coming, it might not be that easy to solve the problem of the zombie tide. This is not good news. When everyone heard Yang Xinxin's words, they couldn't help but look at this talented girl with a superior IQ. Zhang Yi looked down at her and asked seriously, "Xinxin, what do you think?" Yang Xinxin controlled the wheelchair and came to the crowd. Her cold eyes shone with wisdom. Jiang'an region sent them here not necessarily expecting them to be able to deal with a huge tide of corpses at once. Maybe they were just the vanguard. Once the source of the corpse tide is identified, large-scale troops may be stationed in Tianhai City. At that time, the entire pattern of Tianhai City will be rewritten. It is inevitable that we will also be affected. Zhang Yi nodded. "This is indeed very possible," Fatty Su said worriedly. "When the time comes, we won't be kicked out of the shelter. Right? Zhang Yi's team can dominate Tianhai City, occupying 2 sites in Xishan District and Lujiang District. But that's also because his opponents are not strong. And at most, they are a small force stationed in Tianhai City. However, the strength of Jiang'an region is not of the same magnitude at all. In addition to weapons, they also have many deadly weapons, which can destroy the shelter. Moreover, in terms of soldiers and aliens, the Jiang'an region far surpassed the major forces in Tianhai City." Zhang Yi frowned. "Probably not." His tone was a little unsure. However, with the strength of their team, even if Jiang'an region sends people to Tianhai City, they should be more polite to them. In the apocalypse, it is not always necessary to fight and kill. Sometimes, you have to pay attention to human relations. Yang Xinxin said that if that was the case, it was actually not the worst ending. The worst thing is that the investigation team found that the scale of the zombie tide is too large, and they need to pay too high a price to completely clean up the zombie tide problem. At that time, the problem will be troublesome. Everyone couldn't help but feel a thump in their hearts. No one knows how many zombies there are underground in Tianhai City. If all the dead became zombies, it would be a scale of tens of millions. It is almost self-evident how Jiang'an region will deal with Tianhai City. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. So to speak, we must spare no effort to solve the problem of corpse tide with him. Chapter 464, The Worst Ending. Zhang Yi knew in his heart that Tianhai City must completely solve the problem of corpse tide, so that they can live peacefully in the future. However, something suddenly came to his mind. That was when Bien Junwo was leaving. He invited him to go to Jiang'an region. Zhang Yi suddenly woke up at this time, and only then did he understand what Bien Junwo had not finished saying. This is a way out for him. If the corpse tide in Tianhai City turns out to be impossible to handle properly, then the final resort should be to completely wipe out the entire city. I'm afraid that by then, Zhang Yi will have no other choice but to leave here. He couldn't help but think that although the shelter was originally said to be able to prevent H attacks, if the goal of Jiangnan region was to wipe out the entire Tianhai city, the level used would be completely different. I can't take such a risk. It would be best to deal with the zombie problem right now. The truth is easy to say, but how to deal with it? Zhang Yi had no clue in his heart. Everyone had nervous expressions on their faces, fearing that the thing they least expected to happen would happen. Everyone sat on the sofa in the living room, where Zhang Yi crossed his arms and thought hard about where he should break the situation. Everyone also started brainstorming and spoke freely. Zhou Qian frowned slightly and said worriedly, "We all know by now that zombies and rats are concentrated underground. Their number is so staggering that they probably occupy the entire Tianhai city subway system. With our current manpower, it is unrealistic to face the tide of zombies and rats, unless the corpse king is found and beheaded." As Zhou Qian spoke, he gently put his hand on Zhang Yi's shoulder and leaned against him. When she is nervous, she likes to get some comfort from Zhang Yi. There is nothing we can do about these things. We can only hope that Jiangnan region can provide help. So Zhang Yi, you don't have to worry too much. After all, our capabilities are limited. What Zhou Qian said is right. It is impossible for the 5 major forces to mobilize on a large scale in the extremely cold environment to conduct investigations outside. Whether Zhang Yi or others, they are all just temporary teams built in the end of the world. No one has experience dealing with such a bad situation. Zhang Yi raised his head and said leisurely, "All fear comes from the unknown. Our biggest trouble is that we know too little about the corpse group. What on earth is the corpse king? Is it a zombie that mutates to produce intelligence? Or is it some strange person? He doesn't even know what the corpse king is, let alone a beheading operation." Fatty Su interjected at this time and said that we can only judge now that the outbreak of the zombie crisis has nothing to do with the other 4 forces. After all, the losses they suffered were quite tragic. Yang Xinxin immediately retorted that she couldn't be so absolute. Even though they all suffered great losses, it cannot be concluded that this matter really has nothing to do with them. For example, at Shishan base, they conducted a large number of human experiments. Bao Buki and other families also behaved similarly, which is why the corpse wave appeared. After the end of the world, the major forces in Tianhai City were frantically improving their armed forces, and almost all available methods were used. The artificial man project at Shishan base and the military stimulants at Yangsheng base are clear examples. Everyone expressed their opinions one after another, but they are basically speculations without any evidence. Their information was too little. The sudden appearance of the corpse tide was like a brand new force, catching them off guard. Zhang Yi propped up his chin with both hands. He was puzzled by the sudden wave of corpses. Who is the corpse king who controls everything behind the scenes? If it was an alien who wanted to control the zombie tide to eliminate the other major forces in Tianhai City, become the king of Tianhai City, and even expand to the surrounding areas, then with human intelligence, it should have broken through the defenses of these major forces long ago. However, the zombies Zhang Yi and others encountered did not have high IQs. They seemed to be 4 or 5-year-old children who were constantly learning. But if the corpse king is the mutated corpse that gave birth to wisdom, why does it launch continuous attacks against the 5 major forces? It was as if it had known for a long time that there were 5 powerful human organizations in 5 distant corners of Tianhai City. This contradictory logic depicts something special in Zhang Yi's mind. It looks like something being manipulated by humans, but it also doesn't look like something done by humans with normal IQs. Is he a mentally retarded stranger? Zhang Yi even laughed at his own thoughts. Let's wait and see first. At the very least, we have to take a look at the quality of the people sent by Jiangnan region. They have richer team combat experience, powerful aliens, and advanced technology from the Jiangnan region. Some results should be achieved. If they can't solve the problem by then, we'll take action again. Zhang Yi made a plan temporarily. With his double door ability, if he goes underground to fight, he can at least guarantee a worry-free escape. However, Bian Junwu did not invite him to join, and he was too happy to speak. Headquarters of the Snow Cult, St. John's Cathedral. Zhang Yixian returned here, opened the door and walked in. Yuan Kongya stood in front of the crucifix and prayed devoutly as always. Yuan Kongya stood 3 meters behind her. Yuan Kongya slowly opened his closed eyes, then turned around to face Zhang Yixian. Her white and slender hands were folded in front of her. There was a rare softness in her eyes when she looked at Zhang Yixian. What did you see this time? Zhang Yixian's expression was serious. Jiangnan region sent a group of very scary people. He told Yuan Kongya what he saw and heard today. When Yuan Kongya heard about the strength of the investigation team, especially the ability of the border troops to kill thousands of zombies with one strike. A look of emotion appeared on his frosty face that had not melted for thousands of years. Jiangnan region, she murmured. Will they affect us? Yuan Kongye asked. Zheng Yixian was not sure either. He said that the current situation in Tianhai City had a great impact on the surrounding areas. If the Jiangnan region sends troops to intervene, I'm afraid it will be difficult for our snow sect to develop in the future. Moreover, Bian Junwu gave us a warning. That is, if the corpse tide problem cannot be solved, Jiangnan region may use final measures. Yuan Kongye's eyes swayed. Last resort? Zheng Yixian said firmly that we cannot sit back and watch this situation happen. Yuan Kongye nodded. I'm afraid we are not the only ones who think this way. Zhang Yi, Xiao Hong and Wei Dinghai and Xing Tian don't want to see that kind of result. Just as Yuan Kongye said, after Bian Junwu warned them, everyone was very worried. Because of this, they will also choose to do their best to help Bian Junwu to solve the current zombie problem. Because fully assisting Bian Junwu and others is actually helping themselves. Chapter 465. The investigation team is dispatched. The investigation team left Zhang Yi's house and rushed to investigate the information about the corpse group. They were driving a black RV with a huge space inside. 7 people live in it. And the problems of eating, drinking, and diarrhea can be solved. This car was specially built for them by engineers from Jiangnan region to facilitate their long-term missions outside. In addition to its huge space, its sturdiness is comparable to that of a tank, and it uses aviation materials. Before coming, they already had a lot of information about Tianhai City. The intelligence network in Jiangnan region is beyond what Zhang Yi and the others could have imagined. Take the simplest example, satellite navigation system. Zhang Yi and the others have basically lost this function. However, the Jiangnan region has military satellites that can grasp everything happening on land from distant space. In other words, everything Zhang Yi and the others did was clearly seen by the nebula system. Bian Junwu and the others have a lot of information. And now they need to conduct on-site inspections in various areas. The first stop was the Xixiu subway line, which was blocked by Zhang Yibing. When everyone came to the entrance of the subway line, they could see a long hill rising on the ground from a distance, going straight away, like a long snake. Ming Xiu said that it seemed that a large amount of seawater was irrigated and then froze and expanded, causing the ground to crack. Bian Junwu walked to the subway line and saw the solid ice below through the cracks. He couldn't help but squat down and put his right hand on top of the ice, as if he wanted to feel the giant dragon that was freezing the entire subway line. Bian Junwu closed his eyes and imagined in his mind the scene of Zhang Yi pouring a large amount of seawater from another space. Thinking this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. How awesome! This guy is a genius. Wu Di on the side crossed his arms and said disapprovingly when he heard Bian Junwu's praise. Boss, is it necessary to praise him? In my opinion, this is just a very common method. If my power is space, I also know that I have to use something to block this subway. But in fact, what he did was just drinking poison to quench his thirst and temporarily solve the problems around him. But it did not completely quell the zombie unrest. Any functions? Vice Captain Bailey Chongqing laughed and said, Wu Di, your temper is still as proud as your name. The captain certainly has his reasons for saying this. You have to learn to discover other people's strengths and don't always look down on others. Wu Di raised his eyebrows and said disapprovingly, It's not that I despise him, but in this underground passage, if I were here, I could wipe out all the zombies single-handedly. Bian Junwu put away his right hand and stood up. Listening to Wu Di's arrogant speech, he said lightly, Are you that confident? Of course, Wu Di said confidently. His ability is best at dealing with situations like this. Group fighting is his strength. Bian Junwu asked back. But do you know the strength of the Corpse King? Wu Di was stunned for a moment, and then said that he had never seen that thing before. How could he know? From the information they collected, they only knew that there was a powerful bronze-armored corpse. As for the Corpse King, even Zhang Yi, who went deep into the subway tunnel, had never seen him, let alone understand its strength. Bian Junwu said calmly. But Zhang Yi and the others had eliminated the zombies on the entire subway line with 0 casualties. Don't be blindly obsessed with abilities. The most important thing is how to use your abilities. Zhang Yi's ability is not purely in combat. What's most amazing is that he can do this with his mind. Bian Junwu raised his head and looked at the earth in the distance. There is a long raised earth dragon there. Walking along this subway line, you will arrive at Songzhuang, the transfer station in Tianhai City. Further north, we are almost to Tianfeng district. which is the territory of the snow worship sect. Wu Di still had a bit of dissatisfaction on his face. And he murmured, "So what if he had a brain? If new teammates are needed, they must be strong martial arts factions. We have no shortage of people carrying bags." Looking at the childish Wu Di, Bian Junwu just smiled and did not blame him. Wu Di has always had this kind of character, and everyone has long been used to it, especially after Bian Junwu's physical condition appeared. His behavior became more and more abnormal. Everyone understood the reason why Wu Di did this, but it was hard to explain. Let's go, and see what the zombie siege looks like." After Bian Junwu said that, he took the lead and walked onto the snow RV. The driver was Deputy Captain Bailey Chongqing. He was about the same age as Bian Junwu, over 40. But he doesn't have the greasiness of a middle-aged man. Instead, he has sinews all over his body and is as majestic as a brown bear. "Captain, where are we going?" "Let's go to Yansheng Base first," Bian Junwu said. "Okay." Bailey Chongqing made a good positioning, then started the car, turned the steering wheel, and drove towards Yansheng Base. At this time, the three major bases are also busy, because according to Bian Junwu's instructions, they were required to temporarily abandon all ground buildings and transfer all non-combatants to underground shelters. This can ensure that casualties are reduced, and it is possible that zombies that have lost their targets will no longer attack due to the reduced number of people. After the leaders of each family returned home, although they felt a little reluctant to give up, they could only follow the instructions honestly. No one dares to go against the border troops who represent the will of Jiangnan region at this time. But it's easier said than done. Each company has important factories on the surface, and many living materials are piled directly in warehouses, dormitories, and workshops. There are at least several thousand people from all parties, and it is very troublesome to clean up. At Yansheng Base, Xiao Honglian had no choice but to stop for a moment, directing the combatants to defend the surroundings while arranging the orderly evacuation of non-combatants. Bian Junwu's vehicle arrived not far from Yansheng Base and found a commanding height to stop. It is nearly 5 kilometers away from Yansheng Base, and you could overlook the entire surrounding area of Yansheng Base. Bian Junwu sat by the window, reached out, and pressed the button on the edge of his sunglasses to activate the telescope mode and observe the place. They are waiting for the zombies to arrive. Although in the information about Tianhai City, they had heard about zombie waves and rats attacking human bases. But in this case, you have to take a look in person to get the information you want. This is also the reason why Bian Junwu did not ask people from several major forces to act with him. Time passed slowly, and it only took a moment for the sky to darken, before everyone had time to notice. They were already out of sight. Lights lit up around the Yansheng Base. Humans need light to fight more than zombies that can track the breath of living people. In the investigation team's car, biological and medical expert Meng Xiu was heating food for everyone in a microwave oven. There is a lot of space food stored in the car, which can be eaten by heating it a little, which is very convenient. While everyone was eating, they used night vision binoculars to enjoy the zombie siege. Chapter 466. The mantis stalks the cicada. Zombies emerged from the darkness, densely packed like ants, covering the entire land. Around the Yansheng Base, the huge space is almost filled with water. Looking around, the number of zombies is at least tens of thousands. It was also the first time for the members of the investigation team to see this kind of scene with their own eyes. Meng Xiu's eyes widened, and her heart felt a little nervous. Even though they knew that these zombies did not threaten their lives, they were still a little nervous. Sure enough, what I saw in the video data was completely different from what I experienced in person. Meng Xiu couldn't help but whisper. Wu Di said disapprovingly from the side, "They were just more targets. Be silent. Be careful of attracting zombies." Bailey Chongqing reminded the two people in a low voice. The two immediately shut their mouths, and then carefully observed the movements of the corpses. At the same time, Meng Xiu did not forget to record the movement patterns of the corpses. Countless zombies, including a large number of squeaking giant rats. The smaller ones are as big as kittens, and the larger ones are as big as native dogs. Even among the raging rats, there are aliens as big as piglets. There may be more of them than zombies. Dyeing the ground gray. On the Yansheng Base side, a counterattack was organized in panic. A fire dragon suddenly appeared from a distance, and then burned around the entire base in an instant. On the periphery of the Yansheng Base, there are 3 deep ravines filled with black oil. Once the flame is ignited, it will quickly turn into 3 walls of fire more than 10 meters high. After the zombies and giant rats approached, flames shot into the sky. Only a crackling sound and the screams of giant rats were heard. and hundreds of zombies and giant rats were burned to death. But soon, the zombies gathered together and formed a dozen long and narrow teams. The zombies in front began to jump into the fire pit. Although facing the raging fire, 1 or 2 zombies jumped in and were quickly burned to charcoal. But there are too many zombies, and too many ants can kill an elephant. As a large number of zombies jumped into the fire pit, suppressing the flames, they piled up and formed a bridge. The zombies and rats behind stepped on this bridge of corpses and continued to rush forward. Seeing such a scene, Bien Junwu couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, they are an intelligent group. If they are allowed to continue causing chaos, sooner or later they will become a big trouble. A bunch of mindless zombies are not scary, but it would be terrible if they were controlled by intelligent creatures. After all, in today's world, the number of dead people is far greater than the number of living people. Bailey Chongqing whispered that the individual zombies obviously had no intelligence. We need to find the guy behind them. Don't be in a hurry. Just wait and see. Bien Junwu's voice was extremely calm. Calm and even a little indifferent. Zombies and rats quickly broke through 2 lines of defense. And then, the 3rd line of defense was also in danger. Soldiers from Yangsheng base rushed forward with flamethrowers and grenade explosive packs, blocking the 3rd line of defense. But facing the attack of tens of thousands of zombies, this defense seemed so weak. Fortunately, not long after, the aliens led by Xiao Honglian also joined the battlefield. Their addition has a significant effect on the battlefield. The combat power that aliens can exert is much more powerful than ordinary people, especially when facing this kind of monster who is not afraid of death. Xiao Honglian was extremely anxious at this time, because their non-combatants are still transferring. The base situation is still a bit chaotic at this time, which is when they are at their weakest. So she desperately manipulated the flames to kill the zombies and giant rats around her. Purgatory Furnace. Xiao Honglian stood on a high tower with her arms spread wide. The raging flames around her turned into a dozen thick fire dragons and surged toward her. As the flames entangled her, her whole body turned into a huge fireball, and her whole body was covered in flames that were so hot that they turned white. The next moment, Xiao Honglian suddenly jumped down from the sky and exploded in front of him like a sun. Within a few hundred meters, all zombies and giant rats were burned to charcoal. Where there are flames, Xiao Hong's ability will be greatly enhanced. She rushed into the place where the zombies were the densest and began to use her personal strength to delay the zombies' attack on the base. This approach is very effective. But the Yangsheng base was too big, and she couldn't defend every corner. There was still a place where zombies and giant rats jumped into the crowd and started bloody killing and eating. The screams spread throughout the battlefield. However, judging from the black blood stains everywhere in the factory, such a scene is not uncommon. Every day, they sacrificed large numbers of soldiers in exchange for peace. Bien Junwu and others watched silently from a distance, with no one planning to help. They were just here to observe signs of zombie activity, not to help Yangsheng base solve its current problems. The fighting on the battlefield became increasingly fierce. In the darkness, the zombie army has surrounded Yangsheng base, and the 2 sides are engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. Often zombies capture an area, and then immediately a foreign captain comes with soldiers from Yangsheng base, desperately trying to regain the lost territory. Are all the zombies out? While observing the battle through the telescope, Bien Junwu asked Yi Jikong, the blasting expert and engineer next to him. Yi Jikong held a thick black computer in his hand. It looked like a huge brick, but even in such a cold environment, it could still run well. A map of Tianhai City was displayed on Yi Jikong's computer screen. He narrowed his vision to the area surrounding Yangsheng base. Then, from a bird's eye view, he could clearly see the surrounding movements, including every combatant and zombie. Even their own positions can be seen clearly. This is the function of China's most advanced satellite system Nebula. Yi Jikong saw that the zombies had appeared one after another, and there were no longer zombies at the surrounding subway exits. So he said to Bien Junwu, the zombies in the subway have already come out. There are some big guys in there, though. It should be the bronze-armored corpse that Zhang Yi and the others mentioned before. Bien Junwu's tone changed somewhat. Oh, interesting. According to the information provided by Zhang Yi and others, when the zombie army attacked in the past, ordinary zombies and rats were the core. But now, the elite among the zombies, the bronze-armored zombies, have also appeared. In other words, has the zombie swarm's attack escalated? Could this have something to do with our arrival? Bien Junwu had such doubts in his mind. However, he still told everyone to leave, since they are empty inside now. It is time for us to take action. In the darkness, A huge bronze-armored corpse appeared in front of the battle line. It gave everyone in Yansheng base a huge shock. This kind of monster, whose body is not afraid of flames and is stronger than steel, is simply not something ordinary soldiers can deal with. Zhao Honglian also clearly remembered that Dong Hu was torn to pieces alive by 2 bronze-armored corpses. However, none of the 7 Bianjun glanced at this place. They turned around and got into the car, then made a long circle and drove towards the nearest subway entrance. Chapter 467 Beheading Operation. According to the information provided by each of them, the number of corpses dispatched each time is limited. At the highest moment, there were only tens of thousands of zombies. Obviously, there is a limit to the number of zombies that the Zombie King can control at the same time, or it may not transform corpses into zombies as quickly as expected. And we can take advantage of the zombie tide to attack the Yansheng base and attack the zombie base camp. As long as the Zombie King can be killed, the zombies' actions will become disordered. The threat of disorderly zombies will also be greatly reduced. In the car, Yi Jikong looked at the computer and analyzed the current data for everyone. It was dark at night, so they didn't turn on the lights and stayed far away from the corpses to avoid being discovered by them. The battle was raging in the distance, and the battle between Yansheng base and the zombies became more intense. The screams of corpses and the screams of the rats were endless. But the 7 people didn't care. Having experienced the battlefield, they have already tempered their hearts as cold as iron. They don't let sympathy distract them from their core mission. Or maybe they don't have much sympathy for those people. Bianjun told everyone to prepare for battle. According to Zhang Yi, there must be a large number of bronze-armored corpses underground. There is also a corpse king with unknown abilities. Wu Di clenched his fists loudly. He said with a smile, "Boss, what threat can this kind of dead thing pose to us? Not to mention the current state of emptiness underground. You don't need to take action then. I can take care of them all by myself." Bailey Chongqing sighed. He looked helplessly at the young and energetic Wu Di and raised his eyebrows. "Wu Di, we are not here to fight this time. No matter how many zombies you kill, it will be meaningless if you let the Zombie King escape. Keep this in mind and don't indulge in entanglements with things other than the Corpse King." Wu Di's expression froze, and he stretched out his hand to scratch the back of his head. Sorry. I forgot about this." 10 minutes later, they arrived at the subway entrance where zombies were pouring out. There are no traces of zombies around. They have already gone to Yansheng base. The 7 people got out of the car, and Bianjun already held a black pistol in his hand. Its shape is a bit strange. The barrel is larger and longer, and it is dark and without any reflection. The other people's weapons are similar. All of them are strange-looking firearms. Only Evergreen. He did not use a gun, but opened the huge box he carried with him and took out 2 weapons from it. He skillfully assembled a weapon and turned it into a weird spear over 2 meters long. The head of the gun is very long, like a huge cone. This is a very rare knight spear, which was eliminated from the battlefield hundreds of years ago. Its size is extremely large, and its weight is terrifying. It can only be used in conjunction with cavalry charges. It is difficult for infantry to use this kind of weapon flexibly. But this huge weapon is very comprehensive, whether it is used as a blunt weapon for slashing, or as a sharp weapon for stabbing. It can be said that it is most suitable for the strengthening type, especially for extremely powerful aliens. Among the 7 people, only Wu Di had his hands in his pockets and did not hold any weapons at all. The 7 people came to the entrance of the tunnel and went down in no hurry. Mingxi walked to the entrance of the tunnel and slowly squatted down. Her right hand was placed vacantly above the entrance. Empty photo. An invisible spiritual force explores down along the entrance of the tunnel. This force travels along the wall. When it encounters a fork, it splits into 2 and continues to explore. After dozens of seconds, Mingxiu put away his right hand and said to everyone, "There are still some zombies in the tunnel, but no special individuals have been found." Mingxiu's ability can only cover a range of 2 kilometers. In other words, the Corpse King is still hiding deep in the tunnel. Bianjun said decisively. As he spoke, he held a gun in his right hand and jumped into the tunnel first. The others jumped after him without hesitation. The 7 people moved quickly along the tunnel. With Mingxiu's ability, they could clearly judge the terrain and the number of zombies and giant rats in the dark. Bailey Chongqing walked at the front of the team. The scattered zombies he encountered along the way were directly smashed by him with his knight's spear. When we had gone 5 kilometers, Mingxiu suddenly said, "Found it. There are a large number of corpses ahead. This should be their lair." In her consciousness, she saw densely packed zombies, even more than those outside. And among this group of zombies, she also saw the kind of bronze-armored zombies, whose fighting power was comparable to that of aliens. Bien Junwoo's expression condensed. Have you found the Corpse King? Meng Xiu frowned, mentally searching among the corpses. Corpse King. There are so many zombies underground that it is difficult to identify them one by one. Meng Xiu subconsciously looked for bigger and stronger beings. But except for the bronze armor corpse, there were no zombies with other obvious characteristics. But suddenly, she saw an unusual color. I only found one white-haired monkey. Bien Junwoo white-haired monkey? He said without hesitation. Let's get rid of them first. It's best to catch them alive. No one has seen the Corpse King. And the existence itself is just a guess. So it could look like anything. Even an ordinary zombie with an ordinary appearance. The only thing Bien Junwoo could judge was that since the Corpse King wanted to command the battle, he couldn't be too far away from the corpse group. This is evidenced by Zhang Yi's underground trip. Although Zhang Yi did not see the Corpse King. But that time, they were lured into an open area by the zombie group's trick. And then, they were surrounded by a large number of zombies and bronze-armored corpses. If Zhang Yi hadn't had the ability to travel through space, he would have been in danger underground. But Zhang Yi could conclude that that time, the Corpse King must have been nearby, commanding the corpses to attack. Then, there is no doubt that the Corpse King is among the group of zombies. As for whether it's the white-haired monkey, we'll find out later if we catch it. The 7 people ran quickly towards the group of zombies at extremely fast speeds. As they move forward, they formulate battle plans while fighting. Bailey Woody cleans up the corpses. Xiaoming paid attention to monitoring the corpse group to see if there were any abnormal individuals. Keep me informed. The others, together with me, are responsible for capturing the Corpse King. Everyone said yes in unison. Soon, following Meng Xiu's guidance, they arrived at the place where zombies gathered. The group of corpses discovered them, and immediately let out a menacing roar. Everlasting laughter will make you die again. He waved the knight's spear in his hand, and rushed directly towards the corpses, like a humanoid tank. Boom! In an instant, hundreds of zombies were swept away. Stinky blood sprayed out like rain. And broken limbs and zombie heads were thrown high. All of a sudden, Bailey Chongqing cleared the crowded corpses into a passage dozens of meters long. Chapter 468 Floating. Woody curled his lips, and said to the deputy team, Your speed is too slow. You should get out of the way and look at me. As he spoke, he slowly opened his hands. In the darkness, a bright light suddenly appeared, hovering over his right shoulder. It was a ball of light the size of a fist. The light was sharp and bright. Immediately afterwards, a second one appeared on the left-hand side, and a third one appeared overhead. A few seconds later, dozens of light balls surrounded him, resembling the halos of gods and myths and legends. Woody opened his arms, and these light balls moved quickly and shot forward, turning into a long beam of light. The dazzling white light in front of him enveloped everything. After the zombies' bodies encountered the white light, a big hole was penetrated without any hindrance. Bright beams of light passed through the group of corpses, and the zombies were shot to pieces as if they were made of paper. Ha 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 ha. I am the king of the battlefield. Woody laughed wildly. His ability is Floating Cannon, a trait system that uses mental energy to transform into an energy cannon with extremely strong penetrating power. This ability is particularly powerful in group battles. Under the attack of the floating cannon, the corpses were torn apart like rags. Bailey Chongqing smiled helplessly and touched his head. When it comes to cutting grass, a hand-to-hand alien like him is indeed far worse than Wu Di. The horde of corpses was almost unable to stop everyone. Everyone moved on. Finally, this powerful destructive power attracted the attention of the Corpse King. For huge bronze-armored corpses came out from the end of the tunnel. They are 3 to 4 meters tall, like giant stick insects. Tall, wasted, slender and long-legged. Unfortunately, the physical features that are perfect for humans look extremely weird when placed on their bodies. When Woody's floating cannon hits them, the power is not that impressive. Woody narrowed his eyes. Is this the so-called bronze armor corpse? I want to see how powerful it is. He put away the light ball surrounding him, and a white light slowly condensed in his right hand. But Bien Junwoo held him down. You take a rest first. Although Woody's floating cannon is powerful, it requires mental energy. In a sense, if this ability is used too much, it will cause irreparable damage to the user. Woody still listened to Bien Junwoo's words. He put away his abilities and left them to you. Bien Junwoo and others knew that this kind of bronze-armored zombies were very powerful in combat, which was different from ordinary zombies. So they were not careless. One for each of us. Dian Junwu said, having already selected one of them. He raised the large black pistol in his hand. Boom! A dull gunshot sounded, and a bullet accurately hit the eye on the chest of the bronze-armored corpse. After being hit, the bronze-armored corpse with steel and iron bones actually staggered back a few steps. This weapon is obviously no ordinary pistol, but the pistol in Wang Wei's poem. Dian Junwu walked towards the bronze-armored corpse, step by step, with an expressionless face, hitting its slender torso one by one with the bullets in his hand. It actually forced it to retreat step by step. Evergreen Kong Sheng and Shi Guangming also selected their respective opponents. Bailey Chongqing wielded his knight's spear, rushed over and fought a bronze-armored corpse head-on. Kong Sheng smashed his fists together, and the color of his body instantly turned into a dark silver metallic color. Forged steel. His ability allows him to have the strongest and sharpest body, turning every part of his body into a deadly weapon. As soon as he dodged, the man appeared in midair, and his right leg struck the shoulder of a bronze-armored corpse like a long knife. Tear. The bronze-armored corpse was knocked to the ground by this blow, and a terrifying gash was opened on the shoulder, exposing the bones inside. Kong Sheng's expression was a little shocked, because he saw that the bones were actually blood red. So hard, his kick could split a car apart. At this moment, a beam of light passed through him and hit the chest of the bronze-armored corpse. A horrific wound was immediately shot on the bronze-armored corpse's chest, and the flesh and blood were blurred. Kong Sheng turned around and saw Shi Guangming holding a strange black sniper and smiling at him. At this time, we still need to cooperate. On the other side, Dian Junwu had already pressed the bronze-armored corpse against the wall, then stuffed the pistol into its mouth, pointed it upward from the mouth, and blew its head to pieces. The remaining half of the body slumped to the ground and fell heavily into the smelly corpse water. Although the 4 bronze-armored corpses are powerful in combat, they can only be regarded as appetizers in front of the investigation team. Ming Si pressed her head with one hand and suddenly said, "There is movement among the corpses. The white-haired monkey and the 6 bronze-armored corpses are about to run away. A large number of corpses are surrounding them." Dian Junwu supported his toad mirror and said in a cold voice, "Now it can be concluded that the white-haired monkey is the corpse king. The horde of corpses came here to delay. Go ahead. Gotta grab it today. We must not let it escape. The corpse king has powerful evolutionary abilities, and his wisdom is constantly growing. If it runs away this time, it will be even harder to catch it next time after learning about everyone's abilities." Therefore, everyone rushed towards the direction where the corpse king escaped without stopping. But this time, the swarm of corpses and rats were like crazy, rushing over from the end of the tunnel like a tide. Dian Junwu didn't want to waste any more time and took off his sunglasses directly. Annihilation. The ability was activated, and a dazzling white light lit up in the tunnel. In an instant, the 1,000-meter-long tunnel had been cleared. With this blow, thousands of zombies were directly wiped out. Dian Junwu felt a pain in his chest and couldn't help but cover his mouth and cough violently. But he didn't stop at all. Chasing. There could be no delay in time, and everyone understood this. So they chased the corpse king in the direction in which he was escaping. Along the way, there were sporadic giant rats and groups of corpses that tried to stop them, but they were all wiped out by Bailey Chongqing and Kong Sheng. At this moment, outside the Yangsheng base, the zombies that were attacking the base ferociously seemed to have received some kind of signal and stopped their attacks. They turned around in unison and hurried towards the tunnel. As the corpses left, the rats also joined the retreating army. Xiao Hongyan's whole body was burning with flames, like a fire god. But the violent rise and fall of her chest showed that it was not easy for her to fight. She was a little stunned when she looked at the group of corpses and rats that suddenly retreated. How is this going? She didn't know that while they were fighting, the underground corpse king was also facing a life and death crisis. At this time, Dian Junwu and others had already caught up with the escaped corpse king. Chapter 469, Killing the Corpse King. The corpses standing between the corpses and the investigation team were like rags, and a huge hole was easily torn open. The entire investigation team rushed to the vicinity of the corpse king like lightning. It was also their first time to see the white-haired monkey so close. It was protected by 6 huge bronze-armored corpses, and 1 bronze-armored corpse carried it and ran wildly deep into the subway. Catch them alive. Dian Junwu drank. Shi Guangming raised his black sniper rifle and aimed it at the legs of the bronze-armored corpse carrying the white-haired monkey. The slender leg joint was hit by a white light and shattered with a click. The bronze-armored corpse roared angrily and fell to the ground, while the white-haired monkey on its shoulder let out a scream and rolled to the ground. At this time, Bailey Chongqing rushed over with a knight's spear in hand, and directly pressed the muzzle of the gun against its head. The white-haired monkey's eyes flashed with obvious fear. And then he cowered on the ground without moving. When the bronze-armored corpses around him saw this, they were too frightened to attack. They could only roar from the side, threatening Bailey Chongqing to let it go. Yan Junwu's eyes were fixed on the white-haired monkey. It is impossible for the creature locked by him to escape, and he can destroy it in an instant. A group of people came to the white-haired monkey and turned a blind eye to the bronze-armored corpses. With the white-haired monkey in hand, the bronze-armored corpses didn't dare to move at all. Is this the corpse king who secretly commands the entire zombie army? Yan Junwu looked at the white-haired monkey on the ground and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Wu Ji smiled broadly and said, "I thought this thing could control the zombies. It must be very powerful. It turns out to be so weak." But Bailey Chongqing calmly said no. This is only reasonable. If it can really control countless zombies, it means that it is the brain of the zombies, or some kind of controlling alien. Then, it is not so surprising that it does not have strong personal combat effectiveness. Ming Xiu touched her chin and muttered to herself, no wonder. Even if it could control the huge group of corpses, it would not dare to easily launch a full-scale war against human forces, because its body is too weak. A large number of zombies and bronze-armored corpses must be left behind to protect its safety. Based on its own fighting power, probably any adult can kill it. Several bronze-armored corpses around them roared from time to time. But without the command of the corpse king, they obviously didn't know what to do. The white-haired monkey's eyes were full of fear, and he kept making strange sounds in his throat. Yan Junwu put his gun against the head of the white-haired monkey and said coldly, "Let them kill each other." A flash of hatred flashed in the white-haired monkey's eyes, but his cries suddenly became louder. The next moment, the 6 bronze-armored corpses next to them roared angrily and rushed towards several people. The white-haired monkey has realized that he can't live anymore, and will suffer torture even if he falls into the hands of the person in front of him. So he chooses to die together, but in the face of absolute strength. This kind of struggle is of no use. Bailey Chongqing spat, holding the knight's spear in his hand, and exerting force suddenly. Ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly, and a black light emerged from his body, covering his whole body. Then, like the god of war, he rushed towards the 6 bronze-armored corpses alone. The huge knight's spear swept out, and fiercely chopped off 6 bronze-armored corpses in an instant. With just one blow, they were wiped out by Bailey Chongqing. Green blood and red bones flew everywhere. This is the deputy captain of the investigation team. Iron Hand. Everlasting strength. But there are not only 6 bronze-armored corpses here, but the roars of zombies can be heard from far away in the tunnel. And the zombie tide has also been summoned by the corpse king. You are dishonest. Yan Junwu looked coldly at the white-haired monkey under the muzzle. He knew that this thing would not be able to survive. If you don't kill it, everyone will be surrounded by the zombie army coming back later. No one knows how many zombies there are underground. And Yan Junwu doesn't dare to take risks. So he decisively pulled the trigger and shot the white-haired monkey directly through the head. Its body was similar to that of an ordinary human being, and there was nothing special about it. This shot created a huge hole directly in the back of its head. Ming Xiu took out a body bag from his backpack and put the white-haired monkey away. Everyone quickly left the subway and returned to the ground through the nearest subway exit. After arriving on the ground, they saw an extremely incredible scene. On the vast snowfield, tens of thousands of zombies came from all over the place. But at this time, they were looking in the direction of the subway, standing blankly on the snowy field. Their movements were very confused and stiff, and they had lost their goal. Yan Junwu said that without the control of the zombie king, these ordinary zombies would not act collectively. Ming Xiu also said that in this way, no matter how many they are, they will not be able to pose a threat to large human forces. Intelligent zombies and non-intelligent zombies are completely different creatures. Although the latter is troublesome, it will take some time at most to solve. There were zombies nearby who noticed their presence. Their eyes glowed red, and then they roared and ran towards them. Yan Junwu said, "Let's go. Don't get entangled with these things. It won't be long before they disappear on their own. Zombies without the command of the zombie king cannot exist for long. They are the carriers of the virus themselves. And if they are not fed, the body will break down quickly." Yan Junwu and others were not interested in cleaning up the corpses here, so they quickly left the place. They returned to where they had parked their vehicles. There are also a large number of zombies gathered here, but they are obviously not interested in iron lumps like cars. After Yan Junwu and the others cleared away a group of zombies, they got into the car and drove away with the captured body of the white-haired monkey. The next thing to do is to dissect the body of the white-haired monkey and analyze its biological structure, and try to obtain the secrets of the zombie swarm from it, as well as the method of eradicating the zombie virus. At least so far, they can be sure of one thing. There are many such things in Tianhai City. Only by figuring out its origin can we solve the problem from the root. In the car, Mingxiu put on a white protective suit and performed anatomy on the white-haired monkey on an operating table. Everyone is waiting for the results of her research. There was no words to say that night. Tianhai City still spent the chaotic night as before. It was nothing more than a group of people from each of the major forces dying. The next day, when the white fish belly appeared in the east, Mingxiu slowly took off her white gloves. There is not much space in the RV, so everyone takes turns to rest, and each person has less than 5 hours of rest. At this time, seeing Mingxiu's dissection completed, they were all waiting for her to give a conclusion. Mingxiu looked at the captain Bian Junwu. She said that the analysis results have come out, and it is not a monkey or ape, but a human being. In other words, it was once human. Chapter 470. The mystery is deeper. Mingxiu's words surprised everyone. But it's unexpected. But it's also reasonable. Mutated creatures, people, and corpses are not uncommon in today's world. Mingxiu continued to say that its body contains a large amount of zombie viruses. This virus has distinct biome habits. The Corpse King can infect other corpses with the virus, turning them into zombies. Then, the mother body and ordinary zombies are connected in some way. Let it command the zombie tide. This method is very simple and can convey very few information factors. Because of this, the fighting methods initially displayed by the zombie horde were relatively dull. But the Corpse King itself possesses intelligence, and its brain remains intact. Therefore, it is not as difficult to kill as ordinary zombies. But like a normal person, as long as its brain is killed, it will die. Bailey Chongqing sat on the seat and couldn't help but said that it sounded no different from humans. Qi Guangming said in a deep voice, "If this is the case, it means that as long as we kill all the zombie kings in Tianhai City, we can solve the zombie crisis. Right?" Mingxiu nodded approvingly. In theory, this is the case. Without the Corpse King's leadership, the zombie group will not become a big threat no matter how large the number is. This is a world where aliens exist. If these zombies were not commanded by the Corpse King, any human force could completely eliminate them as long as it spent a certain amount of time and resources. Bian Junwu pushed his toad mirror. After listening to Mingxiu's words, he analyzed it carefully in his mind for a long time. But there is still an issue that remains unclear. If there is more than one Corpse King in Tianhai City, where did the original Corpse King come from? The Corpse King is a mutated form of a human or a human corpse. How was the first one infected with the zombie virus? Everyone turned their attention to virus expert Mingxiu. Mingxiu shook his head. This is difficult to find out. After all, the scale of the zombie swarm is too large. Coupled with the restrictions, it is extremely difficult to trace the source. It's possible that the Corpse King is just one type of corpse horde. Like ordinary zombies with bronze armor. They were all created by the original zombie king. The purpose of its existence is only to command other corpses. Bian Junwu's face was still as cold as cast iron. Bailey Chongqing said with a smile beside him. We will be very busy next time. But at least we know the good news. That is, after the zombie king is eliminated, the problem of the zombie group will be solved. Right? This mission seems to be less troublesome than imagined. There are just too many of them. Woody covered his head. There were so many zombies. How long will it take to kill them? If only they could be gathered together, and let me kill them all with floating cannons. Everyone couldn't help laughing. It's not that simple. If it were so easy to handle, the headquarters wouldn't have to send us here. At this moment, Bian Junwu, who had been thinking, suddenly said, "It is indeed a good idea to gather them together and annihilate them in one fell swoop." Everyone couldn't help being stunned when they heard this. Wu Di blinked his eyes and smiled happily. "Boss, you really know me. This is a great idea. Right?" Bailey Chongqing frowned slightly. But what to do? Throughout Tianhai City, corpses are scattered everywhere. Kong Sheng said that even if they were all gathered together, the terrifying number would be difficult to handle. Bian Junwu folded his arms, his expression like ice that would never melt for thousands of years. He said in a calm tone, the actions of the zombie swarm were purposeful, which was to attack the 5 major forces in Tianhai City. Although it is unclear whether they are intentional or careless, it is inevitable that zombies will chase people's actions. Then, we might as well gather all the humans in Tianhai City together. Come and attract all the corpses to come over. At that time, we can annihilate all the corpse kings at once. And in this way, I can also verify my suspicion. Yes? These two words made everyone very curious. Boss, what do you think? A faint smile appeared on Bien Junwu's lips. So far, the corpse tide in Tianhai City has only spread to surrounding cities on a small scale. Most of the zombies are still concentrated in the Tianhai City area. This phenomenon is very unreasonable. If the true nature of zombies is the virus that resides in their bodies, then according to biological instinct, they will invade further afield. After all, the number of native creatures alone is no longer enough for them to eat. So, why do they still stay in Tianhai City and continue to attack several major forces? Even Zhang Yi's shelter, which only had a few people, was attacked by an army of zombies for a long time. A playful expression appeared on Bien Junwu's face. I'd love to see if there's a human factor behind this. Perhaps the Corpse King was deliberately created by someone secretly. If it exists, then we must get rid of this underground force in one fell swoop. Another night passed. The investigation team achieved a great victory outside Yangsheng base. This was the first time that humans had killed a zombie king, which directly caused the zombies around the Yangsheng base to lose their command and turn into beasts that could only act according to instinct. Some zombies ran around the Yangsheng base in broad daylight. At first, this shocked everyone in Yangsheng base, who was planning to take a rest. But after a battle, they were surprised to find that the combat effectiveness of these zombies had dropped sharply. They will no longer avoid various traps and barbed wires, and will rush over without thinking as soon as they see humans in front. Even if there were soldiers holding flamethrowers, they didn't know how to dodge, and they were burned to death in large areas. This made the human forces cheer for joy. Zhuge Qingting excitedly reported the news to Xiao Honglian. Xiao Honglian's frown relaxed. Real? She came to the front line and saw that although there were many zombies in front of her, there was no order as before, and she couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. I don't know what happened, but this is good news, Zhuge Qingting asked. Could this be related to the investigation team from Jiangnan region? Xiao Honglian thought of those terrifying members of the investigation team, and his expression became a little serious. It might have something to do with them. The eyes of Xiao Honglian and Zhuge Qingting were filled with shock that could not be concealed. Is this the strength of Jiangnan region? A team of just 7 people actually solved a big trouble in an area on the first day they arrived in Tianhai City. Their awe for the Jiangnan region is even greater. Chapter 471 Nonsense. The morning light shines on the base camp of the Snow Worship sect. There was another fierce battle last night, in which many believers lost their lives. However, due to the large number of strangers in the Snow Worship sect and the accumulation of previous experience in dealing with zombies, the number of deaths is gradually decreasing. After Zhang Yixian met with Bien Junwu and others, they also started to move non-combat units when they returned to the base camp. The transfer location is nothing more than the underground parking lot, and then various methods are used to block the door. Only the believers with fighting power are left outside, responsible for protecting everyone's safety. Before, they also tried sending congregants to the upper floors of the building, then cut off the stairs to the lower floors. But zombies with unlimited strength can even climb buildings dozens of meters high to prey on believers. The snow-worshipping sect has suffered a lot in this regard, but now it has learned its lesson. The area around St. John's Cathedral is a dilapidated scene. The light of dawn does not bring the beauty of a new day. There were broken corpses everywhere, including those of humans, zombies, and giant rats. The congregants had been busy all day, but now they had to clean up the battlefield. First, the body must be cleaned up and moved to the abandoned building next to the church for Blood Vine to handle it. Otherwise, people who have just died in battle may become new zombies. Others are collecting giant rat carcasses. These are fresh flesh and blood, very rare these days. Although everyone doesn't know whether it contains unknown viruses or diseases, you can eat it as long as you won't die temporarily after eating it. No one will think about things that are too long-term. One day will be enough to have enough food. As a priest with a certain status in the snow worship cult, Li Jian received good protection last night. But yesterday's battle was too fierce, and he was separated from his family. Now he only found his wife Zhang Jianfang, and the two were anxiously looking for their son Li Kale on the battlefield. Where did this kid Kale go? There is chaos every day now. Why is he disobedient? Zhang Jianfang looked anxious. There were dead people everywhere, and she was afraid that her son would also die on the battlefield. Last night, it was obvious that they could hide. But Li Kale couldn't worry about his little girlfriend and ran to find her despite Zhang Jianfang's objections. As a result, until now, They have not seen the shadows of Li Kale and Su Bebe. Li Jian also had a stern look as he tried to find someone on the battlefield to ask about his son. But they had only been worshipping the snow cult for a short time. And they didn't know a few people at all. No one cared about his son's life or death. The two could only anxiously shuttle around, calling their son's name. But when Li Jian came to the corner of the ruins of a building, the scene in front of him made his whole body feel as if he was frozen. And his head was cold to the soles of his feet. Under the shadow of the ruins, Li Kale was lying on the ground covered in blood, his lower body soaked with dark red blood. In front of him, Yuan Kongye, the leader of the snow worship cult, held a sharp dagger in his hand and stared down at him expressionlessly. Li Jian's mind went blank. But the next moment, his fatherly instinct made him yell Lele. He rushed towards the two of them. Yuan Kongye still looked down at Li Kale, with a hint of crazy struggle in his eyes. Without looking back, she stretched out her left hand towards Li Jian. Boom! Li Jian felt as if he had been hit by a truck. He flew backwards 4 to 5 meters away, and then landed heavily on the ground. Zhang Jianfang rushed over at this time. When she saw her husband falling to the ground, and the scene her son was facing, her face became extremely pale. So dirty. Yuan Kongye looked down at Li Kale and murmured that you need to be purified. What they saw in front of them made Li Jian and his wife extremely desperate. They didn't understand why the holy leader wanted to attack their son. However, at this moment, the figure of the high priest Zheng Yixian appeared here. He caught a glimpse of the situation at the scene, frowned slightly, and walked past Li Jian and his wife to Yuan Kongye. He was tall, a head taller than Yuan Kongye. After seeing Yuan Kongye's twisted and struggling expression, he opened his broad cloak and took Yuan Kongye into his arms. Yuan Kongye's body was still stiff, but the frenzy in his eyes seemed to have dissipated a little. Original sin is unforgivable. I'm helping him, she said slowly in a cold tone. I know. You did nothing wrong. Zheng Yixian let Yuan Kongye hold the blood-stained dagger, and then took her away. Li Jian and Zhang Jianfang could only watch them leave. At this time, they were extremely angry and frightened. But they had no time to think about that. So they hurriedly got up to check on their son's condition. When the two people arrived in front of Li Kale, they found that he had passed out and his face was as pale as gold paper. The lower body was covered in blood, but the upper body had no fatal injuries. Li Jian's face instantly became extremely ugly. He thought of the purification ritual of becoming a Christian. It is said that many young boys who join the snow worship cult will go through that step. Before, he relied on his own powers to serve the snow worship cult, and thought his son could escape this disaster. But I didn't expect that this day would come. The two of them were extremely sad. The only good news is that Li Kale's life was saved. After Yuan Kongye performed the operation on him, he did not forget to use his power to stop his bleeding. But when he wakes up, how will he face the changes in his body? The couple burst into tears. Anger, helplessness, despair, pity and confusion. Various emotions filled their hearts. They didn't understand why their son would be subjected to such a thing by Yuan Kongye. At this moment, Zhang Jianfang's eyes saw a trembling figure not far away. In the shadow of a corner, Li Kale's little girlfriend Su Bebe was huddled there, balling up into a ball with a look of horror on her face, hugging her knees and shaking non-stop. Zhang Jianfang thought that her son came out to protect her, gritted his teeth and shouted at her. Su Bebe, what on earth is going on? Why was my son treated like that by the leader? Is it because of you? Su Bebe had already cried into tears, faced with Zhang Jianfang's questions. She shook her head repeatedly. I didn't do anything. She lowered her head, looking aggrieved and confused. We just had a close call, and he kissed me, and then the leader found out. So she did? Su Bebe felt extremely sad when she thought of the scene just now. The promised happiness will no longer be available from now on. I don't know why she is like that. Chapter 472 Men's Pain. When Li Jian and Zhang Jianfang saw what happened to their son, in addition to anger, they felt more despair and confusion. Yuan Kongye did this, and now they need the protection of the snow worship cult to survive. Therefore, they have no way to avenge their son, or even seek justice. But they couldn't understand why Yuan Kongye became so crazy just because of the love between children. In fact, after joining the religion and learning about the special initiation ceremony, Li Jian noticed that something was wrong with Yuan Kongye. Why castrate minor boys, but turning a blind eye to adult men? What is the reason for this? On the other side, Zheng Yixian took Yuan Kongye back to her room behind the church. Yuan Kongye slowly regained consciousness. But for the first time, a touch of weakness and confusion appeared on her face. She raised her head and looked at Zhang Yixian in front of her. I didn't do anything wrong. Right? That kind of thing is inherently wrong. I'm just helping them go the right way. Zhang Yixian nodded. She sat on the bed, and he knelt half in front of her, raising his head and looking up at her. You're not wrong. It's all the child's fault. In the last days, there is no need for love to exist, and impure relationships between men and women should be prohibited. Yuan Kongye sighed. They may not understand my painstaking efforts. As she spoke, a bright smile broke out on her face, and then she stretched out her white and tender palms to touch the side of Zhang Yixian's face. If only all men could be like you. Then, the world will no longer be so unclean. Yuan Kongye's cold little hands made the gentleness on Zhang Yixian's face even stronger. This world will eventually be what you want it to be. Yuan Kongye retracted his hand. Her face regained the calmness and majesty of the leader of the snow worship cult. That child is Li Jian's son. He wouldn't have any emotions. Would he? Zhang Yixian said that I would go talk to him and let him understand your painstaking efforts. I think he will understand. Yuan Kongye nodded and said no more. Li Jian's abilities are very useful to them, and this person poses no threat to them. People like this are their favorite, so I still have to win over them. This time, if Yuan Kongye hadn't been stimulated by the scene of Li Kale and Su Bebe, she wouldn't have done anything like that. And there was one thing that Su Bebe lied about. That's what she and Li Kale did at that time, which was more than just a kiss. After humans experience life and death, their animal instincts will become stronger, eager to pass on their DNA sequences. And this pair of boys and girls, in the apocalypse where there are no taboos, also began to tentatively touch the forbidden fruit. Unfortunately, they met the most inappropriate people at the most inappropriate time. Li Jian and Zhang Jianfang were extremely sad, but they also knew that it would be difficult for them to seek justice in this matter. Fortunately, his son is still alive and living in the apocalypse. The lack of that kind of ability may not actually have a big impact. It is still unclear whether it will be used in the future. As long as Li Kale is still alive, at least they will have comfort in their hearts. But adults think so. But Li Kale doesn't think so. After he woke up, he found that something was missing from his place, and he was going crazy. A teenage boy met his beloved girl again in the apocalypse. Then you told him that you could only be sisters with that girl from now on? Li Kale yelled like crazy, and even began to show signs of self-harm. What energy do I have to live? Zhang Jianfang could only cry and comfort him over and over again. We are a family of 3. Working hard together. Working hard. As for Su Bebe, she secretly watched Li Kale's condition, crying silently, but no longer had the courage to approach him again. It's not that she is heartless, but she knows that if she goes to see him now, it will only cause more harm to Li Kale. This afternoon, Li Jian, who had been depressed all day, welcomed someone. High Priest Zhang Yixian. Seeing the High Priest, although Li Jian felt unhappy in his heart, he still managed to receive him. Mr. Zhang, Li Jian said. Zhang Yixian waved his hand. Didn't he say that he should address his duties when working? Li Jian hurriedly changed his words and said, His Excellency the High Priest. Zhang Yixian is just a Taoist. You have only been in the religion for a short time, so you will be slower to adapt to some titles. He walked aside and looked at Li Jian. From Li Jian's face, he saw a hint of unhappiness. But one thing is good. That is, Li Jian is a man who is good at dealing with people and the world. He didn't yell like an ordinary father, and even ran to Yuan Kongye or Zhang Yixian to fight for their lives. But Zhang Yixian also understood that he needed a reasonable explanation. If he cannot be given a reasonable explanation, Li Jian may not be so dedicated to his work in the future. This is not a good thing for the snow worship cult. Is your son okay? Zhang Yixian asked slowly. Li Jian frowned. The physical injuries were healed, but the mental injuries might never heal for the rest of his life. If a man loses the essence of being a man, he will never be able to raise his head. When Zhang Yixian heard these words, the muscles on his face suddenly twitched, and his expression became a little unnatural. He said that your son has only been purified now, which is already a great gift. But he shouldn't do that kind of thing with a woman in front of the leader. As if affected by Li Jian's words, Zhang Yixian's voice became a little thin. This made Li Jian feel a little strange. But Zhang Yixian's voice soon became darker again. The snow worship sect was such a large sect, with tens of thousands of followers at its peak. If not managed well, unrest can easily occur. The relationship between men and women is more likely to become the foundation of cholera. Although adults are capable of self-control, what they fear most is young and energetic people acting willfully. In the apocalypse, All laws of order become empty talk. What if they fight and kill each other for love? Or if they get pregnant unexpectedly? Do you think it won't be a huge burden to the group? He comforted in a deep voice that all this was for the development of the sect. You are a smart person and should understand this. Moreover, what happened with your son was not intended to be against you. It was the same for everyone else. After Li Jian listened, he was silent for a long time and then nodded. This is what the high priest taught. Zhang Yixian looked at Li Jian, who was bowing his head to listen to the instruction, and frowned slightly. Soon he relaxed his brows and said that from today on, your son can receive an extra portion of nutrients. In addition, work-related matters should not be affected by this incident. Li Jian nodded. I understand. Chapter 473 Bait Plan. Zhang Yixian comforted Li Jian and laughed after seeing that his mood was normal. He knew that Li Jian could not let go of his son's affairs so quickly. However, as long as Li Jian and his family were still living in the snow worship cult, they had to choose to let go of this matter. As the high priest, Zhang Yixian was able to condescend and demean his family. It was a great honor to come to appease their family in person. As for Li Jian, he couldn't listen to a single word of Zhang Yixian's nonsense explanation. What bastard logic. If people are castrated for the sake of the stability of the sect, then what's the point of the existence of the sect? In the future, if humans cannot reproduce, won't they perish as well? Li Jian cursed Zhang Yixian's absurdity in a low voice. But the situation is stronger than the people. He still has to take care of his own family of 3 and other companions brought from Yuelu district. Therefore, even if he is angry inside, he must learn to be patient. By now, he already understood that this snow worship sect was not the utopia he imagined. As a former senior manager of a listed group, his IQ is high enough. It was so high that he always felt that the snow worship cult was hiding something fishy. Especially after he slowly came into contact with some of the core secrets of the snow worship cult. This feeling became even more obvious. Li Jian felt very heavy. For the first time, he began to think about whether it was the right choice to take his neighbors in Yuelu district to join the snow worship sect. But there is no regret medicine in the world. If they were still staying in Yuelu community, they would all become zombie food if they were attacked by a zombie wave again. Walking to the door of his house with heavy steps, Li Jian heard his wife's crying and Li Kao's painful shouts. Li Jian's eyes became increasingly sad. The inability to continue the family line now seemed like a trivial matter. But as a father, he really couldn't bear to see his son endure this kind of pain in the future. Thousands of words were held in my heart, and I couldn't say them out. In the end, I could only turn into a helpless sigh. What happened to Li Jian's family was nothing but a trivial matter to the snow worship cult. This can be said to be a microcosm of the snow worship sect. On the surface, it seems harmonious. But in fact, it contains a lot of dissatisfaction. However, because the believers are eager for shelter, even if they encounter something unbearable, they can only choose to pretend to be an ostrich and bury their heads in the sand. As for the investigation team, after they successfully killed a zombie king, they also established a battle plan. That is to attract the entire corpse group in Tianhai City to one place, and then eliminate the corpse king among them. Even if it cannot be eradicated at once, it can still replicate the results of this victory, and kill a large number of intelligent white-haired monkeys. Dian Junwu believes that the action pattern of the zombie swarm is similar to that of the Zerg. The zombie king has the ability to create new zombies, and their infection rate is much higher than that of ordinary zombies. Moreover, the corpse king has wisdom, and can continue to evolve through battles. But as a brain, it does not have strong combat effectiveness. Then, the solution to the corpse type comes out. First, use the large crowd at the front to attract the main zombies. Then some elites were sent underground to behead the corpse king. This is Dian Junwu's current plan. Now that the plan is clear, the next step is to implement it. The first thing to do is to choose a suitable place to use as bait. Dian Junwu held a communicator in his hand, which marked the locations of the 5 major forces in Tianhai City and the active direction of the corpse group. His hand touched the snow worship cult's territory. Just be sure to be here. There are 2 reasons for establishing the battle venue in the snow worship cult. First, the snow worship cult has the largest number of followers, so it is easiest to attract zombies. Second, the snow worship sect is located in Tianfeng district, which used to be the most prosperous area in Tianhai City. So that place has the largest number of dead people and the largest number of zombies. The place where the underground zombie tide in Tianhai City is most likely to gather is also here. Dian Junwu immediately asked someone to send messages to the 5 forces. The content of the message is very simple. They were asked to place their non-combatants immediately. Then carry all the fighting forces, and go to the St. John's Cathedral of the Snow Worship Cult to assemble. After receiving the order from the investigation team, the 5 forces behaved differently. Xiao Honglian is now the biggest beneficiary. The investigation team helped them clean up a large number of zombies around them, especially after killing the Zombie King. The disorderly zombies around Yangsheng Base were easily eliminated. Of course, Xiao Honglian knew that the investigation team must have done something, and they most likely killed the Corpse King who controlled the Corpse Group. She recognized the strength of the investigation team in her heart. So she replied without hesitation, "Received. We will be there immediately." Although they didn't understand the significance of gathering at St. John's Cathedral, whether it was out of trust in the strength of the investigation team or background considerations, they had to obey each other's orders. Qipei Base and Chaoyu Base had the same reaction. They placed non-combatants in underground shelters. That kind of building, which is buried more than 100 meters underground and is made of reinforced concrete, is difficult to destroy even if it is attacked by a large number of missiles. As long as the door is not opened, the zombies and giant rats cannot get in. Xing Tian and Wei Dihai took most of the combat power at hand and rushed to the base camp of the Snow Worship sect in accordance with Bian Zhenhu's order. However, some people are not so happy about this matter. That is the people who worship the Snow Cult. After Zheng Yixian received the news, his expression changed again and again, which was particularly strange. He hurriedly went to Yuan Kongya to report the news. The investigation team asked everyone to gather here. It looks like they are going to fight a big battle with the zombie tide here. This is not good news for us. If this becomes the main battlefield, then no one knows how many members of the Snow Worship sect will die. Bian Zhenhu is a person who puts the overall situation first. His eyes only focus on completing the mission, without caring about the life and death of a few people. There is nothing wrong with this idea. If the zombie problem cannot be solved, everyone in Tianhai City will die sooner or later. The corpses will even spread to surrounding areas and even the whole country. However, as the victim, the Snow Worship Cult naturally did not want to see things develop like this. Yuan Kongya frowned after hearing this. Many more people are going to die. And when they gather here, they are also a threat to us. The relationship between the 5 major forces is not harmonious, especially the Yangsheng Base and Chaoyu Base. When they were stabbed in the back by the Snow Worship sect, they all wanted to kill all the senior officials of the Snow Worship sect. Maybe then they will secretly take action and do something detrimental to the Snow Worship cult. Zheng Yixian asked Yuan Kongyadao that he should move as soon as possible. It would be terrible if they found out. Yuan Kongya was silent for a long time, and then nodded slowly. Just do as you say. But we don't need to worry too much. God is above, and will bless the believers of the Snow Worship sect. She clasped her hands together and prayed devoutly. It seems like that's all they can do now. After all, Bian Zhenhu never asked for their opinions on his arrangements. This order, and they could only obey obediently. Chapter 474 Gathering. Zhang Yi, after receiving the news, began to think about the profound meaning behind it. Let's meet at the Snow Worship sect. Why not choose another place instead of that crappy place? Wait a minute. Let's bring all our fighting strength. Is this going to be a big battle with zombies? Do they really have the confidence to start a war? Did they find any important information? Zhang Yi looked at the messages on his phone and paced back and forth in front of the living room window, thinking carefully about the meaning. At this time, Yang Xinxin passed by in a wheelchair. Seeing Zhang Yi with a thoughtful look on his face, he couldn't help but tilt his head and asked, "Brother, what are you worried about again?" Zhang Yi saw Yang Xinxin coming, so he smiled and waved to her. "You're here at the right time. Come over here." After Yang Xinxin came over, Zhang Yi showed her the news sent by the investigation team. Yang Xinxin lowered her eyes, thought for a moment, and then laughed. "Brother, this is good news." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Tell me carefully. What a good idea." Yang Xinxin stared into Zhang Yi's eyes, smiled, and asked what the Snow Worship sect has. They are quite poor and have no other resources besides their large number of people." "You mean? There are many of them?" Yang Xinxin nodded. "Yes. Their biggest feature is that they have a large number of followers." At this point, she teased that this was the only advantage they had. Zhang Yi couldn't help but think of the Snow Worship cult's fighting method. Their weapons and equipment are backward, and the combat effectiveness of their followers is not strong. Therefore, when fighting other forces, they always use self-destruction to exchange lives with others. This barbaric and ferocious fighting style also gained them a living space in Tianhai City. Yang Xinxin continued to say that if zombies really choose people to eat, then the Snow Worship cult, which has a large number of people, will undoubtedly attract the largest number of zombies. The investigation team asked us to gather at the snow worship cult and bring all our fighting forces. The purpose is obvious. There they will have a battle with zombies. And the people who worship the snow cult, plus the people gathered by various forces, will undoubtedly become the most conspicuous targets in the entire Tianhai city. Zhang Yi crossed his arms, and after listening to Yang Xinxin's analysis, a bright light suddenly flashed in his mind. He looked at Yang Xinxin in surprise and said, "If this is the case, doesn't it mean that they know how to deal with the corpses?" Back then, their 5-person team had seen the terror of corpses. Even they were unable to deal with the zombie army commanded by the wise Corpse King, coupled with the bronze-armored corpses, whose combat power was comparable to that of aliens. Yang Xinxin tilted her head and said with a smile that since it was an investigation team sent by Jiangnan region, its strength was naturally extraordinary. The most important thing is information. Intelligence. Yang Xinxin shook her white and tender fingers and said to Zhang Yi seriously, "First of all, they have more intelligence channels than we do, and combined with the information provided by each of our families, their understanding of the corpse group is far better than ours. So naturally they would be able to quickly find a way to deal with the zombie swarm." Zhang Yi thinks Yang Xinxin's words are very reasonable. Speaking of which, the main reason why the previous mission was unsuccessful was that we knew too little about the underground. From the beginning to the end, we have never seen the Corpse King at all, and can only speculate through fragmented information, thus creating an unknown fear of it. On the other hand, Zhang Yi had to admit that the combat effectiveness of the 7-man team was much stronger than his team. Let's not talk about Bian Junhua's combat effectiveness. Each of his subordinates is at the top level in Tianhai City. They are even no weaker than the leaders of each base. Imagine that Zhang Yi and Xiaohong trained strangers of Wei Dinghai's level to form a team. Their combat effectiveness would be equally terrifying. Zhang Yi leaned on the sofa and said lightly that if that's the case, let's go over and take a look. Anyway, this large-scale concentration of combat power will not have much impact on us. The advantage of having a small number of people is flexibility. It is more convenient to take the initiative to attack or retreat, coupled with the fact that there are no ordinary people holding them back. Zhang Yi and the others can remain calm on any battlefield. Okay, let's go there. See what they have in mind. Zhang Yi said this. Then he informed everyone to come to the living room for a meeting. After everyone gathered, Zhang Yi told them the news he had received. Uncle Yu was very sensitive to the smell of war. So he immediately said, "Is this going to start a war? The war between the human coalition and the zombie army?" Zhang Yi leaned on the sofa, his expression relatively relaxed. Since it is a coalition force, there are many cannon fodder who can bear most of the pressure. They don't have to be too nervous. And during the battle, it is more reliable to have an elite team like a 7-person team. He said that the fight must be fought sooner or later, as long as the zombie problem is not solved. Our survival here will not be secure. But I didn't expect them to be so fast. I only came for one day and had plans. All I can say is that a professional team is a professional team. After sighing, Zhang Yi looked at everyone with serious eyes. But I still say the same thing. The most important thing is to protect your own safety. Life comes first. Everything else comes second. Do you understand? Everyone nodded. They have already heard these words, and their ears are calloused. But Zhang Yi would give careful instructions before every big move. Zhou Qian frowned worriedly, and lowered his eyes slightly. In other words, you are all going to the snow worship sect and leaving us at home. Right? Zhang Yi nodded without any hesitation. Non-combatants are not allowed to go there. If a fight breaks out, the number of zombies they will face is unimaginable. Then I won't even care about protecting you. Thinking of the more than 10 million people who died in Tianhai City, Zhang Yi still felt a little worried. He didn't know how many dead bodies had turned into zombies. The 5 major forces unite, which means they need to face all the zombies in Tianhai City. He must have no worries before he can go into battle. Zhou Qian argued. But you also need a doctor. If you are injured, I can help you treat it. In every battle, Zhang Yi kept her in the shelter. She understood that Zhang Yi was protecting her. But there was never a time when she wasn't on tenterhooks. Fearing that something would happen to Zhang Yi raised his head and met Zhou Qian's serious eyes. She really wanted to help Zhang Yi. After all, in the extremely low temperature environment outside, if you are injured on the battlefield and do not receive timely treatment, you will easily die. Chapter 475 Zhou Qian asks for a fight. Zhang Yi smiled disapprovingly. You have no ability to protect yourself. Do you still want me to take care of you when you get to the battlefield? Don't be stupid, girl. Field doctors are important. But first they must not become a problem. Glacier said. If it was before, I know it would be inconvenient for you to take me with you. But since this is a big battle, sufficient logistical support must be provided. I think not only us, but other forces on our own side will also have their own logistics personnel to follow. Uncle Yu also said to Zhang. I think Miss Zhou is right. This time, almost all the combat power of the 5 strongest forces in Tianhai City has been assembled. So this battle will definitely not end so soon. If you fight a protracted war, logistics is very important, especially medical staff. He looked at Zhang, his eyes full of sincerity. In the past, due to your caution, our team has never had any casualties. But this situation may not last forever. You should understand that it is very common for people to die on the battlefield. Doctors are also very important. Zhang Yi's heart was shaken by what the two people said. Although he was very powerful, he could not guarantee that he would not be injured in a melee of this scale. At an ultra-low temperature of -60 degrees, any injury will turn into tissue necrosis. It can range from becoming disabled to severe death. If you say something harsh now, it will really hurt you when the time comes. But you won't even have a place to cry. Moreover, even for the sake of the future, the people around you must adapt to various harsh environments. Even the battlefield. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yi nodded and agreed to take Glacier there. Then this time you can come with us. When the time comes, I will find a way to put you in the rear. You have to hide obediently, and come over and treat us once we are injured. Glacier happily hugged Zhang Yi's neck, her eyes sparkling with joy. I understand, and I will fulfill my duties as a doctor. Seeing Glacier volunteering, Karen stood up not to be outdone. She patted her lackluster chest. Brother, take me with you too. My marksmanship has gotten better and better lately. Zhang Yi raised his head and looked at the short-haired girl, and said lightly, have you forgotten that guns are not effective against zombies? Karen's face stiffened. Zhang Yi said bluntly without giving others a chance to speak. No one is allowed to follow except Gur. All remain inside the shelter. Karen sat down helplessly, while Yang Xinshin looked indifferent. At this time, there isn't much they can do. Zhou Haimei and Yang Mi had a look of relief flashing deep in their eyes. They did not have the courage, like Glacier, to follow Zhang Yi and the others on the battlefield. After all, they have little fighting ability, and will easily die if they go there. It would be best if you could stay in a safe shelter. Karen went to help Zhang Yi check the snowmobile to make sure there were no safety hazards, and filled up the gas for them. Zhang Yi and others checked their weapons and equipment, and planned to set off after everything was properly equipped. As for Glacier, before setting off, Zhang Yi specially gave her a small silver pistol. Guns are basically useless against zombies, and you can't even use large caliber ones. Keep this for self-defense. It's still very effective against people. The immediate crisis is a wave of corpses. But Zhang Yi did not put himself in the position of his friends from other major forces. They are still potential enemies, but are temporarily cooperating out of common interests. But they can't guarantee who will stab them in the back. Glacier has also practiced shooting. Although his marksmanship is not very accurate, it is enough for self-protection. She took the gun and stuffed it into the jacket of her combat uniform. Everyone drove 2 snowmobiles, sealed the shelter, and set off towards the Snow Worship Sect's headquarters in Tianfeng District. The Baishua sect knew that the investigation team and people from other forces were coming, so they hurriedly made preparations. Bian Junwu and others came here immediately. Zhang Yixian went to greet him with a group of priests and priests. It was said to be a welcome, but in fact it was nothing special. Naturally, there was no time to prepare to welcome them at this time. But Bian Junwu and others came as soon as they said they were coming, and they didn't care about the reception ceremony. But after arriving here, I saw bloodstains everywhere, and the broken limbs and arms had not been cleaned up. There were even people in the corner gnawing at the bloody flesh of the giant rat. All this was in front of everyone's eyes. And they, who were used to seeing strong winds and waves, were not shocked at all. Zhang Yixian came to Bian Junwu and others, nodded and said, welcome to Snow Worship Sect. I wonder what the plan is for suddenly asking major forces to gather here. If we can inform you in advance, we can be better prepared. Wu Di sneered and hugged his shoulders. You guys are like this here. What can you be prepared for? We are here to help you make peace. Just listen to our instructions. Hearing Wu Di's words, the faces of several people behind Zhang Yixian showed anger. Wu Di raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? You guys look unconvinced? Do you want to come out and practice? I can let you come together. Flat-headed brother Han Chong couldn't help it anymore. Bared his teeth and said, Don't be too arrogant. Even if the people from the Jiangnan region are very strong, we are not weak. Han Chang. Shut up. Zheng Yixian stopped him. He apologized to Wu Di and asked you not to blame him. The snow worship cult has suffered heavy casualties recently, and it is inevitable that the congregants' emotions will be a little extreme. Wu Di wanted to say something more, but Bian Zhenwu turned his head slightly, and he immediately closed his mouth. Bian Zhenwu told Zheng Yixian that he planned to wait until the others arrived. He was too lazy to explain to Zheng Yixian alone. Zheng Yixian smiled and said, "Okay. Do you want to go inside and have a rest first?" As he spoke, he extended his hand to invite the members of the investigation team to rest in the church area. Bian Zhenwu stepped forward. Several others followed. As they walked, Bian Zhenwu asked, "How many people have died in your snow worship cult in the past few days?" Zheng Yixian pondered for a moment and replied in a low voice, "In the past few days of fighting, thousands of believers have died at the mouths of zombies. There are still some infected people who have no chance to save them. In order to prevent them from mutating, we can only deal with them in a humane way." Bian Zhenwu raised his eyebrows slightly. How many people specifically died? He cares a lot about numbers. Only by knowing the specific death toll of the snow worship cult can he know the extent to which the snow worship cult was affected by the zombie tide. Zheng Yixian was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly said, "I'm really sorry. We have not conducted statistics on the congregation. Approximate death toll. There should be 3 or 4,000. Chapter 476 The Source of Food. 3 or 4,000? After hearing this number, Bian Zhenwu's tone was slightly surprised. He glanced around. The defense project is very simple. Not even crude compared to other major bases. It was freezing cold. And although there were many people in the snow worship sect, they did not have enough energy to build strong defenses. You can only rely on the existing environment to fight zombies. And the group that once numbered tens of thousands of people. After a long battle with the zombies, only 3 or 4,000 people died, which had to be said to be very surprising to him. So, how do you solve the food problem? To support thousands of people in the last days, a huge amount of food is needed. I'm curious how you did it. Bian Zhenwu's words made everyone in the snow worship sect a little wary. Food source is the core issue for any power. If Bian Zhenwu was not from the Jiangnan region, raising this question would definitely be regarded as looking for trouble. Zheng Yixian hesitated for a moment, but replied that we would search for buried supermarkets in the surrounding area to obtain food or other survival supplies. Oh, is that all? Bian Zhenwu looked at Zheng Yixian. His gaze was invisible under the toad mirror. But everyone could feel that he did not believe what he said. Because in this environment, searching for food also requires a huge amount of energy. How can the snow worship cult dig out food from a depth of more than 10 meters under the snowdrift, and then continuously supply it to thousands of people, and even once reach tens of thousands of followers? The expressions on the faces of Zheng Yixian and a group of priests were somewhat strange. Everyone could tell that they were hiding some huge secret about their food. The atmosphere at the scene became tense. Bailey Chongqing and other members of the investigation team looked at Zheng Yixian and others with playful faces, and they had a vague guess in their hearts. And this kind of speculation is not uncommon in the apocalypse. Wu Di said that if nearly half of the congregation died, he could indeed feed the remaining people. Right? As soon as these words came out, the snow worshippers exploded on the spot. Han Chang shouted with disgust on his face. No nonsense! We never do anything like that. Dai Mei frowned and retorted. Don't compare us with those beasts. Wu Di shrugged his shoulders and said with a slightly teasing look in his eyes. It's impossible for you to survive by drinking the northwest wind. Right. You? That's enough. Don't talk yet. Just when the two sides were about to quarrel, Zheng Yixian and Bian Zhenwu stopped them in unison. Zheng Yixian took a deep breath, bowed to Bian Zhenwu and said, There are indeed some secrets in this, but it is related to the survival of our snow worship cult, so we will not mention it to outsiders. Oh, is it so? Bian Zhenwu's voice was still cold, but he seemed to be questioning Zheng Yixian. Can't we even know? At this time, any ulterior secrets may be related to the zombie wave. Bian Zhenwu had suspected that the tide of corpses was actually deliberately caused by local forces in Tianhai City. Zheng Yixian raised his head and took a deep look at Bian Zhenwu. If you must want to know, I can answer it for you. Bian Zhenwu said yes. Zheng Yixian stood up straight and asked everyone to follow me. Han Chengdaimai and the others behind him were a little anxious. High Priest, can you tell outsiders this kind of thing? Zheng Yixian waved his hands to them. It doesn't matter. Everyone in the investigation team is from the Jiangnan region, and they don't look down on us. The priests under his command were very anxious and unwilling to reveal the secrets of the snow worship cult, because they know that once this secret is known to other forces in Tianhai City, it will be a huge weakness for them to be taken advantage of by the other party. Even these people from the Jiangnan region may covet the treasure. That thing is the foundation of the snow worship cult's existence to this day. But as the high priest, Zheng Yixian's status is second only to the leader Yuan Kongya. What he has decided cannot be violated by others. Zheng Yixian led Bian Zhenwu and others towards the abandoned building next to St. John's Cathedral. When he arrived in front of the building, Bian Zhenwu's footsteps suddenly stopped. He frowned, because the building in front of him gave him a very bad feeling. The gray reinforced concrete building sticks straight into the snow, resembling a funeral coffin. Bian Zhenwu's keen intuition reminded him that it was best not to approach this place. Bailey Chongqing also came over and said in a low voice, "Captain, what a strong smell of blood." At this time, Zheng Yixian in front turned back to look at them, with a strange smile on his lips. "Everyone, this is the secret of the snow worship cult. Do you still want to come over and take a look?" Wu Di folded his arms and sneered, pretending to be a ghost. Bian Zhenwu adjusted his glasses and followed him in silently. There was one thing he didn't tell his team members. After losing his sight, his senses became sharper. Just now, he saw something very strange outside the building. In front of him, this was not an abandoned commercial building, but a huge, ferocious monster, hundreds of meters high. Countless limbs dance wildly, and there are tangled root systems underground. A group of people entered the building through the entrance, and the bloody smell became even stronger. But this bloody smell was a little unusual. It didn't look like the smell of a dead thing, but like it had just flowed out of a living person. So fresh, so rich, not pungent, even a little psychedelic and sweet. As they gradually went deeper, they finally saw the face of the monster. The entire building is occupied by a huge strange plant. Its vines and leaves covered the entire building, and the bright red branches and leaves on the walls exuded a strange dark red luster. On the branches, you can see bright red fruits. When Bian Zhenwu and others saw such a scene, they understood something. "Is this the food you need to survive?" Zheng Yixian reached out and picked a red fruit from the branch and handed it to Bian Zhenwu. "Yes, this is a mutant plant we discovered. We call it blood vine. It has extremely powerful vitality and can absorb nutrients from everything around it, then transform it into its own vitality and bear fruits. This red fruit is an important source of food for us." Bian Zhenwu glanced at the red fruit handed over by Zheng Yixian and slowly grabbed it in his hand. He didn't eat it, but looked at it carefully. Zheng Yixian smiled and said, "Don't worry. This fruit is non-toxic. We have been eating it for more than a few months, and no one has found any abnormalities due to it." Bian Zhenwu said calmly that it made sense. "However, will the fruit it produces be enough for thousands of you to eat?" Zheng Yixian continued to walk forward. "Normal fruit is not enough, but there are ways to speed up its fruit production. For example, this." As he spoke, he pointed to the ceiling in front of him. Bian Zhenwu and others raised their heads and saw an ellipsoid-shaped thing hanging on the ceiling. The red branches and leaves tightly wrapped it up, faintly emitting a faint red light. When you look closely, you can see that it actually has the shape of a human body. "This is humanity?" Ming Xiu couldn't help but widen her eyes. "Do you use human beings as nourishment to make them bear fruit?" Zheng Yixian said expressionlessly, to be precise. "They are human remains." Chapter 477, A Strange Existence. After a while, the members of the investigation team followed Zheng Yixian to the depths where the blood vine was. They saw an amazing scene. The huge space in the middle of the building has been opened up by blood vines, turning it into an extremely open space from top to bottom, all the way to the ceiling of the highest floor. The trunk of the blood vine is thick and strong, like an animal, and even has a breathing-like rhythm. The surrounding walls and floors were covered with ellipsoid-shaped objects. At a glance, there are more than thousands. Zheng Yixian put his right hand on his chest, closed his eyes and prayed. "May the pioneers be the hope of survival for the survivors. Their flesh and blood, and our food." At this moment, everyone understood where the snow worship cult's food came from. They contribute the corpses of the dead as nutrients to the blood vines. Then the blood vine absorbs the nutrients from the corpse, produces fruits, and feeds back in this way. Wu Di crossed his arms and frowned. "What's the difference between doing this and cannibalism?" Ming Xiu said that there is still a difference. At the very least, prion infection can be avoided, and it will be easier to accept from a psychological level. Although everyone was shocked by the huge mutated plants in front of him, They did not feel any physiological abnormality due to this scene. After all, they have seen too many weirder scenes. This method of disposing of corpses is considered good. Zhang Yixian turned around and said to everyone with a sincere face, "Everyone, this is the biggest secret of my snow worship cult. It is related to the life and death of thousands of our followers. So please help keep this secret." Zhang Yixian is not worried about people in Jiangnan area being tempted by the blood vine. If there was nothing to eat, who would think of such food? After all, that is the fruit produced by absorbing nutrients from the corpse. What's more, with the huge size of the blood vine, it is difficult to transport it elsewhere. Bian Junhua nodded. "Don't worry. We will keep your secret." After saying that, he threw the red fruit in his hand to Wu Di next to him, then turned and walked outside. Wu Di glanced at the fruit with disgust on his face, and then threw it to Kong Sheng aside. Kong Sheng threw it to Qi Guangming again. They threw it back and forth, treating it as a game. But for this kind of thing, they are unwilling to eat it even to death. Zhang Yixian had a strange smile on his face, and then walked out with everyone. He looked back and saw that the thousands of corpses hanging around the blood vines began to sway slightly, whether because of the wind or something else. After leaving the abandoned building, Bian Junhua found that no one from the other forces had arrived yet. So he proposed to meet Yuan Kongya, the leader of the snow worship cult. Zhang Yixian said that the leader does not deal with chores in the church on weekdays, and I am responsible for the affairs of the enemy. Bian Junhua said noncommittally that since he was here, he always wanted to see him. "I have heard rumors about your leader, and even some leaders in the district are very interested in her abilities." Zhang Yixian's pupils shrank imperceptibly. Are the big shots in the Jiangnan region interested in Yuan Kongya's abilities? This is a very important signal. Indeed, Yuan Kongya's ability is very abnormal. Can help others awaken their abilities. In other words, if you get her, you will get an endless army of aliens. But this is also an excellent opportunity for the snow worship cult. If they can get the support of regional level forces, the development speed of their sect will definitely become more and more terrifying. Zhang Yixian said to Bian Junhua, "Please wait a moment. I will go over and inform the leader." Bian Junhua nodded. Zhang Yixian walked towards St. John's Cathedral on his own. After he left, everyone looked at their backs with different expressions on their faces, perhaps because of the shock brought by the blood vine. Wu Di frowned and said, "I always feel that this snow worship cult has an evil spirit." Kong Sheng said in a deep voice that this was not surprising. After all, organizations that exist in the form of religions are somewhat weird. Meng Xiu said. However, the fact that the snow worship sect can exist to this day and allow so many followers to survive is also a very powerful ability. Bailey Chongqing came to Bian Junhua's side. "Captain, are the higher-ups really interested in Yuan Kongya?" Bian Junhua raised his eyebrows and said lightly that when he came, someone mentioned above that we should check her abilities. If it is true as the intelligence shows, she can awaken people's abilities without paying any price, then the leaders above will definitely want to get her. That is indeed a very desirable power. Bailey Chongqing touched his short hair and said with a smile. When Bian Junhua heard this, a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. How could it be that simple? "Oh, you mean?" Bailey Chongqing blinked curiously. Bian Junhua said, "Master, when you want to obtain a certain kind of power, you need to pay a corresponding price. When we awaken our powers, we have walked on the edge of life and death once, which is equivalent to the power we exchanged for our lives. And her ability is said to allow people to awaken supernatural powers at no cost. Is there anything so cheap in this world?" Bailey Chongqing's expression also became a little serious. "I doubt this too." Bian Junhua raised his toed mirror. The leadership has also taken this into consideration. The military region's research on aliens has been going on for a long time, and they all feel that Yuan Kongya's ability is too incredible. So this time, we have to check her abilities. Let's see if it's as magical as the legend says. Bailey Chongqing asked if it was true as the rumor said. So what? Bian Junhua put his hands in his pockets and said meaningfully, "If that's the case, then from a strategic point of view, her ability is definitely no less than that of LV5 Epsilon." As soon as these words came out, the other 6 people at the scene all looked shocked. Epsilon? These 4 words are as heavy as Mount Tai to a foreigner. Looking at the entire country of China, there is only one known person in Epsilon, and that is the mysterious being in the Shengjing region. His or her abilities are incredibly powerful. It is said that those who are targeted by him will be killed even if they run thousands of miles away, leaving no escape. There has not been a single Epsilon in the entire Jiangnan region. In the past, Bian Junhua was also deliberately cultivated. hoping that he could grow to the level of an Epsilon-level alien. But his natural flaws made him destined to miss this level. From then on, the 4 words Epsilon have become the fantasy of every stranger in the Jiangnan region. But Bian Junwu said that there might be an Epsilon-level stranger in Tianhai City? Bian Junwu noticed everyone's expressions and smiled lightly. I'm just saying it's a possibility. But we still don't understand Yuan Kongya's abilities. So we can't make a judgment. Bailey Chongqing nodded clearly. That's why you want to meet her in person to understand her situation. Right? That's right. Bian Junwu said. His words had already made everyone in the investigation team very interested in Yuan Kongya. Chapter 478 Multi-Party Talks. Soon after, Zhang Yixian walked out of the church and invited Bian Junwu in to meet Yuan Kongya. Bian Junwu walked into the church alone. He saw the girl who was only about 20 years old and was wearing a white holy robe. The two people talked for a long time in the church. After more than 10 minutes, Bian Junwu came out of the church. His face is always as cold as ice. And no one can see his emotions. Bailey Chongqing and others couldn't wait to ask the captain. How is it? Is that Yuan Kongya actually Epsilon? Bian Junwu said coldly that my eyes alone cannot give an answer to the judgment of strangers. But he changed the subject. There was definitely something wrong with this girl. Everyone was surprised. Ming Xiu gossiped and asked what was wrong. Bian Junwu pointed to his temple. Here. Abnormal brain? Everyone said with surprised faces. There is such a big snow worship sect. But its leader actually has mental problems? Well, that makes sense though. Bailey Chongqing laughed and said. After all, those who engage in religion are either money-making liars or devout lunatics. Bian Junwu thought so. Bailey Chongqing was right. When talking to Yuan Kongya, he could feel her enthusiasm for religion. She really believed that there were gods in the world. This fact surprised Bian Junwu. It's no wonder that other affairs of the sect have to be handed over to Zhang Yixian. After all, a too pure believer in a god would be too idealistic or too crazy in his behavior, making it difficult to maintain the stability of a large sect. In short, let's slowly consider her abilities later. After solving the zombie problem, we still have a lot of time to do this. Bian Junwu said calmly. Anyway, Yuan Kongya is here and can't escape. And to confirm whether she is Epsilon, a lot of time and examples must be considered. Soon after, people from several other forces also arrived one after another. According to Bian Junwu's instructions, they all brought their most powerful forces, including but not limited to tank artillery and almost all combat members in full armor. There are thousands of soldiers in the 3 major bases, a large number of convoys, and terrifying devil dogs. They all gathered on the Snow Worship Sect's territory with great momentum. The members of the Snow Worship Sect also felt very stressed. Zhang Yi and the others also arrived here. Zhang Yi got out of the car, then took Zhou Qir's hand and pulled her down. Just stay with me and don't go anywhere. I will arrange a safe place for you to stay after that. Facing Zhang Yi's tenderness, Zhou Qir nodded happily. The group of people walked towards the obvious landmark building of the snow worship cult, St. John's Cathedral. On the way, Zhang Yi met his old classmate Xing Tian. Xing Tian waved to Zhang Yi and said Hello. Why are you here slower than us? Zhang Yi asked Xing Tian Dao. Judging from the distance, Qipei base is obviously closer than them. Xing Tian smiled disapprovingly and said that there are many things to deal with in the factory. And we are not as cool as you. Having fewer people is indeed a convenience. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. The two exchanged brief greetings without much communication. Now everyone is confused as to why Bian Junwu called them over. And they have no idea what to talk about. From a personal relationship perspective, they are not very close. So naturally there is nothing to talk about. After they arrived here, someone from the snow worship cult immediately came over to guide them. Zhang Yi left Zhou Qir and others outside, while he walked into the church with Xing Tian. St. John's Cathedral was once one of the very famous attractions in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi also visited here. However, he himself is not a religious person, so he just came to see the medieval European-style buildings. The two entered the church and found that everyone else had already arrived. Border military officers Zhang Yixian, Xiao Honglian, and Wei Dinghai all found places to sit down in the church. But there was an additional face in the church that Zhang Yi had never seen before. It was a woman wearing a white holy robe, her whole body covered tightly. The pious and solemn expression was in sharp contrast to her childish face. Zhang Yi immediately guessed the girl's identity. The only person who can still appear here at this moment is Yuan Kongya, the leader of the snow worship sect. Zhang Yi couldn't help but look at her twice. After all, according to legend, she has a special ability that can help people awaken their supernatural powers. Xingtian also saw Yuan Kongya for the first time and couldn't help but said to Zhang Yi, "She is so small. Looks like a minor." Zhang Yi glanced at him. "This neon friend. Please pay attention to your wording and restrain your animality." The corner of Xingtian's eye twitched and I wiped it. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "You know me. Growing up, I only like older women." Zhang Yi said lightly, "I have indeed heard that when you were working in a factory, you had been in love with a massage parlor owner who was 12 years older than you for 8 years. We had lived in the same community for many years. So naturally this kind of gossip couldn't escape Zhang Yi's ears." Xingtian's dark face suddenly turned red, like black iron thrown into a furnace. "You? What do you know? I was still young at that time. Her charm was still there. And we were consensual." Zhang Yi glanced at him, "And I didn't say you were wrong. After all, the lack of maternal love is not a big mistake." Damn it! Xingtian really wanted to have a fight with Zhang Yi. But considering his current status, he could only suppress his anger. "Zhang Yi, you don't understand love. You are indeed a cold-blooded and emotionless guy." Hearing this, Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with memories. Then he sneered. "Emotion? Ha ha ha. Feelings are the cruelest thing in the world." As the two of them talked, they had already arrived in front of the others. Everyone looked at them coldly, and it was difficult for the two of them to continue bickering. So they each found a place to sit down. Bian Junwu didn't play polite with them, and directly told what happened last night. "Last night, we killed a zombie king. Facts have proven that when the zombie king is killed, the entire zombie swarm will lose control. The rats accompanying the zombie swarms will also turn into headless flies. Therefore, the root cause of the zombie problem in Tianhai City is to kill all the zombie kings who control the zombies." Hearing that the investigation team killed a corpse king so quickly, everyone's eyes showed a hint of shock. Zhang Yi thought that indeed, they had found a way to deal with the corpses. Even though he had expected it, Zhang Yi was still surprised by how efficiently the other party acted. After all, they once went deep underground and tried to kill the corpse king. But in the end they failed. Only Xiao Honglian showed what he should look like. She also knew that the corpse king who was killed yesterday must have been operating near their Yangsheng base. Xingtian asked curiously what the H.L. is the corpse king. "Can you tell us in detail?" "Certainly." Bian Junwu also needed their help to eliminate the corpses, so he would naturally not hide this information. Chapter 479 Corpse Annihilation Plan. After Bian Junwu said this, he picked up a black body bag from his feet and placed it in the open space in front of the church. He reached out and opened the zipper, revealing the corpse of a humanoid creature covered in white hair in front of everyone. "This is it." Bian Junwu pointed at it and said to everyone. Everyone stood up and approached the corpse king. When they saw the appearance of the mysterious corpse king, everyone's expressions were a little disappointed. They originally thought that the corpse king would be a more mysterious and terrifying creature. But at this moment it looked ordinary, like an ordinary corpse with hair on it. In the past, there was a saying that corpses in tombs were called zonzi, and corpse kings were like those big zonzi that grew white hair after being left for a long time. Zhang Yi asked if this thing is powerful. Bian Junwu replied that the corpse king can control the corpse group and is relatively intelligent, probably similar to humans. But its own combat effectiveness is very weak. Zhang Yi nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the combat power is not particularly strong, it will be much easier to handle. He once thought that the corpse king's combat power was far stronger than the bronze armored corpse. If that were the case, it would be very difficult to resolve. Sounds a bit like a swarm of insects. The mother body has intelligence and can breed more zombies, but it itself does not have much combat effectiveness, Zhang Yi said. Xingtian glanced at him. "Why? Do you still hope this thing is powerful? If it had been any more powerful, we would have been completely doomed." "This is true. Fortunately, the corpse king has a huge weakness. Otherwise, if the corpse king itself is very powerful in combat, coupled with a large number of bronze-armored corpses and zombie swarms it controls, the forces in Tianhai City will not be able to stop their attacks at all. Fear comes from the unknown." After knowing the true face of the corpse king, everyone's fear became less intense. But Zhang Yi did not relax too much. If this is the corpse king, then there must be more than one in Tianhai City. Moreover, where did the corpse king come from? If we don't understand this, the situation will not be completely resolved. At this time, Bian Junwu revealed their method of killing the corpse king. Corpses appear every day and attack humans. But the corpse king himself is relatively fragile and will not come out. Instead, he hides deep in the subway tunnel. So someone needs to be out there attracting the zombie hordes. Then some elites go deep into the subway tunnel and kill the Zombie King to solve the zombie problem. Without the command of the Zombie King, these zombies will be easy to deal with. No matter how many there are, they won't be much of a threat. After Zhang Yixian heard these words, he suddenly woke up. So you mean to use our entire snow worship cult as bait? Attract the zombies to attack. And then you go underground to kill the Zombie King? A fierce look appeared in Zhang Yixian's eyes. There were also unknown waves flowing in Yuan Kongya's eyes. Wei Tinghai laughed loudly and asked, "Don't you two be so excited?" Looking at the entire Tianhai city, you have the most people worshipping the snow. It makes sense to choose you as the battlefield. Facing Zhang Yixian's question, Bian Zhenwu replied expressionlessly, although it seems a bit cold-blooded to say so. But in fact, there are indeed considerations in this regard. What's more, you don't have perfect protective equipment like the other 4 companies. But you don't have to worry too much. Armed forces from various forces have gathered here to ensure your safety to the greatest extent. Zhang Yixian gritted his teeth and said word by word. But, wouldn't it be that all the corpses in Tianhai City would be gathered here? Bian Zhenwu pushed the toad mirror and said coldly that if it can be like what you said, that would be the most ideal result. We all hope to solve the zombie problem in Tianhai City once and for all. Zhang Yixian suddenly raised his voice and angrily said, "What about the lives of our followers of the snow cult? What do you think of their lives?" Xiao Honglian said with a playful expression. Zhang Yixian, it's time for you to be more sensible. Why don't you think about it carefully? If people in the Jiangnan region don't use this method to deal with the corpses, won't your snow-worshipping cult disappear from the map? She spread her hands and said lightly to our family, "Even if we are at the end of the road, there is still one last way to choose. That is to completely seal one's own people in the shelter. With those military facility-level equipment, no amount of zombies can break through. But what about you? With so many of you relying on such crude fortifications, do you really think you can hold on for how long?" Although Xiao Honglian's voice was somewhat mocking, her expression was serious, because everyone here can understand that what she said is the cruel truth of Tianhai City. If there is any force in Tianhai City that disappears first due to zombies, it is definitely the snow worship sect. Zhang Yixian's face turned even paler. This is no reason to use our people as bait. Bian Zhenwu finally spoke. Why can't you people who worship the snow cult be used as bait? As soon as these words came out, Zhang Yixian and Yuan Kongya were stunned for a moment. Why can't they be used as bait? Can such questions be addressed directly? Bian Zhenwu looked at them and said coldly, "We have traveled thousands of miles from Jinling to come here to face the zombie crisis with you. Now, all 7 of us are here. All the armed forces of several other forces are also here. If you say your congregants are bait, then why are we not bait? Did I let you face this crisis alone?" Bianjuanwu's sonorous and powerful words left Zhang Yixian speechless. That's right. Bian Zhenwu and the others have no grudge against the snow worship sect. They didn't come all the way here to look for trouble, but to help the local forces in Tianhai City solve the zombie crisis. Zhang Yixian gritted his teeth. Although he could understand Bian Zhenwu's choice, his expression was still somewhat dissatisfied. At this time, Zhang Yi slowly said, "You have to know that we, the combatants, are the ones on the front line. Even if we are to die, we will die first." Zhang Yi pointed at the leaders of various forces. "We have so many armed forces running over to protect your followers. What else are you dissatisfied with?" Of course, Zhang Yi was just talking about the situation. If something unexpected happened, the others would be reluctant to escape because the army was too large. Zhang Yi and the others had few people, so they had no scruples. Zhang Yixian's expression was a little struggling. He also seemed to understand that they were not qualified to refuse this matter. Bian Zhenwu explained to him that he had already given him face. He finally sighed helplessly. "Okay, I understand. But Mr. Bian, you must give us a convincing battle plan. Chapter 480 Please fight to the death." Seeing that Zhang Yixian had compromised, Bian Zhenwu pushed up his toad mirror. "Don't worry. I've already thought of the battle plan and so on. Since the opponents they faced this time were creatures with low IQs, it was relatively simple to formulate a battle plan. Bian Zhenwu, who has mastered the structure and habits of the corpse group, already has a complete combat plan." He immediately explained his thoughts to everyone. First of all, after everyone gathers in the snow worship sect, they will attract all the corpses in Tianhai City to gather here. Due to the spatial distance, the corpses gathered at different speeds. Then the 5 major forces will defend around the snow worship cult and lure the corpses underground to attack. Bian Zhenwu and other 7 people formed a beheading team and went underground to kill the corpse king. They have already succeeded in this plan once, which proves that it is indeed feasible. That's the basic plan. Our play style is similar to surrounding the corpses and recruiting reinforcements. But now it seems more like surrounding the food and recruiting reinforcements. When Bien Junwa said this, he rarely raised the corner of his mouth. Everyone felt that this joke was a little too cold. Hey guys, let's use us as food to attract zombies. Right? Xing Tian rubbed his arms. That's pretty much it. This is a huge trap. Waiting for the corpses to jump into it. Bien Junwa's expression was very indifferent, but full of confidence. After all, it is a group commanded by low-intelligence creatures. As long as we find the right method, it is not that difficult to deal with. Bien Junwa sounded relaxed, but everyone present felt tremendous pressure. Zhang Yi said that it is quite simple to say. But if all the zombies in Tianhai City were attracted, how many would they have? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Or hundreds of thousands? We rely on people like us and an almost dispensable fortification to block it. The pressure is not ordinary. Although Zhang Yi is not afraid of corpses. As the saying goes, too many ants will kill an elephant. Without the strong defense of the shelter, street fighting in a tall building in the city center, like the snow worship cult, was not his strong point. Bien Junwa still replied that when the time comes, you will need to fight to the death for it. After all, this is for your own home. Please fight hard. Zhang Yi shrugged. Bien Junwa said there was nothing wrong, so he couldn't say anything else. After all, Tianhai City is their territory, and the 5 major forces are the biggest beneficiaries after the zombie crisis is solved. Zheng Yixian glanced at everyone present with suspicious eyes. He said coldly that he was afraid that some people would deliberately let loose and cause our snow worship sect to suffer heavy losses. What should we do? Xiao Honglian looked at Zheng Yixian with disdain and sneered. Zheng Yixian, please stop being suspicious. When that time comes and the zombie army attacks, who dares to let go? Isn't that asking for death? Zheng Yixian thought about it. And it was true that, as Xiao Honglian said, even if they wanted to let go, they didn't have the strength. Bien Junwa looked at the crowd. So, do you have any other comments? Zhang Yi and others didn't have much objection. After all, they were not fighting in their homeland. At this time, Yuan Kongye, who had never spoken, slowly said, while attracting zombies, I hope to protect those who have no fighting ability, especially children. The followers of Snow Worship Sect are not afraid of death. When necessary, they can sacrifice their lives to fight for their beliefs. But there are still many women and children in this sect. They have no ability to fight, so it is impossible to watch them being torn apart by the corpses. When the child was mentioned, a strange look appeared on Bien Junwa's face, but it disappeared in an instant. No problem. Where is the safest place here for you? A place could be made available for children who were unable to fight. Anyone under the age of 14, not including those under the age of 14, can enter. As for the others, they have to assist the army in defending against the zombie tide. Only the younger children were allowed to hide in a safe place. No one else. Because other people need to be used as bait to attract the zombie tide. Zhang Yi thought of Zhou Ke and immediately had an idea in his mind, and asked Zhou Ke to stay with them when the time came. There is no need to talk about this now. As the leader of a force, he still has the power to arrange for a person. Yuan Kongye said. Then use this church as a place of refuge. She clasped her hands together and looked devoutly at the cross hanging above the altar. God will bless his pious people. St. John's Cathedral is located in the center of the entire sect area and is also the safest area. Once the enemy can break through here, it really means that the situation has become very critical. There is also a basement in the church, where people can hide in at critical moments. Everyone didn't know as much about this place as the snow worshippers. Naturally, no one had any other objections to Yuan Kongye's choice of this place. Now everyone has reached a consensus that the 5 forces will be responsible for attracting the corpse tide. And then the investigation team will carry out the beheading operation. The most dangerous thing is to face the zombie king and the bronze-armored corpse that protects it. This matter is the responsibility of the investigation team. No one has an opinion. After all, apart from them, no other family really has such strength. Even Zhang Yi is not completely sure that he can do it. After talking about this, Bien Junwa began to set up the defense line. Each of the 4 directions, southeast, northwest, is responsible for defending one direction. The 5 members of Zhang Yi's team are all elite and relatively small in number. So as a special operations team, they can provide support on the battlefield at any time. Everyone didn't have any opinions on this. They just had some wrangling about each other's defense work, and finally decided on the defense plan. Bien Junwa distributed communication devices to everyone. This is an advanced communication device that can directly contact the nebula satellite system. Communication effects can be maintained even in very harsh environments. On the battlefield, communication is very important. This device can ensure that the 5 forces can communicate and cooperate in time. This battle may take a long time and cannot be over in a day or two. Everyone must be prepared for a protracted war. Yan Zhengwu reminded everyone. In fact, there is no need for him to say it. Everyone understands it. Now they gather here, acting as bait to attract the corpses from the entire Tianhai city. As for when the corpses will arrive nearby and how many they will be, it all depends on God's will. At least the human forces have no way of controlling it. In other words, they will live in this area for a while. Zhang Yi didn't care. Although the living environment here is much worse than the shelter, they can rest on the snowmobile. Zhang Yi had plenty of food on hand and could turn on the heater in the car, so it was not particularly difficult. Chapter 481 Meeting Li Jian again. After several hours of discussion, everyone finally reached an agreement. So each of them left the church and went out to set up the defense line they were responsible for. Zhang Yi's task is relatively easy. As a special force, what they need to do is to act according to the situation and support weak links at any time. After the meeting, he came to Yuan Kongya with a smile. Miss Leader, there is one thing I need to trouble you with. Yuan Kongya raised her head and looked at Zhang Yi. Her pupils were deep and bright, bottomless but as bright as the night sky, giving her a sinking feeling. Although she remained expressionless and rarely spoke even during meetings, it was difficult for Zhang Yi not to notice the nominal leader of the snow worship cult, especially considering her special abilities. Next to Zhang Yi, Yang Mi gained superpowers by using her Ice Soul. This is something that Zhang Yi cannot ignore. He was full of curiosity about Yuan Kongya. Before Yuan Kongya could speak, Zhang Yixian quickly stood between the two of them. He looked at Zhang Yi calmly, with a programmed smile on his lips. Mr. Zhang Yi, I wonder what's wrong with you. You can say it, and I'll do it for you. The leader of my family is dedicated to serving God devoutly, and will not be distracted by other chores. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Isn't Zhang Yixian too protective of Yuan Kongya? There must be something fishy between these two people. Maybe they are a couple. Zhang Yi was full of criticism, but he didn't care about other people's private lives. Then he said that it was like this. Among the people I brought there was a doctor with excellent medical skills. Zhang Yi paused and said seriously to Zhang Yixian that she is my girlfriend. But she is not an alien and has no fighting ability. So I hope to let her stay with your leader. How about it? When Zhang Yixian heard the title Miss Cult Leader, his brows furrowed in obvious displeasure. Mr. Zhang Yi, please pay attention to the title you address our leader. Ah. Sorry. I thought people who serve God should not care about the red tape of the world. Zhang Yi smiled with a hint of sarcasm in his words. Zhang Yixian does not want to conflict with Zhang Yi. Among the major forces in Tianhai City, the one he fears most is not the other 3 with large armed teams, but the mysterious Zhang Yi. After all, Zhang Yi had killed the Xishan base and repelled several other coalition forces. Even now, Zhang Yixian cannot determine Zhang Yi's true identity. At this moment, Yuan Kongya stepped forward and slowly said, Sure. At this time, Mr. Zhang can still let his girlfriend come to the battlefield, which shows that you attach great importance to this battle. He even put his girlfriend in danger. Moreover, doctors are inherently very important logistics personnel. Let her come to the church and stay with us. Zhang Yi looked at Yuan Kongya and said with a smile, Look, the leader is still sensible. Well, this matter is settled. And with her here, I will do my best to keep the church safe. This is a good thing for everyone. After saying that, Zhang Yi turned around and left the church. Yuan Kongya and Zhang Yixian stared at Zhang Yi's back with unclear meaning in their eyes. Zhang Yixian, in particular, looked at Zhang Yi with a hint of fear. He is really the biggest unstable factor in Tianhai City. No wonder Zhang Yixian is particularly concerned about Zhang Yi, because his rise is so incredible, and everything he does is extremely surprising. He started from humble beginnings and made his fortune as a warehouse manager. At first, he was just a nobody in Tianhai City, and no one paid much attention to him. But later on, he took over Wang Siming's shelter, fought with the Xishan base, and finally annihilated him in one fell swoop. The Battle of the 5 Armies was brilliant, almost single-handedly destroying most of the combat power of Qiaoyu Yangxing's 2 bases. And in that battle, no one saw his figure from beginning to end. They only tasted his bullets. Later, a wave of corpses came, and all the forces were troubled by it. Only Zhang Yi had dealt with the corpse tide early, and was able to sit back and relax. What is such an experience if not a legend? I hope he won't become our enemy. Zhang Yixin murmured to himself. Zhang Yi left the church and was planning to go back to Glacier and others to tell them the results of the meeting. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. Zhang Yi looked over subconsciously, and the man also looked back. As soon as their eyes met in the air, Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. Li Jian? He saw a scrawny middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses and looking a little tired passing by the church. This was his good neighbor at the time. Li Jian, the former financial director of Tianhai City of Walmart Group. After such a long time, Zhang Yi thought they had all been eaten by zombies in Yuelu community. Unexpectedly, he would appear in the snow worship sect. After Li Jian saw Zhang Yi, a flash of surprise flashed deep in his eyes. But soon, he turned his head and walked away as if he didn't recognize Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi reacted immediately. The relationship between the 5 major forces in Tianhai City is ambiguous, and they are fighting among themselves. Now that Li Jian has joined the snow worship cult, as a foreigner, he must also be a manager. If you show that you are acquainted with Zhang Yi, you will easily be suspected by others in the snow worship sect. Zhang Yi didn't pay too much attention, since he and Li Jian weren't very familiar with each other anyway. They were avoiding suspicion, and he had no intention of going over to say hello. Zhang Yi came to where they parked their snowmobiles. Liang Yu held Tang Dao in her arms, and chatted with several other people. Everyone looked at the current living conditions of the snow worshippers and felt sad. People can always feel happiness through comparison. Looking at the current state of the snow worship sect, it is simply a super large slum. Most of the people were so hungry that they could barely eat anything. As for heating, I basically rely on hugging and shivering. And even firewood is relatively scarce. Where can I compare with them? In the warm and comfortable luxury villa, you can enjoy delicious food and warm air every day. Even the clothes they wear are obviously significantly different from others. The combat uniforms they wear are extremely effective against cold and have built-in batteries that can generate heat. Although it doesn't look very thick, it is extremely warm and does not look bulky when moving. And all of this is due to the superior living conditions Zhang Yi created for them. Zhang Yi walked up to a few people and told them the content of the meeting. After everyone listened, they were not too surprised. After all, when they came, they also guessed that this would be the result. They just didn't expect that they might have to live here for a while. Naturally, there will be some inconveniences. For example, going to the toilet. In this environment, taking off your pants and exposing your lower body is almost fatal. If it's a small one, it may not be a big problem. If it's a big one, you can just choose amputation, which is still the best result. Naturally, the snow worship sect also has toilets here, but their toilets are all built underground. And they are also temporary dug dry toilets. Although the temperature underground is not that cold, the smell in a closed space is really not something that ordinary people can bear. Especially those who lack resources have to keep their excrement and use it as fuel or build biogas digesters to generate electricity. People who worship the snow cult can tolerate it. But Zhang Yi and his friends have a better life. But they really can't bear to be in that kind of environment. Just make do with it temporarily. I took 2 cars alone to use as toilets. One for men and women. We don't lack resources, so we don't need to make our life too hard. Chapter 482 The Secret of Snow Worship Cult. Zhang Yi said and looked at Zhou Qier. As for Qier, you sleep with Liang Yu in the car first. When the battle begins, I will send you into the church. The leader of the snow worship sect is there, and they will definitely fight to the death to protect the safety there. If we need treatment, we will come to you. Zhou Qier nodded. Okay, no problem. Being involved in such a large-scale war for the first time, Zhou Qier felt a little nervous, but also a little excited. She can finally use her abilities to prove her worth. They may face more crises in the future. If they go to the battlefield a day earlier and adapt to this environment, she will be able to help Zhang Yi more. In addition, there are a few things I want to tell you. Zhang Yi's tone became a little lower, and his expression became serious. Zhou Qier blinked, and quickly stood up straight to listen to Zhang Yi's words. Others were also curious, and wondered what Zhang Yi had planned. Zhang Yi looked around, and made sure no one was nearby. He pulled a few people into the car. After closing the car door, he said to Zhou Qier that Yuan Kongya was no ordinary person. She can help people awaken their powers. But I'm not very confident about her abilities. First of all, remember that once she offers to help you awaken, you must refuse. Understand? Zhou Qier's eyes lowered, and he pondered for 2 seconds before slowly nodding his head. Zhang Yi knew that Zhou Qier was a little disappointed. She also hopes that she can become a stranger so that she can help Zhang Yi more, instead of being able to silently pray for Zhang Yi's safe return at home, like in the past. But since Zhang Yi said so, she would obey Zhang Yi's instructions honestly. Zhang Yi touched her face, looked into her eyes, and reminded her carefully. There is no free lunch in this world, and all gifts of fate have been secretly marked with a price. So don't be greedy for petty gains. Otherwise you will suffer big losses sooner or later. I will just remember Zhou Qir's sweet smile. Look at you. Are you that worried about me? Zhang Yi smiled. Not because he didn't worry about you, but because he cared about you too much. Zhang Yi and Zhou Qir met first in the apocalypse. The two have been together for almost half a year. At the beginning, Zhang Yi only used Zhou Qir as a tool, who could help him treat his illness when he was sick, and could give him warmth when he was lonely and cold. But as time goes by, it is impossible to say that there is no emotion. So Zhang Yi didn't want anything to happen to Zhou Qir. What if? He meant what if? Yuan Kongya's soul had the ability to control people's hearts, and asked Zhou Qir to endanger his life. So what should Zhang Yi do? Zhang Yi has a standard answer in his mind, and he didn't want that to happen. So he wanted to eliminate all possibilities. When the others saw Zhang Yi and the others spreading dog food, they all looked joking. Uncle Yu was laughing so hard that Fatty Su couldn't bear to look at him. As a single man who had been emotionally hurt, he couldn't bear to see this and really wanted to yank his eyes out. Even Liang Yu, who had always been indifferent, couldn't help but turn his head to the side with a strange expression. Besides this, there is one more thing you have to do. Help me pay attention to someone. Yuan Kongya, Zhang Yi said to Zhou Qir. Zhou Qir tilted her head. Do you think there is anything wrong with her? Zhang Yi thought for a while, and said that her existence itself was a big problem. In short, you should pay close attention to all her actions secretly. Just tell me then. Yuan Kongya's ability. Bless. Too perverted? As long as she can attract enough followers, she can create a large-scale alien army. There must be no one who would not be afraid of such a person. Zhang Yi couldn't explain why he felt strange towards her. Maybe it's just out of caution, being wary of any powerful enemies that may appear. Okay. I got it. This task is not a big problem for Zhou Qir. Several people were chatting when someone knocked on the car door. Zhang Yi turned around and saw that it was Xing Tian, an old classmate. Zhang Yi opened the car window. What are you doing? Xing Tian said leisurely that everyone was busy setting up a defense line, and the corpses would come in no time. You should also quickly familiarize yourself with the environment. Zhang Yi smiled and said, You are quite considerate. That's not the case. Xing Tian looked into the distance at the line of defense that his team was responsible for. I brought all my old friends here. We cannot afford to lose this battle. At this point, he suddenly became gnashing his teeth. Damn it. I hope that old boy Bian Junwu won't play tricks on us. Zhang Yi took a deep breath through his nose and patted his shoulder. Go for it. Now it seems that we have no better way besides trusting them. He also got out of the car with a few people and began to get familiar with the surrounding environment of the snow worship cult. As a special force, you need to support weak links at all times. So you need to understand every part. Then use your abilities according to the battlefield environment. He found the best defensive position immediately. It's the abandoned commercial building next to St. John's Cathedral, more than 100 meters high. It is located in the center of the snow worship cult. As long as he goes there, he can be condescending and defend all areas with a radius of 3.5 kilometers by relying on his superpower. In order to deal with zombies, he asked Liu Karen to create a new type of bullet specially for him. The bullet's penetration is reduced, but it can explode after hitting a zombie's body, blowing it to pieces. After all, the body defense of ordinary zombies is not high, about the same level as frozen pork. Well, this is pure zombie meat. Using a large caliber sniper rifle combined with explosive LS will make it much easier to kill them one by one. In order to deal with the bronze armored corpses, a batch of large caliber armor piercing bullets for anti-equipment were specially equipped. On the other hand, Zhang Yi is located at a high place, which makes it convenient for him to direct the operations of Liang Yu and several others. It's best to win this battle, but if they can't win, they also need to grasp the trends on the battlefield in time to facilitate their escape. So Zhang Yi came to the abandoned building and planned to go to the top floor to decorate it. However, several strangers from the snow sect very cautiously blocked Zhang Yi's path and did not allow him to enter the building. This is a forbidden area for our snow worship cult. Please leave. A stranger from the snow worship sect standing in front of Zhang Yi said with a serious expression. Forbidden land? Zhang Yi had a joking smile on his face. And this term made him feel a little funny. Have you watched too much martial arts? The snow worship sect has only been established for a few months. And this commercial building had nothing to do with them before. Why is it now a forbidden area? We are not in a position to explain this to you. Mr. Zhang. Please don't embarrass us. The stranger said with a cold expression. Zhang Yi and others immediately realized that there was something fishy in this building. Chapter 483. Before the war breaks out. When Zhang Yi and others were going to the abandoned building next to the church, they were stopped by several strangers. Their attitude was very firm, and they did not allow Zhang Yi and others to get close to the building. But the more they behave like this, the more curious Zhang Yi becomes. But now, he didn't want to conflict with others because of his curiosity. So he smiled and said, Okay. Guest is welcome. Then I'll change the place. This is a commercial district, and there are many high-rise buildings. So changing one will not make much difference. It's just that this incident aroused Zhang Yi's strong interest. He likes to pry out other people's information, because that may be someone else's fate. Zhang Yi moved to a building next door. He climbed to the top of the building step by step. The height of more than 30 floors made him somewhat breathless. If he hadn't exercised regularly, he would have collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. For example, Fatty Sue, for example, refused to come up halfway up the stairs. He had to wait on the stairs for others to come down. Uncle, you said, wouldn't it be okay if you just use the double door to travel through space? It's so troublesome to climb up step by step. Zhang Yi smiled and said that when there is no one in the dark, I will use the double door to move. But this ability cannot be exposed easily. Uncle, you let out a long sigh. You are too steady. Now that the major forces are cooperating instead of being enemies, Zhang Yi's vigilance has not diminished at all. Zhang Yi observed on the top floor of the building. Sure enough, his choice was correct. From this angle, his shooting could cover an area of 3.5 kilometers with the center as the center. Within this range, excluding some blind spots in front of him, his bullets can snipe to any point. At the very least, he can cover the area outside the 4 lines of defense. Okay, I'm going to defend here. If you want, just stay in this building. Anyway, we don't have to fight on the front line, and can adapt accordingly. After confirming the sniper point, Zhang Yi and others walked down from the roof, then returned to the snowmobile to rest first. They need to conserve their physical strength in a comfortable environment and keep themselves in top condition. Compared to other people, their food is also very rich, which is the advantage of having space aliens in the team. Although all the major forces brought food, the most they had was military rations or canned food. Melt snow into water, and then heat it with thermite to eat. As for the more than 5,000 members of the snow worship sect, their food is even poorer. Many people are eating rat meat, and have to live frugally. On Li Jian's side, he left quickly after meeting Zhang Yi. On the way back, he was a little uneasy, hesitating in his mind whether to tell Zhang Yi what he knew, then prayed to Zhang Yi to take their family away. But after thinking about it carefully, he rejected his thoughts. Because Zhang Yi is not a selfless saint, it is impossible for people to take them in for no reason. In a disorderly world, only you can give yourself fairness. What else can you trust? Li Jian returned home. At this time, Li Kale had already recovered from his injuries, but he had a big mental problem. Having lost his roots as a man, the once sunny and cheerful boy now became melancholy. He hid himself in the tent and refused to let anyone in. He didn't even eat much of the food he was given. This worries Li Jian and Zhang Jianfang. When Li Jian returned home, he saw Zhang Jianfang frowning, and there was a smell of urine in the room. Li Jian walked over and asked in a low voice whether he went to the toilet in the tent. Zhang Jianfang quickly pulled him aside, lowered his voice, and said helplessly that he had just been raped. And now it was inconvenient to go to the toilet. Li Jian sighed. Now is the time. It's good to be alive. I don't expect him to continue the family line. Hope he can think more openly. Zhang Jianfang frowned and said, You said it lightly. While the couple was chatting, a priest they knew outside came in. Li Jian hurried over to say Lo. Old Lu. Why are you here? The priest who came was named Lu Deming, and he was an ordinary stranger in the snow worship cult. Li Jian is a man who knows how to deal with the world, so he made some friends after coming to the snow sect. Lu Deming has a pretty good relationship with him on weekdays. Lu Deming glanced at the tent and knew what Li Kale had encountered recently, but he ignored the smell of urine. After staying in this kind of place for a long time, the sensitivity to smell has long been reduced to a minimum. Not to mention shit and piss. You can smell a stench just from people's bodies as long as they take off their clothes. Except for a few senior officials in the snow worship sect. Everyone else has not taken a shower in almost half a year. Lu Deming said to Li Jian that the fight will start soon. You can also see the battle outside. It will not be safe for a while. Your ability is not related to combat. Let me tell you to take your family and hide under the church. Li Jian frowned when he heard this. Look at this battle. This battle will be extremely fierce. Us. Can you survive? Lu Deming shook his head. He could not give an answer. Just leave it to fate. In this world, one day counts as one day. After Lu Deming left, Li Jian looked at the tent where his son was staying and fell into a dilemma. Now Li Kale goes crazy when he hears the word religious leader. He takes him to the church because he is really afraid that something will happen. But the danger is imminent, and the safety of the family cannot be guaranteed if they do not go to the church. In desperation, Li Jian and Zhang Jianfang discussed it, and then went over to persuade Li Kale to leave here and take refuge in the church. Son, there's going to be a war here soon, and the battle is not small. It's very unsafe here, and zombies might come at some point. Come with us. But inside the tent, Li Kale didn't react at all, especially when he heard that he was going to church. He suddenly shouted like a wounded beast. I don't go. Let's go. All of you. Let's go. Li Jian and Zhang Jianfang looked sad, but they were helpless. Just when they were struggling with how to convince Li Kale, a girl appeared at the door. It's Li Kale's girlfriend Su Bebe. Now I should say they are good sisters. Uncle. Aunt. Let me try it. Li Jian and Zhang Jianfang didn't look good when they saw Su Bebe. If it weren't for Su Bebe, Li Kale would not have been cut off by Yuan Kunga himself. But they also know that Su Bebe cannot be entirely blamed for that incident. Although the incident happened because of her, they cannot say that she was at fault. Li Kale in the tent suddenly stopped crying after hearing Su Bebe's voice. The couple looked at each other, then walked over and said to Su Bebe in a serious voice, Little girl, please convince Lele to let him take refuge in the church. It's very dangerous outside now, and we can't stay any longer. We can go there together then. Do you understand? Chapter 484 Exploring the Secret. Nowadays, although the followers of the Snow Worship sect can see a large number of armed forces appearing around the camp, but they didn't know the higher-ups' plans. Many people even thought that these people came specifically to protect them. So they cheered. Only a few people know how big a crisis they are about to face. Senior officials only notified people above the priest level and their families, asking them to take refuge in churches. As for ordinary believers, this news was blocked. However, some people have lived in the apocalypse for a long time and have a particularly keen sense of danger. For example, Su Bebe noticed this. Therefore, when she comes to find Li Kale now, is it out of love for Li Kale? Or is it to protect her own safety? No one can say for sure. But now Li Jian needed her help. So he made it clear to her. Although my son is dead, I, Li Jian, still have a certain status in the Snow Worship sect and can protect you. So, you understand what to do, right? Su Bebe nodded obediently. I know. Uncle. I will give Lele good advice. She walked to the tent, knelt down and chatted with Li Kale. Li Kale's mood changed from excitement and resistance at the beginning to gradually stabilizing. A 16-year-old boy's mind is still a little naive than that of a girl of the same age. Su Bebe easily soothed his injured heart. It's okay. I won't dislike you. What I like is your optimistic and upbeat personality. Lele. I really want to see you. Do you mean you don't like me? I am so lonely. I have no relatives in this world. I only have you. So, don't ignore me. Okay? So, the injured boy was slowly comforted, and he finally opened the tent and let Su Bebe in. The two communicated for a while, and finally Li Kale agreed to take refuge in the church with Li Jian and others. As for what method Su Bebe used, it is not convenient to elaborate. It's just that as adults, Li Jian and Zhang Jianfang understand that in many cases, happiness doesn't have to be obtained in that way. Su Bebe opened the door to a new world for Li Kale. It's just that no one wants to know how an 18-year-old girl knows so much. It can only be said that for her to be able to survive until now in the apocalypse, sometimes she had to sacrifice something in exchange. Su Bebe finished comforting Li Kale, walked to Li Jian, smiled and said uncle, and Lele agreed to go. Li Jian looked at the girl in front of him, and then at his son, who was in improved condition. He said in a deep voice that he should be more careful after going to the church. Our leader doesn't seem to like seeing love between men and women. Su Bebe quickly lowered her head and said weakly, Yes, I have a long memory. The defense line centered on the Snow Worship cult has been deployed. Almost all the armed forces of the 5 major forces have gathered here. And together with the members of the Snow Worship sect, the number has reached 8,000. You know, after the zombie wave raged, it is difficult to say whether the entire Tianhai City has a population of 50,000 or not. So this is the most crowded place in Tianhai City at this time. I just hope that the zombie army can smell the smell of living people and gather here. Zhang Yi and the others finished observing the surrounding area and formulated a basic battle plan. That is, once you find that the momentum is wrong, run away quickly. However, the first day passed so peacefully, and not a single zombie appeared in the area around the Snow Worship cult. Everyone left some guards to take turns on duty at night to prevent zombies from attacking at night. Others began to rest. Just like that, the time came to midnight. Zhang Yi, who was resting in the car, suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up from the bed, and there was a sound of snoring next to him. Uncle Yu and Fatty Sue were snoring louder than the other. Zhang Yi opened the curtain on the car window and looked out cautiously. Even at midnight, there were still people patrolling the camp, but most people had already rested, especially the building that outsiders are prohibited from approaching. There are many guards around it. After people from several major forces gathered here, the Snow Worship cult's defense level there was also raised. Obviously, there are important secrets of the Snow Worship cult hidden there. Their snowmobile was parked in front of the building Zhang Yi selected. After Zhang Yi calculated the distance, he opened the double doors and shuttled directly from the snowmobile to the interior of the building. He opened the tactical eyepiece and observed the scene of the building opposite. It was dark inside, and every window was blocked by something, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. It feels like a cement coffin. What on earth is hidden? Zhang Yi's curiosity arose. When you know that there are huge secrets nearby, and you have the ability to travel through space regardless of spatial barriers, you can't help but want to find out. After Zhang Yi thought for a moment, he decided to use the double doors to travel to the upper floors of the building first. He concluded that even if there were people defending the building, they would not be on top, because throughout the day, he had been observing the situation in this building. Although I saw a group of people coming in and out, they didn't stay long. And then, they came out pushing a few trolleys. Zhang Yi judged that this place might be their warehouse. Now that you have discovered something good, why not go check it out? Zhang Yi showed a wicked smile on his lips. The distance between the two buildings was less than 300 meters. So Zhang Yi crossed directly over. The next moment, he walked out of another door and appeared in a room in the abandoned building. The darkness in front of him had no effect on him, and the night vision function of the tactical eyepiece was very good. Zhang Yi looked around. Surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes, because he discovered right away that the room in front of him was filled with plant vines and leaves. So much so that there were vines crawling under his feet. Plant? Is it a mutated plant? The room in front of me should be an office. You can vaguely see damaged tables and chairs and documents on the ground, in a space of dozens of square meters. The walls, ceiling and floor are covered with plant vines and leaves. And these are the things that cover the window. A strange idea suddenly appeared in Zhang Yi's mind. Perhaps the plant itself is as big as an entire building. Is this the secret of the Snow Worship sect's forbidden area? But what is this plant used for? Provide food? Or are there other functions? Zhang Yi thought so in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a huge and strange plant. But consider that cats and dogs can grow to giant sizes, let alone plants that have unlimited growth capabilities. Zhang Yi was ready to escape at any time. With the skill of double door, there is currently nothing that can prevent him from escaping. Although he didn't know what the thing in front of him was. He had come here, so he had to see what it was like. He vaguely felt that this was a very huge secret. This is an excellent opportunity for him to master the fate of the Snow Worship sect. Chapter 485 Christmas Eve. Zhang Yi's right hand appeared with the sound of the dragon's sword. He had activated his superpower, which increased his body's speed and reaction ability to 8 times. After a long period of private training with Liang Yu, his close combat strength has also improved greatly. The key is to have good weapons and powerful abilities. Even if he encounters an enemy in such a narrow environment, he can react quickly. Zhang Yi walked forward step by step, and the office door was blocked by vines. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and did not cut it. Instead, he cut a hole in the wall with a knife and climbed out of the hole. But when he came outside, he was shocked, because the center of the entire building was turned into a sinkhole. Under his feet was the corridor, which was mostly destroyed and only about 1 meter wide to stand on. But the next moment, Zhang Yi had no intention of taking care of his feet, because he saw that huge dark red plant. standing tall from the deepest part of the building, straight into the ceiling of the attic. Is this thing the world tree? Zhang Yi thought of a huge plant he had learned about. Obviously the plant in front of me is not that kind of thing. Although there have been trees in the world that are even bigger than this. But Zhang Yi knew that this huge plant definitely mutated and grew to such a large size in just a few months. The most eerie thing is that its whole body is blood red. And the tree has a rhythm like human breathing. Under the black bark, lines appear as bright red as human flesh and blood. It's as if this is not a tree, but a living person. Zhang Yi couldn't help but swallowed. He didn't know whether the mutated plant was aggressive, so he was careful not to make a sound. Then, he carefully observed the scene around him. There are vines and branches all over the building, and the branches bear many bright red fruits the size of fists. The leaves were curled into ellipsoids, hanging on the walls and roof like insect eggs. It was unknown what was inside. The picture in front of you is full of mystery. And in such an environment, people can't help but have a creepy feeling. Zhang Yi took several deep breaths in succession to calm down. He began to think about the situation. There is no doubt that he discovered a huge secret of the snow worship cult. Then the choice comes. Just watch the excitement, pretend nothing happened and leave. Or should we collect the fruits and branches and open the giant insect egg-like things to take a closer look? This is a very difficult choice. Once discovered, it is likely that the snow worshippers will risk their lives with him. But now, does the snow worship cult dare to risk their lives with him at such a critical time? Zhang Yi thought about it again and again. And finally, he was unwilling to miss this opportunity. So he walked over and picked 2 bright red fruits from the branches. While picking, he carefully observed the reaction of the giant plant. After seeing that there was nothing abnormal about it, Zhang Yi was a little relieved. Then he cut some branches and took out a few leaves. Seeing that nothing unusual happened, Zhang Yi raised his head and looked at the densely packed cocoon-shaped ellipsoid objects hanging on the wall. Isn't there some big bug inside? Zhang Yi was a little scared, to be honest. People have an instinctive disgust towards bugs. If he really peeled it open and saw large bugs crawling out of it, with green mucus flowing all over his body, he would spit out all the food he had eaten the night before. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yi decided to get one and come over to have a look. If you don't do one, you won't stop. He came to a cocoon along the broken corridor, cut off its branches with a knife, and then successfully put it into a different space. After completing this step, Zhang Yi decisively opened the double doors and left the abandoned building without any hesitation. He didn't rush to study what he got. After all, he wasn't good at it either. So Zhang Yi returned to the car and pretended to rest. But he didn't fall asleep all night. Time passed like this to the next day, and Zhang Yi carefully observed the movements of the snow worship sect. He wanted to see if what he had done had been discovered. But everything was business as usual in the snow worship cult. Nothing was out of the ordinary. Zhang Yi felt relieved. According to his guess, his behavior would be difficult to detect. After all, in the entire Tianhai city, he has only met one alien from the space system so far. And that was the wall-walking girl who was killed by him. The people of the snow cult tightly guarded the surroundings of the abandoned building, and they didn't expect anyone to sneak in. Zhang Yi felt relieved and pretended nothing had happened after going out, and went up to the building to defend as usual. However, in one day, not a single zombie appeared around the snow worship cult. This scene is really too weird. At the beginning, Zhang Yi and the others had expected that there would not be a large group of corpses attacking initially. But there are a large number of zombies around the snow worship sect. They will also come and attack humans. However, after a day and a night passed, no one saw even a hair of the zombies. Ordinary followers of the snow worship cult think this is a good thing. They are happy and excited, thinking that a stable life is coming soon. The zombies are afraid of the human army protecting them, and dare not approach. But for Bian Junwu and the people from several major forces, this was not good news. Because the zombies are not coming now. It can only mean that they have been alerted to human beings' plans and therefore stopped their actions. That night, everyone gathered behind the church again to discuss the matter. The group of corpses suddenly stopped moving. Either they retreated, or they sensed our actions, and were plotting something secretly. Now, I have to consider that the Corpse King may be far more intelligent than we thought. Zhang Yi said this. Xiao Honglian frowned and said with a dissatisfied look on his face that the wisdom displayed by these strange things was too high. If there is a human being guiding you, I believe it. If they never show up, will we have to stay here forever? Bian Junwu folded his arms and asked calmly if there was any news from your respective bases. Everyone shook their heads. No. It was unusually quiet over there at the base. Although our people have gone underground, There are also surveillance on the ground. But no corpses were found. Zhang Yi suddenly thought of something and looked at Bian Junwu. Could it be because you killed a corpse king? The existence of the zombie king is obviously special. It can be said to be the core of a group of zombies. Once the corpse king dies, the corpse group formed around it will lose order. And now it can be concluded that there must be more than one intelligent corpse king in Tianhai City. Maybe there is some special connection between them. Because he killed a corpse king, the other corpse kings became alert. Chapter 486 Mummy. There was no expression on Bian Junwu's face. He just calmly told everyone that this was just the beginning. Maybe the corpses were still watching. But all we had to do was wait patiently. It's like fishing. It's the angler or the fish who is more patient. No plan is absolutely perfect. And they are only trying based on the intelligence they have so far. If it fails, try another method. Anyway, if the zombies stay put, they won't lose anything except time. No one has a better way. At this time, no one dared to divide their troops and go out to investigate. So I had to continue to wait and plan to wait and see for a while. While the meeting was going on, Zhang Yio secretly looked at the expressions of Zheng Yixian and Yuan Kongye. There was nothing strange on the faces of the two people, which made Zhang Yi feel relieved. It seems that what he did was not exposed. However, he would also wonder, is it possible that the so-called forbidden area is not so important? Otherwise, the snow worship cult would definitely be more strict in its defense. No matter what, Zhang Yi still plans to study the things he obtained. Late that night, Zhang Yi woke up a few people, and then took out the few things he found and showed them to them. After everyone knew that Zhang Yi had broken into the forbidden area of the snow worship cult. Although they were a little nervous, they were also looking forward to it. People are curious. The feeling of peeking into other people's secrets is particularly exciting. Zhang Yi took out the branches and leaves of the red fruit and the cocoon. When he took out the cocoon, the expressions on several people's faces were obviously strange. Because of the size of the cocoon, it looked like a person was wrapped inside it. Zhang Yi said to Zhou Kur, "Kur, you are more familiar with the knife here. You can be responsible for cutting them open." Zhang Yi's space has all the tools in the laboratory. Here, she can conduct dissection and research. Zhou Kur said that the fruit and branches and leaves must be returned to the laboratory and studied slowly. The environment here is not suitable for performance. However, this cocoon is a bit weird. Much like a mummy. As soon as she said this, everyone nodded. Everyone strongly agreed with her statement. Zhang Yi also hoped that this was a mummy and not an insect egg. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, Zhou Kur took out his set of surgical tools. However, she did not rush to dissect. Instead, she took out a small flashlight and shined it on the cocoon. Through the light, everyone could vaguely see what was inside the cocoon. It was clearly a humanoid being, but it was very skinny and seemed to have only bones left. Really a mummy. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The corpse was still within the scope of his understanding. I seem to understand the function of that thing. Zhang Yi had a guess in his mind. Tell me, what do you think? Liang Yu asked curiously. Zhang Yi smiled and said, cut it open first. Maybe things aren't so mysterious. Zhou Kur nodded. She took out the knife and unfolded many sharp knives. She picked up a handful and cut the dark red leaves from the head very firmly with her slender palms. Sure enough, after cutting open the leaf, a skinny corpse appeared inside. Zhang Yi recalled that inside the abandoned building, there were thousands of such corpses hanging densely on the walls. And he already knew the function of the plant in his heart. So that's it. In the midst of everyone's doubtful gazes, Zhang Yi explained, inside the abandoned building is a giant mutated plant. It should be able to absorb nutrients from the corpse and then produce this red fruit. We also saw many snow worshippers eating this red fruit. This is probably where their food comes from. In other words, their forbidden area is actually a living granary. No wonder they were so careful not to allow any outsiders to get close. After understanding the truth, everyone inevitably felt a little boring. After all, they have no shortage of food and are not interested in this mutated plant that can feed thousands of people. Of course, this plant is amazing and valuable. It's just that Zhang Yi and the others don't really need it. Zhou Kur poked the corpse with a scalpel and found that it had been completely drained, with no trace of flesh and blood left. It seems that the corpse has indeed been completely converted into nutrients. Zhang Yi then told Zhou Kur to analyze the composition of the fruit and its branches and leaves after returning to see if there is anything unusual. Zhang Yi has actually lost interest in the plant. Just out of usual caution, I just asked Zhou Kur. Zhou Kur nodded. Give me some time. This plant is very easy to study. I will take a slice and observe it with a microscope and biological reagents. On the investigation team side, Ming Xiu took off her white gloves, looked at the dissected corpse in front of her, and said to Bian Junhua not far away. It was just a corpse that had been drained of nutrients. There was nothing abnormal about it. As for the fruits it bears, it has some hallucinogenic effects. It can help the higher-ups of the snow worship cult better control their followers. However, no germs were found, and the sugar content was quite high, so it should be considered a nutritious food. Bian Junhua pushed his toad mirror. I know. When you go back, take a part of the rhizome and see if the experts in the laboratory can cultivate it. This thing is very useful. Deep inside an abandoned building, Zhang Yixian stood in front of the blood vine, raised his head, and looked at the cocoons hanging upside down. 3,968. 3,969. 3,970. Alas, one less. How curious they are. The next day, there was still no trace of the corpses. This made the gloom in everyone's hearts become heavier and heavier. The less the corpses appear, the more likely it is that they are planning a terrorist attack. Bian Junhua has already used the resources of the Jiangnan region to monitor the entire Tianhai city using satellites, trying to find the trajectory of the zombies. Finally, with the help of high technology, they found clues. Bian Junhua called everyone over and told them the latest news. The corpses were gathering, and they were gathering in this direction. Preliminary estimates put the number at least 100,000. You must be prepared. This is a tough battle. 100,000 heads? This number makes everyone frown. Their current number of combatants is only more than 2,000. To deal with that group of monsters that are difficult to kill, and possibly face bronze-armored corpses, whose combat power is comparable to that of high-level aliens, this battle is definitely very dangerous. Zhang Yi secretly said in his heart that there must be more than 100,000. You can only listen to what Bian Junhua said, but don't believe it all. In order to let everyone act as bait and attract the frontal combat power of the zombie army, he naturally had to stabilize everyone. So the numbers he mentioned should be at least double to listen to. Even 2 or 3 times. Even more. Apart from anything else, Zhang Yi found tens of thousands of zombies in remote subchannels alone. Now that all the zombies in Tianhai City have gathered here, no one believes you when you say that there are millions of troops. But Zhang Yi didn't say it. Anyway, there are only a few of them, so they can throw away their picks and run away at any time. At worst, take everyone around you and escape from Tianhai City. At least you can leave Qinshan without worrying about having no firewood. Chapter 487. The zombie tide is coming. Bian Junhua said that you don't need to kill all the corpses. You just need to delay it for a while to create opportunities for our investigation team. Once we go deep underground and kill the zombie king, it will be easier to deal with the zombie horde if they lose their command. Xing Tian lamented that there were 100,000 zombies. Maybe even more. It's difficult to do even without a conductor. Even if we catch 100,000 pigs, we won't be able to catch them all in 3 days. Get over it, Bian Junhua said. It's a good thing that they come more often, which means this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eliminate them in one fell swoop. If it is bitter now, it will be sweet later. Xiao Honglian had a straight face and folded his arms and said, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for too long, and we will be overwhelmed by the corpses and lose our lives here. None of us are stupid, and we know that the 100,000 zombies mentioned by Bian Junhua are unreliable. In fact, it can only be more. In the past, they also had underground bases that could serve as a fallback route. But now when they arrived at the Snow Worship sect, there was nothing behind them. Instead, there was a group of ordinary believers who needed their protection. Of course, they have little interest in protecting their congregation. But once zombies are allowed to cross their defense line, major problems will arise in the formation of the 5 forces, and everyone may die here. Therefore, whether they are willing or not, they must go all out to stop the zombie tide. Bian Junhua pushed up his sunglasses. If you think the defense is too heavy, you can swap it with someone else. Or, he glanced at Xiao Honglian and exchanged tasks with us. Xiao Honglian's expression suddenly felt uncomfortable. It was certainly difficult for them to defend against the zombie tide. But compared to the task of the investigation team, it was much easier. The 7 people went deep underground and faced countless bronze-armored corpses and a huge group of corpses. Except for the investigation team, no other force in Tianhai City has such strength and courage. Each of these 7 people are elites with outstanding combat capabilities, and the worst ones are at the level of deputy of one force. According to the guesses of Zhang Yi and others, at least 3 of them are not weaker than Xiao Honglian, and other leaders of the forces. As for Bien Junwa's personal combat power, it is completely superior to all the strangers in Tianhai City, at least on the surface. Moreover, there is a deputy captain Bailey Chongqing beside him, who looks harmless, but is actually unpredictable. Xiao Honglian could only say, "I understand. At this point, we only have one fight. Captain Bien, all our hopes are entrusted to you." "Easy to say," Bien Junwa said calmly. In the following time, everyone strengthened their defenses, and everyone realized that the biggest battle was coming. By then, the life and death of the entire Tianhai City will be decided in one battle. If they fail, Haishur will become a dead city that day. I'm afraid that by then, Jiangnan region will choose to use Death of Love. Wipe this city off the map. This atmosphere also affected Zhang Yi, who was relatively relaxed at the beginning. For no reason, he began to feel nervous. What should he do if he really fails? Probably they can only go through the double doors, escape with the people around them, and then go back to pick up Yang Xinxin and others and leave Tianhai City together. With such a worry, Zhang Yi found Bien Junwu. "Mr. Bien, there is a question I don't understand. I wonder if I can ask you for advice?" Bien Junwu has always had a good attitude towards Zhang Yi, because he is optimistic about Zhang Yi's potential and intends to win over Zhang Yi to become one of them. "Well, what do you want to say?" Zhang Yi asked. "Now that we know the situation in Tianhai City, we only need to deal with the zombie king, and the zombie crisis will end. So, why don't you apply for reinforcements from the Jiangnan region? I don't have any moral kidnapping elements in it, but with the strength of Jiangnan region, it shouldn't be too difficult to send a group of elite soldiers to eliminate these zombies. Why are we under so much pressure now? All cities in the Jiangnan region are under the jurisdiction of the Jiangnan region. Then, Jiangnan region naturally does not want a large number of deaths in the cities under its control. People are also an extremely precious resource in the last days. Zhang Yi believes that Jiangnan region does not want too many people to die in Tianhai City. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to send people over to deal with this crisis." After listening to Zhang Yi's words, Bien Junwa suddenly laughed. He turned to look at Zhang Yi and asked, "Do you think the problem in Tianhai City is serious?" Zhang Yi suddenly didn't know how to answer. "Is it serious? Of course it is serious. Such a large-scale zombie unrest is likely to turn Tianhai City into a dead city and spread to surrounding cities." "Not serious?" Zhang Yi could only smile and ask. Bien Junwa said, "That's just what you think." He became serious. "Listen, Zhang Yi. Although Tianhai City is very big, looking at the entire Jiangnan region, it is just an ordinary city. Nothing special. Within the entire region, new problems arise every day. Unknown and strange events involving strange people and creatures. In this changing era, there are too many things that are difficult for people to grasp. The region has a lot to deal with, but the number of investigation teams like ours is limited. Therefore, unless the situation reaches an absolutely uncontrollable state, it is impossible for the region to send large troops to suppress it." He patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder. "The world is very big, far more than just one Tianhai City. If one day you go to the outside world and take a look, you will understand that it is actually very stable here, in the hinterland of the Central Plains, among the rivers, lakes, and famous mountains and rivers. It is said that gods and ghosts are rampant." Zhang Yi's eyes were full of curiosity, and at the same time, he was full of resistance to leaving Tianhai City. He shook his head. "It's better not to give it up. I am a home-loving person, so it would be nice to stay in Tianhai City." Bien Junwa didn't say much, just smiled lightly. "If you change your mind one day, you can contact me." He wanted to contact me, but he suddenly stopped when he reached his mouth. With his physical condition, how long he can survive is a question. Let's talk about it after we've solved the problem of the corpse swarm. Time passes day by day. Not a single zombie appeared around the snow worship sect, and there was a dead silence on the earth. It even gave people the feeling that the zombies had disappeared from Tianhai City. Only Zhang Yi and others understood that they had not disappeared, but were gathering strength and preparing to launch a fatal blow to the human forces in Tianhai City. Finally, on the night of the 5th day, the zombies finally came. The first person to discover them was Bien Junwa's sentry post. Only they have the satellite positioning capabilities of the Nebula system, and can grasp everything happening in the entire Tianhai City in real time. So late at night on the 5th day, when zombies were pouring out of the 3 subway entrances around the snow sect, he immediately warned everyone. The corpse tide is coming. The battle begins. Chapter 488. The flames of war are burning. The corpse tide is coming. They emerged from 3 subway entrances. and the black mass was like poking an ant nest, with countless ants filing out. Before long, the entire land was overrun by zombies, and zombies deep in the subway continued to appear. Just a few minutes later, 70,000 to 80,000 zombies appeared around the snow worship sect. Among them were vaguely visible bronze-armored corpses that were 2 or 3 times taller than ordinary zombies, and the swarms of rats rushing among the corpse tide. Although everyone had been mentally prepared for it, when they saw such a scene, they still couldn't help but curse. Yin Junwu and others had already driven away from the snow worship sect. They are the main ones responsible for beheading operations, and will not participate in frontal combat. Therefore, the positive pressure must be resisted by the 5 major forces. Without saying a word, Zhang Yi took Zhou Qi to St. John's Cathedral and handed her over to Yuan Kongya. Please protect her. Zhang Yi stared at Yuan Kongya and said. Yuan Kongya didn't say anything. But outside the church gate, there were always 2 strangers responsible for protecting the safety of the church. With them here, even if zombies break through the outer defense line, they can hold on for a while. After Zhang Yi finished all this, he ran back to his post. On the outskirts of the snow worship sect, the sound of cannons has already sounded. In order to prepare for this battle, all the major forces spent their money. The 3 major Al-Qaeda organizations have placed their stocks of artillery and rocket launchers at the rear edge of the battlefield. Ordinary guns are not very effective against zombies, but these are much more useful. As long as it is a carbon-based organism, there is no reason to survive if it is bombed to pieces. The sound of cannons rumbled, and illumination bombs soared into the sky, illuminating the entire snow worship sect's surroundings like daylight. And under the light, the ground is densely covered with countless zombies and rats, which makes people feel huge pressure. Boom, boom, boom. A single shot of the cannon can take away dozens of zombies, blasting open holes in the zombie tide. But the hole will soon be filled by other nearby zombies. Soon, the zombie wave arrived more than 1,000 meters away from the defense line. The second line of defense has also been activated. 3 walls of fire were arranged around the entire snow worship cult. A large amount of burning material was dumped below. As soon as the zombie tide approaches, the incendiary objects will be ignited. The density of the zombie tide is so high that once the wall of fire burns, a series of zombies will be burned to death. Zhang Yi used the double doors to reach a high place, and then sniped the zombies in an orderly manner. At his feet lay 10 duffel bags and tens of thousands of bullets. From his condescending perspective, he could clearly see how much pressure every battlefield around him was facing. How many can I kill with this shot? Zhang Yi sighed, then raised the sniper rifle in his hand. Puff! He shot out, and a zombie thousands of meters away was immediately hit in the head, and the head turned into a ball of blood mist and exploded. The zombie that lost its head had not completely lost its ability to move, but it became a headless fly because it could not confirm its direction. It was quickly trampled by other zombies behind it. Zhang Yi quickly turned the muzzle of the gun and fired with almost no pause. Puff! 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 With his ability to shoot accurately, he can destroy a zombie every 2 seconds and render it incompetent. Zhang Yi will turn his gun according to the situation on the battlefield and give priority to the nearest group of corpses. This feeling is like playing a tower defense game. But that kind of pressure cannot be simply described in a game. On such a battlefield, Zhang Yi's personal abilities are relatively limited. At most, he can kill hundreds of times more zombies than ordinary soldiers. But it is difficult for him to affect the entire battle situation by himself. After all, his ability is not like Dian Junwu. He lacks the kind of large-scale and high-damage killing methods. The group of corpses braved the gunfire, crossed the wall of fire, and roared towards the defense line. Behind the defense line, they were greeted by large-caliber heavy machine guns and machine cannons. Ordinary pistols and rifles can't do much with them. But this thing can penetrate the armor of an armored vehicle and hit a group of corpses to completely tear them apart. Aim for their legs and hit them. Xiao Honglian stood on the front line of the battlefield with a serious expression and directed the battle. During these 5 days, humans are also making various plans. The zombies understand their fighting style. So aren't they improving their own fighting style? You can't kill zombies, right? All I have to do is cripple you and make you unable to move. The muzzle of the heavy machine gun spurted blue flames. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The muzzle of the gun was aimed at the legs of the zombie rushing forward. Soon, their limbs were flying everywhere, and their lower bodies were swept off without any surprise. After the zombie in front fell down, it lost the ability to move and still roared and crawled forward. However, the group of corpses behind them stepped on their corpses and rushed forward. The corpses were accelerating, and they were running as fast as wild beasts. At each line of defense, a large number of soldiers were already ready and waiting for them. They injected themselves with red military stimulants in advance to enable them to fight longer. After the nerves are excited, you will no longer be afraid of pain, and the fear of death will also be weakened. They are all the elites of various forces, uniformly wearing combat uniforms with strong defensive capabilities. These clothes can even withstand bullets from ordinary firearms, even in close combat with zombies. Their claws cannot harm the soldiers. The only thing you need to worry about may be the giant rat's teeth that can break steel. Their weapons are not guns, but replaced by stainless steel battle axes and thick-backed machetes. The weapons are provided by the Cinque base and are extremely sharp. A well-trained warrior holding them can chop off the heads of zombies in one go. After the zombies cross the first few lines of defense, it's time for these warriors to appear. And the last line of defense is undoubtedly the most powerful aliens among the 5 major forces. Zhang Yi was still on top of the tall building, holding a sniper in his hand, firing shot after shot without missing a beat. Basically, after firing a round of bullets, he would change to a sniper rifle to prevent the barrel from overheating. In the few minutes since the battle started, he had killed more than 200 zombies. If this were placed on a human battlefield, it would definitely be a terrifying record. However, to the zombie army of hundreds of thousands, it is just a drop in the ocean. But Zhang Yi was not in a hurry. Ordinary zombies were killed casually, but what he was really interested in were the elite bronze-armored zombies among the zombies. After the last battle, Zhang Yi had a deep understanding of the defensive power of this thing. Its skin, muscles and bones are comparable to steel, and bullets from heavy machine guns are difficult to cause damage to its body. Therefore, Zhang Yi asked Liu Karen to specially prepare large-caliber armor-piercing bullets for them. Combined with the anti-material sniper rifle and its special abilities, can it work wonders? Chapter 489: The Human Front. The zombie tide quickly approached the human defense line. Heavily armed human warriors have roared forward with tomahawks and machetes in hand. But those huge bronze-armored corpses took their time and stayed behind the group of corpses. There are not many bronze-armored zombies. There are hundreds of thousands of ordinary zombies, but there are only a few hundred of them. But among these hundreds of bronze-armored corpses, the combat effectiveness of each one is no weaker than that of an alien. When seeing them, Xiao Holian's scalp felt numb. She clearly remembered that it was this thing that tore her subordinate Dong Hu into pieces. How to defeat so many bronze-armored corpses? Zhuge Qiting said with a look of astonishment. He originally thought that the number of such bronze-armored corpses was very rare. But now there are hundreds of them popping up. Xiao Hong raised her eyebrows while practicing her sword, and shouted in a deep voice, "What are you afraid of? We will kill as many as you come." At this point, there is no room for retreat. The only option is to fight to the death. Even if the size of the corpse swarm and the number of bronze-armored corpses are beyond imagination, the only option is to fight. The zombie swarm's fighting method is very smart. First, letting the giant rats and ordinary zombies consume human power. The bronze-armored zombies, which are equivalent to elite zombies, will be added later. Little did they know that Zhang Yi had already regarded them as his prey on the high-rise building. He changed into a heavy and huge anti-material sniper rifle, and the special bullets were loaded. Zhang Yi lay on the balcony, aiming at the triangular head of a huge bronze-armored corpse. Its eyes to be exact. Give me a surprise. Boom! The roar of anti-material sniper rifles sounded from behind the battlefield. The armor-piercing bullet made of special materials, blessed with the superpower of Tianhai City's strongest space alien, shot hard into the head of the bronze-armored corpse. The huge impact caused it to crash to the ground. The bronze-armored corpse's skull's defense was truly astonishing, and the bullet didn't even penetrate its head. But the moment the high-energy bullet entered its skull, it began to burn its brain. Bronze-armored zombies are obviously different from ordinary zombies. They have a certain degree of consciousness. In other words, they are different from ordinary zombies and have their own lives. The vitality of the bronze-armored corpse was terrifyingly powerful. It roared in pain and swept away dozens of zombies around it before finally dying there. When Zhang Yi saw this scene, the smile on his lips was unusually obvious. Sure enough, it worked. After the last dilemma he encountered with the bronze-armored corpse, Zhang Yi spent a lot of time preparing for another battle when he returned to the shelter. Based on the information provided by Liang Yu and Uncle Yu, he had a general understanding of the defensive power of the bronze-armored corpse. Then we will conduct experiments based on this data to improve the power of sniping. That shot just now, even if a tank came, it would penetrate the outer armor. Sure enough, Huan Tian paid off and allowed Zhang Yi to achieve results. Then let's continue. Zhang Yi knew that the bronze armored corpse posed the greatest threat to human forces. So he began to specifically snipe and kill the bronze armored corpses hidden among the corpses. They are so big that there is no need to look for them. Zhang Yi turned the gun and shot it specifically looking at the eyes of the bronze armored corpse. Boom! 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 The roar of anti-material sniper rifles resounded throughout the snow worship cult base camp. The stream of bullets pierced the night sky, and the bronze armored corpses collapsed among the corpses one after another before they could figure out the situation. Such a scene fell into the eyes of people from several major forces. 1 second, they were still terrified by the appearance of the bronze armored corpse. And the next second, they shockingly discovered that the bronze armored corpse had been shot and killed like cutting leeks. Can he actually kill the bronze armored corpse? Who did this? They looked back along the direction of the bullet, and all they could see was Zhang Yi's figure holding a sniper rifle on a high-rise building. Xiao Honglian, Wei Dinghai and others were shocked. Is this Zhang Yi's strength? They couldn't help but think of the last battle of the 5 armies. Zhang Yi also single-handedly brought them huge troubles, and beat them so hard that they didn't dare to take the lead. And this time, Zhang Yi's strength was obviously more powerful than last time. Zhang Yi. What a terrible man. Xiao Honglian couldn't help but mutter to himself. Wei Dinghai also lamented that it would be better not to go against him in the future. Otherwise, I don't even know when he will trick me to death. But now, Zhang Yi is their comrade. The powerful bronze armored corpses were killed one by Zhang Yi, which greatly boosted the morale of the coalition soldiers. Zhang Yi let them know that this seemingly powerful monster is not invincible. The fear of the bronze armored corpses disappeared a lot in the hearts of the soldiers. They roared and rushed forward to fight with the corpses. And the strangers on all lines of defense also took action. At each line of defense, you can see thousands of warriors like straw shields, weakly blocking the hundreds of thousands of zombies. But it was this weak shield wall that blocked the advance of the zombie army. On Xingqian's side, he was riding on the back of the tall demon wolf, his expression as tough as a piece of indestructible metal. A white light emerged from his unyielding body, covering his whole body, and finally spread to all the soldiers behind him. Xingqian Legion. This ability covers the entire army, giving soldiers a huge boost in morale and combat power. Their body shape has even changed visibly to the naked eye, becoming more majestic and versatile. And their energy and spirit have improved by several levels. Kill! They held huge battle axes, looked up to the sky and roared. And the roar even drowned out the roar of the corpses. Xing Tian held a battle axe in his right hand that was taller than him, and as wide as a door panel. He jumped high from the demon wolf, and took the lead to smash into the center of the corpses. The huge battle axe swept through the air, and set off a huge storm, cutting dozens of zombies around him into 2 pieces. The leader took the lead in charging, and the others were naturally unwilling to lag behind, roaring and charging together with the corpses. The huge demon wolf also jumped into the group of corpses, spitting out huge cold air from its mouth, freezing a large group of zombies into ice sculptures. With a fierce swing of its body, the ice sculptures were smashed into pieces. Among the 5 major forces, the only ones who dared to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the corpses in this way are the passionate brothers from the Qipei base. If we were to say which side had the least pressure, it was the Qiaoyu base that was unexpected. In terms of strength, they are not the strongest among the 5 major forces, especially after experiencing the battle of 5 armies. Half of their combat effectiveness was damaged. However, on the battlefield filled with snowstorm, Wei Dinghai's Ice Lord, it's just too powerful. Maybe I'm not very good at one-on-one. But in the field of ice and snow, I am the king. Wei Dinghai was covered in frost armor and raised his hands high. In front of him, within a few thousand meters, the ice and snow more than 10 meters thick under the earth suddenly exploded. Thousands of zombies were caught off guard and fell directly into the snow pit, buried under the heavy snow. With Wei Dinghai's ability, it is not easy to clear out the miscellaneous soldiers. Although these zombies cannot be killed, their purpose tonight is very clear, which is to delay the zombie attack and buy time for the investigation team. Wei Dinghai swept his hands across the battlefield, and large tracts of snow exploded. His elegant posture was like a conductor, and the ice and snow on the entire land danced with his gestures. So beautiful and gorgeous. Once the hard snow that has been trampled is broken again, it is very easy to sink into it. What's more, the density of zombies is extremely high. They entered the snow and struggled wildly, unable to climb out for a while. Chapter 490 Temptation. On the battlefield, the bronze armored corpses that were supposed to be the killer weapons of the zombie tide were killed one by Zhang Yi, who was well prepared. This greatly reduces the pressure on the entire coalition forces. Otherwise, just to deal with these bronze-armored corpses, whose combat power is comparable to that of aliens, the coalition forces will need to spend a lot of lives. Although the next battle is still dangerous, at least the scene can be maintained. While Zhang Yi was fighting, he had a question in his mind. The snow worship cult's defenses are so crude that they are almost non-existent. They don't have high walls or barbed wire, but rely on a group of fierce believers, and most strangers, who are not afraid of death. How did they not be wiped out by the zombies for such a long time? It's really puzzling. As Zhang Yi spoke, he turned his gun and killed a bronze-armored corpse among the zombies. The zombie army of hundreds of thousands is simply too many. He killed more than a dozen bronze-armored corpses in succession. But they had no way to communicate with each other, so they couldn't take precautions. There are too many of them, and they can only execute simple commands. Maybe kill everyone here. The 5 forces were resisting the frontal attack of the corpse tied at the front. Dian Junwu and others went around to the rear of the corpse tied just like last time. They used satellites to observe the zombies' movements from a distance. The number of zombies that kept popping up from the subway tunnels quickly reached hundreds of thousands. And they even kept popping out. It was such a terrifying scene that anyone who saw it could not help but gasp. How many are there? There must really be millions of them, Kongxing said worriedly. I don't know how long they can hold off the zombie attack. Wu Di crossed his arms and sneered. Don't worry. They will fight to the death to survive. As long as we can buy time for us to deal with the underground corpse king. It doesn't matter even if they kill them all. Wu Di doesn't care about the life or death of these people in Tianhai City. He only cares about getting the job done. Preventing the corpses from continuing to expand and spread towards the surrounding areas is what they, and the senior officials of the Jiangnan region are most concerned about. The life and death of a few people is not important in the face of the overall situation. Dian Junwu did not refute Wu Di's words. He just wore a toad mirror and looked ahead with a cold expression. I don't know how long it took, but there were no more zombies in the depths of the subway tunnel. He glanced at the ground in the distance, where a large black mass of zombies was gathering at the snow worship cult camp. Then Dian Junwu said, let's go. It's our turn. The tide of zombies on the ground was terrifying. But they knew that the number of zombies underground was definitely not that small. That kind of intelligent white-haired monkey is very afraid of death. And it will leave a lot of fighting power to protect itself. Therefore, although Wu Di's words sounded ugly, in fact their mission was the most dangerous. Dian Junwu and others came to the tunnel and first asked Meng Xiu to use their reconnaissance capabilities to check the situation in the tunnel, and then slowly advanced. After some investigation, Meng Xiu came to a conclusion. There are also a terrifying number of corpses below, as well as many bronze-armored corpses. Dian Junwu said coldly that it was a trap. They have suffered a loss before, and know that we will use this tactic to carry out beheading operations. So, these damn beasts are plotting against us too. The Corpse King's learning speed is terrifying. Perhaps their brains are not that different from humans. So what should we do? Bailey Chongqing asked. If there were too many zombies below, it would be very dangerous for the 7 of them to rush in rashly. The key point is that if the Corpse King cannot be killed, everything tonight will be in vain. Hold on, Dian Junwu said in a deep voice. They can last for a long time. So let them attract more zombies out. So the 7-member team did not rush into action, but continued to wait and see. The pressure continues to be on the coalition forces. Although Zhang Yi's long-range sniper was assisting, the number of zombies was too much. A rough estimate shows that there are already no less than 200,000 zombies on the battlefield. And that's not counting those annoying giant rats. The battle became increasingly fierce, with zombies falling down row after row like leaks. Human soldiers also began to suffer heavy casualties. The disparity in numbers was still too great. Coupled with the giant rats' defense-breaking ability, they could bite through their combat uniforms, causing huge trouble to the soldiers. If it weren't for the support of a large number of strangers, this weak line of defense would not have lasted 5 minutes. Seeing the situation at the scene, Zhang Yi also mobilized Liang Yu and Uncle Yu and Fatty Su to support the weak links. As for Hua Hua, she stayed next to Zhang Yi as usual. In a sense, Hua Hua is Zhang Yi's most trusted Imperial Guard with swords. It has very strong melee capabilities, strong maneuverability, and defensive capabilities comparable to those of a tank. With it, Zhang Yi won't worry about being attacked by others, and it's easier when escaping. Zhang Yi was not so naive as to devote all his strength to fighting the zombie tide. The first thing he wants to ensure is the safety of his own group of people. Within the church, Yuan Kongye stood in front of the crucifix, calmly clasping his hands and reciting a prayer silently. The shouts of killing and the sound of gunfire from the outside came here very clearly. The faces of the congregants hiding in the church were filled with nervousness. But Yuan Kongye's face was still so peaceful. It was as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with her. Zhou Qier was sitting on a chair in the church, with her medicine kit next to her. Although she was not a religious person, she still silently prayed to the gods in her heart. God, if you really exist, please bless Zhang Yi and others for their safety. She crossed her hands and muttered softly. At this moment, a cold voice sounded above her head. Only the most devout believers will receive the blessings of gods. Zhou Qier raised his head and met Yuan Kongye's cold and bright eyes. She felt that Yuan Kongye's eyes had a seductive power that made people want to be immersed in them. You? Hello. Zhou Qier smiled and said Hello, looking away from Yuan Kongye's gaze. Yuan Kongye looked at her deeply and suddenly said, Are you very distressed and feel like you have no way to help your man? Zhou Qier's expression was a little unnatural when her thoughts were revealed. She touched her neck and smiled and said there might be some. I am a doctor and can only work at the rear. It's impossible to go to the battlefield with him. Yuan Kongye's seductive voice came. Maybe you also have the potential to become a stranger. This sentence made Zhou Qier's heart beat with excitement. A foreigner is the existence she longs to be. This feeling was not obvious in the past. But since Yang Mi also awakened her powers, her desire for powers has become stronger and stronger. Once upon a time, she was also an independent woman. He has a good family background in education, and is well known in the medical field. At a young age, he relied on his own strength and family background to become the attending doctor of Tianhai First People's Hospital. What now? She felt that her presence beside Zhang Yi was getting lower and lower. This is a reality she doesn't want to accept. Even though Zhang Yi has always been very kind to her, she understands that Zhang Yi is not a person who puts feelings first. If one day, her role is replaced by a better person, then the distance between her and Zhang Yi will definitely become farther and farther. She had to think. Zhang Yi has been making progress. But what about her? Zhou Qier's thoughts were revealed by Yuan Kongye, which made her eyes twinkling. But Zhang Yi warned her to be careful of people who worship the snow cult. Therefore, Zhou Qier acted relatively coldly towards Yuan Kongye's words. Yeah. This is the first time I've heard someone say that. She smiled politely. But Yuan Kongye made an intimate gesture and reached out to touch her cheek. Don't underestimate your potential. Many times, all you lack is an opportunity. Believe in yourself. You have the potential to become a different person. Zhou Qier's heart moved. Yes. She may also have the potential to become an alien. Previously, she felt that the conditions for becoming a stranger were relatively harsh, and she had to risk her own life to try. Once she fails, it will be death. She does not have such courage. However, the appearance of Bingfa pointed out a new path for her. Yuan Kongye stared at her, his clear and cold eyes carrying an indescribable charm. Just when people see her eyes, they will have a feeling of being shocked by powerful power, and they will unconsciously want to obey her orders. We need strength now. Your man needs your help too. Zhou Qier, I can make you a stranger. Are you willing to accept it? Yuan Kongye said. Zhou Qier's heartbeat accelerated. She knew that the woman in front of her had the power to help others awaken their powers. But she also knew that this woman was very mysterious, and should not be easily trusted. Zhou Qier only hesitated for a few seconds, and then the fluctuations in his heart calmed down. Thanks. I don't really need it. Zhou Qier squinted his eyes, and smiled lightly at Yuan Kongye. When Yuan Kongye saw this, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. It doesn't matter. You can think about it slowly. Come back to me when you change your mind. God's blessing is an opportunity, and not everyone has the opportunity. After saying that, Yuan Kongye turned around and continued to pray to the statue in front of him. On a chair behind the church, Li Jian's family of 3 and Su Beibai were sitting there, as non-combatants and important middle and high-level members of the snow worship cult. They have the privilege to enter here to receive protection. Li Kale was unwilling to face Yuan Kongye, the woman who took away his happiness, its hatred, and fear. So he kept wrapping himself tightly in blankets. Su Beibai sat next to him, holding his hand and encouraging him silently. The sounds of war outside are getting louder and louder, and the screams of the tide of corpses and rats are so terrifying that even if you cover your ears, they will still echo in your head. And all they can do now is pray for the armed forces on the front to achieve victory. Chapter 491, Defending. On the outskirts of the snow worship sect, the battle on the battlefield quickly entered a fierce stage. There are no unnecessary bells and whistles. There is only one way for the zombies to attack, and that is to rely on the numbers to pile them up. An army of more than 200,000 zombies surrounded the entire snow worship cult camp and launched fierce attacks from all directions. The human camp, on the other hand, relied on all the means they had to stop it. Artillery traps and super powerful melee combat. All methods were used. They knew they couldn't retreat. The entire formation was hollow. They were surrounded, and there was no way out. The only option is to fight to the death until Bien Junwoo and the others complete the beheading operation. The battlefield is full of flying flesh and blood. The zombies were blown to pieces. But even though only half of their bodies were left, they still roared and crawled forward. Human soldiers rely on sophisticated weapons, and one person can replace hundreds of zombies. But they will be overwhelmed by a large number of zombies if they are not careful. Even if the zombies couldn't chew through his protective clothing, they could crush him to death just by sheer numbers. Not to mention the giant rat that can break defenses. Jean-Yi finished killing almost all the bronze armor corpses on the high-rise building. This powerful sniper ability makes people feel more terrifying the more it is on the battlefield. It can even be said that he alone shared at least 20% of the pressure on the coalition forces. Otherwise, once those copper-armored corpses with astonishing defensive power join the battlefield, the human defense line will quickly collapse. 20 minutes passed in a flash. The coalition forces retreated while fighting. With each wave of retreat, a large number of traps containing incendiary materials and explosives will be prepared behind them, which can eliminate a large wave of zombies. The defensive circle is getting smaller and smaller, and the attrition rate has reached 30%. Xiao Honglian gritted his teeth and contacted Bien Junwoo. We can hardly hold on any longer. How's it going over there? Bien Junwoo said coldly that we are about to find the Corpse King. If you persist for a while, the result will be there soon. After receiving this news, the coalition forces held on to a glimmer of hope and continued to cling on. But Bien Junwoo, who ended the conversation, was still outside and did not go deep underground at all. He was still waiting for the large number of zombies lurking inside to appear. With such a large-scale battle against the Corpse Tide, Bien Junwoo concluded that the Corpse King was not willing to fail in this battle. Therefore, as long as Jean-Yi and others persist long enough, the Corpse King will definitely send more zombies to support them. They need to compete to see who can endure it better. Moreover, it is impossible for the Corpse King to conclude that this is a trap, as long as they give them a chance. The beheading of the 7 men by Bien Junwoo can be carried out. The battlefield ahead has become fierce. Liang Yu and Uncle Yu and Fatty Su serve as a special operations team and provide support everywhere. Fortunately, the dragon cry in Liang Yu's hand was made of adamant metal. Otherwise the zombies would have been killed long ago. She was like a human-shaped storm, slashing through the crowd of corpses. Her raging sword danced wildly, and she could tear dozens of zombies into pieces with one slash. Uncle Yu's defense is strong, but when facing a large number of zombies, he mainly relies on 2 huge Gatling cannons to kill them. The only good news is that Jean-Yi and the others have plenty of ammunition. But at this time, Fatty Su played a huge role. His Fubuki. It has a very strong overall ability, especially strong field control ability, although not as good as Wei Tinghai's Ice Lord. That has powerful stealth attack capabilities. But in terms of field control, Wei Tinghai can't even compare to him. This means that a ruler is shorter and an inch is longer. With his own strength, Fatty Su was able to cover the corpses within a few kilometers with ice and snow, greatly slowing down their movement. This also creates a good opportunity for others to kill zombies. Although Zhang Yi's team is small in number, it is very active on the battlefield, and its role is not inferior to any other team. Or even better, in the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Every minute and every second is a huge torment, which once made people feel desperate. But they have no way to retreat. So they turn into deadly warriors one by one and fight to the death with the zombie tide. In such a crazy battle, the attack of the corpse group was slowly delayed. Although their forward momentum remains unchanged, the smaller the circle the coalition shrinks, the more difficult it becomes for them to invade. But at this time, casualties began to occur among ordinary congregants in the church area. No matter how tight the defensive circle is, some zombies will always slip through the net. Moreover, no one is still interested in caring about the lives of ordinary believers. Although the snow worship cult made preparations in advance and moved them to high-rise buildings and deep into the subway. But these zombies and giant rats are extremely sensitive to the breath of living people. A small number of zombies that passed through the defense line entered the place where the Shui worshippers were hiding. There are no armed personnel with strong combat capabilities here. 3 or 4 zombies can quickly kill an entire floor of believers. Screams came one after another, and they struggled to run to the window and asked for help from the armed forces outside. Xiao Honglian and others turned a deaf ear to their calls for help, because they have no ability to separate and rescue. They can barely protect themselves. Even people like Zhang Yixian can only lament and return to the kingdom of God. Then he ignored them. At this moment, it was already very difficult for them to block the group of corpses in front of them. If we divide our troops to take care of the sporadic zombies at the back, the entire defense line will fall. Zhang Yi saw the dozen zombies that slipped in. He frowned slightly and hesitated, then turned his gun and sniped them to death one by one. He didn't really care about the life and death of the Shui worshippers. But now, large-scale unrest in the rear is absolutely not allowed. If ordinary believers run around because of fear, it may affect the frontline fighting teams. However, the number of zombies breaking through the defense lines is increasing, because when we hit the back, we had already entered the stage of hand-to-hand combat. It's been 40 minutes. What's going on over there? Xiao Honglian and Xingqian were a little anxious. We agreed to hold on for half an hour. But why are the zombies still attacking so fiercely now? There are also a lot of corpses underground. If you hold on for 10 more minutes, we will finish them off in no time. The cold voice of Bianjuan, who made Xiao Honglian and others a little annoyed. But now, they can only choose to believe. As the battle circle continues to shrink, the areas where ordinary believers hide can only be abandoned. However, there is an advantage to this. Zombies are all targeting living people, and they are particularly sensitive to the scent of living people. The place where a large number of believers gathered attracted most of the zombies to rush over. In this way, the pressure on the combat troops will be greatly reduced. It can even be said that from the beginning, these people were the bait in Bianjuan's plan. Everything can be sacrificed in order to complete the mission of destroying the zombie horde. Screams echoed throughout the snow worship cult. Ordinary believers, who lost the protection of combat troops, had no resistance at all in the face of the raging tide of corpses and rats. Soon they became food for the corpses and rats. Just when Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and thought he could delay it for a while longer, Hua next to him suddenly raised his ears alertly, whining and revealing his sharp fangs. Chapter 492 Collapse. Zhang Yi holds a sniper rifle in his hand and has been sniping down enemies from all directions. In his opinion, any enemy who tries to get close will not be able to escape his sight. But there was one direction he missed. Meow! Hua beside him suddenly roared, then quickly grew in size and blocked Zhang Yi's body. Zhang Yi was a little surprised and didn't know why Hua had such a reaction. But he realized in less than half a second that someone must be approaching. Call. A gust of wind passed over him, and Hua suddenly jumped up and rushed into the sky. Zhang Yi raised his head, and the sight in front of him made him shrink his pupils. Above the dark night, a dozen humanoid creatures with wings appeared. Their wings are as huge as bats, but their bodies are slender and slender. It turned out to be a dozen bronze-armored corpses with wings. Is it another new variety? These things are hidden deep enough. Zhang Yi stared sharply at the sky. Hua had already killed a bronze-armored flying corpse, and then pushed it down to the roof of the building. The other flying corpses are already heading towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi calmly opened the huge dimensional door in front of him, then raised his gun and fired. Two flying corpses rushed into the dimensional gate unprepared, and one flying corpse was instantly sniped by Zhang Yi. Seeing this, the remaining flying corpses quickly began to circle high in the sky. They are looking for opportunities and want to get rid of Zhang Yi, since most of the bronze-armored corpses on the ground had been killed by Zhang Yi. They had already targeted Zhang Yi and tried to kill him. Fortunately, Zhang Yi brought bodyguards and did not give them a chance to sneak attack. On the roof, the roar of the bronze-armored flying corpse was obscured by Hua's scream. Meow! Meow! Hua's sharp claws clawed at it wildly, and its steel-like body was torn to pieces. The bronze-armored corpse was torn to pieces by Hua, and it was so dead that it could no longer die. When the remaining dozen flying corpses saw this scene, a look of fear flashed in their eyes. They flew very fast, and it was inconvenient for Zhang Yi to aim. But at this distance, Zhang Yi's divine power can kill them, and the defense range of the double doors is also extremely large. If you really can't fight, just run away. Therefore, he is not afraid either. But those bronze-armored flying corpses were obviously wary. After hesitating for a while, they suddenly flew in other directions. They went towards the coalition forces and killed them. Oops. Zhang Yi quickly shouted in the communication channel that there was a flying bronze-armored corpse. Up there! All be careful. The speed of these flying corpses is too fast, and they are already defensive against Zhang Yi's sniping, so it is no longer easy to snipe them quickly. Their attacks from the air posed a huge threat to the coalition forces. Even with Zhang Yi's reminder, they still quickly killed a large number of soldiers. Moreover, Zhang Yi saw from a high altitude that a large number of zombies were attacking on the ground in the distance. The number must be at least hundreds of thousands. It's going to be hard to deal with now. Yan Junwu, I can only rely on you. Zhang Yi took a breath of air. The first wave of zombies had almost collapsed their defenses. And now there were bronze-armored flying zombies, and a second wave of zombies. It was absolutely impossible to clean up these zombies with the strength of the coalition forces, unless Bian Junwu and the others can successfully complete the beheading operation. Otherwise, Zhang Yi could only choose to take his own people and escape. Zhang Yi opened the team's communication voice and told them the news. Don't continue fighting in front. Retreat back, and be ready to retreat with me at any time. If it were just a few of them, they would still have a chance to escape with the ability to shuttle through the double doors. And once Bian Junwu and the others fail to behead, everyone left here today will have no chance of living. After explaining them, the first thing Zhang Yi thought of was Zhou Qier in the church. He immediately planned to go find Zhou Qier. But when his eyes turned to the church, he saw two bronze-armored flying corpses swooping down from the sky above the church. Grass. Zhang Yi couldn't help but curse, and he felt that his blood was running cold. Although there were alien defenses around the church, no one thought that they would encounter an air attack. At this time, two bronze-armored flying corpses rushed into the church and killed everyone in less than half a minute. Zhou Qier is also very likely to face the threat of death. Zhang Yi launched the double doors without hesitation and shuttled through. With this distance, he needed to shuttle 3 times in a row to reach the church, and screams were heard from inside the church. Just when Zhang Yi was about to arrive at the church, a piercing white light burst out from the church. The two bronze-armored flying corpses came out as fast as they entered. They were blown out from the ceiling, and they were covered with thick layers of ice, like 2 giant ice sculptures. Are there experts in the church? Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. But it was very reasonable if he thought about it carefully. How could the snow worship cult let the leader, Yuan Kongya, stay alone in the church without sending someone to protect her? 2 bronze-armored flying corpses fell to the ground. The ice SHLs on their bodies shattered, and they got up from the ground again. Their eyes were full of fear, and they roared towards the church. The strangers from the snow worship sect, who were guarding the door of the church, immediately prepared themselves and fought with the bronze-armored flying corpses. Zhang Yi had no intention of caring about this. He took 1 step forward and entered the church through the double doors. There was also chaos in the church at this time. The faces of the believers hiding here were full of fear, and many people on the ground were crowded together. In the center of the church, Yuan Kongya stood there, letting the light shine through the hole in the ceiling. Quiet, peaceful, with a sacred aura lingering around her. Zhang Yi glanced at her and wondered, could it be that the hidden master of the snow worship sect was actually her? This is somewhat surprising, but it makes sense. It is not surprising that the leader of the snow worship sect has great strength. Zhang Yi's eyes quickly fell on Zhou Qier. She was holding the medicine box and hiding next to a white pillar with a frightened expression. Zhang Yi walked up to her without saying a word and held her in his arms. It's okay. I'm here. Just this sentence made Zhou Qier's tight body suddenly soften. With Zhang Yi here, she felt extremely at ease. Yuan Kongya looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. She didn't seem to understand why Zhang Yi suddenly appeared here out of thin air. But after thinking about it carefully, she realized something clearly in her heart. It seemed that Zhang Yi had used the ability to travel through space. This rare ability made her couldn't help but look at Zhang Yi a few more times. The shouts of death and screams outside became closer. The door banged. A group of believers, who were being hunted by zombies, ran here to seek refuge from Yuan Kongya. Zhang Yi, can't you hold on anymore? Zhou Qier asked nervously. Zhang Yi had a stern expression on his face. He just said, don't be afraid. Come with me. Zhang Yi was too lazy to hide his abilities at this time. So he directly opened the double doors and took Zhou Qier out of the church. As for the life and death of other people, he has no intention to care about it now. Or to put it more helplessly, he doesn't have the ability to save too many people. Zhang Yi took Zhou Qier's hand and came outside. The outside was already a mess. More and more zombies and giant rats are crossing the defense line. On the front line, Xiao Honglian and others are still holding on to prevent the tide of corpses from completely engulfing everyone. Zhang Yi had a cold face and pulled Zhou Qier directly to the top of the building. Hua Hua is still here, and there are broken corpses of bronze-armored flying corpses on the ground. It's just that Hua Hua didn't eat its brain, which may mean that this thing is still different from the alien. And it is not a mutated creature. Rather, It is a very special creation. Zhang Yi looked down at the surroundings from a high altitude and saw that the battle situation was becoming more and more critical. Although the alien army will not be completely surrounded by zombies, but ordinary soldiers have begun to die in large numbers. If they fight further back, the aliens will be wiped out by the zombies if their powers are exhausted. Fortunately, Zhang Yi and the others had supernatural food to replenish their energy, and they still maintained sufficient supernatural powers and physical strength to fight. But if this continues, it is still not a long-term solution. Bian Junwu. Zhang Yi read this name, and he knew that the beheading operation by Bian Junwu and others must not have gone smoothly. But there is nothing we can do about it. After all, in this battle, they faced all the corpses in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi. Us. What to do? Zhou Qier looked down and saw zombies coming from all directions like a tide. There was no way for them to escape. Those believers hiding in high-rise buildings were killed by zombies climbing upstairs. The believers hiding in underground garages and shopping malls were also blocked by corpses below. The snow worship cult evolved into a scene of hell on Earth. If this situation continues, in 10 minutes at most, the defense will be completely defeated. Except for Zhang Yi and others who still have a chance to escape. Everyone else will die. Zhang Yi could see that everyone on the battlefield was going crazy. Xiao Honglian burned white flames and burned a large number of zombies into charcoal on the battlefield. Waiting Hai's ice and Snow Lord was able to affect zombies on a large scale. But unfortunately, the zombies in front had just been eliminated, and the zombies behind him rushed up again. Even the Xingtian Legion, which was full of fighting spirit, was losing its white fighting spirit as a large amount of physical strength was consumed. Get ready to retreat. Once the defense line is lost, I will take you away immediately. Zhang Yi said to Uncle Su Fatty Yu and Liang Yu through the communicator. Fatty Su hummed, already panting from exhaustion. He shouted in a tearful voice. Boss, I can't stand it anymore. Come and save me. Zhang Yi found Fatty Su's position in the crowd. As a control-type alien, he was naturally protected by several soldiers. But the tide of corpses around them was about to swamp them. And Fatty Su, who was as timid as a mouse, had already turned pale with fear. Zhang Yi immediately ordered Hua Hua to go down and pick up Fatty Su from the tide of corpses. Hua Hua suddenly jumped from dozens of floors high, splashing large amounts of ice and snow, and then ran rampant among the corpses. Soon she came to Fatty Su, grabbed his collar, and brought him back. Fatty Su sat down on the ground, breathing heavily, with an expression on his face as if he was surviving a disaster. But Zhang Yi did not sit back and watch. He took out a large number of grenades and explosives from his body and began to throw them in the direction where the corpses were densest. As things stand now, he can only help others reduce their pressure as much as possible. After all, his ability does not have the function of clearing a large area. Although Kamui is powerful, its range is somewhat short. Even if you kill hundreds of zombies at once, it will not help the situation at hand. Chapter 493. The end of this battle. Just when Zhang Yi was about to give up and plan to escape with his people, strange changes suddenly occurred on the battlefield. All the zombies suddenly stopped what they were doing in an instant. It's as if the batteries of the toys were suddenly removed, and they won't even attack the person in front of them. The next moment, they all made a uniform movement. That is, turned around and ran desperately in the direction they came from. Whether it's a bronze-armored flying zombie, a bronze-armored zombie, or an ordinary zombie, they turned a blind eye to the enemy in front of them. And it was clear that they only needed a few more waves of attacks before they would have a chance to completely capture the largest human stronghold in Tianhai City. But they didn't hesitate at all. Turned around and ran away. When they came, they were like a tide. But when they retreated, they were as rapid as a landslide. There was no order, and every zombie was running back desperately, screaming urgently in their throats, as if they had encountered something more important than life and death. When Xiao Honglian saw this scene, his face immediately showed a look of joy, because she had seen the same scene with her own eyes a few days ago. Bian Junwu and the others found the Corpse King. They are going back to save the Corpse King. Among the zombies, the Zombie King, as the commander, can control all zombies. So when they encounter a life or death crisis, they will desperately summon all the zombies to come to the rescue. Such a reaction on the battlefield could only mean that Bian Junwu and the others had found the Corpse King and posed a huge threat to the Corpse King. It forced it to recall its army. Everyone on the battlefield was very tired at this time, except Zhang Yi, who was still relaxed. Just now, they had a brush with death and almost became food for the corpses. After the tide of corpses receded, the rats responded a little slowly. But as they had a symbiotic relationship with the corpses, they were also very cunning. They turned around and followed the corpses away. No one dared to pursue them. They were all on a tight string now. No one dared to touch the corpse group again, for fear that they would turn around and continue to attack. But as the group of corpses gradually receded into the distance and turned into a long and narrow black line with no end at the end of the horizon, everyone dared to breathe heavily. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Woo 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 woo. Still alive? I'm alive? Or dead? Throughout the snow worship cult camp, sounds of gasping, crying and laughing were everywhere. The feeling of surviving the disaster was too intense. Although there were many people present who had experienced many battles, no one had ever experienced such a desperate battle. They can accept being beaten to death, but they are unwilling to face the pain of being eaten alive by zombies and giant rats. Xiao Honglian, however, steeled himself and told everyone that they could not relax now. Everyone can sit down and take a rest, but be prepared for a battle. There may be remaining corpses and giant rats. Xiao Honglian reminded this, and several other forces also followed suit. Everyone was so scared that they didn't even dare to take a break and completely relax. Zhang Yi saw many soldiers looking in a daze. This battle tonight will definitely leave many people with unforgettable memories. Post-war traumatic stress syndrome is also inevitable. I hope they won't be awakened by dreams of corpses in the future. Zhou Qier hugged Zhang Yi tightly, and only now did she dare to breathe heavily. Even her chest was heaving violently. Zhang Yi felt this was particularly obvious. Uncle Liang Yuyu, Fatty Su, and Hua Hua gathered in front of Zhang Yi. The three of them all kept Zhang Yi's advice in mind. They could use their strength, but they should reserve their physical strength so that they could escape at any time. So none of them were injured. Uncle Yu played with the bronze-armored corpse a few times, but he was rough-skinned and thick-bodied, and his self-healing ability was too strong. So he was unscathed now. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like a long time. Or maybe it was just a few minutes. Every second at this time is extremely long for everyone. Zhang Yi looked at the entire battlefield. The death rate of the group of soldiers they initially left to defend had already exceeded 80%. The entire Tianhai city was completely destroyed after this battle, especially at the level of combat effectiveness. The losses cannot be simply described as tragic. However, this is not a bad thing for Zhang Yi. At least there were no casualties among their team in this battle. However, it is really tragic that it is not the turn of several major Al-Qaeda organizations and Zhang Yi, but worship the snow cult, because the war took place within their territory. At this time, even the sound of crying was scattered around. There were about 5,000 members in the church, but there were probably not even 1,000 left. No, maybe even 500 is enough. It is precisely because of this that the faces of Zheng Yixian and other senior officials of the snow worship sect are filled with gloom. Everyone is outside, still staying in their defensive positions. But no one spoke. Not a word was said. No words can express everyone's mood at this time, because in the face of such a battle and the loss of so many people, the most basic human emotions of joy, anger, sorrow and joy will temporarily disappear. Zhang Yi looked around with no unnecessary expression on his face. Zhou Qier's voice suddenly came to his ears. Zhang Yi, are you injured? Do you want me to take a look at it for you? Zhang Yi looked at the gentle female doctor next to him. He couldn't laugh, so he just said no. Zhou Qier asked other people again, and found that everyone was fine. Zhou Qier tightened the strap of the medical kit, and asked Zhang Yido if I could go check on their injuries. The people she was referring to were naturally the survivors on the battlefield. At this time, although many people were alive, they had injuries of varying severity. Zhang Yi did not refuse. At least they are on the same side now. And after this battle, it is difficult for these major forces in Tianhai City to form a large scale, let alone pose a threat to them. It is even possible that they will form an alliance to deal with future crises. Zhou Qier carried a medical kit on his back, looking for the wounded on the battlefield, bandaging their wounds and injecting medicine. Her serious look and gentle and skillful techniques made many numb soldiers burst into tears. They sensed human warmth in Zhou Qier's body. It makes them feel alive instead of descending into H.L. One after another, each family began to get their own supplies. Food, medicine, bandages, blankets, military coats. Although everyone did not dare to sleep yet, they could basically conclude that the corpses would not come back again. So they had to let the wounded rest first. Yuan Kongya walked out with the survivors in the church. During this battle, they were well protected. Although there was a slight hiccup, there were no casualties. Yuan Kongya looked at everyone with compassion, and then said to the survivors, "Go help take care of them." They are all great warriors. Everyone also knows that it is not easy to survive. And it is inseparable from the desperate fight of the frontline soldiers. Therefore, those who could still move enthusiastically came to the wounded and took care of them. This also includes Li Jian and his wife and Su Bebe. As for Li Kao, his physical condition has become very poor since that time, and he has not recovered. So he was left in the church. Li Jian looked at the Shura field in front of him, and felt extremely painful in his heart. Most of the neighbors he brought to the snow worship cult were killed by zombie attacks one after another. There was inevitably a look of self-blame on his face. Zhang Jianfang comforted him and said, "Don't be too sad. You have done your best. In such an era, we can only survive day by day. This is not your fault." Li Jian let out a long sigh and walked over to help others carry the stretchers for the wounded soldiers. The girl Su Bebe was also active on the battlefield, tying bandages on the wounded soldiers and bringing hot water to keep them warm. Chapter 494: A Painful Victory. After a long time, Bian Junwu and the others came back. The bodies of the 7 people were a little embarrassed. Not as calm as before. Bailey Chongqing supported Wu Di. Wu Di, who always looked arrogant in the past, now has a face as pale as gold paper. And his feet are floating as if he has no strength. Kong Sheng, a person with enhanced abilities, had a bandage on his shoulder, and one of his arms had been twisted into a twist. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries during the battle. The bodies of the 7 people were dripping with blood, and their injuries varied in severity. But there were relaxed smiles on their faces. Obviously, the challenges they face when carrying out beheading operations are no easier than those of Zhang Yi and others. But they succeeded. When the investigation team arrived at the snow worship cult camp, Bian Junwu glanced at the people still alive at the scene, without much expression on his face. They won a tragic victory in this battle. Everyone tried their best, and it was never easy. There is no need to say unnecessary words of comfort. Zhang Yi walked over and asked Bian Junwu, "Have all the corpse kings been killed?" Bian Junwu still replied coldly, "There were 5 in total, and they were all killed by us. The body was in the car." "That's good." After receiving Bian Junwu's affirmative reply, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After losing the command of the Zombie King, no matter how many zombies are left in Tianhai City, they are just a pile of scattered sand. At least there is no need to worry about their large-scale activities like before. Then it will be easier to deal with them one by one. Zhang Yi thought for a while, then took out a few supernatural foods from the alien space and handed them to Bian Junwu. "This is?" Bian Junwu's tone revealed curiosity. Food made by strangers can help people restore their supernatural powers, physical strength and mental state. Perfectly worked. Zhang Yi smiled. Hearing this, Bian Junwu also showed a subtle smile. But his smile was ugly. "It seems like you have a nice accessibility feature for the inhuman." He took the food from Zhang Yi without being polite, and then returned to the snowmobile with several team members. As for the others, now that they have received the exact news that the Corpse King has been completely wiped out, everyone can relax and have a rest, because they were too tired. No one wanted to talk more. The combatants returned to their resting places, and those who had not been involved in the battle were responsible for providing them with food and treatment. There was no words to say that night. After a day's rest, everyone's mental and physical conditions have recovered a lot. However, there are too many injured people, and it is impossible to leave based on the current situation. Therefore, everyone decided to stay at the snow worship cult camp and rest before going back. There is another problem. That is, there are still a large number of zombies in Tianhai City. Even if they lose the control of the Corpse King, they still have the instinct to attack humans. At this moment, it is safest for everyone to gather together. Zhang Yi and others could have left, but at Bian Junwu's plea, Zhang Yi did not leave. Now they are the most powerful team on the coalition side. Bian Junwu hopes that they can protect everyone until everyone recovers before leaving. Although Zhang Yi desperately wanted to return to the shelter at this time, lie on his soft big bed, and fall asleep with Zhou Qir in his arms. But he still has to give Jiangnan region face. So Zhang Yi and the others stayed, mainly responsible for cleaning up the scattered zombies around the camp. This work is very easy for Zhang Yi and others. The small group of corpses only numbered a few thousand. Without the control of the Corpse King, they were left with only instinctive actions, and their combat effectiveness was not very strong. A few strangers can easily solve this problem by joining forces. After a few days, everyone can clearly feel that the zombie problem has become less serious. Then they can slowly clean up. Bian Junwu and the others are also observing. And only after confirming that there is no longer a large-scale zombie wave in Tianhai City will they return to the Jiangnan region. After many days of fighting side by side, the relationship between the five major forces that got along with each other has also undergone obvious changes. It's a bit funny to say. Today's five major forces. I am afraid that the word big cannot be associated with them. Their respective core combat capabilities were lost by more than 80% in this battle, and their strength was greatly damaged. Fortunately, the zombie tide's attacks were indiscriminate. In addition to attacking them, other small and medium-sized forces in Tianhai City were also wiped out. Otherwise, it is difficult to say whether they can maintain their respective territories after this battle. However, in a dead city with not many living people, no matter how large your territory is, it may be difficult to give people a pleasant feeling. Therefore, the feeling of tension between the five major forces in the past disappeared. Everyone sympathized with each other, and even felt like they were the same people in the world. Zhang Yi's feeling is the most obvious, because several other companies have been showing favor to them during this period. Among the five major forces, Zhang Yi and the others suffered the smallest loss. It can even be said that Zhang Yi suffered no losses except for spending a lot of ammunition in this war. And weapons and ammunition are not valuable things in the first place. Zhang Yi has his own arsenal of weapons. And Lu Karen, a mechanical master, keeps making them for him. Therefore, Zhang Yi's team will be the most powerful force in Tianhai City for a long time to come. Xiao Honglian was the first to come over and express friendship with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, although there was some unpleasantness between us in the past, but now that Tianhai City is in tatters, it's hard to say whether there are even 10,000 people alive. Can we be friends from now on? None of us can afford the price of war. If you need me anywhere, please just ask. Xiao Honglian stretched out her hand towards Zhang Yi gracefully. Zhang Yi was deeply impressed by her heroic appearance and the way she commanded the army to fight the enemy bravely on the battlefield. Unlike the women around Zhang Yi, she is a very capable, strong woman. Zhang Yi is a peace-loving person. If someone comes to show his kindness, of course he will not refuse. Although there have been wars before, they were only for competition for resources and did not involve personal grudges. So Zhang Yi shook hands with her and smiled and said that I have always admired you for being able to lead a big force as a woman. He asked curiously, I see you are very skilled. Did you work in the army or police system before? Xiao Honglian smiled lightly. I serve as the superintendent of the criminal police team of Tianhai City Police Station. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Indeed, he is a hero among women. His heartbeat suddenly moved, and he looked at Xiao Hong practicing with a smile. Doesn't that mean that you can master the information about each of us? Xiao Honglian said openly that it is natural. I have your basic personal information, but that is only before the end of the world. Chapter 495 Doubts in My Heart. After Xiao Honglian left, Wei Dinghai quickly came over. He is a middle-aged man in his 40s, smooth and sophisticated. As soon as he saw Zhang Yi, he complimented Zhang Yi enthusiastically. What a young and talented person. Zhang Yi, I wonder if you are interested in going overseas. If you have time, I can take you to visit overseas. There is a vast world out there. Wei Dinghai invited warmly. Zhang Yi couldn't help but be fascinated when he thought of the vast sea, but thinking that there might be creatures more dangerous than land under the vast ocean, he shook his head decisively. Rather than that, it would be more practical for you to give me some hair tail. Wei Dinghai laughed and said, It's easy to talk. When we come back from the sea next time, I will bring you the freshest frozen hair tail. It is impossible to count on live fish. Only deep-sea fish can survive in the depths of the ocean now. But they will die once caught. Zhang Yi asked if so many people died this time. Would it be convenient to go to sea? The smile on Wei Dinghai's face faded a little. He lowered his head and sighed softly. Most of the combatants were dead, but I still kept some staff on the ship. With them here, I can still go sailing. Wei Dinghai then expressed the same meaning as Xiao Honglian. Tianhai City has been scarred from this battle, and no one knows how many people are left alive. This large city, that once had a population of more than 20 million people, is now dead. Everyone was tired and didn't want to fight anymore. Besides, with just a few people like them, the resources are enough, so there is no need to snatch them. Later, Zheng Yixian and Xing Tian also came over. Zheng Yixian's face always had a strong look of sadness. In this battle, their snow worship sect suffered the heaviest losses. Not just the combatants, but also their followers. There were more than 5,000 people, and more than 4,000 died this time, although the remaining living people were not counted. But including the church's senior leaders and ordinary members, there were no more than 800 people. Several other companies also sympathized with the snow worship cult, and Xing Tian relied on the fact that he and Zhang Yi were old classmates. So they hooked up as soon as they got together. Lao Zong. Your family will be the strongest in Tianhai City from now on. You have to cover me, Xing Tian said with a smile. In fact, among the 5 major forces, their family had the highest casualty ratio after Zhang Yi's team. His ability is very special and can bless many people, turning ordinary soldiers into super soldiers. Therefore, only about half of his Xingtian army was killed. The remaining people are still vigorous. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at him angrily. Don't be too optimistic now. The zombie crisis in Tianhai City is not over yet. Haha. All the zombie kings have been dealt with, and the remaining zombies will not be able to survive, Xing Tian said happily. Haha. I advise you not to think so simply. Zhang Yi sneered and said that no one knew whether this battle attracted all the corpse kings. Xing Tian was slightly startled. He then retorted that if the corpse king was still alive, why didn't it attack humans? While we are weak now, it should be its best time to attack. Lao Zhang. Are you thinking too much? Zhang Yi frowned slightly. He was also not sure whether his idea was correct. It's just that he always likes to think of the worst side of things. It may be difficult for a pessimist to be happy, but he is certainly not prone to mistakes. It's hard to say. There is nothing wrong with being careful, and you should pay more attention. Well, I remember. Xing Tian nodded. But whether he took it seriously or not is unknown. After this battle, the atmosphere among the major forces in Tianhai City became harmonious. It seems that the zombie attack turned out to be a good thing. Just as a certain president once said, when humans are attacked by non-human beings, perhaps all the contradictions that once existed will no longer be a problem. But in Zhang Yi's heart, there was always a feeling of haze that lingered. He looked at the surviving people of the snow worship cult. The corpses of the snow worshippers were so miserable that everyone felt sympathy for them. Zhang Yi silently called Zhou Qir over and asked her to get in the car with him. He had to do something very important. Zhou Qir's face turned slightly red when she saw Zhang Yi's serious expression. I have been busy preparing for the corpse tide recently, and I have indeed been delayed on some things. It's normal to relax and deal with it now. She nodded gently, then smoothed her hair and got into the car first. Zhang Yi reminded Fatty Su and several people to help him stand guard. Whoever comes to me, let them not come near. Do you understand? Something strange flashed across Liang Yu's cold face. She turned her head and snorted coldly. But Fatty Su said in a nonchalant manner, Yes, I will definitely help you. Boss, to stand your guard. I make them wait for whoever comes. Zhang Yi nodded, then got into the car, quickly closed the door, and drew the curtains. The car has built-in sound insulation, so the sounds inside cannot be heard outside. Uncle Liang Yu and Fatty Su were resting nearby. Liang Yu's face felt a little uncomfortable. She never imagined that one day she would stand guard for something like this. Uncle Yu was very tolerant. He smiled and said that Zhang Yi is a young man after all. The firepower is relatively strong. Having said this, he sighed inaudibly. It's a pity that Zhou Jaime is not here. Zhang Yi got into the car and saw that Zhou Qir had taken off his coat and was sitting on the bed cutely, with his legs crossed leisurely. The look in his eyes was full of charm. Zhang Yi sat down next to her. Qir, there's something very important I need to ask you. Zhou Qir looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. When he saw his serious expression, he realized that he had thought wrong. A flash of embarrassment flashed across her face. What's the problem? Zhang Yi said seriously that before. I asked you to help me carefully observe Yuan Kongya. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes and recalled what happened at night when the zombie wave came. Everyone was so nervous that day. Their nerves were tense all the time, and they had no time to think about anything else. But looking back now, there are many unreasonable things. For example, Yuan Kongya's ice attribute ability was displayed. According to Zhang Yi's understanding, Yuan Kongya relied on 2 abilities as the leader of the snow worship cult. Bless. She can condense ice soul from her body to help others awaken their powers or increase the strength of their powers. Gift can help people heal physical injuries. It is not uncommon for people to have 2 kinds of abilities at the same time. Both abilities tend to be amplification or auxiliary. Thinking about it this way, it makes sense. But what about the ice attribute ability she showed that night? This and hers. Bless. Gift. They are 2 completely different attribute abilities. Chapter 496 Horrible Speculation. Zhang Yi had seen the power of Yuan Kongya's attack, knocking away 2 powerful bronze-armored flying corpses in an instant. Her power must be very powerful. But at that moment, Zhang Yi later judged that her combat effectiveness would not be inferior to that of Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai? This question is what Zhang Yi least understands. Think back carefully. When you were getting along with Yuan Kongya, did you notice any abnormalities in her body? Especially when she was attacked that night. How did she fight? Zhou Qier didn't know why Zhang Yi suddenly asked about Yuan Kongya. In her opinion, the snow worship cult was the biggest victim of this battle. Everyone sympathizes with them, and should not be suspicious of them. But since Zhang Yi asked, she recalled it carefully. She spent most of her time these days praying, and then comforting other congregants. However, when it comes to the special place, there is one time. She said it could help me awaken my powers. A glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. She said she wanted to help you awaken your powers? Did you agree? Zhou Qier quickly smiled and shook his head. No. Although I really want to be an alien. But I will remember your instructions, and be wary of anyone. So I rejected her. Zhang Yi nodded with relief. Showing courtesy for nothing is either cheating or stealing. Yuan Kongya couldn't be so kind and give his precious eye soul to others for free use. Unless she has some special purpose. Zhang Yi crossed his hands to rest his chin. And the fog in his mind began to become clearer. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have grasped the key to the matter. There was even a very bold idea slowly born in his mind. Please continue talking, and tell me everything about her in detail. Don't leave anything out. Zhou Qier nodded and continued talking. After I rejected her, she just said that if I changed my mind at any time, I could come to her at any time. She didn't push me, which made me feel good. Later, it was about those two monsters breaking through the ceiling and entering the church. Zhou Qier recalled. I was sitting in the front row, very close to Yuan Kongya. So I saw it clearly when she took action. The two monsters swooped down, and her first target was her. She was very fast, and with just a slight raise of her hand, the two monsters were frozen in midair. Then, like swatting away mosquitoes, she waved her hand easily, and the two monsters were swept away. Even the church door was broken down. Zhou Qier's description is vivid and vivid. As Zhang Yi listened, his scalp was already numb, and even his spine felt a chill. The ice and snow ability can instantly freeze two powerful bronze-armored flying corpses. The reaction speed is extremely fast, and the physical strength is strong. This is the performance of an enhanced alien. Doesn't it mean that she has at least 4 different powers at the same time? Zhang Yi figured it out. He figured it out completely. He finally understood why Baishui Church gave him the Eye Soul so easily. And it was also generously delivered to the hands of the major forces in Tianhai City. He even used the Great Edict to continue preaching, looking for people with potential, and giving Eye Souls to them. As long as those with superpower potential use Eye Soul, it doesn't matter if they don't join the Snow Worship cult, or even become enemies of the Snow Worship cult. Because Yuan Kongya's true ability has never been anything. Rather, return of death. In other words, once the alien who is implanted with the Eye Soul and awakened the superpower dies, the superpower will return to the original Kongya's body. In this way, she can have countless kinds of powers. And it seems that the intensity of her powers is also very powerful. During the Battle of the 5 Armies, Zhang Yi found many empty LS of strangers with no origins on the battlefield. At the beginning, he didn't understand where the source of the supernatural powers went after those people died. Only now did he understand that those people were using the abilities awakened by the Eye Soul. So their power also returned to Yuan Kongya's body. Then this return can also enhance her own strength. And within a few months of the end of the world, she secretly absorbed the powers of many strangers. Not to mention that after several battles, the aliens in Tianhai City suffered countless casualties. Suddenly, a more bold idea emerged in Zhang Yi's mind. Couldn't the culprit behind the zombie turmoil in Tianhai City be Yuan Kongya? The more Zhang Yi thought about it, the more terrifying he felt. If this is the case, that devout believer who seems harmless to humans and animals is actually the largest and most inhumane demon in Tianhai City. But now, even Zhang Yi can't imagine how powerful she is. Zhang Yi's face was horribly solemn, and his legs began to tremble slightly involuntarily. This is a sign of nervousness. Although these are just his imagination for the time being. But once this speculation comes true, it means that he will face an extremely terrifying demon in the near future. But, fortunately, this is just a guess for the time being. At least there are some places where Zhang Yi has no way to justify himself. First is the Tide of Corpses. If the Snow Worship cult really had the ability to control so many zombies, there would be no need for them to be suppressed by several major base forces before. Relying on the power of the zombie tide, they can easily level Tianhai City. Secondly, it is the purpose of Yuan Kongya doing this. As the leader of a sect, she considers herself the most devout believer of God. So what reason does she have to destroy the foundation of her sect? In these wars, the number of deaths among the followers of the snow worship sect can only be described as tragic. And there are hardly a few left. Without believers, can her snow worship cult still be called a religion? I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Zhang Yi was a little confused. He closed his eyes and whispered. He also hoped that this was just him overthinking. But all kinds of clues were connected together, making him have to think this way. Zhou Qian quickly came over to comfort Zhang Yi. What's wrong with you? Zhang Yi didn't speak. He fell into a long silence. Yes, it's all just his imagination. Apart from knowing that Yuan Kongye had a variety of powers, he had no evidence to prove his guess. Even if I tell this matter, I am afraid no one will believe it. What's more, now he is unwilling to alert the enemy. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Zhang Yi murmured to himself. He raised his head, looked at Zhou Qian who looked worried, and smiled. Nothing. You did a great job. But remember, don't go looking for Yuan Kongye. That wouldn't be any fun. Zhou Qian nodded. Remember. But you seem to have something on your mind? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, and after thinking about it, he still didn't tell Zhou Qian about it. After all, this is just my guess. But if the speculation came true and Yuan Kongye found out that he had suspected her, the consequences would be something he was not willing to face. Chapter 497 The Logic is Illogical. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Qian finished chatting, they got out of the car. He looked at the white Gothic church with a very complicated mood. Am I overthinking it? Or is it true? If the snow worship cult had the ability to control the zombie tide, there was no need to wait until now to take action. Unless there is any special reason. However, if Yuan Kongye was really the mastermind, she could have taken advantage of everyone's weakness to kill everyone that night a few days ago. This seems a bit unreasonable again. And judging from her appearance, she didn't look like someone who could control the zombie tide. Chaos. The more Zhang Yi thought about it, the more he felt that the logic of the matter did not make sense. No matter how you look at it, snow worship cult does not have such conditions and reasons. And Zhang Yi's suspicion only stems from the various abilities she exhibits. I'd better investigate it secretly. Zhang Yi thought so in his heart. At this time, he heard Bian Junwu coughing not far away. Zhang Yi raised his head and saw Wu Di, Bailey Chongqing and others looking at Bian Junwu nervously. He covered his mouth with a white handkerchief and coughed violently, as if he wanted to cough out his lungs. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Could it be because Yuan Kongye was afraid of the people in Jiangnan region? Zhang Yi felt that he was almost stunned. He seems to be a conspiracy theorist, always looking at everything around him with suspicion. Zhang Yi shook his head and threw aside the complicated thoughts in his mind. Then, he walked towards Bian Junwu and the others. When the people in the investigation team saw Zhang Yi, they had different expressions on their faces. Most people have friendly faces, because Bian Junwu once said that he intended to let Zhang Yi join their investigation team. He is already declining. And due to the influence of his supernatural powers, his lifespan is limited. So he's been looking for new members for the investigation team. Zhang Yi's performance in Tianhai City and his outstanding record in the past few nights made everyone in the investigation team recognize his ability. Although there is some overlap with Qi Guangming in terms of sniping. But having two snipers in a team is not a big problem. Not to mention that their abilities in other aspects are not the same. Only Wu Di always looks at Zhang Yi with a somewhat unkind look. Zhang Yi himself didn't even know when he had offended Wu Di. But he didn't like to cause trouble. So he simply turned a blind eye. Captain Bian, are you feeling well? Zhang Yi came over and greeted Bian Junwu with a concerned look. Bian Junwu let go of the handkerchief, and Zhang Yi saw dark red blood inside. He couldn't help but feel that Bian Junwu was indeed seriously ill. It seems that during the last beheading operation, he used his own abilities again, causing his condition to worsen. Zhang Yi felt a little regretful in his heart. Bian Junwu gave him a good impression. He was a calm and wise leader, and he was extremely powerful. Without their help this time, it would be basically impossible for Tianhai City to solve the zombie crisis on its own. Bian Junwu said calmly that he would not live for more than a few days as usual. Although he was talking about his own life and death, his expression did not waver at all, as if he had already seen through life and death. Wu Di said with a worried look, "Boss, don't say that. Let's go back to Blizzard City quickly. You go back for treatment, and your body's injuries can stop worsening." Bian Junwu shook his head. He knows his own body well. Although the region used various means to protect him. A Delta-level stranger who had experienced many battles. But mutation itself is irreversible. He must bear the consequences of using his abilities. Bian Junwo said to Zhang Yi that we should finish the work one last time and confirm that the Corpse King no longer exists in Tianhai City. And then we will go back. He suddenly smiled and said, Tianhai City is now riddled with holes, and I am afraid it will be difficult to deal with any natural or man-made disasters in the future. Do you want to consider going back with us? Not just you, but also the friends around you. Zhang Yi is surrounded by elites. If he can go to Blizzard City, he can also get a job. Zhang Yi smiled lightly. I have no such plan yet, but it may pass in the future. Wu Di snorted coldly. You are very picky. Do you really think anyone can go to Blizzard City if they want to? Zhang Yi didn't know him as well. He just smiled and said, I still have some friends here. Moreover, Tianhai City is my hometown, and I'm used to it, so it's hard for me to just leave. Yan Junwo didn't force it. Think this through yourself. With your ability, there should be a broader sky. Zhang Yi glanced at the others. Wu Di looked worried and always looked at people with his chin raised. Zhang Yi didn't talk much and asked Bian Junwo to take care of himself before planning to leave. Hello. The surname is Zhang. I heard that you are very powerful and one of the best in Tianhai City. Do you want to spar with me? Wu Di suddenly stopped Zhang Yi, staring at him with a provocative tone. Several investigation team members around him looked at him, some with playful expressions, and some with thoughtful expressions. Bian Junwo said nothing. He just looked at Zhang Yi, wanting to see how Zhang Yi would respond. But Zhang Yi didn't hesitate for a moment and raised his hands like a bachelor. He smiled and said to Wu Di, Brother, please spare me. I am not good at fighting. My ability is only to make cold shots and transport supplies more conveniently. You are the elite of Blizzard City. If you pick a fight with me, isn't that bullying me? I surrender. Okay. Surrender. Surrender. Although Zhang Yi didn't know where Wu Di's hostility towards him came from. But he won't fight a pointless fight. People who are competitive are most likely to die. Zhang Yi knows this very well. But when he agrees to fight someone, it means he is going to kill the other person. But obviously, Zhang Yi would not gain anything by killing Wu Di. So he doesn't fight. Wu Di didn't expect Zhang Yi to be so stubborn and raised the white flag directly. He angrily pointed at Zhang Yi. You didn't even fight. How could you admit defeat? After all, you are also the boss of a force in Tianhai City. Are you so shameless? Zhang Yi smiled and waved his hand. What a boss. We are just a few friends who huddle together to keep each other warm. And everyone just gives me face and says a word to me. I still have things to do. Let's talk about it later. After saying that, Zhang Yi left here quickly, not giving Wu Di a chance to make trouble. Wu Di was shaking with anger, pointed at Zhang Yi's back and said to Bian Junwo, Boss, this man is too cowardly. Are you going to let him join us? Look at how it fits from head to toe. Bailey Chongqing laughed loudly next to him. Bian Junwo also smiled. He looked at Wu Dido meaningfully. Because of this, I am optimistic about him. It would be terrible if everyone on the investigation team was like you. Chapter 498 Sharing the Ice Soul. Zhang Yi would not pay attention to Wu Di's provocation. In his opinion, such people who are still arrogant and domineering in the apocalypse are destined to have a short life. If Wu Di hadn't been strong and had military guards covering him, he would have been killed long ago. If Wu Di really fights Zhang Yi will have 100 ways to make him die ugly. After leaving Bian Junwo's side, Zhang Yi felt much relieved knowing that they would not leave for the time being, regardless of whether the Snow Worship sect has a conspiracy or not. Tianhai City cannot be in chaos as long as people from the Jiangnan region are here. He came to Yangsheng Base and asked Xiao Han to practice. The soldiers at Yangsheng Base were very familiar with Zhang Yi. After several battles, they were full of awe for Zhang Yi. As enemies, they feared Zhang Yi. As comrades, they respected Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. I will report it right away. After an alien captain finished speaking, he went over to find Xiao Honglian. After a while, Xiao Honglian came to Zhang Yi. Yo, what do you want from me? Xiao Honglian asked with a generous smile. Zhang Yi looked around and said to her, Let's go out for a walk together. Xiao Honglian's expression was a little surprised. She looked Zhang Yi up and down, and said with a strange expression that there should be no shortage of women in your family. I'm warning you. Don't try to take advantage of me. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. You think too much. I just need your help with something. There are too many people here, so it's not convenient to talk. Oh well. Xiao Honglian and Zhang Yi walked out of the center of the camp casually, walking casually in the snow and ruins. Seeing that there is no one else around. Can you tell me what Xiao Hong has to do with his Tao practice now? Zhang Yi said. Did you say before that you can get the information of everyone in Tianhai City? Yes. Xiao Honglian blinked and looked at Zhang Yi's side face. Whose information do you want to check? Almost everyone in Tianhai City is dead. The person Zhang Yi wants to investigate is most likely at the Snow Worship Sect's camp. Xiao Honglian was very curious about what Zhang Yi was going to do. Zhang Yi said lightly about the two bases of Qingwei Qiaoyu, as well as the information about the leader of the Snow Worship Sect and their deputies. Hearing this, Xiao Honglian couldn't help but ask, Are you still worried about them? Zhang Yi smiled lightly and said, It's not that I'm worried. It's just that I'm always cautious and like to be prepared. Xiao Honglian pouted. Do you want us to have our information too? Zhang Yi laughed and said, If you are willing. Of course, it would be best. You think beautifully. Xiao Honglian refused without thinking. How could she let her true identity be exposed in front of Zhang Yi? How about Zhang Yi looking at her with a smile? Is that okay? Xiao Honglian frowned, with suspicion in his eyes. She didn't know what Zhang Yi's purpose was. To be honest, the information she had in hand was not detailed enough to introduce everyone's life. But then the apocalypse came, and she took advantage of her previous position to collect as much information as possible on every key figure in the force. Therefore, her statistics are quite comprehensive. But those are all materials from before the end of the world, and are not of great use now. It's not a big problem to give Zhang Yi that information. It's not impossible to give it to you. But? Xiao Honglian raised the corner of his mouth. What do you want to exchange with me? She would not give it to Zhang Yi for free. Zhang Yi smiled lightly and said, What do you want? Food, energy, or weapons? I don't lack any of those things. Xiao Honglian waved his hand. Now that so many people have died, Tianhai City's resource shortage problem can be easily solved. She won't need those things for a while. If I give you information, I hope to get a commitment from you. Promise? What promise? Zhang Yi asked. Xiao Honglian looked at him and smiled and said that if one day we encounter danger, I hope you can help us. Good guy. It's the end of the world. And you still believe in promises? Zhang Yi felt a little funny in his heart. Do you find this commitment useful? Xiao Honglian said seriously. I think it's useful. We are the only ones left in Tianhai City. If we want to continue to survive, we must cooperate and maintain a certain social order. Otherwise, in a completely disordered environment, no one can live peacefully. Zhang Yi thought about it and felt that this condition was easy to accept. If Xiao Honglian needs his help in the future, and he can solve the problem easily, he won't mind taking action once. But if it's something that requires a big price, it's hard to say. Okay, I can promise you. Zhang Yi nodded. For Xiao Honglian, this is a sure profit business. And she doesn't need to pay anything anyway. It's just some data in the system. The information is all on the server at our base, and will be sent to you after I return. Xiao Honglian said. So when do you plan to go back? Zhang Yi asked. Xiao Honglian said, as he walked, that the matters here were almost settled. It's time for us to go back and rebuild our homes. We'll leave tomorrow. Another thing is to reorganize our armed forces. She took a deep breath. Our losses in this battle were too great. With that said, she looked at Zhang Yi and you guys. Aren't you leaving yet? Zhang Yi smiled lightly and said we are almost there. There were some things he wanted to observe again. And he also wanted to communicate with the investigation team again. He had to confirm that all the corpse kings in Tianhai City had been killed before he could return to the shelter with confidence. Otherwise, with the speed at which the zombie king spreads the virus, as long as one zombie king survives, the terrifying zombie tide may come back soon. Zhang Yi returned to the camp. Zhang Yi behaved as usual and even greeted Zheng Yixian and other snow worshippers with a smile. He did not show any suspicion towards the snow worship cult or the sudden appearance and sudden disappearance of the corpses. That night, Xiao Honglian expressed to everyone their intention to leave. Nowadays, Tianhai City is in ruins and awaits redevelopment. Our Yangsheng base has suffered heavy losses, and many things have to be started all over again. We have to get back to building quickly. Everyone expressed understanding. But at this moment, Yuan Kongya suddenly said to everyone, After this battle, our Tianhai City's vitality has been severely damaged. Each family suffered heavy losses, and there were gaps in their combat power. Therefore, I decided to contribute my own modest efforts. As she spoke, she took out 5 small wooden boxes. This little wooden box is familiar to everyone. All the major forces in Tianhai City have obtained it. What is inside is the ice soul separated from Yuan Kongya himself. For Yuan Kongya, it is not an easy task to separate the ice soul, because Bingso is her most essence cell. She can only produce a few hundred in her lifetime. Every time she produces Ice Soul, her body will enter a weak state. But this time, she actually gave one to each of the 5 forces present, including the investigation team. They also got the share she gave. The quantity is limited, so I gave 2 Ice Souls to each house. If you meet someone with talent, let him use it. However, if you don't have anyone who can judge whether the target candidate has potential, it is best to let the current stranger use it. It can stimulate the human body's potential. Let the aliens become more powerful. When Yuan Kongye said this, his eyes lightly passed over the bodies of several leaders. Chapter 499 Death Returns. The moment Yuan Kongye took out the Ice Soul, a biting chill rose in Zhang Yi's heart. It was like walking on the Arctic ice sheet in the wind and snow, and suddenly being stared at by a polar bear. The suspicion in his heart grew stronger. If it is really as he thought, Yuan Kongye's ability is Return of Death. So she is now distributing Ice Souls to everyone, which means that in the near future, she will take action against everyone, kill them, and gain their power. Zhang Yi couldn't help but think of what Zhou Ke said. When Yuan Kongye wanted to give Zhou Ke Ice Soul, Zhou Ke refused. This also shows that whether to use the Ice Soul is actually decided by the recipient, rather than Yuan Kongye himself. Xiao Hong, Wei Dinghai, Xing Tian and others all had expressions of surprise on their faces. They are all the beneficiaries of Bingpa. They used Bingpa to create the first batch of aliens before they succeeded in taking over one side. They are very eager for Ice Soul, especially at this time. They urgently need to quickly increase the combat effectiveness of their forces. And they didn't have any doubts about Bingpa. From the very beginning, they conducted rigorous testing. This substance will not have any negative effects on the human body, and will not have mind control capabilities. So they can use it with confidence. Xiao Honglian couldn't wait to take the Ice Soul into his hands. Original leader, thank you very much. Wei Dinghai and Xing Tian also quickly took their share of the Ice Soul into their hands. Dian Junhua's face had no expression, but he was interested in this kind of interesting stuff. It's always okay to take it back and study it. When he came to Tianhai City, he had an additional task, which was to observe Yuan Kongye's ability level. If she can really help people awaken their abilities at no cost, then she will become a top-notch alien on the terrifying Epsilon level. Of course, limited by the amount of Ice Soul she can produce. This effect will be compromised. But it is also of great value, and should belong to an outstanding Delta-level alien with flawed abilities just like him. With a smile on his face, Zhang Yi put away the Ice Soul with anticipation just like everyone else. We owe you a favor this time. If you need anything in the future, you can say Lo. Zhang Yi said to Yuan Kongye and Zhang Yixian with a smile. The smile on Zhang Yixian's lips became even stronger. Yuan Kongye nodded and said that we might become a whole in the future. It is the right thing to coexist with each other and support each other. Zhang Yi was secretly wary. Adding these 2 Ice Souls, he now has a total of 3 Ice Souls in his hand. If according to Return of Death, analyzing their abilities, they can create 3 strangers. But as long as the host does not die, the abilities will not return to the original Kongye. Moreover, they should have no negative effects of their own. This has been confirmed by the 4 major Al-Qaeda organizations through various means. Their technical capabilities are better than Zhang Yi's, so they don't need any more confirmation from Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi secretly said that Yuan Kongye's purpose was to let the leaders of major forces or powerful strangers use Bingso. But it's impossible for me to use it. Not at all. However, it can be used by Kur, Xin and Karen in the future. In this way, 3 strangers can be created. However, their potential will determine the upper limit of their abilities, which is hard to say. As for Xiao Honglian, Xingtian and others, Zhang Yi gave up his plan to remind them after some thought. These were people he couldn't fully trust yet. Being a sentimental reminder of the past might reveal his suspicion of Yuan Kongye in advance. If they want to use it, then let them do it. Anyway, as long as they don't die, it seems there won't be any other problems at the moment. Everyone thanked Yuan Kongye for his generosity and then left the church. There was no words to say that night. Early the next morning, the people at Yangsheng base packed their luggage and prepared to go back first. Their mobile troops are more convenient, so they can return quickly. As for Chaoyu base, there are many wounded here, and they need to rest for a few more days. Although Xingtian and the others have the lowest battle loss ratio, they basically fight hand-to-hand during the war, which consumes a lot of energy. So they also plan to rest before setting off. In this way, only Xiao Honglian and the others left the base camp of the Snow Worship sect. Zhang Yi and others naturally came over to say goodbye. Now that everyone has experienced a life and death battle, the relationship is more harmonious than before. And there is a sense of sympathy for each other. When you go back, don't forget what we agreed on. Zhang Yi walked up to Xiao Honglian, smiled, and extended his hand to her. When Xiao Honglian saw this, he burst into laughter. And then he walked over generously and gave Zhang Yi a bear hug. Don't worry. I'll send it to you as soon as I get back. After all, I really hope to get your help. Xiao Hong has a well-proportioned figure and always wears a tight combat uniform on weekdays. But with such a hug, Zhang Yi could really feel the fullness of her figure. Zhang Yi hugged her back and patted her back. Then let's make an agreement. While the two were hugging, they suddenly heard a fierce quarrel not far away. The two people were a little curious. It's a time like this. Everyone is still resting after the battle. Who is so ignorant? Many people were attracted by the movement over there. Everyone only saw a boy and a girl talking there. The boy's face turned red, and he spoke excitedly, his voice high-pitched, as if his voice hadn't changed yet. But the girl looked calm and peaceful, and she reasoned with him in detail. These two people were none other than Li Kale and his little girlfriend Su Bebe. But judging from the atmosphere at the scene, she is already an ex-girlfriend. What Su Bebe was wearing was obviously the combat uniform of Yansheng Base. Not far behind her stood a tall and heroic Yansheng Base officer. Su Bebe looked at Li Kale calmly. Lei. Stop it. I've found a better home. I hope you understand. We are no longer a good fit. Li Kale's eyes were filled with confusion and fear. He has become like this now. And only Su Bebe can give him hope of living. But why did she suddenly change her mind when she was fine before? Could it be? Is it just because he is missing some functions? Li Kale shouted in pain. Bebe. You can't leave me. I need you now. Have you forgotten how good we were? You said that we will be together forever. Have you forgotten? Did you forget it? Looking at the collapsed Li Kale, Su Bebe's eyes flashed with unbearability. But she didn't relent at all. Since the end of the world, she has been able to survive until now because of her clear mind. Chapter 500, Reality in the End of the World. Su Bebe said to Li Kale that I have found someone more suitable for me. I can have a better life if I leave him. He is stronger than you, can protect me, and can provide me with abundant materials. If you were me, you would make the same choice. Although she is less than 20 years old, she has experienced all kinds of things in the apocalypse. And people can always grow up very quickly. The most basic need for most people is to stay alive. As for love, it is just a little spice in the end of the world. You can taste it to its flavor, but you can't eat it as a meal. However, Li Kale couldn't accept it. He cried in pain, No. I won't. Bebe. I love you. Can he love you more than me? Su Bebe looked at the childish Li Kale and shook her head helplessly. Let me tell you the truth. I took the initiative to approach you in the first place just because your father is a priest of the church. Although you are also very interesting, it makes me have a good impression of you. But just because of these, it is impossible for me to find a boy who is younger than me and cannot protect me. Isn't it too self-deceiving to talk about love at this time? Behind Su Bebe, the officer was a little impatient. He said coldly to Su Bebe, It's almost time for us to leave. The farewell should be over. Su Bebe quickly turned around and turned back to her petite and cute appearance in front of him. Sorry, brother, for wasting your time. Let's go! After saying that, she followed the officer and left without looking back. Li Kale's eyes widened, filled with fear. Now, he only has Su Bebe left. How could he live like this if he left Su Bebe? He subconsciously reached out to grab Su Bebe. Bebe, don't leave me. If you dare to leave, I will kill you. Su Bebe's good temper was finally exhausted. She angrily threw Li Kale away, and then said to him with a ferocious expression, Li Kale, are you finished? Now that you have become a eunuch, are you still dreaming about that kind of dream? As soon as these words came out, there was a moment of silence in the air. Eunuch? Zhang Yi frowned curiously, not sure why Su Bebe said this. Is it possible that the child was frozen at such a young age? Brother? When Li Kale heard Su Bebe's words, his whole person suddenly became vicissitudes of life, like an eggplant beaten by frost. Su Bebe also realized that she had gone too far. She lowered her head and said sorry. Then she turned around and left with the officer without looking back. She just wants to live well. There is nothing wrong with her. Li Kale stood there slumped, watching Su Bebe and the officer get into a truck, but lost the courage to chase after him. Suddenly, he made a sound like a wounded beast in his throat, and then ran wildly into the distance. Zhang Yi recognized Li Keil's identity. However, he wasn't very familiar with Li Jian's family, so he just watched the show quietly. Xiao Honglian was standing by. After watching the good show, he smiled and said, "It doesn't look like this child has been beaten before." So childish. This is also a good thing for him. How can we grow without experiencing pain? Zhang Yi did not laugh at Li Keil. In the process of growing up, who has not longed for love? Just waking up from the dream is destined to be a rough and painful process. When you wake up, you grow. If you can't wake up, you will be useless. Zhang Yi said goodbye to Xiao Honglian. After a while, he saw Li Jian and his wife running out to find Li Keil. They must have gotten news about their son and were afraid something would happen to him. Li Jian and Zhang Jianfang looked anxious. They knew their son too well. Li Keil has been cared for by them since he was a child and has never experienced any blow. Therefore, his character has always been sunny and cheerful, but also a little naive. He had suffered a severe blow recently and was mentally disturbed. Now that his spiritual support Su Bebe has left him again, Li Jian and Zhang Jianfang are of course afraid that he will do something stupid. The two people hurriedly asked the people around them where Li Keil was. Someone told him that Li Keil ran out of the camp and headed northwest. Li Jian and Zhang Jianfang hurriedly chased after him. They went away for a long time and didn't come back. No one saw them until evening. But at that time, Li Jian and Zhang Jianfang looked like puppets whose souls had been sucked out. Everyone immediately guessed that Li Keil should be dead. But no one discussed this matter. Too many people have died, and everyone is numb. Regardless of whether others live or die, life will continue as usual tomorrow. 2 more days passed, and Zhang Yi could not collect any useful information from the Snow sect. Xiao Honglian also sent the information he wanted. Zhang Yi felt there was no need to stay any longer, so he said goodbye to Bian Junwu and others, and planned to return to the shelter. Everyone exchanged pleasantries, and did not do much to persuade him to stay. But before leaving, Zhang Yi found Bian Junwu and asked him, "Captain Bian, can we have a few words alone?" Bian Junwu looked at him and smiled and asked, "Have you changed your mind?" Zhang Yi knew that he was referring to going to Jiangnan region by himself. Zhang Yi smiled lightly. "That was not the case. It's just that I'm still a little worried in some places and want to talk to you." Bian Junwu looked at his team members. Everyone looked at Zhang Yi with amused expressions, and Wu Di even looked unkind. They didn't know what Zhang Yi was up to, but Bian Junwu still nodded. "Okay, let's go over there and talk." The two people stayed away from the crowd and came to a deserted street outside the Snow Worship cult camp. There is no one else here. If you have something to say, you can say it now. Bian Junwu's tone was still so indifferent. Zhang Yi turned his head and glanced at his profile. He was paler than when he first saw him. Even the snow on the ground was not as white as his face. There was a purple tint on his lips, making people very worried about his physical condition. Zhang Yi knew that Bian Junwu didn't like nonsense, so he didn't beat around the bush. "Captain Bian, I hope you can stay in Tianhai City for a while." Bian Junwu looked at Zhang Yi, waiting for his next words. Zhang Yi continued to say that this mission ended too easily. From the beginning, we assume that the Corpse King is highly intelligent. So, is it possible that they realize we are setting a trap to lure them here? If that's the case, why would they gather in one place for us to kill them? Bian Junwu calmly replied, "We have considered the issue you mentioned. But the mutated corpse is not human after all, and its intelligence is limited. And from that battle to now, no large-scale corpse groups have been found." Chapter 501 Warning. Zhang Yi smiled and said to Bian Junwu, "Have you seen any higher-level creatures besides the Corpse King?" Bian Junwu didn't understand the meaning of Zhang Yi's words. "What do you want to express? You can just say it directly." Zhang Yi looked at him faintly. At this point, he must keep the investigation team members in Tianhai City. With them here, it would be a huge deterrent to the Snow Worship cult. If everything goes as Zhang Yi expected, Yuan Kongye and Zhang Yixian are the biggest masterminds behind the scenes. As long as the investigation team does not leave, they will not dare to act blatantly. I suspect that there is someone behind the tide of corpses. The Corpse Kings killed were just puppets. There is an even scarier possibility. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and said to Bian Junwu that the reason why this zombie wave could be dealt with so easily was just to put on a show for you. The purpose is to drive you away, and also to confuse the Jiangnan region. Bian Junwu stopped and turned around to look at Zhang Yi coldly. Zhang Yi could feel his sharp eyes through the toad mirror. Zhang Yi continued to say that this war seems to be very difficult for us to win. But in my opinion, it was too smooth. All actions are as if the zombie tide is deliberately cooperating with us. Don't you feel weird? Bien Junwu was silent for a long time before he asked, "Do you have any basis for saying that?" "I want evidence." Zhang Yi took a deep breath, thought about it, and shook his head helplessly. "I don't have conclusive evidence yet. But these doubts are real." Bien Junwu raised the corner of his mouth, not as a sarcastic expression, but as an encouragement. "You are cautious, which is good. People who are more cautious may make their lives very tiring, but they will certainly not die easily. But you don't have to worry. No matter what the problems in Tianhai City are, they are just a small problem for the Jiangnan region." He stretched out his long, thin hand and turned it over. "No matter how big the commotion is, we will suppress him even if we ask him to suppress it." Zhang Yi smiled and asked Bien Junwu nothing more. After all, from beginning to end, this was just a guess on his part, without any real evidence. He didn't expect to be able to explain the border military affairs. But as long as he plants the seeds of doubt in Bien Junwu's heart, I believe that Bien Junwu's mind will notice something is wrong. "I understand. If I discover anything, I will tell you as soon as possible. You won't care about it then." "Right?" Zhang Yi said jokingly. But this sentence is no joke. If everything he imagined comes true, then what they will face in the end is an enemy countless times more terrifying than the zombie tide. Bien Junwu pushed up his sunglasses. "In all areas under the Jiangnan region, once something with a high enough threat level occurs, we will take action. Of course, if you are still worried, you might as well go back with us. There is no safer place than Blizzard City." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Let's talk about it later." After saying goodbye to everyone, Zhang Yi took Zhou Qier and others into the car, left the snow worship sect, and returned to the shelter. The car slowly left the battlefield with corpses everywhere. Zhang Yi took a deep look at the snow worship sect's camp through the rearview mirror. Feeling mixed, he took out a piece of white cloth from his pocket, with some small words densely written on it. "Hey, what is this?" Zhou Qier saw what Zhang Yi was holding and curiously leaned over and asked. Zhang Yi put away the white cloth, smiled lightly, and said, "It's nothing. I changed into underwear." Zhou Qier's expression suddenly became strange. "You still have time to change your underwear." After staying in the snow worship sect camp for about 10 days, they didn't have a chance to take a shower. So Zhang Yi's statement made Zhou Qier suspicious. But Zhang Yi didn't explain, so she couldn't ask any more questions. A few hours later, Zhang Yi and the others returned to the shelter. Along the way, you could also see some scattered zombies. After losing the command of the Corpse King, they wandered aimlessly on the snowfield. Some of them were frozen, probably completely dead. Even those cold-resistant viruses cannot survive in an environment of -60 degrees for a long time. Coupled with the loss of food, death is inevitable. After returning to the shelter, everything at home was as usual, with no special changes. Yang Xinxin and others knew that Zhang Yi and the others had just experienced a dangerous battle. So as soon as Zhang Yi and the others entered the door, these girls and women rushed forward excitedly. "Brother, are you okay? Xinxin is so worried about you. Brother, you are taking risks outside, but we can only stay at home. Not much help. Really. Very sorry." Lu Karen looked apologetic. Zhang Yi smiled, stroked the heads of the two girls, and said to them, "There's no danger. Aren't we all fine? Everyone has different abilities, and everyone just performs their duties. There is no need to blame yourself too much." Yang Mi wore an apron and prepared a sumptuous meal with Zhou Haimei to welcome everyone. Zhang Yi smiled at her and said, "While we were away from home, did anything happen around the shelter?" Yang Mi shook her head, and it was so quiet that nothing happened. Zhang Yi nodded and felt relieved. A large family gathered around the big round table and ate happily together. Everyone talked about what happened in the snow worship cult camp. Hearing the story of hundreds of thousands of surging zombies besieging the camp, everyone still feels lingering fear. I don't know how many people are still alive in Tianhai City now. Maybe we are the last survivors. Lu Karen's face looked a little sentimental. Although those who are alive may not be kind to them. But when there are really only a few people left in a city, a feeling of loneliness begins to permeate people's hearts. But this sad mood was quickly replaced by a toast. Replaced by the sound. At least they are still living happily now. Zhang Yi did not forget to ask Yang Mi if she was continuing to make supernatural food during this period. Zhang Yi is very assured about the storage of strategic materials. He would rather have supernatural food piled up in a different space and not be able to finish it, rather than have a shortage at a critical moment. Yang Mi smiled and said she does it every day. You are fighting on the front line, and I cannot be idle at the rear. By the way, I have all that food in the refrigerator. Zhang Yi thought for a while and asked again. More than 10 days have passed. Has the effect of the supernatural food weakened? Yang Mi nodded. According to my observation, if the food is not eaten, the effect will gradually decrease after 7 days. It will disappear completely after 10 days. Zhang Yi secretly noted the properties of supernatural food in his mind. This is the characteristic of Yang Mi's superpower, and it may be of great use in the future. Everyone happily celebrated the victory of Zhang Yi and others, and drank heavily. And half a day passed quickly. Chapter 502 Information about Yuan Kongye. After everyone finished eating, their stomachs were full, and some were very drunk. For example, Fatty Su, was so frightened during the battle that he almost peed his pants. So after he came back, he enjoyed himself crazily, and drank 2 bottles of Zhuang-level dry red by himself. Uncle Yu carried him to the bathroom, and let him vomit for a long time before taking him back to the room to rest. Johnny also drank a lot, but he had a good capacity for drinking, so he was not drunk. After the banquet was over, he called Yang Xinxin. Xinxin, come to the control room with me. Yang Xinxin nodded, and came to the control room with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi opened the thick alloy door of the control room, and reached out to turn on the light. Bright lights illuminated the huge control room, and everything inside showed a gorgeous futuristic style, like the console of a battleship. Even the ceiling and feet are OLED transparent displays. Zhang Yi pushed Yang Xinxin in, and closed the door with his backhand. It's not that he wants to hide some things from others, but he wanted to figure it out for himself first, and then tell everyone selectively. After all, some things are not easy to discuss if there are many people. On the contrary, it will interfere with personal thinking because everyone has their own ideas. Therefore, Zhang Yi likes to discuss issues with Yang Xinxin the most, because she is very smart. And like Zhang Yi, she is an absolutely rational person. Zhang Yi came to the console, and opened it to receive the information sent by Xiao Honglian. Soon, he got the information of the leaders and deputies of the major forces. Of course, there is no Yangsheng base. However, among these information, what Zhang Yi really wanted to see was only the information about 2 people, Yuan Kongye and Zheng Yixian. As for the others, it was completely a smoke bomb to prevent Xiao Honglian from knowing his true purpose. Yang Xinxin sat next to Zhang Yi and watched him curiously as he opened the information one by one. Brother, what are you doing? Can you tell me? Zhang Yi did not hide his thoughts from Yang Xinxin. He took a deep breath and told Yang Xinxin exactly what he saw at the snow worship sect camp during this period. At the same time, he also expressed his suspicions. Although there is no evidence at present, I think that the snow worship cult may be related to the zombie riot in Tianhai City. If there is really a huge conspiracy behind this, it will definitely pose great danger to us. So, I want to investigate this matter clearly. If I can't do that, I won't be able to sleep or eat well. Yang Xinxin's eyes showed surprise. Although she is not a conspiracy theorist, if it is true as Zhang Yi said, then the person behind everything is definitely a top conspirator. Yang Xinxin was not in a hurry to give her opinion. After all, as Zhang Yi said, everything is just speculation at the moment. She came over and checked the information of Yuan Kongye and Zheng Yixian with Zhang Yi. The first thing Zhang Yi opened was Yuan Kongye's information. Xiao Honglian did not lie as expected. The information she collected was very complete. It records Yuan Kongye's personal life in detail, including her family background and growth experience. After Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin carefully read her information, they fell into silence for a long time, because the story about her is really fascinating. Can't bear to read. The basic summary is as follows. Hara Suya, 20 years old, is of mixed descent from China and Neon, and was born in Nara Prefecture, Neon. His father's name is Hara Suiyun, and his mother's name is Kagami Kamiko. Both of them are loyal believers in a sect called Shinligio in Neon Country. When Yuan Kongye was 3 years old, he followed his parents to Tianhai City, China, and lived at number 256 Jinling Street, Changlan District. In the same year, Yuan Suiyun and my wife Kamiko established a branch of the theological sect in Tianhai City. Note that Theosophy is classified as a cult organization in China and has been engaged in underground activities. Former Suiyun served as the leader of the theological sect, and my wife Kamiko served as the high priest. In order to attract believers, the couple lied that their daughter Yuan Kongye had supernatural powers and designated her as a saint of Theosophy. Relying on religious inspiration, Yuan Suiyun's family soon gained huge wealth. Therefore, Yuan Kongye lived a good life from childhood to adulthood. Within the theological sect, she is treated like a princess. However, This life ended when Yuan Kongya was 16 years old. His parents were involved in a plane crash when they went to Neon Country to attend a theological sect gathering, and both of them died on the spot. After the deaths of Hara Sueyun and my wife Kamiko, the members of the divine sect gradually realized that they had been deceived. The still young Yuan Kongya was unable to control the situation, and it was revealed that she had no divine power at all. The doctrine of theological religion is that believers can obtain divine blessings by donating property, and can enter the kingdom of God after death. Even the person who donates the most assets can choose the country where he will be reincarnated in his next life. Therefore, a large number of theological believers did not hesitate to bankrupt their fortunes and donate to Yuan Sueyun and my wife Kamiko. After the death of Yuan Sueyun and his wife, angry believers wanted to take back their property. However, most of these properties have been squandered by Yuan Sueyun's family of 3. As a result, the angry believers vented their grievances on Yuan Kongya, who was only 16 years old. Tianhai City Police received a report in 2046 and recorded the incident. The nature of this case is extremely egregious. When Yuan Kongya was sent to the hospital, he was already badly tortured and had multiple permanent lacerations on his body. However, because it involves a cult organization and there are too many people involved, the subsequent handling is ambiguous. From then on, Yuan Kongya disappeared as if he had evaporated. When she reappeared, after the end of the world, she suddenly transformed and became the leader of the snow worship cult. Relying on the methods of demagoguery learned in theology, he gradually grew his power, making the snow worship sect one of the largest organizations in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin fell into silence after reading Yuan Kongya's personal information. For a long time, the two of them gasped, but they didn't know how to speak. Xiao Honglian worked in the police system before, so she knew the case very well, and even had the contents of the file. According to information, as many as 136 people were involved, so it's hard to imagine how painful Yuan Kongya's experience was. After a long time, Zhang Yi said, "Isn't it strange that such a person can become the savior in the last days?" He looked at Yang Xinxin. "Do you believe it?" Yang Xinxin shook her head. Her eyes were dark, and she slowly said that after experiencing such a thing, her mental state could not remain normal. "If it were me, all I would think about is destroying the entire world, or make the world the way I want it to be." Zhang Yi crossed his arms and took another deep breath. "Now, there are some things I can probably figure out. Before, I and others all believe that the snow worship sect suffered the heaviest losses during this zombie crisis, because they lost nearly 10,000 believers." Zhang Yi changed the topic. "But now, I think it is not like this. Maybe Yuan Kongya didn't care about the life or death of those people at all. Perhaps she was deliberately using the deaths of those people to cover up her conspiracy." Yang Xinxin raised her head and looked at Zhang Yi. "Brother, do you have any evidence to prove this?" The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't have it before, but now he does. Chapter 503 Li Jian's Letter. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry. He slowly stated all the doubts he thought. "At the beginning, I knew that Yuan Kongya had many kinds of powers. Not multiple ways to apply the same power, but multiple completely unrelated abilities. Bless, gift, superhuman physical ability, and the ice and snow ability that feels familiar to me." Zhang Yi folded his arms and said lightly that this was definitely abnormal. If she really is her own superpower, there is absolutely no need to hide it until we fight the zombie wave. But she never shows it to others, which means that these powers have hidden secrets. Therefore, I can conclude that those powers were taken from others. The source is the ice soul separated from her body. Yang Xinxin's expression became serious. If this statement is followed, no one can say for sure how strong Yuan Kongya is now. Every alien's power has its weaknesses. But if one person has the abilities of many people at the same time, she is almost invulnerable. Zhang Yi said that this is why she longs for constant war in Tianhai City. Because as long as those who get the ice soul live, they are meaningless to her. Only when they die can their powers be obtained by Yuan Kongya. Zhang Yi's heart moved, and his eyes became sharper. Perhaps the Great Purge was not just for outsiders, and her own group of people. After all, the snow worship sect also has a lot of strangers, and their death is a good thing for Yuan Kongya. Yang Xinxin couldn't help but nodded. Zhang Yi's analysis sounds very reasonable. However, there still seems to be a lack of direct evidence to confirm this. Yang Xinxin said that these alone could not convince other forces. And most importantly, they could not convince the investigation team. In this way, it would be impossible for us alone to go directly to Yuan Kongya for a showdown. Zhang Yi lowered his eyes. His eyes cold and deep. But this time we can't be ostriches. With the help of the zombie tide, she has already reduced most of the combat effectiveness of our 4 families. Moreover, she gave us all ice souls. This is a signal that she is about to attack us. The only thing they are afraid of now is the Jiangnan region. I'm afraid that once Bian Junwu and the others leave, the snow-worshipping sect will take action. After Zhang Yi said this, he reached out and took out a piece of white cloth from his trouser pocket. In addition, there is this thing that can prove that my suspicion is well-founded. Yang Xinxin curiously took the white cloth and took a look. It is densely covered with words. This is. Zhang Yi said that Li Jian gave this to me. This old boy secretly slipped it into my hand the night before I left. Zhang Yi thought of Li Jian's desperate face like a dead tree. He couldn't help but sigh and said that his son was dead. If it weren't for this, I don't think his character would risk telling me these things. Yang Xinxin carefully read the contents on the white cloth. It was a letter, but it was written in blood instead of pen and ink. The content of the letter is as follows. 28 days ago, our family of 3 and our neighbors were attracted by the law and came to the snow worship sect. Yuan Kongya knew my abilities, so she took me to the abandoned building next to the church. There, I saw a huge plant. They called it Bloodvine. Yuan Kongya told me that my responsibility is to use my ability to cultivate it. My ability can accelerate the growth of plants, and the plants I cultivate will have stronger vitality. At first, I just thought it was the food of the snow worship cult, so I fed it with my own blood every day. But gradually, I discovered something was wrong with it. No! There is something wrong with the entire snow worship cult. First, after taking the red fruits produced by the blood vine, people will feel trance-like and excited, which is similar to hallucinations. Every time red fruits are distributed in the church, you have to listen to Yuan Kongya's teachings and eat the fruits at the same time. I suspect this is a hypnotic method to make believers loyal to her. Many cult organizations have historically used drugs to induce hallucinations. I noticed it in my mind. And later I agreed with my wife and children not to eat this kind of food. Fortunately, as a priest, I can also receive other supplies, so there is no problem in eating. Although Zhang Yixian was aware of my problem, they needed me, so they didn't ask anything. They only reminded me once in a circumstantial way. Second, the bloodvine itself is not a root that can produce food. When the snow worshippers throw the corpse into the abandoned building where it is located, the blood vines will wrap the corpse, forming a cocoon and absorbing the nutrients. But I found that some cocoons are special. They are larger than ordinary cocoons, and it will not gradually dry up, but will continue to expand. It feels as if the energy of other cocoons has been absorbed in order to nurture them. I once suspected that there were some strange creatures gestating inside, but when I went back later, I could no longer see these things. I have a suspicion. Are those gestated corpses the source of the zombie virus? But this speculation has no basis and is just my imagination. But if we can study the blood vine carefully, we should be able to know the truth of the matter. Third, Yuan Kongya is a madman. If the person who joins the snow worship cult is an underage boy, she will perform a purification ritual. In fact, it is to castrate them. I have never understood the meaning of this ceremony. I've also been worried about my children being treated like this since we got here. Although we were always careful, we still did not escape bad luck in the end. She is a terrible lunatic. Fourth, I once accidentally saw Yuan Kongya kill a female priest with his own hands. The female priest and I have a good relationship. She has always been cautious and has never done anything to anger Yuan Kongya. But that day, I saw her being grabbed by the neck and strangled to death by Yuan Kongya. I don't know if any of this will be useful to you. My son died and I was sad. As a father, I have no ability to avenge him. But if one day, the opportunity is right, I hope this information will be helpful to you. After Yang Xinxin read Li Jian's letter, she slowly raised her head and looked at Zhang Yi. Only then did she understand why Zhang Yi was so sure that something was wrong with Yuan Kongya. If that's the case, then I can understand what she did. Zhang Yi crossed his arms and said calmly that Li Jian is closer to Yuan Kongya than us, and closer to the core of the snow worship cult. What he could feel was very helpful to us. I think that when these things are combined, it can almost be concluded that there are major problems in Yuan Kongya and the snow worship sect itself. The worst case scenario is exactly what I said. The so-called Ice Soul is a huge conspiracy, and the generous gifts are just for better returns. So she had reason to make Tianhai City chaotic and littered with corpses. Because the more people die, the faster she can recycle her powers. It's even possible that this massive zombie crisis has something to do with her. If the people from the Jiangnan region hadn't arrived in time and prevented her from doing anything too blatant, we would all have been in danger at this time. Zhang Yi's eyes were full of fear. If Yuan Kongye really possesses such terrifying power, no one in the entire Tianhai city can be her enemy. Even Zhang Yi. Chapter 504 Desperate Situation. The more people died, the more she benefited the most. So from the beginning, everyone was deceived by her. Yang Xinxin sighed lightly. Even most of the people in the snow worship sect were deceived by her, and were willing to die for her. Zhang Yi raised her eyebrows, and I thought she must have an antisocial personality. Yang Xinxin looked at him, and said quietly that was such a past. It wouldn't be strange no matter what she became. Right? Zhang Yi took a deep breath. Yuan Kongye's experience was indeed miserable. But she can't be considered innocent. Everything has a cause and a result. She was born in such a family. And she also enjoyed the wealth brought by her parents' sins. Then what happens next can only be said to be karma. I'm not in the mood to pity her right now. How to face her threat is what I care about most. Zhang Yi felt very heavy. The existence of such a strange person is like a mountain, suppressing the entire Tianhai city. Up to now, Yuan Kongye didn't know how many people's abilities he had absorbed. How strong is she? Zhang Yi couldn't imagine it. But he could conclude that it would definitely be stronger than any other person in Tianhai city, including him Zhang Yi. At this time, Yuan Kongye was almost invincible. And this invincible existence will almost 100% attack them, because she gave them the Ice Soul. That was a signal to take action. It is not that Zhang Yi and the others surrender, but that Zhang Yi and the others die. Now, we have to find a way to deal with her threat. Zhang Yi raised his head and took a long breath, which was the anxiety accumulated in his heart. Yang Xinxin lowered her head and thought for a moment, then calmly said to Zhang Yi, if we want to deal with her, our strength alone is not enough. First, we must let other forces in Tianhai city know about Yuan Kongye's conspiracy. Secondly, and most importantly, we must get the support of Jiangnan region. Because at this time in Tianhai city, after experiencing the war, every family suffered heavy losses. Even if they join forces, they may not be Yuan Kongye's opponent. Zhang Yi nodded. I understand this. What you said makes perfect sense. But the problem is, even if I tell them what I think, they may not believe it. And for Jiangnan region, even if Yuan Kongye plotted against everyone, what does it have to do with them? Zhang Yi smiled and said that Jiangnan region, as the most powerful force in the Jiangnan region, what it needs is to maintain stability, not to uphold justice. Therefore, even if Yuan Kongye plots against us, as long as it does not affect the interests of the Jiangnan region, there is no reason for them to take action. Maybe they will even recruit Yuan Kongye for their use. As Zhang Yi spoke, his heart slowly sank. Without the support of Jiangnan region, can they really win against Yuan Kongye? Zhang Yi was even thinking that if it didn't work out, he would agree to Bian Junwu's original proposal and take everyone around him to the Jiangnan region. Can't you afford to hide if you can't offend him? But, can he really give up the shelter he has been running for a long time so easily? Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. His expression unusually tangled. He couldn't bear it. He really couldn't bear it. Here, he does not need to be controlled by anyone and is free. But when you go to Jiangnan region, according to Bian Junwu, you have to become a screw in Blizzard City. The right to live requires a price to be paid. Just look at Bian Junwu. Even though he knew that using his ability would consume his life, he still had to run around every day. Yang Xinxin looked at Zhang Yi with her amber eyes. A smile appeared on her lips, and she spoke slowly. Brother Zhang Yi, if you want to drag people from the Jiangnan region into the water, maybe there is nothing you can do. Zhang Yi raised his head and met her eyes. Yang Xinxin was so calm that she didn't panic even after knowing the situation in front of her. Xinxin, what do you think? Yang Xinxin said calmly. The bustling world is bustling with everyone coming and going for benefit. As long as I capture their core interests, I can naturally use them to my advantage. So, what issue is Jiangnan region most worried about? Zhang Yi replied without hesitation. Of course someone has shaken their rule, including the investigation team. They came here because they were worried that zombies would spread to other areas in the Jiangnan region and cause larger-scale unrest. Yang Xinxin tilted her head with a smile. If this is the case, then let them know that the tide of corpses was artificially created by Yuan Kongye. Zhang Yi laughed dumbly. I do think so. I have proof and have already produced it. The problem is I don't have one. He also went deep into the location of the blood vine, collected its branches and leaves, and even stole a body that had been sucked dry. But after Zhou Qir's final inspection, No zombie virus was found on it. Yang Xinxin smiled mysteriously. Brother, sometimes, you don't need evidence to do something. As long as you let people in the Jiangnan region know that this is a possibility, they won't just sit idly by and ignore it. As long as there is suspicion, they can rely on their own strength to investigate Yuan Kongya. If Yuan Kongya resists, it will prove that there is something wrong with her. If she doesn't resist, let the investigation go. Then I believe there will always be clues exposed. Zhang Yi's eyes gradually revealed a look of understanding. You mean, spreading rumors? Exaggerating the threat of Yuan Kongya made Jiangnan region unable to leave her alone. Yes, that's what it means, Yang Xinxin said lightly. As the actual rulers of the Jiangnan region, they will not allow such huge instability factors to exist in their region. And there's one thing we're sure of. That is, Yuan Kongya has multiple powers at the same time. If you tell Bianjun with this news, do you think the Jiangnan region will be interested in her? Yang Xinxin's last words were like a bolt of lightning, flashing through Zhang Yi's mind. That's right. As long as it attracts the attention of Jiangnan region, it will be fine. Regardless of whether Yuan Kongya is the mastermind behind everything. As long as she is exposed to the sun and attracts the attention of Jiangnan region, she will not dare to act too wantonly. Even Jiangnan region will take her away. In this way, wouldn't Tianhai City be safe? Zhang Yi thinks this is a good idea. He held his chin and leaned against the console to think for a while. This idea is very good. He needs to study it some more. At least as a preliminary plan. People can't make decisions by just tapping their foreheads. That's very dangerous. Seeing Zhang Yi like this, Yang Xinxin smiled lightly. Brother, we still have one person's information that we haven't looked at yet. Chapter 505, Corpse Tide. Snow Worship Cult. Bloodvine. Only then did Zhang Yi remember that he had not seen Zhang Yixian's information yet. He raised his eyebrows. At this time, is his existence still important? Although Zhang Yixian's strength is good, after experiencing many battles, Zhang Yi can confirm that his strength is at most the same level as Xiao Honglian, Wei Dinghai and Xing Tian. It is difficult for him to pose much of a threat to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi said that in the past, Yuan Kongya had been hiding behind him, seemingly not taking care of academic affairs and leaving everything to Zhang Yixian. Now it seems that Zhang Yixian is just a puppet of hers. Yang Xinxin's slender and dexterous white hands gently tapped the armrests of the wheelchair. She lazily supported her chin with the back of one hand, tilted her head, and opened Zhang Yixian's information. But right now, we still don't know. Is this matter a conspiracy by Yuan Kongya alone? Or is it known to everyone in the Snow Worship sect? These are two completely different concepts. If it's the latter, we need to face an insidious sect with many aliens. But if everyone else is kept in the dark and Yuan Kongya deceives everyone, we will have a chance to instigate her men. Zhang Yi put his hands in his pockets and recalled the more than 10 days he spent in the Snow Sect camp. In that battle, most of the Snow Worshippers suffered casualties. Barely 1 out of 10. Even the aliens died a lot. If they also knew the truth of the matter, they would be so good at acting that they would risk their own lives. So I don't think too many people know about this. Most likely only Yuan Kongya, and a few people know about it. Yang Xinxin said to Zhang Yi. Let's take a look at Zhang Yixian's information. Maybe there's an answer here. Zhang Yi leaned in front of the screen and checked Zhang Yixian's personal information. Zhang Yixian's life did not have many ups and downs. He was born in a middle-class family in Tianhai City, and his family is relatively wealthy. His parents are not religious, but they are neighbors with Yuan Kongya's family. Therefore, Zhang Yixian and Yuan Kongya have known each other since childhood. He is 5 years older than Yuan Kongya and has always been her big brother. After Yuan Kongya experienced that tragic incident, her whereabouts became a mystery. But according to the records about Zhang Yixian, he also left Tianhai City at the same time. Therefore, the information contained Xiao Honglian's guess that the two of them should be living together. Yuan Kongya, who was severely mentally damaged, was suspected of going to a well-known domestic sanatorium for treatment. And Zhang Yixian has always been by her side. After reading the record about Zhang Yixian, Zhang Yi had a thoughtful look on his face. It seems that Zhang Yixian should know all Yuan Kongya's plans. It can even be said that this plan was hatched by the two of them. As for the other people in the Snow Worship cult, most of them were kept in the dark, and they were directed at Yuan Kongya's bless came, and in the end most people lost their lives in a daze. Zhang Yi remembered a joke. What you are interested in is the interest they give you. But what they are interested in is your principle. Those who defected to the Snow Worship cult thought they would be protected. But they didn't expect it. Most of them died. and the remaining people will most likely have a hard time surviving. Especially those aliens. They are just the nutrients that Yuan Kongye cultivated for himself. That makes sense. That makes sense. The more Zhang Yi analyzes, the clearer his mind becomes. I have long said that pie in the sky will not come to you in vain. No wonder the snow worship cult recruits followers with such great fanfare. Obviously their own supplies are so short. Because these people are actually Yuan Kongye's food. Only in this way can a large number of test samples be obtained. The Great Decree selects people with talents, and gives them eyes souls to awaken their abilities. Finally, various means are used to make it die. Then his abilities will belong to Yuan Kongye. Zhang Yi's mind became clearer and clearer. He thought of the empty LS of strangers he found on the battlefield during the Battle of the Five Armies. After their deaths, Zhang Yi was unable to absorb their supernatural powers. That's because after their death, all the superpowers returned to Yuan Kongye's body. How many superpowers has she absorbed? Zhang Yi had already concluded his guess in his mind. Yuan Kongye, who started planning from the beginning of the apocalypse, and has now grown into the most powerful stranger in Tianhai City, makes people feel chilled by her scheming behind the scenes. Zhang Yi rubbed his eyebrows vigorously. At one time, he received too much information, and it was like a mess in his head. Too messy. I have to go back and think about this. Xin, please help me think about it. What should we do to avoid being liquidated by the snow worshippers? Zhang Yi didn't take any chances in his heart. Yuan Kongye was willing to sacrifice the lives of tens of thousands of his followers. So there was no reason to let him go. What's more, she gave Zhang Yi Ai's soul. What's more, when it comes to supernatural abilities, Zhang Yi is the best in Tianhai City. Probably second only to her. Have you ever seen a cat that doesn't eat fish? So for Zhang Yi, there are only two ways to choose. Either abandon the shelter and flee to the Jiangnan region. Either find a way to deal with Yuan Kongye, kill her, or destroy her power. At least so that she will not become a threat to him. Yang Xinxin nodded. This matter is complicated, and there are still many doubts that have not been clarified. And this incident may be related to the life and death of the entire shelter. They have to be cautious and think of a perfect plan. Zhang Yi left the control room and returned to his room. He kicked off his slippers and jumped onto the soft velvet bed. This large bed customized by the prince from Rome was worth millions, and was extremely comfortable to sleep on. Zhang Yi thought that if I really wanted to leave Tianhai City, I would have to take this bed with me. No. All the furniture that can be taken away will be taken away. Then he felt that his idea was really funny. Even at this time, he was still thinking about a mattress. Is it actually a mattress that he can't part with? No. What he couldn't bear to part with was the happy and comfortable life in the shelter. But now, a huge crisis lies ahead, forcing him to plan ahead. The corpse tide worships the snow cult Ice Soul Bloodvine. Many words were floating around in Zhang Yi's mind. There were still many questions in his mind that he could not explain clearly. But if he couldn't figure this out for a day, he didn't know what to do next. Any combat plan must be based on two conditions. First, it is powerful enough. The second is detailed information. Both are indispensable. Chapter 506 Key Points. Zhang Yi was lying on the bed, feeling confused. At this time, he could conclude that Yuan Kongye was the source of the turmoil in Tianhai City. But, what does the zombie crisis have to do with her? Even if you have superpowers, it's impossible to control the vast number of zombies in various areas of Tianhai City at the same time. Right? And judging from how the bronze-armored flying zombies attacked the church that night, she didn't have the ability to control the zombies. Otherwise, she shouldn't easily reveal the secret of having multiple powers. In other words, the zombies are not controlled by her. Could it be someone else who cooperated with Yuan Kongye? Zhang Yi rubbed his eyebrows, feeling too confused. He once believed that the corpse tide was related to the bloodvine. From what Li Jian said, he vaguely thought of something. But he did confirm that there was no zombie virus in the bloodvine. If the zombies were created by it, there would be no traces left. With all kinds of doubts and worries, Zhang Yi slowly closed his eyes. He was actually very tired after fighting with tense nerves for such a long time. It is easy to fall asleep when lying on your own bed. However, in his sleep, Zhang Yi appeared in the abandoned building for some unknown reason. The huge blood vine in front of me is taller than in memory, stretching for thousands of meters. This is very strange. Zhang Yi remembers that the highest it is only more than 100 meters. But after the hazy bloody mist in front of him dissipated, he suddenly saw an extremely shocking scene. He saw the roots under the blood vine, which were messy and tangled, piercing deep into the ground. And on top of the roots, there were zombies one after another. They are like peanuts in the soil, with the roots of blood vines inserted into their bodies. And then a steady stream of bright red nutrients enter their bodies. So that's it. Zhang Yi's eyes widened. Only then did he realize that he had missed something. That's the root of the blood vine. Zombies have always lived underground. And they are obviously more adapted to the damp, dark environment underground. In a daze, Zhang Yi saw a figure appearing above his head. As his eyes gradually narrowed, Zhang Yi could clearly see his appearance. Amazingly, I have it. Dedication. The capable Li Jian. Li Jian came to the blood vine and cut his wrist. The blood poured into the roots of the blood vine like a stream and was greedily absorbed by it. Then, the roots of the blood vine grew more vigorously, and the zombies hanging on them also became plump. Li Jian. It turns out, he is the key. Zhang Yi suddenly understood the cause and effect of the matter. At this moment, thousands of zombies suddenly opened their scarlet eyes on the roots in front of him and stared at him. Zhang Yi suddenly woke up from his sleep. He panted rapidly and stretched out his hand. His forehead felt cold, and he actually shed a lot of sweat. However, the intricate clues in my mind suddenly became clear because of a dream. I understand. Everything is understood. Zhang Yi's eyes became deep and bright. He found the thread among the chaotic yarn. And just based on this sorting, he could sort out the complete sequence of events. Zhang Yi got down from the bed, took out a notebook from the bedside table, and wrote down things while his mind was clear. The zombie crisis broke out 21 days ago, when the 5 major forces in Tianhai City were attacked by zombies at the same time. Li Jian was brought to the snow sect a month ago. In other words, the reason why there were no zombies in Tianhai City before was because the Bloodvine's power to create zombies was too weak. And with Li Jian, dedication, the increased strength allows the Bloodvine to produce a large number of mature mothers in a short period of time. This should be the origin of the Corpse King. After the Zombie King is produced, the virus can be injected into suitable corpses to create a large number of zombies. But among the group, the Zombie King and the bronze-armored zombie are obviously different from other zombies, because they truly possess life and even intelligence. The Corpse King is the core of the corpse group and represents the mind. The bronze-armored corpse represents strength. Yuan Kongye can control the Bloodvine and give orders to the Corpse King, but she cannot directly command the corpses. The Zombie King is not very intelligent and can only accept simple orders. This can be seen from the fact that it needs to slowly learn human behavior patterns. In this way, it can also explain why the bronze-armored flying corpse attacked Yuan Kongye. As for why I didn't get any information from the Bloodvine, it must be because they hid the most critical things before we went to the snow worship cult. They even deliberately left loopholes to let us investigate the Bloodvine to dispel our suspicions. After Zhang Yi finished writing, he threw the pen on the table and let out a long breath. Finally, everything is straightened out. This should be the truth. Zhang Yi's eyes became brighter, and the worry in his eyes disappeared. As long as you understand the root cause of everything, you can find ways to deal with it. Zhang Yi touched his chin. Since the zombie tide could be controlled by Yuan Kongye, there was no way she could allow her killer weapon to be destroyed so easily. So, everything is just a show for us. No. To be precise, it is a show for the investigation team of Jiangnan region. They were afraid of the Jiangnan region, and they had to make the investigation team think that the zombie crisis in Tianhai City had been resolved before the investigation team would leave. However, once the 7th Bianzhen would really leave, Yuan Kongye will be able to attack us unscrupulously, even though she has absorbed the power of many strangers, and is so powerful that she cannot destroy every one of our forces by herself. Then, she must have retained a considerable group of corpses, even more than what appeared outside Baishua's sect before. The more clearly Zhang Yi thought, the more terrifying he felt about Yuan Kongye. He had seen that woman before. She was about 20 years old, with a cold and immature appearance. But it's really creepy that such a girl has such careful thoughts. But thinking about it carefully, Zhang Yi felt that everything was very reasonable. If he had the ability like Yuan Kongye, he would definitely choose the same approach as her. The current situation is very dangerous. The first thing to do is to stabilize Bianzhen and the others, and not let them leave Tianhai City. However, she has absorbed the abilities and powers of so many strangers. Even if her identity is revealed, who can kill her? Zhang Yi pondered for a long time, but still couldn't get an answer to this question. If it really happened, he didn't think he would be able to deal with Yuan Kongye. Perhaps Bianzhen has the ability to fight her. It's just that his physical condition, if there is another battle between top aliens, will definitely accelerate his death. Will he agree? When Zhang Yi was lost in thought, there was a knock on his door. Yang Xinxin's voice came from outside the door. Brother Zhang Yi, can I come in? Chapter 507 Necessary Means. Worship the Snow Cult. After Zhang Yi and other forces left, the less than 1,000 remaining members of the Snow Worship sect began to rebuild their homes. Those who survived were basically the top leaders of the church and their families, as well as some ordinary believers who were lucky enough not to be devoured by the zombie tide. They lost most of their relatives and friends and were extremely sad. But as long as people are alive, no matter what despair they experience, they must continue to live. So, under the command of the priests, everyone began to clean the battlefield and move the corpses to the building where the blood vine was located. In addition, the remaining supplies were collected to prepare for a new life. There are fewer people alive, and the shortage of materials is no longer there. This is the only good news for them. The high priest Zheng Yixian calmly directed everyone and rearranged the residence in an orderly manner. It's nothing more than gathering tents, sleeping bags and other supplies, and replacing them with a house that can block the wind and snow. After simply arranging some tasks, he walked into the church and discussed the next action plan with Yuan Kongye. Yuan Kongye stood in front of the altar as usual, praying to the statue of Jesus. Zheng Yixian closed the door and stood 3 meters behind her. Everything is going relatively smoothly, isn't it? A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Now in Tianhai City, no one can stop us, and no one will doubt us. After all, the tens of thousands of dead believers were enough to dispel their suspicions and arouse their pity. Now, we just need to wait quietly for the investigation team to leave. Yuan Kongye slowly opened his eyes. His eyes, as clear as the frozen water of the East China Sea. But now, there is one more thing that I am worried about. Zheng Yixian frowned slightly. Oh, is there anything else you can't worry about? Our arrangements were perfect, and there were no omissions from start to finish. Even the blood vines were perfectly handled by us. Yuan Kongye turned around and looked at Zheng Yixian quietly. That night, I was seen using someone else's powers. A sharp cold light flashed in Zheng Yixian's eyes. You mean, the woman Zhang Yi brought here? At that time, everyone in the church except Zhou Qier were members of the church. People who worship the Snow sect have been restrained and cannot tell outsiders any news about Yuan Kongye. But Zhou Qier is not from the church. She has seen Yuan Kongye use other powers, so she may expose Yuan Kongye's secrets. This is something I've always been worried about, and I don't know if it will become a hidden danger. Yuan Kongye lowered his eyes and said. Zheng Yixian thought for a while, then suddenly smiled and said, Don't worry. Nothing will happen, even if you use other powers. So what? There are so many different types of aliens in this world. Who can say that one person cannot have multiple abilities at the same time? We, the Snow Worshippers, suffered the most casualties in this battle, and it is impossible for anyone to doubt us, even if they have doubts. So what? At most, the secret of Bingpa is discovered. Jiangnan region will not care about this kind of thing. As for the other companies, ha. Zheng Yixian's face was full of arrogance. Now, if they knew Bingpa's secret, it would be useless. Yuan Kongye nodded. Makes sense. In the face of absolute strength, everything else becomes insignificant. In today's world, only the law of the jungle remains. Then, as soon as the investigation team leaves, we should take action. Yuan Kongye raised his snow-white neck and showed piety in his eyes. The most delicious food must be saved for last. As long as I can get the abilities of the leaders of each family, my power will reach an unimaginable height. I will become the god of the new world. Zhang Yi talked with Yang Xinxin for a long time, and he had a plan of action in his mind. As for the details, Yang Xinxin also filled in the details. This plan will be cruel, but for the sake of their lives, it must be done. Don't tell other people about this yet. If they know, it will only cause fearless panic. Anyway, we only need 2 of us to understand the specific implementation level, and it will be okay. Zhang Yi said this to Yang Xinxin. Yang Xinxin blinked curiously. Are you going to do this alone? Zhang Yi smiled. He put his hands in his pockets, and there was a hint of warmth in his eyes. As of now, only I can do this. The concept of alien levels is now becoming clearer. The gap in abilities between different levels of aliens is huge. The opponent they are about to face is an opponent who has most likely reached the highest level of human beings epsilon. You don't win by relying on numbers. We must use all available forces, and some necessary means. At this time, Liang Yu and Fatty Su couldn't help much. Fortunately, they all trust Zhang Yi very much, and they will obey whatever Zhang Yi asks them to do at critical moments. That's enough. The next day, there was still a peaceful scene inside the shelter. Everyone thinks that the zombie crisis is over, and there will be no more danger in Tianhai City in the future. So everyone has a smile on their face. Everyone happily chatted about tomorrow and the future, and even thought about going to the East China Sea for a stroll in the future. Take a look at the vast sea, go fishing and so on. Or discuss with Chaoyu Bei someday to see if we can travel overseas. Zhang Yi listened with a smile and occasionally expressed his own opinions. It was as if his worries didn't exist at all. After eating breakfast, he put on his combat uniform and took his weapons with him to prepare for a trip. Seeing this, the others curiously asked him what he was going to do. Zhang Yi shrugged and said with a smile that although the zombie king has been cleaned up, there must still be scattered zombies nearby. I went over to clean up and practice the knife skills Liang Yu taught me. Liang Yu stood up after hearing this. Then I'll go with you. You can't do things like clearing out zombies alone. Uncle Yu and Fatty Su also spoke one after another, expressing their intention to go there with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi thought for a while, and smiled, and said that this was not necessary. It was not like dealing with the Corpse King and the Bronze Armor Corpse. It's inconvenient for us to do it in such a big way. Let's do this. Let's split up and work around the shelter, each person clearing an area. Everyone felt that what Zhang Yi said made sense and agreed to his proposal. So everyone put on combat uniforms, took weapons, and went out to hunt. Chapter 508 Looking for Corpses. Zhang Yi chose the direction where Cici was going to stand. After saying goodbye to everyone with a smile, he drove the car on the road. He was alone, but he brought his most trusted battle pet Hua with him. But this time, the reason why I brought it was not because I needed it as a bodyguard. After developing the double door technology, Zhang Yi's life-saving ability has reached a peak. As long as he wants to run away and take advantage of the constant displacement of the double doors, there is no one in the world who can catch him. What he needs is Huahua's sense of smell as a beast. Zhang Yi took Huahua to Tsisu Station. At this time, the entire subway tunnel was frozen by the hard ice. Zhang Yi took out his satellite phone and took a look at the subway lines in Tianhai City. Then he said to Huahua, "Let's go and find them." Zhang Yi got on the snowmobile. Huahua squatted on the passenger seat, and the vehicle drove quickly along the subway line, braving the wind and snow. A few hours later, they arrived at Tianfeng District, where the Snow Worship Sect's base camp is located. They were still more than 10 kilometers away from the base camp of the Snow Worship Sect. So Zhang Yi did not continue moving forward. He got out of the car with Huahua and put the snowmobile into a different space. Then he found a subway entrance and jumped out. The subway layout of Tianhai City is very large, crisscrossing, with a total length of more than 800 kilometers. It would take at least more than half a month to walk through the tunnel on 2 legs. However, Zhang Yi has a dual-door skill, which can be used both as a means of space travel and as a displacement skill. After all, opening the door does not require the consumption of supernatural powers. Therefore, he can keep repeating the opening and closing process to keep on his way. This time, Zhang Yi came to Tianfeng District underground for the purpose of finding the corpses hidden underground. He was convinced that there must be a large number of corpses hidden here with even more fierce fighting power. Those are Yuan Kongye's hidden trump cards, used to completely eliminate the power of other forces in Tianhai City. As long as they can be found, the second item in Zhang Yi's plan can be implemented. The subway space in Tianhai City is very large, and Zhang Yi guessed that they are most likely hidden in Tianfeng District, near the Snow Worship Sect. So he came here as soon as possible. One person and one cat are constantly walking through the subway tunnel. Huahua squatted on Zhang Yi's shoulder, her eyes as wide as bells. Its sense of smell can sense the smell of zombies within a radius of 1 kilometer. The smell of the virus host is very obvious, and it is obviously different from the general corpse smell. Zhang Yi kept walking through the subway cautiously. Once in danger, he will immediately flee to the ground. Zhang Yi prayed in his heart that Yuan Kongye would not discover his traces. Otherwise, once Yuan Kongye thinks that he has been exposed, he will take action against Zhang Yi. Although Zhang Yi is confident that he will not be killed with his invincible life-saving ability, but Yuan Kongye might launch an attack on his shelter in advance. It is easy for him to protect himself, but it is difficult to protect everyone around him. After half an hour passed, Zhang Yi searched every corner of the subway tunnel in Tianfeng District. However, he didn't find any sign of the corpse group. In other words, the corpses are not hidden here at all. How so? If there isn't one in Tianfeng District, do I have to search all over Tianhai City? Or is it just me overthinking the existence of a larger group of corpses? Zhang Yi frowned and quickly rejected the idea. No. They must exist. Yuan Kongya had no reason to give up such a big trump card. How many nails can you drive if you are covered in iron? She needs a large army that is completely at her command. I think her ambitions are not limited to the small Tianhai city. Although this operation did not yield any results, Zhang Yi had planned to return without success from the beginning. This is also reasonable. A war has just broken out around the snow worship cult. If the corpses are hidden here, they will probably be discovered. Since nothing is found here, I will work harder and search all the subway tunnels in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with determination. People can't always be opportunistic. Sometimes, stupid methods also have benefits. In order to prevent possible crisis and protect his own life and the lives of everyone else, Zhang Yi had to do the most troublesome things. Zhang Yi turned on his phone and marked all the places he had checked on the map of Tianfeng district. However, there are still more than a dozen areas in Tianhai City that he has not searched. Let's do it one by one. You will always find it. Zhang Yi reached out and touched Huahua's head, and it narrowed its eyes in enjoyment. Of course, in principle, I also hope that everything is just that I am overthinking it. In fact, there is no corpse group at all. There is no conspiracy. Zhang Yi smiled and said to himself. On this day, Zhang Yi searched all the underground railway lines in Tianhai City. Just when he came to the most remote and desolate area on the northeastern edge of Tianhai City, Huahua finally showed an unusual reaction. Just after arriving at the subway line here, Huahua's hair stood on end. Her eyes fixed on the dark tunnel ahead, and she let out a low and long warning sound. It has dealt with zombies many times, and is very familiar with this kind of smell. And to be able to make it appear so terrifying. It is obvious that the number of zombies ahead is absolutely indispensable. Zhang Yi showed a faint smile, and even felt a little relieved. Was it originally hidden here? Aoshan District, one of the most remote areas in Tianhai City, can be said to be the urban-rural fringe. There are almost no resources available here, so there is no force occupying this place. Yuan Kongya hid the corpses here, which was really a thief. Zhang Yi had a smile on his lips, but his eyes were full of vigilance. Although he has the ability to travel through space, he can ensure that he and Huahua will not be endangered. But there are 2 points. First, he did not want to alert such a large number of zombies in advance to avoid triggering a zombie riot. Second, there is an intelligent creature like the Corpse King among the corpses. If it finds that its existence has been exposed, it will definitely pass it on to Yuan Kongya. In that case, Yuan Kongya and the others might launch an attack in advance and destroy other forces in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi opened the different space and took out a big gray mouse from it. Its body is about the same size as Huahua, and its eyes are shining with a faint eerie red light. But it's not a real giant rat. Instead, Zhang Yi asked Lu Karen to help build a mechanical mouse. In order not to detect abnormalities, Zhang Yi smeared the flesh and blood of giant rats on its body many times to ensure that there was no problem with its smell. Then Zhang Yi placed it deep in the tunnel, and quickly retreated to a certain distance with Huahua. Chapter 509. Please enter the urn. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yi took out the satellite phone and controlled it through the set program to go deep into the subway ahead. This giant rat was made by Lu Karen's hands, and was so vivid that if you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't even know it was a robot rat. It can even imitate mouse calls for simple communication. The mechanical rat travels quickly through the underground tunnels. The subway lines in Aoshan District are very large, and it will be impossible to complete the investigation in a short time. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry. He was very patient in doing this. Everything in the subway is transmitted to the satellite phone from the perspective of the mechanical mouse. Zhang Yi and Huahua waited for another 2 hours, and finally found the scene they wanted to see. In the deepest part of the Aoshan District subway tunnel, there are indeed an extremely terrifying number of zombies sleeping here, layer upon layer, blocking many railway tunnels. Zhang Yi's initial estimate of that amount must be upwards of 300,000. Yes, the lower limit is 300,000, and the upper limit is immeasurable, because going forward, the mechanical mouse can no longer pass through. The number of dead people in Tianhai City is close to 20 million, which are excellent materials for making zombies. As long as you give them enough time, the zombie army will become immeasurable in size. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. He immediately controlled the mechanical rat to leave the group of corpses, then found a drainage outlet and got in. Finally, the mechanical mouse goes into standby mode there. It can be used if needed, but if not, just leave it here. In short, don't let others discover its existence. Zhang Yi took Huahua and quickly left the underground tunnel. After returning to the surface, Zhang Yi felt the cold wind outside. looked at the vast snowfield, and let out a long breath. Although my suspicion was confirmed, I was not happy at all. The real challenge is yet to come, Zhang Yi said with narrowed eyes. The investigation team did not leave Tianhai City. Although in the battle at the snow worship cult camp, they had killed 6 zombie kings and turned hundreds of thousands of zombies into headless flies. But in order to ensure that the zombie crisis is completely resolved, they still need to stay in Tianhai City to do some finishing work. But the subsequent work is relatively simple. They only need to confirm that Tianhai City will no longer have a large-scale zombie army commanded by intelligent creatures. So they began to explore the subway near several major forces, where corpses were most likely to gather. However, after more than 10 days, they found no sign of the Corpse King still remaining in Tianhai City. Therefore, the 7 members of the investigation team more or less believed that the zombie crisis was over. That black snowmobile. Woody leaned back on the seat, holding the back of his head with his hands, and said lazily, "Can we go back? Now there are no more zombies in Tianhai City. Only some scattered and mindless zombies. The remaining problems are left to their local people to solve. We can go back to Blizzard City and have a good rest." Everyone had smiles on their faces, and they all agreed with Woody's statement. However, Deputy Captain Bailey Chongqing glanced at Bian Junwu. It was up to the boss to make the decision whether to go back or not. "Boss, is there any finishing work that needs to be done next?" Bian Junwu pushed his toad mirror. At present, it seems that there is not much problem. He actually felt uneasy in his heart. It was precisely because of this feeling that he did not leave in a hurry. The first source of this feeling is his experience, and the second one is what Zhang Yi once said to him. The mission in Tianhai City was completed too smoothly. Even though many people died, the members of the investigation team were all intact, and the battle was uneventful. Just like that, he killed 6 Corpse Kings in one battle. It went smoothly, almost like an arranged script. Bian Junwu has dealt with many troublesome incidents. He is very sensitive to natural crisis and man-made crisis. So this mission went too smoothly, which made him suspicious. However, during their stay in Tianhai City, they did not find any doubts. It is impossible for them to stay in Tianhai City forever. After receiving their report, their superiors also urged them to go back as soon as possible. The top management of Blizzard City are very interested in Yuan Kongya and her eyes soul. Looking at the relaxed smiles of the team members, Bian Junwu thought to himself that he should go back first and report back to the commander. If anything happens after here, you can contact Zhang Yi and the others. So Bian Junwu slowly said, "Well, let's go back to Blizzard City first." Everyone in the investigation team cheered. Qi Guangming and Kong Sheng high-fived happily. Once the mission is completed, they can get rewards from the headquarters and have a good rest. Bailey Chongqing laughed and said that it was a pity that Zhang Yi and Yuan Kongya didn't go back with us. Meng Xiu, a biological and medical expert next to him, smiled and said, "Oh, Vice Team, do you have high expectations for them?" Bailey Chongqing smiled and said, "Actually, I think there are several strangers in Tianhai City who are good. But the abilities of Zhang Yi and Yuan Kongya interest me the most." Meng Xiu thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Indeed, it is very rare for a trait-type ability user to reach the Delta level. Zhang Yi's ability is very important to any team. Yuan Kongya's ability is at the strategic level. On the contrary, people like Xiao Hong and Wei Dinghai, whose abilities are more combat-oriented, are not scarce in Blizzard City. Bian Junwu thought of Zhang Yi and Yuan Kongya, and said lightly about them, "Let's discuss it slowly in the future. In principle, if Zhang Yi is not interested in developing in Blizzard City, he will not force it. However, once Yuan Kongya is found out, her ability can really create a large number of aliens. So it will not be her who has the final say whether to go or not." Bian Junwu made a decision and everyone returned home. Bailey Chongqing drove the car, turned around and drove towards the border of Tianhai City. But just before the car left Tianhai City, Bian Junwu's satellite phone received a call request from Zhang Yi. Bian Junwu frowned slightly. "Huh?" Seeing this, Bailey Chongqing asked the boss, "Is it the phone number from the headquarters?" "No, it's Zhang Yi's phone number," Bian Junwu said calmly. When Woody heard Zhang Yi's name, he frowned immediately, his face full of impatience. This guy didn't call us sooner or later. He called us just before we left. Could he be looking for trouble? Wu Di has always disliked Zhang Yi, and would even show a hint of hostility. Zhang Yi also knew about this, but he always felt baffled because he had never offended Wu Di. Bian Junwu did not answer Wu Di's words, but after the satellite phone rang a few times, He reached out and pressed the connect button. Chapter 510 The investigation team returns. Hello. I'm Bien Junwoo. Bien Junwoo said calmly, his voice still as cold as ice and snow. Zhang Yi's voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Captain Bien. I'm Dong Yi. Have you left Tianhai City now? Bien Junwoo glanced at the direction of the car, which was less than 10 kilometers away from the border of Tianhai City. He said calmly, hurry up. Zhang Yi's heart tightened, but he still acted calmly. That's it. There is one thing I feel the need to tell you before you leave. What's up? Zhang Yi said. I found a group of corpses again. A look of emotion appeared on Bien Junwoo's cold face. Zhang Yi continued and said that this time, the scale was bigger and more fierce than before. Bien Junwoo finally couldn't bear it any longer. He told Bailey Chongqing to stop the car. Bailey Chongqing immediately stepped on the brakes. The people in the investigation team looked at Bien Junwoo with different expressions, wondering what he heard Zhang Yi say. Bien Junwoo had a cold face and a terrifyingly serious expression. Where did you find it? Zhang Yi said that the subway tunnel in Aoshan district is the deepest. Their number can be at least 100,000. Bien Junwoo took a deep breath, and then exhaled through his nose forcefully. His mood was a bit complicated. If what Zhang Yi said was true, it meant that his previous doubts had come true. The zombie crisis in Tianhai City cannot be eliminated so easily. The harmony in front of us is just an illusion. What is the purpose? Of course, it was to coax them into leaving Tianhai City. Bien Junwoo was very angry. They were actually treated as fools and deceived. However, this matter also made him a little worried. The person who can set up such a strategy and control a massive group of corpses is definitely not the so-called Corpse King. Or maybe those white-haired monkeys they killed were not the real Corpse Kings at all. Behind them, there are higher-level instructions. Bien Junwoo held his thigh with one hand and asked in a deep voice, how did you find out? Is the news reliable? Zhang Yi hesitated slightly. He was going to lie and say he discovered it by accident. But when faced with a man like Bien Junwoo, it's best not to play tricks. He replied, in fact, I have always suspected that the zombie crisis has not been completely resolved. So after returning, I have been actively killing the remaining zombies and checked the subways everywhere. Finally, my hard work paid off and I found their existence. Zhang Yi held the satellite phone and waited for Bien Junwoo to say what he wanted to hear. He hoped the investigation team would stay, because Bien Junwoo is a very important part of his subsequent plans. Only with the help of the deterrence of Jiangnan region and the power of Bien Junwoo can they possibly get rid of this huge threat of Yuan Kongya. According to Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin's calculations, Bien Junwoo would definitely stay after hearing what he said, because the zombie problem cannot be solved. The mission of their Black Robe team will not be completed, and there is no way to deliver the mission to Jiangnan region, no matter what. As the captain of the investigation team, Bien Junwoo had to investigate the situation. Bien Junwoo said in a deep voice, where are you now? I'm at home. Okay. I'll go find you now. After Bien Junwoo finished speaking, he ended the call. He turned around and watched Bailey Chongqing turn around and go to Zhang Yi's shelter. Okay. Boss. Bailey Chongqing grinned and turned around. The snowmobile made a big circle on the snowfield and headed towards Yuelu district. The other members of the investigation team looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Wu Di frowned, a little unhappy. Boss, why are you looking for Zhang Yi? Bien Junwoo pushed his toad mirror and said lightly that the zombies might not have been dealt with at all. How could we just leave? As he spoke, he suddenly covered his mouth and coughed violently. The violent movement seemed to make him cough out his lungs. Wu Di's face showed a nervous look, and he quickly pulled Meng Xiu over. Show it to the boss. Meng Xiu quickly opened her medicine box, took out a bottle of pills, poured 2 pills, and handed them to Bien Junwoo. Bien Junwoo coughed for a long time, and when he stretched out his hand, his palm was filled with bright red blood. The expressions of everyone watching became serious. Bien Junwoo put his hand down silently, then took the pill from Meng Xiu's hand and drank it. Although this medicine has no effect on his condition, it can at least relieve his pain. There was a trace of sadness in everyone's eyes. Even Bailey Chongqing, who was always smiling on weekdays, frowned and looked downcast. Bien Junwoo wiped the blood on the corners of his mouth and palms with a tissue without taking it seriously. He said casually that there was no need to show such an expression. I never regret getting this power. Because of it, we can survive from life and death crisis again and again. Everything has 2 sides, and you have to pay a price. All gifts given by God to humans have already been marked with a price. In the last days, you must get used to this kind of thing. Don't be sad easily, because sad emotions will affect your reason. It is important for you to maintain absolute sanity. On the other side, after Zhang Yi hung up the phone, he waited at home for Bian Junhua to come find him. As for what he would say then, he had already thought about it in advance. The Jiangnan region must be dragged into the water, so that they cannot get away from this matter. A few hours later, the investigation team's car appeared in front of the shelter. Zhang Yi had already ordered Zhou Qier and Yang Mi to prepare food to entertain them. But it was obvious that both Bian Junhua and others had serious faces when they arrived and were not in the mood to eat at all. Zhang Yi, what exactly did you discover? You must explain it clearly to us today. If you dare to play tricks on us, I won't let you go. Wu Di stared at Zhang Yi, his eyebrows raised and a fierce look on his face. Zhang Yi didn't look at him at all, because he knew what Wu Di said was not important. Zhang Yi looked at Bian Junhua and Bailey Chongqing. Come in with me first, and then we'll talk about this matter slowly. Bian Junhua followed Zhang Yi to the living room. Zhang Yi asked other people in the family to go down first and entertain the investigation team by himself. After sitting down, Bailey Chongqing said, Zhang Yi, we can be considered acquainted. Zombies are not a small problem, and Blizzard City's top management is very concerned about it. If you have anything to say, just say it. Don't make a joke about this. Zhang Yi nodded. Of course, I wouldn't dare to joke about such a thing. Guys, let me show you something. Chapter 511 The Investigation Team's Decision. Zhang Yi took out the video captured by the mechanical mouse and played it on the big screen for the investigation team. After seeing that scene, their faces all became very solemn. Although the size of the zombie swarm cannot be seen from the perspective of the mechanical mouse. It ran through subway tunnels, and the sleeping zombies filled the entire tunnel. A conservative estimate would be that there must be tens of thousands of zombies inside. Wu Di couldn't say anything evil anymore, but had a look of astonishment on his face. Chills down the spine. This is what everyone feels at this moment. What they fear is not zombies. No matter how many of these things there are, they can be slowly eliminated by people using various means. But these zombies are hiding here, which means there is someone behind everything. If Zhang Yi hadn't discovered them and notified the investigation team, they would have been completely kept in the dark and returned to Blizzard City. When the time comes, the zombies will crawl out of the subway in a more ferocious manner, destroying the major forces that no longer have much fighting power. By then, the entire Tianhai City will be completely finished. Not only was the investigation team responsible for the failure of the mission, but because they failed to discover the problem in time, a large number of zombies spread throughout the Jiangnan region. Zhang Yi looked at the silent crowd, crossed his hands, and slowly said, The first time I saw them, I was shocked. There are too many of them, and Tianhai City cannot solve them without your help. So I can only shamelessly ask you to stay and help us again. Zhang Yi looked at Bian Junhua and others with a sincere face. Under Bian Junhua's sunglasses, his brows were furrowed deeply. Faced with this unexpected situation, he couldn't come up with an idea quickly. He asked how many people knew about this. Zhang Yi replied that only I and a think tank on my team know. I didn't tell other forces, and most of the people in my team didn't know about it either. Bian Junhua took a deep look at Zhang Yi. Do you suspect that there are humans behind all this? Zhang Yi smiled and shook his head. I can't say. But the matter is so big that I can't make up my mind. I have no choice but to ask you to teach me how to do it. He let out a long sigh and patted his thigh hard. If you can't even tell me what to do, I will just take my people and leave this ominous land. Well, food and accommodation are included in Blizzard City, right? Bian Junhua ignored Zhang Yi's humor. Apart from these images, do you have any other information? Zhang Yi shook his head. It's gone. It's really gone this time. You have to know that I am not a professional investigator. It's a lot of luck that I found these. Bian Junhua was silent for a long time and nodded slowly. I know this. We will find a way to deal with this matter. But when the time comes, you will also need to contribute. Zhang Yi's expression was a little hesitant. He said sadly that our team was fine, but the combat power of other teams had been reduced by more than 80%. Can it really handle such a large horde of corpses? Bian Junhua replied that this is your own home, so of course you have to do your part. Zhang Yi sighed. Alright. I got it. Bian Junhua stood up. So we'll leave first. Zhang Yi said. Don't you want to leave without having a meal? My home is quite big. Maybe you can stay here and have a rest. Who knew that Bian Junhua reached out decisively and rejected Zhang Yi's kindness? No need. We don't have the habit of resting in other people's homes. The people in the investigation team are extremely cautious and will not trust others easily. Especially now. Zhang Yi told him the news about the corpse group, which also made Bian Jun was suspicious of him. Who can guarantee that the person controlling the corpse group is not Zhang Yi? After all, since the zombie crisis, they were the only ones on their side who had not died. Zhang Yi touched his nose. Okay. If there is anything you need my help with, please feel free to ask. Zhang Yi's eyes were very sincere. Bian Jun just nodded, and then left Zhang Yi's shelter with the others. Zhang Yi walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and watched their car drive away. After a long time, he exhaled a long breath, his eyes a little apologetic, because he did conceal some information. What he showed to Bian Junwu and others was only part of what the mechanical mouse had captured. In fact, the number of zombies in the subway tunnels in Aoshan district is greater than those. However, Zhang Yi was worried that if the investigation team knew the true scale of zombies, they would back down. That would be detrimental to his plan. Don't blame me. I just want to live well. In the end of the world, in order to survive, everyone has to rely on their own abilities. He knew that it was impossible for the people of the investigation team to escape from this matter. Then their safety will be guaranteed to a certain extent. Next, let's see how the situation develops. If it can develop according to the script he wrote, then he will be the biggest beneficiary. On the snowmobile, the atmosphere of the investigation team was somewhat depressing. They finally managed to deal with the zombie tide. They thought that the zombie problem in Tianhai City was almost solved. Even if it is not completely solved, the remaining zombies will not become a big problem. But when they saw the image, they realized that they were too naive. This means that they will face greater difficulties. Bian Junwu's expression was unclear under his black sunglasses. Everyone knows that he is the most complicated in his heart right now. Today there are only two choices. Either go back, ask for help from the Jiangnan region, and ask the headquarters to send more people to help. The second is to rely on themselves and the local strength of Tianhai City to carry out another beheading operation. Bian Junwu was hesitant about these two plans. There is no doubt that choosing the former is the safest. But that also means that they need to admit their lack of ability. In the future, their status will be reduced in the eyes of the senior officials of Jiangnan region. Along with this, the points earned through missions are reduced. And points are the material guarantee for them and their families to survive in Blizzard City. But if you choose the second approach, there will be certain dangers. The team members are waiting for Bian Junwu's order. After a long period of fighting together, they have great trust in Bian Junwu. After thinking for a long time, Bian Junwu finally made a decision. Now that the situation is unclear, we cannot easily ask for help from our headquarters. The first thing to do now is to find out the situation there. If you can solve the problems here by yourself, you must not cause any more trouble to the headquarters. The team members nodded. That's right. Even if you ask for help, you still have to know how bad the situation in Tianhai City is. Only in this way can we ask for help reasonably, and avoid wasting troops, or failing the mission due to insufficient assistance. Bian Junwu made a decision in his heart. Let's go to the place Zhang Yi mentioned to investigate first. Upon hearing this, Bailey Chongqing asked with a serious expression whether we would like to ask the local forces in Tianhai City to send someone to go with us. Chapter 512 Confession. Bailey Chongqing's suggestion was rejected by Bian Junwu without hesitation. No. Now, absolutely no one can be allowed to participate. Bian Junwu's expression was cold, and he said in a deep voice that if this is not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster, then we have to suspect that the person behind the scenes is one of the five forces. These words made everyone in the investigation team look solemn. Is someone raising these zombies? Who could it be? Is it Zhang Yi? I think he is the most suspicious. Wu Di frowned and said, Indeed, if we look at the current situation in Tianhai City, Zhang Yi is indeed very suspicious. He is the only force leader who did not suffer any casualties in the zombie crisis. Bailey Chongqing said, I don't think it looks like him. No matter what you do, there must be a cause and effect. But Zhang Yi had no reason to do this. He does not lack the supplies to survive in the apocalypse. And his companions are also alive and well. What's more, he took the initiative to tell us the information about the zombies. If he was not a lunatic, he would never dare to provoke us, who represent Jiangnan region. Wu Di crossed his arms and frowned deeper. But who else could it be besides him? Except for him, all the other forces in Tianhai City suffered heavy losses. If it were them, it would be impossible for them to deliberately detonate the zombie tide to eliminate their own power. Right? Meng Xiu asked. Could it be some unknown force? Bian Junwu remained silent. They didn't collect any information about this, so they couldn't make a judgment. Let's go to Aoshan district to have a look. Once we get there, We'll find out what all this is about. Inside the shelter. After Bien Junwoo and others left, Zhang Yi sat on the sofa in the living room, playing with a silver metal lighter in his hand. Click 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 R. The lid of the lighter was opened and closed by him repeatedly. The flame was burning brightly, and the bluish fire was thin and long, as sharp as a saber. It's snowing outside the window, but it's warm as spring inside the shelter. Zhang Yi stared at the flames in front of him. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to confess everything to the people around him. Because the investigation team had been tricked by him into going to Aoshan district. That means that a large number of hidden zombies will also explode. That means that the real zombie showdown in Tianhai City is not far away. If everything goes as Zhang Yi expected. The previous battle outside by Shue's teaching was a realistic drama. But this time the decisive battle. The stress index will be increased by many levels. If one control is not good, the entire Tianhai City will be destroyed by the zombie tide. Zhang Yi must grasp the situation carefully and control the development of the situation within his own capabilities. At the very least, he wanted to ensure that he and those around him could survive. At the very least, he himself must survive. It's time. It's time for them to be mentally prepared. Zhang Yi clicked the lid of the lighter and said to Xiao Ai, the intelligent robot in the shelter. Xiao Ai, help me notify everyone in the shelter and ask them to come to the living room. Okay. Received. The next moment, Xiao Ai's voice sounded from every corner of the shelter. Everyone in the shelter, please gather in the living room immediately. After everyone heard this voice, curious expressions appeared on their faces. Most people don't know that the zombie crisis has not yet been resolved. Normally, Zhang Yi would only call everyone for a meeting when facing major problems. So, no one knows what happened again. Only Yang Xinxin's eyes flashed with a dark light, and she controlled the wheelchair and left the console. A few minutes later, everyone in the shelter gathered in the living room. Everyone's eyes were looking at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. What's wrong? What happened again? Everyone felt a little nervous. They thought the zombie crisis was over, and they could enjoy life. But seeing Zhang Yi's serious expression made them feel bad again. Zhang Yi didn't try to keep it secret from everyone, and directly told them what happened. This time the zombie crisis in Tianhai City is not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. There is a huge conspiracy hidden behind this, and everyone in Tianhai City is involved. Zhang Yi finished everything in a gentle tone. Starting from when Zhou Qier discovered that Yuan Kongya had multiple powers. That was until he discovered a large number of zombies hiding in Aoshan district. Because this matter was too complicated, and the layout was too long-term. Zhang Yi had to slow down and analyze it bit by bit for them. By the time Zhang Yi finished telling what happened, half an hour had passed. The air in the room was filled with a strange atmosphere. There was a strange expression on everyone's face. They feel like they are listening to a suspenseful story with constant twists and turns. If you don't listen carefully to any detail, it will be difficult to figure out the ins and outs. The interestingness of the story can be savored slowly. Zhang Yi said that now everyone just needs to remember that the ultimate goal of Yuan Kongya and the Snow Sect is to destroy all the forces in Tianhai City. Then gain the power of us aliens. As for her future plans, it has nothing to do with us. Our real problem is how to solve this big problem like her now. Yang Mi, who was sitting not far from Zhang Yi, turned pale after hearing this. She stroked her arm, and a layer of fine pimples appeared on it. That, doesn't she have to kill me? Return of Death is an ability that can only be activated after killing the alien who has been implanted with Ice Soul. In the shelter, only Yang Mi had the Ice Soul implanted. Although her abilities are more assistive, they are very useful. The key is that for Yuan Kongya, killing one is killing, and killing 1,000 is also killing. There is no reason to let Yang Mi go. Zhou Qier was secretly glad that the Ice Soul was not implanted in the first place. She also understood that Zhang Yi did that to protect her. Zhang Yi comforted Yang Mi and said that you don't need to worry for the time being. If things progress as we expected, Yuan Kongya's conspiracy will not succeed. Liang Yu asked worriedly. But if it is true what you said, Yuan Kongya now has the power of at least a dozen strangers. Or even dozens or hundreds of strangers. Who can deal with her? Zhang Yi crossed his hands under his chin. Have. Who is it? Everyone asked curiously. Bien Junwoo. Zhang Yi said the name seriously. This is why he tried his best to retain the investigation team. Chapter 513, Corpse Riot. When Zhang Yi said Bien Junwoo's name, Liang Yu and Uncle Yusu couldn't help but nodded. They have all seen Bien Junwoo's strength. That kind of terrifyingly powerful pupil technique can instantly destroy everything the eyes see. If it weren't for the side effects, Dian Junwu's power rating would definitely be qualified to reach the Epsilon level. But for Zhang Yi, as long as his power can disintegrate Yuan Kongye's conspiracy, that is enough. That night, when Zhang Yi and others were resisting the zombie army head-on, a 7-man team from the Bian Junwu sneaked underground and eliminated the 6 zombie kings. At that time, there were definitely a lot of zombies protecting the zombie king underground. But Bian Junwu and the others still completed the beheading operation. This shows that they have the means to fight against large numbers of zombies. However, it may require them to pay a huge price, such as shortening Bian Junwu's already short lifespan. Zhang Yi knew that what he did was a bit unethical. But in order for himself and the people around him to live well, he could only sacrifice some people who have nothing to do with him. If he felt a little guilty in his heart, it was because Bian Junwu once invited him to join Blizzard City and showed some goodwill. But I have no choice, Zhang Yi said secretly in his heart. If only one side can survive, I will choose me and the people around me. Then, Zhang Yi began to tell everyone about his subsequent plans. I tell you this to prepare you mentally. If the situation gets out of control and the 7-member team fails, we must leave Tianhai City. There are enough supplies in my different space, so we can survive well even if we go to other places. The only regret is losing this sanctuary with a top-notch defense system. Therefore, non-combatants, please do not take off your clothes when sleeping these days. Always be ready to move. As for combatants, your task is the simplest. Always be ready for battle and follow my orders. After everyone listened to Zhang Yi's words, they didn't have any opinions. But Liang Yu curiously asked whether our enemies were zombies or the snow worship cult. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, looked at her faintly and said, maybe it's both. There was a smile on his face. But no one could laugh after hearing this. Not only did he have to deal with zombies in units of 100,000, but he also had to deal with an alien with extremely terrifying strength. This situation is simply despairing. They didn't know how Zhang Yi could still laugh. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. And now I also want to say something to comfort you. But the situation is what it is. And it's good that everyone understands it. The worst outcome is that we all leave Tianhai City, in case Bian Junwu fails. Even if Yuan Kongye does not lead the zombie army to surround us, the Jiangnan region will not show mercy. Zhang Yi pointed in the direction of the sky. The indiscriminate attack of the death of love will destroy the entire Tianhai City in an instant. The expressions on everyone's faces were dumbfounding. But basically they were just wry smiles. If that happens, they will have no room to resist. Zhang Yi leaned on the sofa, looking at the chandelier worth tens of millions of dollars on the ceiling. He said calmly, just like this, everything that is supposed to come will come. I've got everything planned out. But people plan things, and God makes things happen. Whether everything can develop as smoothly as imagined depends entirely on God's will. Zhang Yi is self-aware. Although he and Yang Xinxin made plans to deal with the zombie tide and the snow worship cult, but the world is full of surprises. Therefore, he arranged an escape route for everyone. Once the plan fails, they must leave Tianhai City as soon as possible. And for Yuan Kongye and the others, Zhang Yi was not the person they hated the most, but people from several major forces. After all, after the end of the world, the grudges between them are the deepest. If Yuan Kongye wants to deal with it, he must deal with them first. Everyone, get ready, Zhang Yi said to everyone. The next thing to do is pray. And Zhang Yi really put his hands together and prayed to heaven. He then took out the satellite phone and activated the mechanical mouse. Aoshan District. Subway Tunnel. Bian Junwu and others came here. As usual, let Meng Xiu take advantage of it first. Aerial photo. Ability to explore the situation below. And then others will follow in to explore. They are not afraid of zombies, but they are confused and worried about the manipulators behind the zombies. But now, they first need to confirm whether the information provided by Zhang Yi is true. Everyone entered the depths of the tunnel and began to slowly use Meng Xiu's ability to explore the surrounding situation, and then move forward. Zhang Yi showed them the specific location where they found the zombies, and they found it soon. Meng Xiu's ability can cover an area of 3 kilometers. Just 3 kilometers away from where the corpses were sleeping. She saw everything here. She looked at the densely packed zombies lying in the muddy and humid environment deep in the subway tunnel. And her expression was extremely solemn. How are you? Xiu? Seeing that Meng Xiu's expression was wrong, Bian Junwu asked. Meng Xiu took a deep breath and then said to his teammates, there are indeed zombies here. And the number is very terrifying. At least hundreds of thousands. Everyone frowned when they heard that there were so many zombies here. But they were not too afraid. They already have rich experience in dealing with zombies. They are very familiar with the fighting power of the zombies and their habits. The sleeping zombies will not wake up unless they are controlled by the Corpse King or smell the breath of a living person. Dien Junwu pushed his toad mirror. Then destroy them. Dien Junwu decided to lead everyone to retreat from the subway first. Then call for support from the Jiangnan region and directly use missiles to attack this coordinate. Nowadays, it is impossible to clean up such a large-scale zombies, just relying on the remaining strength of them, and Tianhai City. Need to ask for help. Everyone nodded. But just as they were about to leave, they suddenly heard waves of low roars coming from the end of the tunnel. It was like a flood coming from the end of a tunnel. And even the ground beneath my feet was shaking. Bailey Chongqing immediately shouted. No! It's a wave of corpses coming! The expressions of the 7 people changed one after another. They were obviously careful enough, and did not approach the location of the corpses rashly. But he was still discovered by the corpse group. Now they have no other choice but to evacuate quickly. Go! Escape to the ground. Dien Junwu gave an order, and everyone quickly started running back. Just behind them, the corpses swept in like a torrent. Their eyes flashed with scarlet and bloodthirsty light. In the huge torrent, there were huge bronze-armored corpses one after another. There were even bronze-armored flying corpses with wings rising into the sky and flying away from the top of the torrent. Chapter 514 Refuge. The sudden zombie riot forced the investigation team to flee underground quickly. Something's wrong. Why are these zombies acting differently than before? Woody gritted his teeth and said. While running, Bailey Chongqing calmly explained that if everything is really as we thought, maybe everything the zombies showed before was just a performance. Performance? Is it a show for us? Woody asked. Bailey Chongqing nodded. Their purpose is to make us think that the mission is completed and then leave Tianhai City. Thinking about it now, it was really easy for us to kill the Corpse King. Especially in that battle. The 6 Corpse Kings all appeared in the same area. It's almost like it was put there for us to kill on purpose. For the first time, Bailey Chongqing's face lost its calm smile. His expression was a little downcast. Now we have to complete the task, which is not to kill the so-called Corpse King, but the manipulator behind the corpses. As he was running, the bronze-armored flying corpse behind him was already chasing him. Wu decondensed the floating cannon in his right hand, aimed at them and fired. The powerful energy beam hit a bronze-armored flying corpse, directly opening a large hole in its chest and knocking it to the ground. But this kind of injury is not enough to kill it. Obviously its defense is stronger than the ordinary bronze-armored corpse. Soon it soared into the air again, roaring angrily and chasing after him. The sound of flapping wings became louder and louder. And behind it, dozens of bronze-armored flying corpses were already killing the investigation team. TSK, Bailey Chongqing took off the huge Black Knight's spear from his back and stood behind everyone. The nearly 3-meter-long gun danced like a windmill in his hand. As an enhancement-type alien, Bailey Chongqing's ability is simply to strengthen various body functions. But as the top warrior in Blizzard City, he could hardly find an opponent in hand-to-hand combat. Iron Hand. Evergreen. He is an unbreakable shield mountain. Get back here. Everyone. With a cold smile on Bailey Chongqing's face, the lance in his hand swept towards the bronze-armored flying corpse in front of him. A huge bronze-armored flying corpse was hit in the waist by him. Only a click was heard. The slender waist was directly broken, and the huge body was smashed out like a garbage bag. Ha ha ha. Come on. You bastards. How about we play a game of baseball? Bailey Chongqing laughed loudly, and shot the bronze-armored flying corpses away one by one. He is obviously a strong man nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a huge and heavy weapon, giving people an impression of being honest and clumsy. But at this time, his movements were extremely flexible, and a black afterimage appeared on the lance in his hand. Even those bronze-armored flying corpses couldn't dodge. The torrent of zombies has arrived. Dien Junwu and others ran to the subway exit without looking behind them. This was their trust in Evergreen. When they ran out of the subway, Bailey Chongqing also jumped out of the subway not long after. Move quickly. Move quickly. There are too many of them. Bailey Chongqing was holding a lance in his hand, and his body was covered in green mucus, which was the blood of zombies. Everyone quickly got on the snowmobile, and Ming Xiu drove the car at full power and fled into the distance. Dien Junwu looked through the rearview mirror and saw the corpses pouring out of the cave in dense numbers, and then running wildly on the snowy field. The most terrifying ones are those bronze-armored corpses and bronze-armored flying corpses. They are faster than ordinary zombies, chasing after the car closely, and emitting harsh screams from their mouths. Woody gritted his teeth, opened the car window, and fired the floating cannon at the back. Marksman Qi Guangming also stood up from the skylight, raised his black sniper rifle, and began to snipe the zombies behind him. But this sight made them feel frightened. The overwhelming zombies are coming like a tsunami. And they are like small boats about to be submerged by a tsunami. The competition now is speed. Once their car is overwhelmed by zombies, everyone will die here. Even the top aliens would have no chance of surviving when encountering such a large number of zombies. Bien Junwood took off his sunglasses. Annihilation. Launch. As the dazzling white light swept across, a large chunk of the huge group of zombies was immediately melted away. At least thousands of zombies were wiped out by this blow. Cough, cough, cough. Bien Junwood coughed even more violently. With his current physical condition, every time he activated Annihilation, he was consuming his short lifespan. But in the current situation, they had no way to hold back and had to escape from here quickly. Bien Junwood bought a certain amount of time for the car, and the groups of corpses behind him were pulled away. However, they still stared at Bien Junwood and others, and the speed of pursuit did not slow down at all. Bien Junwood's heart sank. Seeing the horror of this group of corpses, he finally realized that the previous mission could be completed so easily because someone must have done it deliberately. But this time, the zombie controllers thought they had left Tianhai City, so they lost control of the zombies. Only then did the investigation team see the true horror of the corpses. Boss, these things don't know how tired they are. So escaping like this is not an option. We must call for help, Bailey Chongqing said solemnly. Bien Junwood forcibly stopped coughing. There was a large amount of blood on the corner of his mouth. And he said with a cold face, "Go to the nearest shelter first. Then notify all the forces in Tianhai City and ask them to send people to assist." At this time, it was too late to ask for help from the Jiangnan region. It's impossible to let the other side launch missiles and carry out indiscriminate attacks. Right? Then they will die too. Several major shelters are undoubtedly the best choices now. That was a fortification originally built for war conditions. As long as they hide underground, no matter how large the number of these zombies are, they will not be able to break through in a short time. Ming Xiu was already checking the map. The nearest shelter was Yansheng Shelter. Past. Then notify other families, and send people over immediately to assist. Border Army Wu immediately made a decision. Yes. Ming Xiu sent the car towards Yansheng base, while sending messages to the major forces. After Xiao Honglian received the news, he jumped up from his chair. She is stupid. Doesn't it mean that the zombie problem has been solved? Why did it come again suddenly? No. You still want to take refuge with us? Xiao Honglian instinctively wanted to refuse. But when she thought of the Jiangnan region behind the investigation team, she could only grit her teeth and rush out of the office with an angry look on her face. At this time, the Yansheng base had resumed production, and black smoke was billowing out of the refinery's chimney. Everyone thought life had returned to harmony. Who would have thought that this was just the beginning of disaster? Chapter 515 The Dilemma of the Snow Worship Cult. Xiao Honglian called Zhuge Qingting over and shouted to him, "Notify everyone now, and return to the shelter immediately. A large-scale zombie tide is coming soon. Let them hide quickly. 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 Quickly." Zhuge Qingting was stunned for a moment. "A wave of corpses?" Xiao Honglian said impatiently that I don't have time to explain to you. Anyway, do it right away. Hurry up. From Xiao Honglian's urgent tone, Zhuge Qingting could see the urgency of the situation, and did not dare to ask any more questions. He quickly went to the publicity room, and used the radio to notify everyone in the refinery, and immediately retreated to the underground shelter. At the same time, Xiao Honglian himself led the guards to maintain order, and prepare to receive the arrival of the investigation team. There was a panic inside the refinery, and they quickly put down their work and moved towards the underground shelter. Fortunately, Zhuge Qingting was also very smart. He did not tell people in the factory that the corpse wave was coming again, so there was no panic. As for other forces, they also received the news at the same time. Wei Dinghai looked bitter. Huh? Come again? When will this end? He was on a ship at this time, and he even hesitated in his heart whether he should abandon this place with his men and escape to another place. But if you think about it carefully, this idea is unrealistic. There were not many ports where their large ships could dock. Other areas also have their own forces. If they leave here, they will have to go to war with local forces elsewhere. With their current strength, doing so would be tantamount to seeking death. Wei Dinghai gritted his teeth. Damn it. He had no choice but to do it. Wei Dinghai and Xing Tian quickly received a reply, saying that they would bring people to help solve the problem. It's impossible not to help. Once something happens to the investigation team, I am afraid that the Jiangnan region will decide that the zombie problem in Tianhai City is difficult to solve. When the death of love comes from the sky, everyone will be destroyed. Even if they could hide inside shelters and shelters, they would not be able to come out for 20 years. And their supplies cannot last that long. It's better to take a gamble and join forces with the investigation team to deal with the zombie crisis. This side of the shelter. After Zhang Yi received the message, he responded calmly as soon as possible. We'll be right over. After learning that Bian Zhengwu and others had fled to Yangsheng base, Zhang Yi had another plan in mind. What he wants is not that Bian Zhengwu and others die, or that they destroy the zombie tide. Because only Zhang Yi knew that behind all this, people from the snow worship sect were plotting. Therefore, only by getting rid of Yuan Kongya will all this come to an end. The strength of the border army is indispensable. Zhang Yi stood up from the sofa and began to change into his combat uniform. Then check all your equipment. After doing all this, he called Uncle Liang Yuyu and others over and asked them to go with him to help the investigation team rescue the siege. Although everyone was prepared, no one expected that things would develop so quickly. Not long after Zhang Yisai returned from the snow worship sect, he was about to face a new round of turmoil. Don't worry too much. Everyone will be close to me when the time comes. Once you find that something is wrong, you can use my two-dimensional doors to quickly complete space travel. When the time comes, we will flee the battlefield and return to the shelter as quickly as possible. Zhang Yi said to Fatty Su and others. This is a shot in the arm to prevent them from being affected by the zombie tide. The eyes of several people were indeed much more at ease. Following a captain who has top-notch life-saving skills, I feel so safe in my heart. It doesn't matter whether we win or not. The most important thing is that we don't die. So several people started to put on their equipment. At the same time, Zhang Yi told Zhou Qi and others that you should not be idle at home. Arrange the most important things on your body. Pack them up and put them in the living room. If anything unexpected happens over there, we will come and pick you up as soon as possible. Don't bring too many things. We have no shortage of other things. Maximum of 1 package per person. Remember? Several women at home had worried looks on their faces. Zhou Haimei said. Then let's go over and clean it up quickly. Yang Xinxin looked calm. She didn't have anything special to bring. Just a laptop. Brother, don't forget. That is our only chance. She stretched out a finger towards Zhang Yi to remind him. Zhang Yi nodded slowly. I see. The group of people had no time to say goodbye. After Zhang Yi and others put on their equipment, they immediately set off to Yangsheng base to assist the investigation team. Zhou Qi stood at the door and watched them leave, feeling helpless in his heart. Until now, except for Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin, no one else understands how big the crisis they are facing this time. Worship the snow cult. When Zheng Yixian saw the message, his brows frowned deeply. He crossed the ruins and came to St. John's Cathedral, where he found Yuan Kongya, who was praying. Problem occurs, Zheng Yixian said directly. Yuan Kongya slowly opened his eyes and turned back to look at Zheng Yixian. There were waves of light flowing in the cold eyes, and there was a touch of indifference that was not like human beings, as well as piety to the gods. Zheng Yixian talked about the things in Aoshan district word by word, but was discovered by the Jiangnan district investigation team. When Yuan Kongya heard this, a look of emotion appeared on his face. Jiangnan region. These 4 words are very intimidating to her. At least for now. It's not an existence she's willing to face. Haven't they already left Tianhai City? Why did it appear in Aoshan? Aoshan district is very remote. After the apocalypse, there will soon be no human habitation there, and it is almost a dead land. When the zombie crisis broke out, there were no zombies active there. That's why they chose Aoshan district as the place to hide the corpses. Even if the investigation team is very careful, it is impossible for them to search the huge Tianhai city. Because of this, Yuan Kongya felt surprised. Zheng Yixian shook his head. I am not sure as well. Logically speaking, even if they conduct a search, they will focus on the 5 major forces and search the surrounding areas. After all, these are the most densely populated places. So this is not good news. Yuan Kongya frowned slightly, not knowing whether all this was a coincidence or someone did it deliberately. Zheng Yixian said that now. The group of corpses were alarmed and began to attack the people of the investigation team. They asked us to come over for support and have already fled to Yangsheng shelter. Yuan Kongya raised his head and looked at him. Could this be a trap? A trap to lure us in and then annihilate us in one fell swoop? Zheng Yixian couldn't be sure. He said that only the blood vine can contact the white corpse. The information I got is that the corpse group was indeed disturbed. Chapter 516 Inside the Shelter. Yuan Kongya was silent. She lowered her head and started thinking. Nowadays, the remaining power in Tianhai City is simply not enough to compete with me. However, I am afraid of the power of those people in Jiang'an region, especially the power of Bian Zhenwu. Even Yuan Kongya is deeply afraid of the terrifying power of annihilating all things as far as the eye can see. But he also coveted it. This may be the reason why she gave Bian Zhenwu a gift of Ice Soul. She has absorbed 36 kinds of powers, but none of them can match annihilation. 1/10 of. If we don't go there, we will arouse their suspicion. Right? Yuan Kongya said calmly. Zhang Yixian thought for a while and nodded in agreement. You're right. We should go there. But as long as I go there alone, you stay here. Even if something unexpected happens, you'll be fine. He looked at Yuan Kongya's cold face, and there was an unconcealable warmth in his eyes. It is a love that cannot be expressed directly, but is hidden deep in the heart. Yuan Kongya did not reject Zhang Yixian's proposal, even though she knew it might be a trap. Compared to her great wish, no one was insurmountable. Yuan Kongya walked over and gently hugged Zhang Yixian's body. Only you are the best to me. A few minutes later, Zhang Yixian left the church. He summoned the few remaining priests and priests of the snow worship cult. After briefly explaining the current situation, he began to order. Han Chang, Wu Huan, and Li Qian replaced Mei. Come with me to Yangsheng base to provide assistance. Tong Zhan, Gong Yi and Lei Mingze. The three of you will lead the others to stay behind. Basically, Zhang Yixian brought all the combat power that could be mobilized, because today's snow worship sect has nothing worth protecting. As for the person he cared about most, he no longer needed anyone to protect her. The snow worshipping cult gathered 8 strangers, without ordinary soldiers, and drove towards the Yangsheng base on a snowmobile given by Xiao Honglian. Yangsheng base. Bian Zhenwu and 7 others arrived here quickly on snowmobiles. Xiao Honglian has quickly arranged for everyone to hide in the shelter, and she took some soldiers outside to wait for the investigation team. In the distance, they could see the raging snowstorm on the snowfield, coming from the end of the horizon. They had never seen anything like this, even though they had fought against the zombie tide before. The zombie tide they encountered had never been as violent as it was today. Damn it. What the hell did they mess with? Xiao Honglian also had an expression of fear on his face. It is absolutely impossible for them to deal with such a huge tide of corpses with their remaining combat power. The black snowmobile drove into the Yangsheng base. Xiao Honglian immediately led people to run over and shouted, "Hurry up! Come here!" The car immediately drove in the direction directed by Xiao Honglian. The car door had been opened before the car stopped. Bian Zhenwu and Bailey Changqing Kongsheng jumped down, holding weapons in their hands. Hide inside the shelter quickly. The tide of corpses behind is too big. They don't need to explain. Xiao Honglian and the others have already seen it. The tide of corpses followed closely, covering the sky and covering all the space around the refinery with darkness. Xiao Honglian felt pain in her heart like a knife. Her refinery was completely finished. Once the battlefield is determined here, the entire refinery will definitely be destroyed. But now is not the time to say such things. Come on. You must hide now. Trainee Xiao Hong couldn't afford to resist at all. To fight a zombie wave of this scale was to seek death. Everyone raised their guns and killed some of the zombies at the front, and then quickly retreated. At the entrance of the shelter, several soldiers guarded the door and shouted loudly, "Come on! Come on in!" Meng Siyu drove a snowmobile into the shelter, and then Bian Zhenwu and others quickly jumped into the gate after clearing some of the zombies that followed. Xiao Honglian ordered to close the heavy door of the shelter. It was a door made of 7 thick alloys. As long as it was closed, no matter how large the zombie tide was, it would be impossible to break through. Not long after everyone hid in the shelter, the land was completely occupied by a wave of corpses. They smelled the breath of living people, so they kept roaring and roaring in the sky, and attacked the door desperately. All this can be seen through surveillance inside the shelter. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Bian Zhenwu noticed that Xiao Honglian looked very ugly. After all, the base she had worked so hard for so long was destroyed. How could she be happy? Bian Zhenwu said to her that I have notified Zhang Yixingtian, Wei Dinghai, and the people from the Shui sect, and they will bring people over soon to help. When the time comes, let's work together inside and outside to deal with the zombie tide outside. Xiao Honglian turned around and walked towards the center console. But judging from the scale of the peripheral zombie tide, it was no less than what we faced in the snow worship sect that day. But now, our combat effectiveness is less than half of what it was before. How to spell? Can't you apply for support from Jiangnan region? Xiao Honglian stared at Bian Junwu and asked with a serious expression. Bian Junwu replied that it is not that simple to transfer people from Jiangnan region. Basically, each investigation team has tasks. In fact, Bian Junwu and his investigation team are already one of the best combat forces in the Jiangnan region. Problems that even they can't solve cannot be solved by calling in other teams, unless a large force is mobilized to annihilate the zombie tide. But to do that, you must get instructions from the highest level of Jiangnan region, which would be much more troublesome. What to do? Xiao Honglian closed his eyes and sounded helpless. Does she blame the investigation team? There seems to be no reason to complain. The zombie crisis itself is a problem that Tianhai City needs to face. Even if the investigation team doesn't come, sooner or later they will have to solve these problems. So when people come to help, she can't complain about their faults. I just feel a little sad. Ming Xiu turned on the computer and obtained the picture outside the shelter through the satellite system. This is what's going on out there. Bian Junwu, Xiao Honglian and others gathered in front of the computer to check the outside world. Viewed from a high altitude, the entire refinery has been completely occupied by a dense horde of corpses. It felt like farmland infested with locusts. People with trypophobia will have an attack just by looking at something. Okay. Now none of us can get out. Xiao Honglian crossed his arms and sighed helplessly. Chapter 517 Emergency 24 Hours. The Yangsheng base was completely engulfed by the zombie tide. They were roaring and gathering outside the underground shelter at Yangsheng base. Attacked the shelter door in a variety of ways. Fortunately, this was a military base prepared for war. Even an attack with missiles would have to go through multiple rounds of bombing. With their simple offensive methods, these zombies pose no threat at all. This gives those who arrive at the shelter a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. However, judging from the current situation, it is too difficult to get out of the shelter. Although the investigation team are all elite soldiers, they can deal with tens of thousands of zombies at most in one go. However, there are hundreds of thousands of zombies outside, including a large number of bronze-armored zombies, whose combat power is comparable to that of aliens, as well as bronze-armored flying zombies that can fly. Put these things together, they will definitely not be able to defeat them. Bian Junwu frowned tightly, and suddenly he covered his mouth and coughed violently. His face, which was relatively pale in the past, looked even paler now, as if he would fall down at any moment, and his lips turned blue and purple. Boss! Captain! Are you okay? The subordinate next to him looked at Bian Junwu with concern. Bian Junwu waved his hand. It's okay. Cough. Now it seems that we must rely on outside power. A smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although the blood stains on the corner of his mouth had not been wiped clean, now they are gathered together and can apply for air strike support from the headquarters. Xiao Honglian perked up. Do you mean to ask Jiangnan region to launch missiles here? Nothing works better than that. Hundreds of thousands of zombies are gathered outside, and one missile can clear out a large area of zombies. Bian Junwu nodded. As things stand now, this is all we can do. They were forced into a desperate situation, and they had no way to clean up such a large tide of corpses. Although Bian Junwu was very proud, he would not joke with the lives of himself and his companions. Bian Junwu took out his satellite phone and began to contact the highest level of the military region in Jiangnan region. With his authority, he can directly contact Zhu Zheng, the highest commander of Jiangnan region. Not long after, the call was connected. Bian Junwu explained the situation here to Zhu Zheng. We need support. There are hundreds of thousands of zombies outside, and they have completely surrounded our shelter. Oh! Has the problem in Tianhai City become this serious? Jiangnan region headquarters. Blizzard City. In this city shrouded by huge gray city walls, heavy snow is falling. The outer wall of the command center is made of thick bulletproof glass, allowing people in the high-altitude rooms to clearly see the scene of Blizzard City. In front of the glass wall stood a soldier in his 50s with a tall and straight posture. He was wearing a green military uniform, with general stars shining brightly on his shoulders, and his gray hair was meticulously combed. His face was as strong as a knife, and his sharp eyes were as sharp as an eagle. He is the highest commander of Jiangnan region, Commander-in-Chief Zhu Zheng. After hearing Bian Junwu's report, Zhu Zheng had a serious expression on his face. Tianhai City is only more than 300 kilometers away from Blizzard City. Once the zombie crisis breaks out there, it will affect Blizzard City within a few days. At first, Zhu Zheng didn't take the so-called zombies seriously. He just sent one of his most elite investigation teams to solve the problem there. But unexpectedly, Bian Junwu and others were trapped in that place. and even needed to ask for help from the headquarters. You know, the 7 people in that team are all top-notch aliens in Blizzard City. Wait a minute. After Zhu Zheng finished speaking, he turned around and came to the back of the command room. There was a huge display screen on the wall. He said calmly, and called out the scene around Yangshan shelter. The artificial intelligence quickly called up satellite images of that area. In the video, zombies gather like ants on the vast snowfield, covering an area of 10 kilometers. After some statistics, the artificial intelligence gave specific figures. The number of zombies in the screen is 395,861. Among them, there were 395,521 humanoid zombies, and 340 large zombies. Zhu Zheng was stunned. With such a large number of zombies, it was like a huge war was going on. Even if you attack with missiles, it may be difficult to clear out such a large area and large number of zombies. Zhu Zheng's expression was very solemn, and the seriousness of the situation exceeded his imagination. He picked up the satellite phone and said to Bian Junwu, "There are so many zombies that hundreds of missiles can't kill them all." Bian Junwu heard Zhu Zheng's words and immediately understood what he meant. Missiles are also strategic weapons for large military regions. Nowadays, it is difficult for the arsenal to produce any more, and every one used will result in one missing. It is impossible for Zhu Zheng to use a large number of missiles to eliminate hundreds of thousands of zombies. There are so many zombies. If you want to eliminate them, the most effective way is to use Death of Love. Zhu Zheng's voice seemed to come from an iron pipe, with a low hum. Cold and hard. Yangshan shelter is located 172 meters underground and has very strong defenses. I'm going to drop Love Death directly on that spot. In this way, this wave of zombies can be completely eliminated. Zhu Zheng did not hesitate and directly decided to carry out a terminal weapon strike there. Bian Junwu's pupils shrank sharply after hearing this. But in that case, the entire Tianhai city will become a wasteland. Zhu Zheng said coldly. Aren't there a few living people in Tianhai city? Sacrificing a small number of people now is the most effective way to prevent the zombie crisis from spreading to other cities. Bian Junwu knew that Zhu Zheng was right. Today, the number of living people in Tianhai city may only be tens of thousands. Casting Death of Love is undoubtedly the wisest way. However, that would also mean they would be abandoned, because the place where the Death of Love passes will not be suitable for human beings to survive. Bian Junwu and the others had no way to leave the shelter and return to the ground. And in the shelter, those materials will not last until the radiation disappears 20 years later. They will all die in the dark underground. Bian Junwu knew that it was impossible to rely on the district at this time. Zhu Shuai, please give us some time. I want to give it one last try. Hearing this, Zhu Zheng was silent for a moment and then whispered, Okay, I'll give you time. After 24 hours, if you can't solve the zombie wave, then I will release the Death of Love. Zhu Zheng knew that if Bian Junwu and the local forces in Tianhai City could not solve the zombie problem within 24 hours, then giving them more time would be meaningless. As the supreme commander of the Jiangnan region, he would not be so benevolent as to allow a possible crisis to spread to the entire Jiangnan for the sake of a few subordinates, even across the country. Chapter 518 The whole city supports. Bian Junwu ended the call. His face remained expressionless, which made it impossible for Xiao Honglian and others to see the result of the inquiry. Xiao Honglian asked anxiously what the district said. When would the missile support arrive? She now pins all her hopes on the assistance of Jiangnan region. Bian Junwu glanced at her and said coldly that the news from the headquarters was that there were too many zombies. So I decided to use Death of Love to destroy them. Hearing Bian Junwu's words, everyone around them widened their eyes and couldn't help shouting. What? The Death of Love, also known as the final weapon, is a forbidden weapon before the end of the world. It is extremely powerful, but it will bring radiation effects to a piece of land that will be difficult to eliminate for decades. If Tianhai City is attacked by the Death of Love, it will become a complete wasteland. Even if they are not directly hit, humans will die due to the presence of radiation. They are hiding in a strong underground shelter. Even if they are not affected, it is impossible to get out. How so? Doesn't this make us die underground? Xiao Honglian's angry eyebrows stood up, and he shouted loudly. Facing Xiao Honglian's anger, Bian Junwu just said calmly, Anger is pointless at times like this. We must find a way to deal with the zombies outside. Otherwise, we will have to live underground until we run out of supplies. He raised his wrist, revealing a gold Rolex watch on his wrist. There are still 23 hours and 58 minutes until the Death of Love arrives. Dian Junwu didn't care about Xiao Honglian's mood. If anger was useful, he would be angrier than anyone else. Xiao Honglian also quickly realized this problem. Now is not the time to argue about who is right and wrong. But we must unite to solve the zombie crisis in the outside world. Dian Junwu said to Xiao Honglian, now, I need you to hand over all the information in the shelter to me immediately. Especially the weapons and equipment. Then he looked at Meng Xiu Xiuyu and told the other families exactly what happened. They have to understand that if they don't do their best to help this time, everyone will face a desperate situation. Dian Junwu pushed the toad mirror. And I also want to tell them that anyone who dares to escape from the battlefield will be endlessly hunted by the Jiangnan region. Meng Xiu nodded. Yes. Of course she knows that every bit of combat power is extremely important nowadays. Zhang Yixingtian, Wei Dinghai and the Snow Worship sect must be tied to their chariots. Xiao Honglian took a few deep breaths and tried to keep her emotions calm. Now, she had no other choice but to trust Dian Junwu. She called Zhuge Qingting and handed him all our information. Zhuge Qingting's face was also a little ugly. He glanced at Dian Junwu, nodded, and went to hand over all the information in the shelter to Dian Junwu. Let's talk about the outside world. Zhang Yi and other people from several major forces were rushing to the Yangsheng base. However, they were very careful along the way, for fear of encountering a wave of corpses. Everyone has complicated thoughts in their heart. The most basic principle is that no one wants to die. As for Zhang Yixian, his emotions are a little more complicated. Obviously the zombie tide is a monster created by them. However, now that the situation has developed to this point, it seems that it is difficult to recover, and they cannot perfectly solve this crisis. The process of getting in touch with the Corpse King through the blood vines, and then controlling the entire group of corpses was very troublesome. And it was impossible to convey too complex information. Otherwise, it would be difficult to understand with the Corpse King's wisdom. And letting the zombie tide recede like this would obviously easily arouse the suspicion of other forces. Just when Zhang Yixian was hesitating, he received a message from Meng Xiu. After reading it, his cheeks couldn't help but twitch a few times. Death of love. Here it comes. The thing he fears most is here. The Jiangnan region, which has absolute military superiority, can indeed easily wipe out all of them. Damn it! Zhang Yixian was always calm. But at this moment, he couldn't help but smash the car hard. This must not be allowed to happen. In 24 hours. What can I do to prevent the members of the investigation team from dying without arousing their suspicion? Zhang Yixian's eyes flashed with a sharp light, as if he wanted to kill someone. At this moment, he was also in a dilemma. From the direction of Lujiang district, Zhang Yi and others came on a snowmobile. He also received news from Meng Xiu. Zhang Yi's eyes were a little surprised at first, but he soon started laughing. That's right. Instead of being frightened by the impending death of love, he actually smiled. Because all this is different from what he expected. But overall there is not much difference. On the contrary, the existence of the god of death accelerated the progress of things. People who worship the snow cult should have more headaches than us. Right? They must have a way to influence the zombie tide. So they don't dare to let the members of the investigation team die here. Then they must abandon these hundreds of thousands of zombies. This should be their biggest heritage right now. Once this wave of zombies is killed, they will not be able to cultivate a large number of powerful zombies, at least in a short period of time. At that time, we will have a chance to kill them. Only. Zhang Yi raised his head and looked at the sky. Vaguely, he seemed to see a god of death descending from the sky with a scythe, destroying everything. After all, it's still a little scary. The combat uniform also has some radiation protection functions, and it is not a problem to resist low radiation intensity in a short period of time. He had to prepare for the worst. The alien space is not suitable for living creatures to survive inside. But it is still no problem to escape for a short period of time. The time is about 1 minute. Zhang Yi has tested this personally. If he really senses that thing falling from the sky, Zhang Yi can take people and hide inside temporarily. Escape the initial shock. Although I don't know if it will work, it is at least a method that can be tried. But the prerequisite is that they cannot be in the central area of coming. Zhang Yi took out his satellite phone and alerted Zhou Qier and others who were still in the shelter. Now escape to the basement immediately. The third underground floor. Tianhai City may be hit. He also told everyone in the car the news. After everyone listened, their expressions became very nervous. Even though they are all strangers, facing that level of attack, they are no different from ordinary people, and will all die. Do you have 24 hours left to deal with this? Uncle Yu sighed solemnly. Hundreds of thousands of zombies. Easier said than done. Even if there are 300,000 pigs, we can't catch them all in 24 hours. Chapter 519 Glacier. Knowing that in less than 24 hours, Tianhai City would suffer a devastating blow. Almost everyone was very nervous. Liang Yu frowned and tightly held the long knife in his hand. She said nothing, thinking about how things could turn around. Fatty Sue's face turned pale, and he finished mumbling. He was really dead this time. Boss, why don't we run away? 24 hours is enough for us to run out of Tianhai City. Zhang Yi looked at the information on the satellite phone and said lightly, "Oh yes. One more sentence. People have said that if we dare to run away, we will be hunted down by all directions in the Jiangnan region. Do you think that the corpse tide is more terrifying than the Jiangnan region?" Fatty Sue suddenly turned pale. Obviously, either of these two things can make him die without a burial place. If you are fighting zombies, you still have a half chance to survive. And being targeted by the Jiangnan region, there is no chance of death. After all, if the Jiangnan region wants to do anything, they can determine their location at any time through the powerful satellite monitoring system and network system. Isn't this embarrassing? Fatty Sue had a grimace on his face. Zhang Yi leaned on the seat, lowered his eyes, and said leisurely, "Don't worry. This zombie crisis is not without a solution. As long as we know that behind the corpse group is the snow worship cult, then things will become much simpler. They didn't expect that I would expose the location where they hid the body, and they must have been very anxious at this time. But the next trouble will not be ours, but theirs." Zhang Yi was not panicked at all. He knew that there must be a solution to this zombie crisis. It depends on how the snow worship sect will deal with it. After all, they don't want everything to be suddenly destroyed by the death of love just before they are about to fulfill their ambition. A dark light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Everything went as planned, generally within my expectations. Then it depends on whether the event can achieve the effect I want. Naturally, the Yangsheng base cannot be just a bunker. As a fortress prepared for war, it also has a powerful self-defense system, and will not be destroyed as easily as the snow worship cult. Bian Junwu, Xiao Honglian, and others gathered in the combat command room and began to formulate a breakout plan. There are more than 300,000 zombies. Although it is extremely difficult to annihilate them, it is not completely impossible, because these people who survived are all top elites. Soon, a temporary plan was drawn up. If you want to eliminate the zombie swarm, the most important thing is to destroy their command center, which is the Zombie King. But this time, we disturbed the zombies, and they took the initiative to attack. Therefore, the Corpse King must be behind the Corpse Group. We must break out, confirm the location of the Corpse King, and then kill him. The horde of corpses is no longer so scary after losing its command. In front of Bian Junwu was a huge electronic information map. At the center is Yangsheng Sanctuary. There are powerful armed forces here, such as automatic cannons and so on, used to clean up the corpses. Killing tens of thousands of them is not a problem. How to break out? Xiao Honglian asked. There are too many zombies. We can't do it just by relying on the firepower in our hands. Among the corpses, there were a large number of bronze-armored corpses, whose combat prowess was comparable to that of strangers. Bian Junwu and the others can deal with 5 bronze-armored corpses alone. But there are hundreds of bronze-armored corpses and flying corpses outside. It's up to that guy. Bian Junwu pushed the toad mirror, and Zhang Yi's shadow appeared in his mind. Unexpectedly, we still have to rely on him to save us at critical moments. Zhang Yi's vehicle has not yet arrived at Yangsheng base. Zhang Yi's satellite phone suddenly rang, and the number on the caller ID was Bian Junwu's. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, and others looked over curiously. Zhang Yi knew that everyone was curious about the situation in Yangsheng base, so he directly opened the external voice. "Captain Bian, are you okay now?" Bian Junwu's cold voice came from the phone. "It's okay now, but there's not much time left for all of us. Listen, Zhang Yi, don't rush over to support us now. Go to the beach first and use your ability to collect a lot of seawater." Zhang Yi and others looked at each other and understood Bian Junwu's plan. Facing hundreds of thousands of zombies, they did not have large-scale weapons that could effectively kill them. But a large amount of seawater itself is a very lethal weapon. Once most zombies are immersed in seawater, their movements will be greatly affected, and they will even be unable to pose a threat to humans. Moreover, after a large amount of seawater is released onto the land, it will freeze within a short period of time. There is no doubt that this is a very useful weapon against them. Zhang Yi didn't hesitate to receive it and waited for me for 4 hours. He immediately asked Uncle Yu to turn the car around and drive towards the East China Sea. Xingtian and others were asked by Bian Junwu to stand by far away from the Yangsheng base. You must wait until everyone is ready before launching an attack on the corpse group together. In this process, the most important thing is the seawater brought by Zhang Yi. For hours pass slowly. Every minute and every second is a kind of torture for the people in the shelter. People from several major forces are also very nervous. They are very afraid of the arrival of death of love. Especially Zhang Yixian. He was extremely confused at this moment. He couldn't understand why the investigation team found some of the corpses they had hidden. And now, a choice must be made. Either abandon the corpse horde in exchange for the trust of the Jiangnan region, so that in the future there will be opportunities to use the blood vines to slowly cultivate the corpse horde and increase its strength. Either fight to the death and kill everyone in Tianhai City, including the investigation team. Obviously, the second approach is irrational, not to mention the people hiding in the shelter. It is difficult to break through and kill them in a short time with the attack method of the zombie swarm. Just saying that it is extremely stupid to break up with Jiangnan region. Therefore, Zhang Yixian had to sadly choose to abandon the car to save Shui. Then, he would have to abandon the more than 300,000 zombies around Yangsheng base. Although it was heartbreaking, it was their only solution. We have to act more realistically so that they can't find out that the corpse group is controlled by us. Zhang Yixian stood in the distance with cold eyes, looking at the dense group of corpses. The cold wind blew through the cloak he was wearing. He took a deep breath, the cold breath making his throat hurt. So now, I can't do anything. Dian Junwu and the others are not useless, and they should not die that easily. I can only not give orders to the zombies and let them attack humans based on their instincts. Chapter 520 Breakout. It took Zhang Yi and the others more than 4 hours to finally transport enough seawater from the seaside. He contacted Dian Junwu and told him the news. The seawater is ready, but we have to find a high point and dump the seawater down. In terms of results, don't have high hopes. It can only guarantee that it will affect the formation of the corpse group and make their movement slower. However, the Yangsheng base is surrounded by flat land, and it is impossible to completely submerge them. Dian Junwu said that this is enough. Just buy us a certain amount of time and let us break through. Only by breaking through the encirclement first can we find a way to find the zombie king as an intelligent body and behead him. After killing the corpse king, the threat of the corpse group will be greatly reduced. And based on their search, they can conclude that this is the last group of corpses in Tianhai City, regardless of the people who are secretly manipulating everything. At least after this battle, Tianhai City will no longer be troubled by zombies in the short term. Dian Junwu's eyes were cold. He has made up his mind that after this zombie crisis is over, he must find out the mastermind behind it. Anyone with the ability to control such a huge group of corpses must either become a member of the Jiangnan region or kill him. After Zhang Yi ended the call, he asked Uncle Yu to drive towards the high point near Yangsheng base. In the distance, they could see a huge group of corpses several kilometers away. A large area of darkness. Just one look at it will make people feel fear deep in their hearts. Fortunately, they were far enough away, and the corpse group's attention was attracted to Yangsheng Sanctuary. Otherwise, if they catch up at this time, they will cause Zhang Yi and the others considerable trouble. Dian Junwu contacted Xingqian and several others and told them to prepare for battle. Once Zhang Yi's side starts pouring water, the people in the shelter will start to fight back and try to break out. When the time comes, they will need to create chaos outside and cover the departure of the investigation team and a group of core combat forces from Yangsheng base. People from several factions are already in place nearby, just waiting for Dian Junwu's order. They would conduct disruptive attacks on the corpses outside. Although there are not many people left in the major forces, those who may be alive to this day are all elites. Nearly half of them are captain-level aliens. Others are the most elite warriors. Zhang Yi's car drove to a cliff 4 kilometers away from Yangsheng base. Looking down at the corpses there, Zhang Yi opened 2 huge dimensional doors. The next moment, 2 turbulent streams of water spurted out and poured downwards. These are seawater taken from deep-sea areas. The salt content is very high. But even so, after leaving the ocean, the seawater quickly formed ice flowers after contacting the air at -60 degrees Celsius. The seawater flowed down from high altitude and immediately turned into 2 glaciers. The turbulent seawater was mixed with many white ice flowers, and then flowed towards the flat land around Yangsheng base. The roar of the seawater attracted the attention of some zombies. But when they looked back, they were immediately submerged by the surging seawater. Roar! The group of corpses turned around and roared toward Zhang Yi and the others on the cliff. They were not actually being commanded at this time. This was intentional by Zhang Yixian. So they only have the instinct to kill living people. So when they saw Zhang Yi and the others, a large number of zombies immediately rushed towards them. However, this mindless charge does not bring any threat to Zhang Yi and the others. Zhang Yi also discovered that the zombies were not as smart as in previous actions. They don't even dodge in the face of turbulent sea water, which of course has no effect. Soon a large number of zombies were swallowed up by the seawater. And together with this, it completely disrupted the formation of the corpse tide, like knocking down dominoes, causing chaos from behind. Zhang Yi couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, it really is true. Ha ha! I knew you. Yuan Kongya and Zheng Yixian didn't dare to fight to the death. Then tell me your trump card here. The seawater quickly submerged a large number of zombies. Tens of thousands of zombies fell into the seawater. But they were still struggling desperately to rush toward Zhang Yi. But facing the surging seawater, they had no ability to move at all. Bian Junwu saw this scene through the satellite and immediately issued the order. Start attacking. At Yansheng shelter, the ground suddenly shook. Cracks appeared from the ground. And then dozens of cannons of various calibers slowly floated up. Ta 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 ta. The machine cannon began to spit out tongues of flame and fired in the direction where the corpses were densest. Boom! The large caliber artillery roared. And the SH.LS exploded among the zombies, taking away hundreds of zombies in an instant. Xingtian waiting high. Zheng Yixian and others also responded to Bian Junwu's call and launched attacks on the corpses from 3 different directions. The main methods of attack are supernatural powers and explosives. Ordinary caliber firearms are useless against them. At this time, Wei Dinghai's ability played a great role. His own Ice Lord. It is a powerful ice and snow ability that integrates offense and defense. But in fact, as an old seaman, what he is best at is maritime combat. In an environment with ice and seawater, it is easier for him to use his abilities. Now Zhang Yi has released a large amount of seawater, turning it into a raging glacier on the snowfield, which just creates an excellent combat environment for him. Ice Age. Wei Dinghai controlled the surging glacier with both hands, turning the surging glacier into his weapon. And he controlled it to attack the bronze-armored corpses among the corpses. If the bronze-armored corpses were classified according to alien standards, they would all be of the enhanced type. They just have great power, defense, and speed. But in the face of this form of attack, it is difficult for them to resist. After the rushing icy seawater swallowed them up, they began to freeze quickly in the current, and they were unable to stand firm on the ground. The 5 major forces joined forces and launched a tacit siege that caught the zombies off guard. In just a few minutes, nearly 1/3 of the corpse group was defeated. However, when the corpse group discovered their location, it was difficult to maintain this good fighting situation, because using Glacier's attack only disrupts the formation of the zombies. It cannot kill them directly. After all, the difference in quantity lies here. If it drags on for too long, the seawater will be released, and the zombies will be able to adjust their state to counterattack them. Chapter 521 Explosion. Zhang Yi said to Bian Junwu that it can't last long outside. You must come out quickly. I see. Bian Junwu knew that this advantage was only temporary. They were also ready to break out. There are thousands of people in the shelter, most of whom are former workers of the refinery and their families. But it was impossible to take them with them during this breakout, so they could only be left behind. If Bian Junwu and the others win, these people can live. If Bian Junwu and the others lose, these people will have to live underground for the rest of their lives. But that's better than going out right away and being eaten clean by the corpses. Get ready to break out and unleash all your firepower, Bian Junwu ordered. Xiao Honglian gritted his teeth and came over and said that we only have one chance. Since we want to pursue excitement, we must follow through. She walked over to the console, opened a hidden compartment on the console, found a deeply hidden button, and then smashed it with her fist. The next moment, the huge oil refinery above Yangsheng shelter erupted in earth-shaking fire. Boom! The dazzling light illuminated the entire sky. The fiery red light stung people's eyes, and the deafening sound made Zhang Yi feel like his ears were going deaf. From above the earth, a mushroom-shaped cloud slowly rises into the sky. The whole land was shaking. Even from several kilometers away, the trembling felt like a magnitude 9 earthquake, making Zhang Yi and others unsteady. Oh my god! Wei Dinghai's eyes widened, and he looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. Xiao Honglian. She actually blew up the oil refinery. It is said that millions of barrels of crude oil are stored below the refinery, which is the foundation for Xiao Honglian's dominance in Tianhai City. But now, Xiao Honglian actually detonated them. The terrifying hot wind blew around, and at least 70,000 to 80,000 zombies were burned to ashes or charred corpses by the high temperature of thousands of degrees. Fortunately, Zhang Yi and the others were all wearing high-temperature combat uniforms. Otherwise he felt that he would definitely be severely burned. She is so cruel. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Honglian, a woman who is cruel to others, is even more cruel to herself. Although this approach is the wisest at the moment, not everyone has the courage. The explosion was not over. After the first wave of explosions, there were a series of subsequent explosions. Huge waves swept across the surrounding area, turning the glacier into a lake again. The ice and snow on the surrounding ground were also melted. The river was hot and boiling, and the zombies inside were drifting with the current, making pitiful wailing sounds from their throats. The viruses residing in their bodies are not resistant to high temperatures and quickly inactivate and die. Zhang Yi and others quickly retreated. The shock wave of the explosion was too strong, and they did not dare to get close. After more than 10 minutes, the intensity of the explosion subsided, but the flames were still burning brightly. The surrounding area turned into a huge zigua, and it was a boiling zigua. This explosion caused the corpse group to directly and indirectly lose more than half of its number. Bian Junwu and the members of the investigation team were stunned. None of them thought that Xiao Honglian had such a skill. They felt a little more in awe of the leader of Yansheng Base. Not just admiration, but also fear. If people can be so cruel to themselves, what about others? Xiao Honglian's eyes flashed with crazy light. All of a sudden, all the crude oil hidden in the oil depot was scrapped. However, others don't know that there is more than one oil depot in Yansheng Base. No one puts all their eggs in the same basket. She also has 500,000 barrels of crude oil hidden elsewhere. If not, how could she destroy the foundation of Yansheng Base so easily? This move is what a strongman has to do to find a way to survive. Let's go. Let's get out quickly. We'll have a chance while the corpses are in chaos. Xiao Honglian put on his helmet and walked towards the door of the shelter first. However, there is already a vast ocean outside. How do we leave? Ming Xiu asked behind her. If we swim over, we in the water will become the targets of those bronze-armored flying corpses. Xiao Honglian gritted his teeth. No matter how dangerous it is, we have to give it a try. Now is the best chance. No one expected that the outside would turn into Zigua. But even if you think about it, you must do it. Yi Jikong, a demolition expert and mechanic in the investigation team, stepped forward. We can improvise a speedboat and rush over. Shuga Qingting quickly asked if it was possible. We don't have much time. Yi Jikong said calmly and quickly that I need a car. Preferably a truck. Shuga Qingting said yes. Yi Jikong said okay. Find a few people who know mechanics to come and help me. Bian Junwu glanced at his watch and then at the situation outside. He said to Yi Jikong that you have to complete this work within 15 minutes. Although the explosion destroyed half of the corpse group, the area covered by the corpse group on the snowfield was too large. As a result, zombies in a large circle outside are less affected, and the zombies in the water are slowly climbing ashore. It won't take long for them to surround the lakes around Yansheng Base. By that time, it won't be that easy to run away. It can be done in 10 minutes at most. Yi Jikong just quickly lifted up his sleeves, said lightly, and walked quickly towards the back. Zhang Yi's voice reached Bian Junwu's ears. How about it? Can you come out? He looked over from a distance and saw that the zombies had not given up on attacking everyone in the shelter. Hundreds of huge bronze-armored flying corpses flapped their wings and hovered above the lake, letting out ear-piercing screams. The fire at the refinery continued to burn, and explosions were heard from time to time. Although the explosion was not as terrifying as the initial one, judging from the current intensity of the fire, it would take at least 10.5 days to burn before it was extinguished. Bian Junwu said to Zhang Yi, we will come out immediately. Zhang Yi, your marksmanship is good. Help me snipe those flies flying in the sky. Zhang Yi sighed lightly. Doing this would expose my position. However, for the sake of our friendship, I did it. Bian Junwu is an extremely important link in Zhang Yi's plan, so of course Zhang Yi had to help him. As for attracting the attention of the zombies, it is easier to handle. The flames and explosions over there are still continuing, and the sound is extremely loud, which has attracted the attention of most of the corpses. And even if some zombies attack here, Zhang Yi is sure to get rid of them all. Bian Junwu nodded. Zhang Yi took out the anti-material sniper rifle from another space. This heavy iron guy gives people a sense of solidity, combined with Zhang Yi's precise shooting, with its ability and special armor-piercing bullets. You don't need to worry about its insufficient firepower. Chapter 522, Fight a Bloody Path. 10 minutes later, Yi Jikong finally completed the modification of a simple assault boat. The tools used are truck bed tires as well as the engine. This assault boat could only carry a dozen people. So Bian Junwu immediately divided the places. The 7 members of the investigation team must go out, along with Xiao Hong, Shuga Qi Ting, and their 2 alien captains. After the preparations were completed, Bailey Chongqing directly picked up the assault boat and came to the gate. Bian Junwu shouted to several forces outside that we are going to rush over, so be ready to cover. The surrounding families quickly responded and said, "Received. Just come out." With everything ready, Xiao Honglian opened the 7-fold alloy door of the shelter. Boom! The door slowly opened, and a wave of heat suddenly hit the inside of the door. Even though they were wearing high-temperature protective clothing, they still felt the burning heat. There is no way. The entire refinery is burning. There is a sea of fire everywhere. But the only good news is that all the surrounding zombies have died. Bailey Chongqing carried the assault boat and threw it into the water. And then a dozen people jumped on it. Yi Jikong assembled the assault boat himself. And of course, he was the one to drive it. He started the engine, and the underwater propellers rotated rapidly, leading them towards the other shore. Near Yansheng Base, there is already a huge zigua. A radius of 7 or 8 kilometers is covered with hot lake water, which is even bubbling out. After the assault boat rushed out of the Yansheng Base, the bronze-armored flying corpses that had been waiting in midair immediately swooped down with a roar. Boom! A loud noise came from the distance, and the bronze-armored flying corpse fell top-heavy from the air, as if it had been hit in the head by a heavy hammer. Zhang Yi calmly changed his ammunition at the commanding heights, and then continued to lock the area above the assault boat. Not only was Zhang Yi taking action, but everyone on the assault boat was also fighting back. Each one of them is a powerful stranger. If placed elsewhere, it would be quite easy to deal with a few bronze-armored flying corpses. But at this time, everyone is crowded into the same boat, which is really difficult to perform. Bian Junwu raised the black gun in his hand and calmly aimed at the bronze-armored flying corpse flying in the sky. However, even if it is a specially made weapon, it is difficult to cause substantial damage to the bronze-armored flying corpse by just hitting the torso. Sharpshooter Qi Guangming was unwilling to let Zhang Yi steal his limelight, so he also used a sniper on the ship to shoot at the bronze-armored flying corpses. However, he is not a stranger in the space system and cannot handle the huge recoil caused by heavy snipers. So when he fired, the whole ship would shake. Bailey Chongqing quickly suppressed his hand. Stop using the sniper rifle. It's inconvenient on the ship. Qi Guangming had no choice but to take out his pistol and fight back. There are hundreds of bronze-armored flying corpses in the sky. They fly extremely fast, except for snipers like Zhang Yi who have headlocking abilities that can kill them. Other alien abilities are of little use at this time. After all, they are in the water, so it would be great to be able to achieve 5 achievements. But then, bigger trouble came. As they concentrated on dealing with the enemy in the air, huge waves began to form in the nearby water. The assault boat's progress suddenly stalled. It seemed to have encountered some huge resistance, just like a boat sailing into a seaweed thicket, making it difficult to move forward. Ming Xiu seemed to have thought of something and stuck her head out from the edge of the assault boat to check. The next moment, a zombie's head burst out of the water and bit her in the face. Ah! Ming Xiu was startled, but luckily she reacted in time and fell down in the cabin. Qi Guangming blasted the zombie's head with a backhand shot. Ming Xiu pointed down and shouted nervously that there were zombies all under the water. Everyone's expressions were a little solemn, and they quickly looked toward the water. It doesn't matter at this glance. Their hearts are in their throats. It turned out that many zombies submerged in the flood were not dead. To be precise, they are dead things. So they just stay underwater. Now that the assault boats appeared, they chased after them instinctively, and even grabbed the assault boats one after another. The zombies below are pulling one after another. There are countless zombies under the dark water, crawling up the bodies of other zombies. No wonder the assault boat encountered so much resistance. Yi Jikong gritted his teeth and increased the power with all his strength. The propeller made a clicking sound, crushing the zombies behind. The assault boat moved forward with difficulty, but there were more zombies underwater in front of it. After traveling some distance and seeing the land on the other side, a bigger blow came again. Outside the lake at Yansheng Base, there were hundreds of thousands of zombies staring directly at them, waiting for them to come over. Among them, there are at least 200 powerful bronze-armored corpses. At this time, Zhang Yixingtian, Wei Dinghai and the others were also trying their best to clean up the corpses and attract their attention. However, the external aid forces themselves were besieged by zombies. After Zhang Yi's sniper shot killed 6 bronze-armored flying zombies, a large number of zombies immediately surrounded the high ground where they were. The same is true for several other forces. The zombies on the shore can't deal with the investigation team and others in the water for the time being. So why can't they still deal with the people on the shore? At this time, they only have the desire to kill and eat. As long as they find a living person, they will go there and kill them. Zhang Yi was very calm and ordered everyone to get on the snowmobile, and then circled outside the Yangsheng base, sniping and killing zombies as he ran. But in the current situation, they could only attract firepower, and had no way to go to the shore to greet the people on the ship. As of now, you still have to rely on your own strength. All we can do is fight. Wu Di gritted his teeth and raised his right hand, and a huge ball of light condensed in his palm. At the same time, dozens of huge light balls appeared around his body. Seeing this scene, everyone in the investigation team changed their expressions. The floating cannon is indeed a very powerful ability, but it also has a big flaw. That is, it consumes not only supernatural powers, but also mental power. If used too much, it will cause Wu Di's body injuries that are difficult to recover from. In the end, he may become an MTSH, L of the living dead. Therefore, Dian Junhua pays special attention to Wu Di on weekdays. He does not want him to follow in his footsteps, and has relatively large restrictions on his abilities. Seeing that Wu Di was about to fight for his life, Dian Junhua immediately reached out and held his shoulder. Put away your float cannon. It's not your turn to fight now. Wu Di stiffened, and suddenly shouted angrily at such a large group of corpses. If I use my ability to open a path, how will we survive? Don't tell me that you plan to risk your life to clear the way for us. Chapter 523 The Tide of Corpses Surges. Among the investigation team, Dian Junhua and Wu Di have the most similar abilities. They all have abilities with a wide range of high damage, and they all require physical health at the cost of using their abilities. This is fair. If you want to obtain power far beyond ordinary people, you must pay the due price. In the current situation, Wu Di wants to use his abilities, but he doesn't want Dian Junhua to take action, because Dian Junhua is already terminally ill. Every time he takes action, his lifetime will be reduced. That's why Wu Di was so angry when he saw Dian Junhua stopping him. He didn't want Dian Junhua to die here, die before his eyes. Dian Junhua said in a deep voice, I am the captain. It is not your turn to be a hero here. All the zombies under the water are gathering towards the boat. In the entire lake, a very strange phenomenon occurred. It's like throwing a handful of fish food into the fish pond, and then the fish gather at one point instantly. The location of this assault boat is the center of the nest. If they don't rush ashore quickly, they will be overturned by countless zombies, and the boat will be overturned. No matter how powerful they are not fish after all. Once they are underwater, they cannot display their powerful abilities. But even after landing, there were still hundreds of thousands of zombies waiting for them. It's a difficult situation to deal with on both sides. Dian Junhua pushed up his sunglasses and knew what he had to do. But Bailey Chongqing dissuaded the leader. Don't worry first. Haven't you seen the scale of these corpses? Even with your annihilation, and it is impossible to kill him all at once. And it's clear that these zombies are more ferocious than what we've encountered before. Dian Junhua's face was cold and gloomy. What Bailey Chongqing said is right. His Dian Junhua ability is indeed powerful, but he is only a Delta-level alien and cannot create miracles yet. The power of annihilation is close to that of Epsilon, but its use is limited and has huge side effects. Otherwise, if we can fire more than 10 rounds in a row, or if the power is more than 10 times stronger, we will definitely be able to carve a passage out of an army of hundreds of thousands of zombies. Anyway, let's go ashore first and then talk. Dian Junhua did not speak, but Vice Captain Bailey Chongqing spoke. Everyone understands what should be done now. The water is definitely not their home turf. Upon hearing this, everyone took out their weapons and shot at the zombies under the water. Fortunately, the zombies did not move quickly in the water, so the assault boat was not overturned. Several peripheral forces have communication channels with Dian Junhua, so they know their situation at this time. Wei Dinghai and Xingtian were really helpless. They themselves were besieged by a large number of zombies, and were unable to do anything. Zheng Yixian felt worried in his heart. The corpse swarm is not under his control. If he wants to control the corpse swarm, he must return to the Snow Worship Cult headquarters, and let the Bloodvine give orders to the Corpse King. However, it is definitely too late to do so now. But if someone from the investigation team overturned the car here, the result would be something he was not willing to bear. Damn it. Damn it! Wouldn't it be nice to go back after you finish dealing with the zombie tide? You must stay here to cause trouble. You brought this all upon yourself. Zhang Yixian's face was calm, but his heart was very anxious. However, now he has no choice but to say to his priests, we must use all our strength to rescue the members of the investigation team. At least their captain's life must be saved. More than a dozen strangers from the snow worship sect fought hard to break through the zombie tide, open a path, and then join Bian Junwu and others. However, this is too difficult. Ordinary zombies are easy to deal with, but there are hundreds of bronze-armored corpses among the zombies. An alien with average combat power would not be able to defeat this thing one-on-one, because Zhang Yixian was too radical. 5 of his priests even died in the hands of bronze-armored corpses, and were torn into pieces alive by them. Zhang Yixian's eyes were cold, and he didn't care at all. Anyway, after these people die, the power they possess will return to Yuan Kongya. This isn't a bad thing. And what about Zhang Yi? At this time, he asked Uncle Yu to drive the snowmobile and play in circles with the corpses. A dense group of corpses were chasing them behind them. The number must be at least tens of thousands. They roared and ran across the snowfield. But even without brains and breaking through the limits of the human body, they are still flesh and blood after all. How can 2 legs catch up with 4 wheels? What's more, it's still in the snow. Zhang Yi and 3 others stuck their heads out of the window and sniped at the chasing zombies. Fatty Su and Liang Yi used grenades. After throwing them out, the zombies would not dodge at all and rushed directly towards them. So many zombies were quickly blown to pieces. Zhang Yi was holding a large sniper and sniped at the bronze-armored corpses and bronze-armored flying corpses among the corpses. Seeing the corpses charging mindlessly, a smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. Compared to before, these zombies were more ferocious, but also dumber. Sure enough, having lost the control of the snow worship cult, they returned to their most primitive state. But how will they end the current situation? The people mentioned by Zhang Yi naturally refer to Yuan Kongya and Zhang Yixian. They couldn't just watch the members of the investigation team die. Zhang Yi didn't know how they controlled the corpses, but he was sure that they would find a way to eliminate them. In fact, Zhang Yi guessed wrong on this point. Yuan Kongya and Zhang Yixian did have a way to control the corpses. But now, it was too late to use this method. So the real situation is more troublesome than Zhang Yi imagined. Of course, Zhang Yi cannot be blamed for this. After all, he had no precise information on the relevant aspects. In the lake, everyone tried their best to slowly break away from the pursuit of the corpses in the water, and were about to land ashore. But no one relaxed at all, because just on the shore, there are an even more terrifying number of corpses waiting for them, especially those huge bronze-armored corpses, each one bearing their teeth and claws towards the side, making an intrusive roar. Zhang Yixian saw this scene from a distance and felt extremely anxious. He suddenly flew into the air and quickly rushed towards the assault boat. Soon after, he came to the sky above the assault boat. Everyone saw Zhang Yixian and were quite envious of his flying posture. Zhang Yixian, who can control the force, can gain the ability to fly by controlling his body. Zhang Yixian, why did you come here by yourself? Xiao Honglian asked. Zhang Yixian stared at Bian Junwu and said that the tide of corpses outside was too huge, and we couldn't break through it at all. Mr. Bian, let me take you out of here first. No matter what, you have to stop Jiangnan region from destroying Tianhai City. Chapter 524. If it doesn't work, I'll give it a try. Zhang Yixian has completely lost control of the current situation, because in fact, their control over the corpse group is not complete, and they are still unable to control them as they wish. And in the current situation, he would be killed if he wasn't careful. So in desperation, he chose to come over and take Bian Junwu away. He believes that as long as Bian Junwu is alive, there is still room for recovery. Bian Junwu saw through Zhang Yixian's thoughts at once. Do you think you can solve this problem by saving me alone? Don't be so naive. Bian Junwu scolded. The Jiangnan region has lost patience with the zombie problem in Tianhai City. If we have 24 hours, there is no way to deal with the corpses. Everyone will die here. Zhang Yixian's pupil shrank sharply. What? How so? What a joke. What a joke. There are still hundreds of thousands of zombies here, and we have exhausted all our strength. How to deal with them? Bian Junwu said coldly. What else can be done? We could only risk our lives. The expression on Zhang Yixian's face was uglier than if he had eaten shit, and his facial features were almost twisted together. In his eyes, the look of vicious disgust flashed away. In his opinion, if people like Bian Junwu hadn't come to Tianhai City, their great goal would have been achieved long ago. Zhang Yi and others could hear the conversation clearly through Bian Junwu's communicator. Zhang Yi suddenly frowned. Feeling that the situation was somewhat different from what he expected, Zhang Yixian's tone was anxious. Not like he was joking. Strange. Aren't they the ones controlling the corpse swarm? Could it be that he was reluctant to sacrifice these things that he had worked so hard to cultivate, and was deliberately acting out? Outside Yansheng base, Bian Junwu and others have rushed to the shore. Then a tragic battle broke out. A dozen top aliens were instantly overwhelmed by the tide of zombies, and all kinds of zombies roared and surrounded them. Bian Junwu took off his sunglasses, and Nirvana started again. This powerful and terrifying ability can turn thousands of surrounding zombies into ashes in an instant. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. He covered the corners of his mouth, but blood still flowed out along his fingers. Team leader, Wu Di shouted in horror. And then he became fierce, and the floating cannon blasted out in all directions. Even the bronze-armored corpse, with the strongest defense, will have a big hole opened in its body after being touched by the light ball. Ahem. Go quickly. Rush out. Bian Junwu endured his physical discomfort and said to everyone. Zhang Yixian was in the air, using telekinesis to disperse the corpses. Not quite right. Liang Yu looked at the group of corpses behind him and said with a frown. The zombies we encountered today were more aggressive than those we encountered before. We only attracted a small group of zombies, but there are still hundreds of thousands of zombies surrounding the investigation team. Them. Can you still survive? Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed and his expression became extremely serious. The situation seemed to be different from what he imagined. His original plan was to use this accident to force the snow worship cult to give up the zombies in their hands. In this way, even if Yuan Kongya masters powerful power, he may not have the confidence to fall out with the other four forces. But it was obvious that things were heading in a direction that he couldn't guess. Either the snow worshippers are crazy and really want to wipe out the investigation team, or even their entire family in one fell swoop. Or, even the snow worship cult can no longer control the corpses. Zhang Yi prefers the latter. He didn't think Yuan Kongya or Zhang Yixian were reckless fools. But right now, how to solve this huge problem is the most important thing. If there's nothing I can do, I'll go over there and give it a try. When Zhang Yi said this, his eyes were shining brightly, but there was a meaningful smile on the corner of his mouth. The teammates looked at Zhang Yi. What are you going to do? Zhang Yi glanced at them. And I used the ability of the two-dimensional gate to shuttle over to save them. The release range of Zhang Yi's dimensional gate is a distance of 300 meters around himself. So within this range, space shuttle can be completed by opening two doors at the same time. The opening of the dimensional gate has no consumption and no cooling time. In other words, as long as Zhang Yi is fast enough, he can achieve a teleportation-like effect and reach the vicinity of Bian Junwu and others. Zhang Yi's words made several people's eyes light up. They couldn't help but remember that when they first entered the subway, Zhang Yi used the dimensional gate to lead them to escape from the zombies. It's just that until now, Zhang Yi has never told them the specific conditions for using the door. They don't know anything about the distance it can be used, how long it lasts, whether it can be used multiple times, etc. So naturally I don't know whether Zhang Yi can use this ability to save people. Now that they had received a positive answer, they all smiled relaxedly. You told me earlier. Now that we can do this, we don't have to go through so much trouble in the first place. After Zhang Yi finished listening, his eyes drifted to the distance outside the window. You seem to have misunderstood what I said. What I mean by saving them is not the kind of saving you think. Several people looked surprised and did not understand Zhang Yi's words. What kind of rescue is that? Wouldn't it be possible to use the space shuttle ability of the double doors to bring people out of the zombie tide? Zhang Yi said lightly that the Jiangnan region's last hope for us is to get rid of the corpses in Tianhai City within 24 hours, rather than ensuring that everyone in the investigation team can survive. Therefore, even if I rescue them from the corpses, it is meaningless, and it will not prevent the death of love from coming. Oh, now there is only time left. Well, less than 16 hours. Zhang Yi glanced at the Rolex on his wrist and said lightly. The expressions of Fatty Su and others became serious again. This is impossible to do. Although Xiao Honglian destroyed hundreds of thousands of zombies by detonating crude oil. But among them, most of the bronze-armored corpses and bronze-armored flying corpses did not die. It's impossible for us to kill all the remaining hundreds of thousands of zombies by ourselves. Liang Yu frowned and said in a deep voice that maybe, from the beginning, the so-called 24 hours was just an excuse. Jiangnan region has judged that we cannot solve the problem of corpse tide at all. Therefore, it has been planned for a long time to use death of love. Those 24 hours were an explanation for Bian Junwu and his investigation team. Fatty Su was trembling. He looked at Zhang Yi tremblingly and said with hope, "Boss, let's escape. There is still time. We can leave Tianhai City." Zhang Yi paused, and then a faint smile appeared on his face. "I've said it before. If there's nothing anyone can do, I'll give it a try. This is my last-ditch effort. We still have time. If it fails, we'll leave." After he finished speaking, he jumped out of the car window. In a flash, his figure disappeared among the corpses 300 meters away. Before the zombies had time to react, Zhang Yi's figure flashed in the direction of Bian Junwu and the others again. "Boss!" Fatty Sue was so frightened that he opened the car window and shouted. Huahua also pricked up her ears. Her eyes were as wide as bells, and her expression was full of nervousness. Zhang Yi went over without giving them a chance to persuade them. "It's fine." Even though Zhang Yi's abilities couldn't eliminate the hordes of corpses, he could still escape safely. "We will do as he said, and wait here for his return." As Uncle Yu said this, he shouldered a rocket launcher and fired a hard shot at the group of corpses behind him. Suddenly, dozens of zombies were blasted away, with broken limbs and broken arms scattered on the ground. Chapter 525. Do you still remember Bingso? No one knew what Zhang Yi planned to do, because he left in a hurry and did not explain to a few people in detail. But they all believed in Zhang Yi. In a blink of an eye, they have been together for almost half a year, living under the same roof. They all know what kind of person Zhang Yi is. He is ridiculously stable, and if he didn't have extremely high confidence, he would never put himself in danger. So all they can do now is trust Zhang Yi and try to attract more zombies in the periphery to reduce the pressure there. At this time, the assault boat had already landed on land. However, the pressure faced by the investigation team has not decreased at all. Zombies were densely crowding around the land for more than 10 miles. And there were also zombies crawling up from the lake, all wet. Bian Junwu's Nirvana is certainly terrifying, but it cannot be activated continuously, and it does great damage to the body. So it can only be used to clear the way at critical moments. Not to mention others. Even if they have strong combat power, they are unable to deal with the huge zombie wave. They formed a circle back to back and moved forward with difficulty. But everyone knows that once their powers are exhausted, everyone will die here. And it's the kind of death without a whole body. A thick haze enveloped everyone's hearts. This feeling of despair was even stronger than the last battle with the snow worship cult. It seems that this time, I am really going to die here. Xiao Honglian's heart was close to despair, and this always strong woman showed a tired look on her face. However, she couldn't say she had any regrets. Since the end of the world, almost everyone in Tianhai City has died. Her relatives, friends and comrades in arms all fell around her one after another. Being able to survive until now is already a few more months of life. Zhang Yixian flew in midair, constantly bombarding the zombies with the force. Each force wave could take away dozens of zombies. But such a powerful ability is of little use in the face of a huge tide of corpses, and cannot alleviate the current situation. There was also a group of bronze-armored flying corpses that were eyeing him. They kept coming to attack, but they were all knocked away by him using the force. Gradually, Zhang Yixian also felt tired. He tried to persuade Bian Junwu to leave with him. Even if the Jiangnan region wants to level Tianhai City, if they have the captain of the investigation team in their hands, they will have more leverage to communicate with the Jiangnan region in the future. Captain Bian, come with me. We still have hope when we leave here. Ahem. Zhang Yixian, please leave. Bian Junwu smiled and rejected Zhang Yixian's proposal. He is a dying man, so of course he will not give up on his teammates. And he also knew that no one in the investigation team was willing to abandon his teammates and live alone. If we want to live together, we must die together. Zhang Yixian had a twisted expression on his face. Damn things. They are so ignorant. In this case, then don't blame me. Zhang Yixian turned around and flew towards the distance. He looked gloomily, thinking that they were certain to die. If the death of love comes by then, these zombies that have been cultivated so hard will still perish. Instead of doing this, it is better to go back and communicate with the blood vines and let these zombies die on their own. But these people are definitely going to die. Bian Junwu, if you don't appreciate it, it's your own loss. Zhang Yixian made a decision in his heart. Even if the entire investigation team is wiped out, it will cause dissatisfaction in the Jiangnan region. But as long as the tide of corpses disappears, at least Tianhai City will not be leveled in a short time. Then, they will still have the opportunity to develop slowly. As long as they are given a few more months, they can still cultivate another huge zombie army. Tianhai City is lacking everything except dead people. After Zhang Yixian left, Zhang Yi also came to Bianjunwu, and the others through constant flashes. The speed of space travel is very fast. Even if you appear among the corpses, you don't have to worry about being attacked by them. Bianjunwu and the others are easy to find, because among the vast army of zombies, there is one place with the largest number of zombies. Even the zombies were vying for the first place, and they were already stacked 5 or 6 meters high. They were stepping on the heads of their own kind and rushing forward. It's like a huge Beijing temple piled up with corpses. Zhang Yi appeared in front of Bianjunwu and others, shocking them. Zhang Yi, why did you come here? Everyone was surprised and happy when they saw Zhang Yi's sudden appearance. What surprises me is Zhang Yi's superpower. And what makes me happy is that Zhang Yi's appearance may bring hope of life. After all, Zhang Yi is one of the top people in Tianhai City. When Bianjunwu saw Zhang Yi, he immediately asked Zhang Yi, "Are you here to save us?" Although everyone is trying their best to resist the zombies, everyone is paying attention to Zhang Yi, looking forward to getting a positive answer from him. Although they also know in their hearts that there is not much hope in this matter. People in despair will hold on to even a straw if they see it. Zhang Yi gasped for air and said with a solemn expression that the situation was worse than I imagined. My ability is teleportation, and I can only take one person out of here at most. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, everyone's mood instantly dropped. You can only take one person with you. Who should you take with you? If the zombie problem cannot be solved, it will be useless for anyone to leave here. Bianjunwu also felt a little disappointed. However, he still asked rationally, "What is your purpose of coming here? If you are not sure of rescuing us, there is nothing you can do on your own." Zhang Yi said in a deep voice, "I am here to give you a possibility. I have an idea that I'm not sure will work. However, you can give it a try." Wu Di hurriedly said, "Speak quickly." Everyone is waiting for Zhang Yi's life-saving straw. Zhang Yi said in a deep voice, "Do you still remember Yuan Kong as Bingso?" Of course everyone remembers that thing. Bianjunwu suddenly realized what Zhang Yi meant. Zhang Yi said to them that you should know that Bingpa has 2 abilities. The first is to help the unawakened to awaken their abilities, and the second is to help the awakened to unlock their potential and increase their power. He took a deep breath and looked at Bianjunwu with honest eyes. He didn't know if his high-tech glasses could see this look. To be honest, I had obtained the Eye Soul before and improved my supernatural power. That's why he has a relatively high-level power in Tianhai City. Xiao Honglian also said that actually, I have also used Bingso. If I guessed correctly, Wei Dinghai and Xing Tian have also used it. Zhang Yi was startled. This was the first time he heard this news. Doesn't that mean that once they die, Yuan Kongya will get their powerful abilities? But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. In the apocalypse, strength is king, and the leaders of the major forces will spare no effort to improve their strength in order to maintain their rule. And itself, Eye Soul has no negative effects when the user is not dead.